News, sports, and talk radio for the Metroplex. This is WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
CBS News. The call for expelling Jimmy Carter from the American Legion is out of order, according to the organization's national commander. But he says that doesn't change the Legion's belief that the president erred in pardoning Vietnam War draft evaders. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS radio network. The call for lifting the president's American Legion membership card came from the State American Legion Convention in Hudson, Wisconsin. Delegates voted unanimously for a resolution calling on Mr. Carter's post number 2 in America's Georgia to oust him and further urged that he never be allowed membership in the Legion again. National Commander William Rogers says he was astounded by the action and told CBS News it was out of order. He explained expulsion action must be initiated by a member's own post, then is reviewed by state and national executive committees. But his repudiation of the Wisconsin Legion action, said Rogers, doesn't mean he's changing his assessment that the pardon is socially divisive.
The American Legion's position is, of course, unchanged. We believe that each case should be tried on an individual basis, whether it be evader or deserter. Mr. Carter said that he agreed that the deserter should be tried on a case-by-case basis. And we think his priorities are misplaced. We think that the priority should go to those millions who did serve their country.
One of the draft evaders, a Toronto high school teacher who hasn't returned to this country since 1969, Sunday saw what it was like to cross the border and walk once again on U.S. soil. Tony Rodriguez visited in Buffalo and, though enjoying being able to do so legally, expressed concern for those still unable to return.
I really hope that someday they'll be able to see that we had to do that against the war because it was a very bad war. And I certainly hope, too, that I'm only half of the issue. There's still all those deserters. People, I know that's a more serious thing. But I certainly hope that someday they'll be able to come back also with the same sense of relief.
Rodriguez went back to Toronto, saying it was nice to visit with his friends, but that he wanted to think about the whole experience. A White House spokesman says Agriculture Secretary Bob Bergland will go to Florida to survey freeze damage to citrus and vegetable crops and discuss the situation with state officials there. Governor Ruben Askew already has declared Florida's agricultural counties disaster areas, and an application for a federal declaration of disaster is expected when further detailing of the extent of damage has been compiled. Milder temperatures Sunday reduced pressure on gas and heating oil supplies in most sections of the country. Lingering sub-zero weather in parts of Ohio, however, impelled Governor James Rhodes Sunday night to declare a statewide natural gas emergency. The order broadens a statewide energy alert he declared in an executive order last week. Ohio's legislature will convene in special session Tuesday to see what it can do about the worst energy crisis in the state's history. Senator Henry Jackson, the Washington Democrat, says he believes Congress now is ready to come to grips with setting up an energy department that is able to operate effectively.
Our problem in the past have been vetoes, and I think we're over that one now. And I see are moving quite rapidly now to reorganize and set up a Department of Energy for the first time, in which we can get everything under one roof, and then hopefully an all-out effort on conservation. We waste energy right and left. I mean, the worst participant in all of it is the automobile. Detroit has to be told that thou shalt not turn out any more of these gas guzzlers.
Some 8,600 striking auto workers at General Motors' Saginaw Steering Gear Division ratified a new local contract and began returning to work Sunday night. GM officials had feared a lengthy strike in the 7-plant complex. Since it's the only facility making steering gears for GM cars, a protracted shutdown there would affect all of the company's other plants. One other GM plant, the one at Doraville, Texas, which turns out 1,000 cars a day, is shut down because of the gas shortage. Both GM and Chrysler are threatened with more strikes this week over local contract issues. In all, more than 100 United Auto Workers units have yet to agree on local issues in contract negotiations that began last summer. Now this.
I'm Ray Brady of CBS Radio's Today in Business. Every day, Monday through Friday, my reports on the business scene bring you headline news, background information, sometimes interviews with government, industry, or investment people. All sorts of items you'll find helpful in understanding national and international business and monetary affairs. For the latest in current activities and a look toward future trends, tune in Today in Business, Monday through Friday, here on the CBS Radio Network.
Looks great on you. We'll take in the waist a little bit.
This suit has no label.
Nobody cares about labels anymore.
Nonsense. Why, you wouldn't file a tax return without using a label.
A tax return label?
Sure, the peel-off label the Internal Revenue Service sends you with the tax package. It has my name, address, and Social Security number already on it. Saves time, helps speed my refund.
Why don't I just have this tax label sewn right inside your jacket?
You can't do that. I need my label to file my return. Now that you mention it, though, an embroidered replica would sure be nice.
The tailor won't believe this one.
A number of large companies reportedly have passed the word to the Carter administration that they have billions of dollars ready for capital spending if Mr. Carter's economic policies prove favorable to business. Newsweek magazine says the firms, including such biggies as DuPont and AT&T, are looking for more generous tax incentives to spur investment, congenial appointments to key regulatory posts, and even eased environmental and job safety rules. The large corporations, according to Newsweek, are holding off on spending the money allocated. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
The future of Dallas depends on you. New goals for Dallas are being formulated now. A series of neighborhood meetings to get your opinions on the new goals are being held. Attend one of these meetings and participate in the future of Dallas. How do you feel about questions facing us like the possibility of establishing a mechanism for qualified and representative people from the private sector to review the Dallas city budget, then report back to the citizens? Or the revitalization of the central business district and inner city neighborhoods to stimulate the economy? How do you feel about the establishment of a regional transportation authority to finance and operate major inner city systems? These are just three of the proposed goals for Dallas. There are many others, and perhaps you have some to suggest. You can really make a difference in the future of Dallas by attending one of the neighborhood meetings on the new goals for Dallas. All comments received will be used to revise the goals to reflect the views of the people who take part. Let your voice be heard. Call 741-1738 to sign up for a meeting in your area.
We're something brand new walking down your street. Why don't you walk along with us? We're News Talk Radio 57, WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We live in a permissive era. No holds barred. All the taboos are swept away. Anything goes, and the sky is the limit. Do you sometimes yearn a little for an older day with a rigid code of living and an automatic acceptance of certain standards? The flag, the Marines, our country, right or wrong, and Mother with a capital M. Let's ponder that as we listen to this story.
I don't want it to be this way, Megan.
But that's how it must be. If it is to be, and why not Hank, if you want to take the risk?
What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
Our mystery drama, The Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Hurd Hatfield. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
Tale of what happened when last I walked these streets.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's the matter? May I help you, madam? I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau, helping consumers with their problems. Maybe you have one.
Maybe you can help me. I have so many bills. I don't know how to pay them. I'm afraid to answer the phone. What am I going to do?
Now, don't be afraid of the phone. Use it. Call the people who are dunning you. Perhaps you can work out a revised payment plan which will satisfy them and take the pressure off you.
Oh, thank you. Now, can you give me some money for a phone call?
And that's the way it was.
Philadelphia didn't just happen. It was planned. 2 main streets, Broad and Market, bisecting each other at the center of town. 4 squares in each quadrant, of which the only one we need pause to consider is Rittenhouse Square. To own a house on Rittenhouse Square was to be the creme de la creme of Philadelphia society, and so, by extension, of the world. The Peabody House has been there since the square was built, and the family has never lived anywhere else. Why should they? After all, where else is anywhere?
My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody. Most everyone says I was born middle-aged. Not to my face, of course. But I don't think I'm necessarily so stodgy. I'm a product of a very special society by birth and breeding, and naturally a certain decorum must be observed. But even though I was born in another century, I think I've kept up pretty well with the one in which I've lived 79 years of my life, in spite of my isolation ever since Mother died and the other. But before they locked me up and threw away the key, all those people would have been surprised to know that I wasn't at all what I seemed.
Yeah? What do you want?
May I ask to whom I'm speaking?
I'm Lieutenant Quinn, Chief of Homicide. Who the deuce are you?
A citizen of our fair city in pursuit of his duty. My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody V.
Good Lord, there are more of you.
The name travels in the family.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't mean the Henry Peabody. I mean the son of... Look, you mean your mother is Mrs. Peabody?
I should certainly hope so.
That lives on Rittenhouse Square, the philanthropist like that gave all them millions to the church and charities and all like that?
The same.
Well, sit right down, Mr. Peabody. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't believe I feel exactly like sitting. You see, I want to report a murder.
How about that? You seen one committed?
That's right.
You know the victim?
Of course.
And the name?
Megan.
Megan? That's all?
I don't know any other name. Just Megan.
Well, a man or a woman?
Don't be silly. A woman, of course. It means child of light.
What does?
Megan. It's short for Margaret in Welsh.
Oh, is that a fact? Any idea who the perpetrator was?
I am the murderer. But that it was such a very long time ago. 45 years ago. And I'm starting with the end of my life. Perhaps I should start a little closer to the beginning. I was born in 1897 when William McKinley was in his first term, a Republican, naturally. In 1901, when Mr. McKinley was assassinated and Teddy Roosevelt became president, I was 5 years old. And in 1915, when the Germans sank the Lusitania, I was 19, which made me old enough to be one of the first to sign up when America entered World War I 2 years later. Mother made quite a fuss.
I just can't believe it. How dare you, Henry?
It was my duty to my country.
But without consulting me first?
Mother, I am a man now.
There's no need for you to go over to those backward countries with their dreadful plumbing while there's a war on.
It's too late. I've already signed up and I'm of age.
Oh, don't be silly. Jack Pershing is an old acquaintance of your poor dead father's. All it will take is a word from me.
No, Mother.
What did you say?
No, Mama. I can't back out now. It isn't just me. It's my whole class.
Class is just the point. There's no need for...
I meant my college class. Look, I couldn't back out on Fizzy.
Lambert Fizdale has signed up too? I thought he was going to be a doctor.
Well, that can wait.
And what about your degree?
That can wait, too. Mama, there's no use arguing with me this time. I've made up my mind.
Ah, just as stubborn as Henry IV, your dead father. Oh, it all comes from that man in the White House being a Princeton graduate. Wilson. Naturally, he got us into the war. He's a Democrat. Now it's up to us Republicans to get us out of it.
That's not fair.
Nevertheless, it is true, and it's the way I feel.
As you can see, Mother was quite formidable. But there wasn't any use in arguing with her. Usually it was easier to submit with good grace. But not this time. This time I was going to have my way. Mother always reminded me of the joke. You can always tell a Harvard man, but you can't tell him much. Well, a Philadelphia mainliner dowager is in the same boat. You see, 3 years of college, my army service, and then back to college to graduate, taught me that what was inside me didn't exactly go with my staid, sober outsides. Funny now, Fizz was absolutely different, even though he planned to be a doctor.
Well, Henry, I'm certainly glad that's over.
What's over, Fizzy, old bean?
The war.
What war?
The one we've just... Henry, are you inebriated?
Not on your tintype, dear fearless Fizzy of the fighting Fusiliers. Anyway, if I were, I'd be drunk, not inebriated. You mean the war we never got to fight?
Well, that was hardly our fault.
Of course it wasn't. Do you know, I suppose I should be ashamed, but I'm not glad it's over, not one bit. I never expected to feel so free and emancipated, ever.
Now, that's a peculiar thing to say.
Why? Isn't it time I was? Don't you want to be?
Well, I don't consider myself enslaved.
All right. You finish your moxie and I'll down my beer and let's go over to Aunt Molly's together.
Aunt Molly's? Well, you must be off your rocker. Why, that...
A house of ill repute, eh? Now, that all depends on the point of view. I've never heard it anything but highly recommended, and I can vouch for that myself.
Obviously, you can't handle your liquor.
Oh, stop being such a stuffed shirt, Fizzy. You're going to be a doctor. You mustn't flinch at anything that has to do with the flesh. It's a new world, and a liberated one.
There's no need to be coarse. First of all, you are talking to an engaged man. Second, you're a Philadelphian and ought to know better. And last, you know that Aunt Molly's is off limits to enlisted men?
Well, you're right about the first and the last, but the second question is gravely open to doubt, or vice versa. You see, I now consider myself an American at large.
Henry Peabody, you know what I think?
What?
I think the sooner you get back to Rittenhouse Square and your dear mother, the better off you'll be.
Oh, dear Fizzy, I couldn't have agreed with you less. I'd had my taste of how the other half lived, and it lingered sweet and pungent in the mouth and in all the vitals. I'm afraid those first 2 years after the war, I was both an enigma and a terrifying, inexplicable burden to my mother. But I felt that my cutting of her apron strings was something we both had to face. Until that terrible day when her life began to come to an end.
Oh.
Darling, what is it? What's happened?
I don't know. I've been getting rather tired these days for some reason, and... Henry, help me up. Oh, this is most unseemly.
Mama, what is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's just like Dr. Parker Godwin to go and die on me. At my age, I'm much too old to start with another doctor.
Mama, I won't let you not have one. Tell you what, I'll call Fizzy. He can give you a look-see.
Lambert Fisdale? Oh, but he's only a boy, like you.
You may not have noticed, but boys tend to grow up. Fizzy just passed his exams. He's been at Pennsylvania for his internship. At least he could sort of talk things over with you.
Well, perhaps it would be, in a manner of speaking, keeping things in the family. Why don't we ask him to tea? Say tomorrow or the next day?
And Fizzy came to tea very proper, in a pearl gray suit with a lavender tie and linen spats. Mother had what they have a name for nowadays, myasthenia gravis. Terminal and progressively more and more limiting, needing almost constant nursing and supportive care, and most important of all, affection, cheer, and love to keep the spirits up and the feeling of despair down. I had found a kind of freedom, only to lose it for the next 10 years or so, and I have never regretted it. Because in a peculiar way, it's how I found the woman in my life. I suppose the only thing that kept me reasonably sane through those years, outside of the bottle, was Aunt Molly and her various demi-mondaines. I was on my way there across Rittenhouse Square that evening when all of a sudden...
I'm sorry. I haven't had much practice.
You mean in knocking people down? Here, let me help you up.
Oh, no. No, thank you. No. Oh, I meant in riding a bicycle.
Well, I should think not. Are you hurt?
Oh, no. I never get hurt. Oh, but you, sir, are you?
I don't think so, Miss...
My name is Megan.
Miss Megan?
No. Megan. Just Megan.
I was wounded to the heart, stricken with love at first sight. Oh, Megan, Megan, you're a taste in my mouth like spring strawberries, a smell like early hyacinths, a sound in my ears of my blood coursing through my veins. You were the beginning and the end, a symbol of life and death, yours and mine together. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and the worst. I cannot think of you as evil, and yet... you were born to destroy.
Megan, a strange and lovely name to taste on the tongue. Who was she? Where did she come from, suddenly? And how was she to affect the life of a man wrapped in a cocoon from which he ached to escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
55, man, you gotta be kidding. My car won't run right at 55, and I get better mileage when I go faster. Come on, you're gonna have a better reason than that.
All right, in the first full year, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit law was on the books. 9,154 fewer people died on the highways than in the last year at higher speeds.
9,154 people didn't die?
This station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council remind you to drive 55. It's a law we can live with.
I'm Hyman Brown, producer-director of the Radio Mystery Theater. For 4 years now, we have been thrilling you with our haunting tales. Beginning Saturday, February 5th, we have something new for your children, your neighbors' children, and you. We'll take you into the realm of high adventure on a brand new series. Remember, adventure will be yours beginning Saturday, February 5th, on this station.
Hello, this is Julius Irving. When I'm on the court, I can't allow myself to be distracted by anything, because basketball is a game of total concentration. The work of the March of Dimes also involves total concentration. The March of Dimes is concentrating on how to solve the nation's #1 child health problem, birth defects. And that's something that should concern all of us who want a healthy future for our children. As the facts stand now, more than 250,000 babies are born each year in this country with birth defects. But there is hope. The March of Dimes is supporting research programs that may one day find the means to protect the unborn and the newborn from birth defects. Researchers have already found ways to prevent some birth defects. I believe that with our help, yours and mine, the battle can be won. So please help the March of Dimes efforts and ensure a healthy birthday for all babies. Be as generous as you can and give to the March of Dimes. Thank you.
It was Prospero the magician in Shakespeare's play The Tempest who said that we are such stuff as dreams are made on. But he also went on to add, and our little lives are ended with a sleep. For nearly 50 years, Henry G.F. Peabody V has lived a strange life that sleep has not rounded or death come to still. Where has he lived it, and how? That's his story, not mine.
All those years ago, and I have only to shut my eyes, and the memory of Megan is as bright and clear as it was that first moment I met her. Was she tall, short, blonde, brunette, brown-eyed, or blue-eyed? I can't answer you. Not because I don't remember, but only because I seem to remember she was all, or any of those. She was woman. She was desire. And she was glowing with an inner light that seemed to me to be the answer to all life and love. Megan. It's a lovely name.
It's short for Margaret, and it's Welsh. And it means, if it has to mean something, the child of light. What's your name?
Peabody.
Peabody?
Well, Henry Peabody.
Henry. You know what that means, don't you?
No, I mean, well, what does it mean?
The ruler of an enclosure of private property.
It does?
It does. Does it fit you?
I suppose, in a way.
That's your picture of yourself?
Well, perhaps not what I want to be, what I am.
Henry. The name has other derivations. Teutonic. Hagen. You know what Hagen means?
No.
It means fierce warrior. Do you feel fierce, Henry?
I feel a little embarrassed.
I guess that isn't very fierce. If you don't feel fierce, what do you feel?
Hard to say. For the moment, I'm lost.
Then let me help you find yourself. Your real self. Let's go.
Where?
Anywhere. See what we can find together. Bring the bicycle.
Yes, of course. Where are we going?
Where the four winds blow us. Where were you going?
To
Aunt Molly's, the house across Walnut Street.
What do you know about that?
I know a lot I shouldn't know, and I wish I knew more than I've been allowed to.
Who are you? What's your whole name?
Megan. That's all. Enough. Take me as I am or not at all. No, I know. Let's go skinny dip in the fountain.
What?
You heard me. I'm going. Take off your clothes and join me.
I can't, Megan. I can't.
You can do anything you want if you're only fierce enough, Henry.
But it's insane. What would my mother or anyone say? A Peabody bathing nude in the fountain in Rittenhouse Square?
Try and shed your Philadelphia crust. Shuck it like a snakeskin and be who you are. Who you want to be. Want to be. Want to be.
Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Fisdale. Who? Henry Peabody, Indecent Exposure. Well, of course, I'll be right down, arrange to bail him out. Well, it's all arranged, Henry. You're free to come home. But what on earth possessed you to...
What happened to Megan?
Who?
Megan. The girl who was with me when I was arrested.
Henry, there was no one with you. You were all alone in your birthday suit paddling in the fountain when you were arrested.
I was alone?
Is that all you're worried about? Have you seen the coverage in the bulletin?
Did Mother?
So far, I hope not. It's enough to send anyone into a decline. Now, my advice is to pay the fine, hush it up, and get back to the center track.
You mean the main line?
If they'll let you climb aboard. Henry, what possessed you?
A girl who summed up all I was missing in life. And maybe you, Fizzy.
Well, speak for yourself, Henry. I'm not in the process of going loony.
What does that mean, going loony?
I suggest you take a good, long, hard look at yourself and then ask me that question again. Now, let's get into old Lizzie, and I'll drive you home.
If you'd asked me then, I suppose I'd have thought of it as my bill of divorcement. A term that was current. Certainly from that moment on, I was cut off from, not exactly ostracized, but just avoided by most of my acquaintances. I didn't care, actually. I had the long tribulation of Mother, and here I'm only speaking of the physical problem of caring for her. And I had this other life, half-life, dream existence, whatever it was with Megan.
Yes, Hank?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Oh, do you? Would you rather I said Henry Gerard Flower Peabody Fifth?
You know I don't like that either.
And I don't like it neither. That's why I call you...
Hank. All right. Hank it is. Only...
Only what?
Only these chance meetings in the park. It's not enough, Megan. There has to be more between us.
Why, Hank, are you making a proposal?
No, well, all I meant was, can't we meet somewhere else?
You should shun me, Henry.
Why?
Because I'm not safe. You don't know me or anything about me.
Megan, I want to take you home to meet my mother.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think she could ever see me for dust.
Why not?
I have no family, no background. I'm not very safe at all. You want to take a girl home to meet Mother, take Prudence Holmes or Deborah Williams.
I don't want Prudence or any other girl. I want...
You want what? Me?
Yes.
Oh, Henry, ruler of the enclosure, be careful. I'm very dangerous. Who knows who I am? I might be Bronwen, the love goddess, or from Glencook in the southwest county of Dufed. Should you look below my left arm for the blue half-moon mark of the witch, or maybe if you listen too close, you might find me one of the 3 birds of Rhiannon.
The what?
Did you ever hear tell of them? Their song was so sweet that they could sing the dead to life, or put the living into the sleep of death. Don't I worry you, Henry? Don't I frighten you?
No. You only make me love you more. I want to be with you. Live my life with you.
Are you sure? It wouldn't be easy. I have no conscience, you know.
Is that why you left me alone with the bicycle and not a stitch of clothing wading in that pool?
Oh, poor Henry V. What did you say when the policeman caught you? Once more into the breach?
I'd rather have said once more into the breeches. But that's past and done. We've seen each other enough since then. Megan, there has to be a way I can spend time with you.
How then?
I've taken a little apartment on Chatham Street. Could we meet there? Or better still...
Would I move in and be there for you to come to?
I don't want it to be this way, but
But that's how it must be, if it is to be. Well, why not, Hank? If you want to take the risk.
Risk? What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave, Megan. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
It was only 3 flights up. Philadelphia's old red brick houses don't run to many stories, and we had the top floor. Megan and I. Oh, it wasn't what you might think. Just a place to be alone, to grow drunk on the fragrance of her, to live a dream richer and more satisfying and soothing than any distillation of poppy seed or that bitter derivative of the cocoa plant, cocaine. A shield against the world that battered me every day.
Henry? Henry?
Yes, Mother.
Where do you keep disappearing to? You're never about when I want you.
I'm sorry.
Far be it from me to complain, although I am dying by inches. I don't expect you to be at my beck and call every instance, of course, but these long absences, where do you go? What do you do?
I have to get out of the house now and again, Mother.
Well, naturally, of course. But you always seem to pick the moments I feel my worst. One of these days, during one of these unexplained absences, I'll slip away. And you'll never forgive yourself, I hope, for not being here to brush back the angel of death. If I at least knew where to reach you.
Well, sometimes I'm just taking a walk. Or having lunch with someone like Fizzy.
Don't mention Lambert Fisdale's name in this house. He's the one who made a chronic invalid out of me.
Mama, he only diagnosed your problem. He didn't give it to you. You mustn't think you're dying.
I have no intention of doing so.
That's the spirit. You'll outlive us all.
Well, I don't know about that. But I do plan to live out my 70. And that gives me a long time to go. I felt sick to my stomach at the thoughts that raced through my head. She probably would. And it was an eternally long time. And I was trapped. Hopelessly trapped. I carried a splitting headache with me to Chatham Street, and it was a long time alone with my darling, my head on her lap, her hand gently stroking my brow, before I felt the tension beginning to ease.
Feeling better, Hank?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to do something about it, you know.
Something about what?
Mama, if you want to have me, or anyone like me...
What are you talking about?
You know, there's no use taking me home to meet her.
She wouldn't understand about you.
And if Mama doesn't understand, you can't run away, can you?
She has the money. I have no job. I don't know what kind I could get, but whatever it was, it would be a long time before
We've been all over this before ad nauseum, Hank. You know as well as I do. There's only one way to make Mama loose the purse strings.
How?
For her to die.
But myasthenia gravis, there's no definite prognosis. There are constant remissions and the progress is slow. There's no telling when that will happen.
Oh, yes, there is.
What do you mean?
Well, if she won't die by herself, you'll just have to arrange it for her, Hank.
And as poor Henry stares at her calm, untroubled face in horror, aware of all the sensual promise of his beloved, drawn irresistibly to her with desire, I think we should leave him to digest her shocking suggestion until I return shortly with Act 3.
It's Athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford with the word on the fight against MS. Athletes from every sport are banding together to do everything they can to help stop the great crippler of young adults. MS strikes in the prime years, usually between the ages of 20 and 40. The best years in the life of an athlete, in the life of anyone. When fathers are trying to carve out a career, young mothers are trying to raise a family. Well, the sports world is fighting back against MS. People like Brooks Robinson, Tom Seaver, and Eddie Arcaro.
Right, this is Eddie Arcaro. Before now, the only team I've been part of is me and my horse, which isn't bad when you're riding such greats as Citation and Whirlaway. But I've joined the Athletes versus MS team because I know what this great crippler can do to a strong, healthy body. There may not be a cure for MS as yet, but there is hope through research. So join us Support the work of your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thanks very much.
Do you realize you're slowly becoming part of the fastest growing minority in this country?
What?
Would you mind standing up for a minute?
Hey, where are you going with my rocker?
Are you willing to take old age sitting down?
Sitting?
You are going to be old someday, and you're going to have to face the same problems older people face today.
What is this, some kind of joke?
If you think it's funny now, wait a few years.
I don't understand.
The older you get, the fewer opportunities you'll have. You might even be deprived of your ability to make your own decisions.
What can I do about it?
Change your attitudes about aging. Try and imagine what you'll want to do, what you'll want to contribute.
All right, but you didn't have to take my rocking chair to prove your point, did you?
You have to get off your rocker and stand up. Stand up, or be prepared to sit back and rock your life away.
I see what you mean.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Council on the Aging.
Thank you.
Is that what the ethereal Megan is suggesting? Is she perhaps, after all, as she herself hinted, a descendant in the second decade of the 20th century of some ancient line of Welsh witches? Or is she just a Welsh girl from West Philadelphia on a predatory quest for a rich man? Or for that matter, any girl who just is trying to create an air of mystery to gain what? Wealth? Social position? Power?
Even today, across that gap of nearly half a century, the stinging shock that jolted me as I faced Megan and her amazing suggestion still sears and burns.
Why not? She's going to die.
But in her own good time.
What's good about it? It could take years, and we're not growing any younger, either of us.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't say anything.
Oh, sooner or later, you're going to have to face it and make your decision.
No, Megan.
Yes, and it will have to be sooner, Hank, sooner than soonest. I told you. I can't wait for life to come to me. It's slipping past too fast. I have to go out and grab it, gobble it up while I can still digest it, catch it before it passes me by.
I won't listen to you anymore. I'm not going to stay.
No, you can't run away from me, Hank. I have you in my spell. You can't get away.
I can and I will.
The faster you run, the closer I'll be on your heels. You can't get away. Never, never until she's dead.
I fled as if I were pursued by the hound of heaven. I was smothering, suffocating, my stomach churning, her laughter ringing in my ears. And then I was out into the front door, stumbling blindly into the street, the door closing behind me, careless of my usual precautions, before leaving that secret clandestine rendezvous and running full tilt into Fizzy before I could stop myself.
Good Lord, man. Why don't you look where you're going? For heaven's sake, Henry Peabody. Where have you been hiding yourself lately?
Sorry, Fizzy, accident. I didn't see where I was going. Can't stop.
Now, you look as if you'd seen a ghost. Whatever it is, you're in shock, Henry. We've got to get you at least sitting down for a moment. Now, come on now. Lean on me. I'm taking charge for the moment. Now, go ahead. Finish that brandy.
I'm not sure I...
Do as you're told. You just sit back and let me loosen your tie. There. Let me see. No fever. But your pulse is racing as if you'd had an electric shock. What on earth happened to you?
Something I can't talk to you about.
Well, what are you doing in this part of town anyway?
Please, don't question me.
Now, don't tell me, Henry, you have a mistress stashed away in a little love nest.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I can't, Fizzy. I wouldn't dare.
But it's all in confidence.
I wish I could ask for help, but I can't. There's no way.
I'm speaking first as a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Well, then, as a friend.
Or a friend.
And I'm telling you, you do. I don't know what's happening to you, Henry, but you're a nervous wreck. Someone has to help you.
No. No one can do that but myself. No one.
Henry? Henry? Oh, where is that boy? Henry!
right here, Mama.
Oh, yes. But where have you been all afternoon? I've had everyone hunting high and low for you, and no one could find a trace.
I was with Fizzy. We had something to talk over.
About me?
No, Mother.
You're sure?
Well, why, dear?
Because just about an hour ago, not so long after you left me, I had the strangest and most terrible attack. I saw everything double. And my hands and my arms and my eyes and my mouth was so tired, I couldn't hold them up. I couldn't swallow. I felt exactly as if someone was trying to choke me to death. I kept calling for you, Henry, and calling to help me, to save me.
I'm sorry, Mama, but I'm here now.
Yes, dear. You're here. And I feel so much safer. Oh, Henry, my darling, don't leave me alone again.
I'll try not to.
I don't want to die alone. And something tells me I will if you're not close by. Now, put another pillow behind my head, dear. Help me sit up a little. I still feel a little choked. Difficult to breathe. Henry? What are you doing? Just standing holding the pillow like that. Put it behind my back.
I did as I was told, automatically. What was racing through my mind was the answer I might have made to Mother's question. What had I been going to do with that pillow? I mean, what might I have done with it? Hammering at the back of my brain was Othello's line just before he smothered Desdemona. Put out the light, and then put out the light. Appalled by the seed that Megan had sown in my head, even more appalled by the thoughts that had sprouted from it, for almost 2 weeks I scarcely left the house. Conscience-stricken and ashamed, I tended my mother hand and foot, resolutely trying to strike Megan out of my mind. But it was no good. Eventually, I found my way back to her.
Come in, Hank. I've been expecting you.
I couldn't stay away.
I thought you couldn't. How's Mama?
What? Oh, she's fine. She seems better.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Megan, you don't mean that.
But of course I do. She's the only thing that stands between us and the life we want, isn't she?
I can't believe you would dare say such things so openly. Take that back, or I won't be back.
I can't. But you'll be back, Hank. You'll be back.
I swore I wouldn't. But the pull was too strong. Besides, there was something about the way she looked. Within a week, I was back.
Come in, Hank. What happened to your key?
I forgot it at home. I can't stay long.
Oh? How's Mama?
I don't want to talk about her.
What do you want to talk about?
You. I thought the last time I was here that you didn't look well.
In what way?
I thought maybe you weren't getting enough to eat.
That isn't what you thought. You thought I looked older. And you were right. You see? Crow's feet coming around my eyes. Deep wrinkles by my mouth. Soon the flesh will begin to sag, the hair to turn dull. I told you. I had a fury about living. I have to take life in gulps and savor it in great bunches because I haven't time. It's passing me by. Only one way you can save me.
How?
I told you. Get rid of her.
Again I fled, and and the battle raged inside me, tearing me apart. Mother was in a remission herself again, difficult, cantankerous, demanding at her most stifling. That last one evening was the climax.
What's the matter, Henry? You seem so fidgety.
I don't know, Mama. It seems stifling to me. I need a breath of fresh air.
Oh, well, if it were hard to breathe for anyone, it would be me with my condition. Now, just settle down. Plump up my pillows, dear, and then you can read to me.
I'll be glad to later, but first, you've really got to excuse me.
Oh, don't go off and leave me tonight, dearest.
But you said you were feeling so well.
I am, but I'm afraid of being alone. And also,
Also what?
I don't know. I have the eeriest feeling tonight, as if there was someone else in the room. A cold, strange presence. Oh, now, give me the pillow, dear.
I've just got to get away.
From your own mother? Oh, don't be silly. I'll never let my boy go. Now give me the pillow.
I blacked out. I just don't remember anything. Until suddenly I was with Megan, and her voice came to me as though drifting out of a fog.
Kill her. Kill her, or we have nothing.
I can't. I could kill you for even suggesting it.
I'm rooted too deep inside you. You'd have to tear me out, rout me out, dig me out like a dandelion root. You'd have to kill me to get rid of me. And you wouldn't dare. You haven't the courage.
I warn you, don't drive me too far.
The problem is I haven't driven you far enough. I waited too long. And now you see me as ugly. I am ugly. Hideous. If you're ever going to do it, it had better be now while you still have the chance.
This is the apartment where you killed her?
Yes.
You say you smothered her with a pillow?
That's right.
Where is she?
In there. The bedroom.
All right, stay with them, Sergeant. I'll go have a look-see.
What is going on here, Mr. Gerard?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Nothing. Nothing to bother you.
I don't know about that. I do not like the police in my building. What has happened?
You can ask the sergeant here. Better still, here comes Lieutenant Quinn. He can tell you.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. I am Mrs. Clark, the landlady. I want to know what is going on.
Well, now, that makes two of us, Mrs. Clark. From what I can find out so far, nothing.
Didn't you find Megan?
There's no one in that other room, either dead or alive, Mr. Peabody.
Peabody? He said his name was Gerard.
Oh, now, you wonder, Mrs. Clark, if I could have a word with you first.
He took her aside, but not so far that I couldn't overhear what they were saying, even if it made no sense.
And you're absolutely sure?
Mr. Lieutenant, I'm a widow woman, and I keep a close eye on all my tenants. I don't have enough problems without them. I thought he was a writer, because he came here alone all the time. I can tell you one thing for sure, Lieutenant. There wasn't no woman living there, let alone visiting. I don't stand for none of that nonsense in my house.
Where have you been, Henry?
Does it matter?
I think it does. Your mother.
What about Mama?
Why, she's dead, Henry. The maid called me. She was dead when I got here.
How?
Respiratory failure.
You mean she just stopped breathing?
Well, it's not uncommon in her condition. I just wouldn't have expected it so suddenly. I don't know what you're trying to suggest, Lieutenant. Smothered? Why? Well, I can only tell you what my report will be, and I'm quite sure an autopsy wouldn't change it. Cause of death? Acute myasthenia gravis resulting in respiratory failure. About the other, as a doctor, there never was any woman named Megan. She was Phantom, a figment of my poor friend's disordered brain.
So long ago, nearly 50 years, Fizzy is gone. The lieutenant, Megan, Mama. Only I live on. For what? Oh, I'm happy enough here. I'm not nearly so mad and disjoined as they like to think me. And thank heaven there's enough money. Why do I stay? I'll tell you why. First, because I'll never admit there was no Megan. A man has to have at least one woman to love and cherish and remember in his life. And second, damn if they only knew. I believe I killed someone. Smothered her with a pillow till she could breathe no more. If it wasn't Megan, then it could only have been my mother. That's a real horror for which I deserve to be punished.
To quote from Henry Peabody's favorite poem, The Hound of Heaven, my mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled and gone up in smoke. And when at last the hound caught up, he said, thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. I'll be back shortly.
Come around, you people, give your land its dues. The more you see of America, the better it'll look to you.
Lead our living history in each friendly state. You will find it's the people who make this nation great. Our Plymouth Rock, where it all began. The redwood trees even hold the stand. The nation that's reborn each year. Hear America singing loud and clear. Come along, you people. Here's a land that's free. See more of America when there's so much more to say.
From the United States Travel Service.
The mores of any society are a pendulum that swings from side to side under the pressure of events and the changing whim of human nature. If we are permissive today, we were equally repressive yesterday, or will be tomorrow. Why does the human spirit always act and react so violently? Somewhere in the middle would be the best, wouldn't you say? But the pendulum never stops there. Our cast included Herb Hatfield, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
4! Oh, not in the water again. Well, the other guys are going to think I'm worried about my tax audit, but I'm not. I'm just a lousy golfer. An audit is very straightforward. It's just a check to see if I owe them or they owe me. I keep good records, so there shouldn't be any problem. If I don't agree with the auditor, well, I have the right to appeal through the IRS and the courts. And I'll just reach into the water for my ball. Oh! Hey! Help!
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, you admit there was an argument?
It wasn't an argument, exactly.
What was it?
Nothing.
Why were you mad at her?
I wasn't mad at her. Me and Louisa never argue. She wanted me to give up football. She wanted me to give up football, which is why I wound up being cut from the team.
That's it. You didn't want to give up football. She wanted it.
She was right.
That's why you crashed the car.
Will you put me back on the team?
What's your name?
You know my name. It's Chappie.
Once and for all, and for the last time, what's your name?
The Chopper.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the most famous quotes of all time, which incidentally appears several times in the Holy Book, is prefaced by these words: "If men strive and hurt a woman with child, and if mischief follows, then shalt thou give life for life." Our story is founded on that precept, except in this case, but that would be getting ahead of myself. Let's give it time to tell itself in its own strange, twisted, and surprising way. Mystery drama, If Mischief Follow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams and Gordon Gould. The rest of the quotation is, of course, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. In a curious way, so many of these are literally as well as figuratively to come true. First, let me set the scene. A community hospital in a well-settled area, busy, concerned with humanity, and the high goal of protecting life. A normal morning, and yet, in its own way, as we shall discover later, a quite special morning.
Nurse Abrams? Oh, yeah, Liz. Everything is going fine. But I'd just like to get together with you at lunch about the shower and all. Yeah. Isn't it exciting? Well, I mean, it's just not your ordinary wedding when you consider 2 doctors are involved. Yeah. Oh, look, hold a whisker. Someone's coming in. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I would like to see Dr. Trevor, please.
Oh, well, I'll try to reach Dr. Trevor, but Dr. Trevor is tied up at the moment. If you'd care to wait.
I'll wait. Just get Dr. Trevor on emergency page. Huh?
Oh, well, I don't think I could do that. We're not allowed
to... Get her on page and don't keep me waiting. Just tell her Craig Trevor is waiting for her. Her husband.
Good morning, Dr. Trevor.
Good morning, Dr. Douglas.
Mind if I join you in a cup of coffee?
Well, not at all, if you're quite sure
there'll be room for 2 of us. That's pretty silly, isn't it?
Oh, I feel very lightheaded these days.
Well, thank heaven it's the doctor's cafeteria, and the general staff can't hear us, let alone the public.
Well, doctors are human, too.
Did I neglect to say I love you?
You did, but better late than never.
How long is it till the wedding, anyhow?
2 more weeks. Can't you hold out?
Now, as to that... Well, with the hospital grapevine rustling around, we've discussed enough private affairs, at least in the cafeteria. And I'm due an OR in 5 minutes. Can I see you tonight?
It's a date.
Pick you up around 6:30 at your place?
If I can hold out that long.
2 more weeks, and your time is my time. My place is your place. Mi casa es su casa. Oh, darling, do we have to wait?
Oh, I'd like a nice wedding.
Well, this time you deserve it.
I didn't mean that. I just want you and me to start out right.
And stay on that way right to the end. Gotta be on my way. Don't forget me before tonight.
Don't you ever worry. I may be too busy even to turn up. That's my page.
Don't you try to walk out on me.
Oh, will the sky fall? Page, Dr. Trevor. What? My husband? Yes, I'll be right down. No, it's just not possible.
Hello, Marion.
Craig. No, can't be. Craig.
Don't be alarmed. What you see is what you get. I'm not a ghost. I'm here in the flesh. What's left of me.
Craig? Well, how do I know? Forgive me if I'm so confused. Well, listen, we can't talk here. What happened? How could you come back from the dead?
I can try to explain.
No, not now. First, let me try to arrange my schedule. It's also... We can't talk here.
I didn't suppose we could.
Well, then why did you come here?
I didn't know where else to find you.
Yes, of course. Just let me find someone to cover me here at the hospital. I am a resident physician, you know, and then we'll go back to my place.
Home. You have a car?
Of course.
We'll stop off at the bus station, pick up my stuff.
What for?
I am your husband. Is there any reason why I can't come home? Where are you going? This isn't the way to the bus station.
I know. We have to go somewhere and talk first.
Well, what's there to talk about?
Oh, Craig. If you are Craig...
Of course I am.
All right. I'll take it on faith that you are. But I need an explanation. How? For 5 years you've been dead. There's even a grave back in Chicago and a coffin that contains... Well, what we thought was you. Now, of all times, you turn up out of the blue like...
Oh, from the way you're reacting, like a bad penny, it seems, huh? Aren't you glad I'm alive?
Of course I am, if it's really you. I still can't credit the evidence of my own eyes. It's impossible. We knew you were dead. Even the insurance company would have accepted that, only...
Only there wasn't any insurance anymore. Well, I can explain about that, too.
I wish you would.
I will. Where are we going now?
Teeman's Cliff.
What?
Oh, it's the big place for young people to park at night. During the day, it's empty and quiet.
Lover's Lane, huh?
Something like that. You can see all of Bayford Village from here. It's quite a scenic spot.
Yeah. Who identified my body? You?
No. Your father. He wanted to spare me. But I went with him.
How could you be so sure it was me? Wasn't I, in the classic and well-known phrase, burned to a crisp?
Yes. So it wasn't you. Who was it, Craig?
Oh, a two-bit grifter. A friend of mine you couldn't stand who had me in a vice. One thing we did agree on, I'll have to admit I couldn't stand him either.
So you murdered him?
I wouldn't blame you for not having the highest opinion of me, Marion, but I wouldn't have figured you'd think that of me.
Well, then what happened?
I ran and hid out. I read the papers. They said it all. Young law student married to a budding doctor, flunks out, all the dreams up in smoke. He takes what is for him the only way out, an automobile ride to suicide. Well, in a way, they were right, except that I didn't. Suddenly, I had the chance to get out from under the impossible and start to live over.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'll try to explain. We were kind of the American dream, weren't we, Marion?
I once felt that way.
2 kids from middle-class backgrounds with the guts to marry and fight out 2 demanding careers. Me a lawyer, you a doctor. Except I didn't make it. You did. I couldn't cut it.
Craig, it was only a temporary setback.
Oh, that's the way you felt. Maybe it's different for a man. I was a nothing. Career gone, making no money.
Except you remember I was always the miracle odds maker. How could I fail playing careful percentages,
You kept on betting after we were married?
Oh, up to the years. Benny, you remember him, was my book. Wilder and wilder till I was so far out in the hook, Benny was going to have to pass it up upstairs. And that was the evening Benny and I went out for the ride to talk.
If you were so far in, what could you offer him?
Your father had offered me that chance, enough to keep Benny quiet. I had the money with me, no problem. I was ready to pay, but Benny and me were kind of arguing. I was angry, driving like a madman, and on that turn, we went straight off the road because we were going too fast for me to handle the wheel.
And crashed into the valley. And burned up.
Check it out, except the last, I think. We crashed. I could hang on to the wheel, but Benny... Well, Benny was thrown every which way. When we ended up, there he was lying on his side, and he was dead.
Then what?
Well, first off, I panicked. I threw open the door and ran from that car. That's a damn lucky thing I did, because suddenly, whoosh, the gas tank exploded, and it was a raging inferno.
You were sure Benny was dead?
Oh, the car was a furnace. Nothing could have lived inside that.
And you just watched it burn?
Well, what else could I do, huh?
What is more to the point? What else did you do?
Oh, see it my way, Marion. I was scared out of my wits. I didn't know how much Benny had told the mob, how deep I was in, how bad it all could look like for me. Like maybe even murder. So I went to your father. You know, he never liked me.
I know that.
Well, he offered me a deal, a way out. Keep the money he'd give me and get out of your life. Leave him my ring, some personal stuff, the bridge I had in my back teeth, anything that identified me, just so I could be what was left of that corpse. Nobody would miss nothing like Benny. The mob could figure he took off owing them what was coming to them, and, well, you could be a free woman. The least I could hurt you was having me turn up dead.
Then why didn't you stay that way?
I missed you. I tried to come back 3 years ago. I was broke. I didn't know where to turn. But that was just after your dad died. It was tough for me to cut out again because that was when I found out that we'd had a kid.
We?
Okay. I wasn't around when he was born. I didn't even know you were that way when I took off, but Stevie is our kid, isn't he?
I don't want to talk about him. You and I were over a long time ago. Even before you pretended to die. Well, what is it you want now? Money again?
No. I just want to come home. To you and Stevie.
Stevie and I don't belong to you anymore. You can't come home.
What about my mother?
Gran is with us. But you can't do this to her. She's an old lady. She's happy in a whole new world.
What new world?
Listen to me, Craig. Listen. Try to be kind and unselfish once in your life. For nearly 5 years, I thought you were dead.
You were glad I was.
Oh, that isn't true. We had our differences, but I did love you once. When I thought you died in that car crash, a lot of things died in me, too. But I was having a child. I had to pick up the pieces. Somehow I managed. When your dad died, I had to help Gran make a new life for herself, too. We've done a lot of building. Please don't tear it all down again. Not now.
But I want to... I have to. I want to be part of it.
You can't.
Why not?
Because I've rebuilt my life. And I have a right to it. It's mine and you have no place in it.
There's going to have to be a place for me.
But there can't be. Look, I've met a man I'm in love with. And you... Well, why did you turn up now? I'm going to be married 2 weeks from today.
I'm afraid that's out, Marion, now that I'm back.
Look, you can't do this to me, Craig. Please.
It's too late. I already announced myself at the hospital as your husband.
You can't come home.
Marion, I've got to. I'm sick. I have something the matter with me, and it gets worse and worse. I can hardly walk now. I need you. You're the only hope I have left. I need someone to take care of me.
It could be a nightmare, but Dr. Marion Trevor is too wide awake and too level-headed to pretend that. This is stark truth and the makings of unbearable tragedy. But how desperate and how dangerous the future is to be for her, she cannot even yet imagine. I shall return shortly with Act 2. On the edge of Teeman's Cliff, Marion Trevor sits behind the wheel of her car, numb, unable, and unwilling to look at the man by her side who has come back from the dead. In 2 weeks, she would have been happily married to Dr. Brian Douglas if this husband hadn't returned. The man she thought fate had been kind enough to get rid of forever.
What do you mean, sick? What's the matter with you?
I can't walk properly. And, well, other things. When I was in the hospital, they said I had, Larish's syndrome or something.
Larish's syndrome?
Yeah, that's it. They wanted to operate, but I hauled tail out of there fast.
Why?
There's too many facts, names, states. I couldn't take a chance. Anyways, no doc's putting me under the knife.
If you have Larish's syndrome, an operation should be considered.
Well, okay. Can't we talk about that after we get home?
I can't take you home with me.
I'm your husband. Oh, don't worry. If you think I'm going to claim married rights or something, that's one other thing that's gone wrong, as well as the legs. I can assure you, you're quite safe. Look, I need somewhere to rest.
Okay. At least it'll be all right for tonight.
What do you mean tonight?
Gran and Stevie have gone to visit my mother for the weekend. We'll have that much breathing space to try and straighten out the future.
Hello?
Brian? It's Marion.
Oh, hi, darling. I was just about to give you a ring about this television coverage of an operation day after tomorrow.
I'm not calling you about that now, dear.
Okay. We can straighten that out when I see you. Did I remember to say I love you?
And I love you. But, Lord, Brian, we've got to talk.
I'm listening.
Not over the phone. But tomorrow, in your office.
I'll just name the time.
As early as possible. I just can't give you... Suppose I meet you in the cafeteria about 7.
Fine. I'm not operating till 8. But, honey, you sound so serious. Can't you give me a hint? What's up?
No, not from here. Darling, forgive me. Let me talk about it tomorrow.
Hey there, bridegroom-to-be. How's the world look today?
I'll tell you after my first cup of coffee, Dr. Wilson.
One of those mornings, huh, Dr. Douglas?
Yeah, following the night before. And a long day stretching ahead.
I have a pretty full schedule myself. You shouldn't have the blues.
I don't have the blues. I think maybe I have the jitters.
What about getting married? Greatest institution in the world. Do you good to be one of the rest of us inmates.
Inmates?
That's a squirrel cage. But you grow to love it.
Oh. I wasn't thinking of that so much.
2 weeks before his wedding, and what else should the bridegroom be thinking of?
Oh, come on, Jerry. Get off my back. But as chief of staff, I do have a niggling problem here and there. For example, this cockamamie TV coverage of our first operation tomorrow morning that I got talked into.
You don't have to do it.
No, I think it's a good thing. It's too late to pull back anyway. I think the public should see firsthand that surgery isn't anything to fear. There are no mysteries about it.
After all the trouble Marion went to setting it up, there's no way you could pull out.
You haven't seen Marion this morning, have you?
Well, she wasn't checked in on the board when I came in a few minutes ago. Well, I'm due to scrub. I'm assisting Hallam. Oh, timed exit. Here comes your lady love. Good morning, Dr. Trevor.
Morning, Jerry. Hello, Brian.
Hi, hon. I just got my coffee. Get you some?
Maybe take it up to your office. But here, I've got to talk to you in private.
That bad, huh?
Oh, it's about as bad as it can get.
I can't believe I'm awake. You're sure?
The only trouble about last night is that everything I've ever dreamt before, I'd have rather taken than this. Waking up to reality was the real nightmare. It's true. Craig is alive. He's here. So that means a marriage has been somewhat disarranged.
Oh, come on, honey. Just delayed. Till we can arrange the divorce. Lord knows if he doesn't want one, you have every reason.
We can't make it all that easy, Brian. There's Stevie to think about. He is his father. And Gran, she's his mother. And most of all, perhaps, the fact he's not well.
Well, at least we're doctors. Maybe we can take care of that. You say it sounds like Lariche syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get him into the hospital for some tests and observation?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, why not? What is it, dear?
He's... You know, I've never wanted to talk to you much about Craig. Well, emotionally, he's never been too stable. He's weak, he's selfish, in a way vicious. Most of all, he's a coward. He never could face anything in life squarely. He's terrified of doctors, hospitals, and most of all, he...
He what?
He's afraid of you.
Oh. Well, I don't have to be involved in it. We can get Jerry to take care of it.
I don't know if I can coax him to come near a hospital.
No, for Pete's sake, if the man is sick enough to have trouble walking, can't he see... I told him not to put any calls through unless it was an emergency, so I guess...
Well, I can't answer it, then.
Yeah. Dr. Douglas. Yes? Well, of course, nurse. Tell the operator to put Mr. Trevor right through to my office. It's for you, Marion. Your husband.
What? Oh, thanks. Hello. Yes, Craig, this is Marion. What? What is it? Where? Well, look, lie down and I'll get you a... Craig? Craig!
What's the matter?
He was in pain, abdominal pain.
And what happened?
I don't know. Sounded as though he might have passed out. Anyway, this solves one problem. How to get him into the hospital. Hello. This is Dr. Marion Trevor. Green light emergency. I need an ambulance right away.
Marion, take it easy. He's in the best of possible hands with Jerry Wilson.
I know.
But you're still pacing around like an expectant father. Does he mean that much to you, in spite of everything?
Oh, darling. Darling, there's only one man in my life now. The only one who has ever been, ever since I met you. It isn't that. It's just I feel so guilty.
You? Why?
I could see he had cramps in his legs, that he walked with difficulty. But Craig, no one ever had been able to trust him except, I don't know. I am a doctor. He told me what was wrong.
You handled it as you should have. There is nothing necessarily acute about a Lariche syndrome.
I didn't believe him. He's always been such a liar. And all the time...
Easy, darling. We haven't heard from Jerry yet.
I wanted him dead, Brian. Now I feel as though I'd wished it on him.
Oh, darling. Dr. Douglas. Jerry, how's it look? Yeah? Well, why don't you come up and lay it on us in person?
You think it's a thrombosis, Jerry?
My guess.
Or an aneurysm?
Well, I've set him up for an arteriogram. Should pinpoint it.
But he's not critical for the moment?
No, thanks some lucky star. Because that's one guy who'll have to be hauled kicking and screaming to the operating table.
But an operation is indicated no matter which it is.
Well, so far, apparently, the occlusion has been intermittent. This may only be an episode.
But if it becomes total, it would cut off all the blood supply to his legs.
That's right.
He could lose them.
Well, surgical intervention could save that. Let's see what shows up on the arteriogram first.
If it's critical, if surgery is indicated, I'd want him to have the best. Would you do it, Brian?
Are you crazy, Marion? Brian's the last guy to touch your husband. The guy who just busted into your lives out of nowhere? Suppose...
Let's not jump to conclusions. And we don't have to suppose. Dr. Hallam gets the brass ring because I couldn't do the operation anyway. If you'll remember, I have to make my TV debut tomorrow morning.
Hello, Craig.
Where the hell have you been all day?
Making my rounds. I'm not on surgical side. This was the first chance I had to get here.
Hoping I'd be dead before you arrived?
Oh, there's no question of that. You should have an operation, Craig.
Oh, sure. And it should be done by the big surgeon himself. You have a loving boyfriend, Dr. Brian Douglas, huh?
I wish Brian could do it. He's the best surgeon I know. He feels under the circumstances.
All right, baby. Well, he's the last guy I'd trust with a knife in his hands anywhere near me.
We're lucky to have Dr. Hallam. He's just as good as Dr. Douglas.
It isn't going to make any difference. I'm not having any operation. Now, get me out of this tube thing. Get my clothes. I want out of here.
Craig, you can't leave. You wouldn't be able to walk, or you shouldn't.
Why do I have to have this gadget? What's it doing? Leaking slow poison into my veins?
It's feeding heparin, a blood thinner into your system to try to guard against an occlusion that would make an operation mandatory.
Oh, look, do we need all the big words?
At the end of the big artery that comes down from the heart, there's a fork to two big arteries that feed blood into your legs. You have very early hardening of the arteries, and because of the pressure, you have an aneurysm there.
What's an aneurysm?
It's a distension of the artery, a sort of balloon filled with blood that might burst.
Does it always?
No. Sometimes, if you're lucky, the aneurysm can be reabsorbed. Do me at least one favor.
What?
Just sign this authorization to operate in case it does become acute.
Oh, no. I'm not signing any papers. Wouldn't it be a convenient way to get me out of the way, huh?
That isn't what I'm trying to do.
Oh, we won't get the chance, Mary. Okay, as long as I'm stuck in this morgue. Get out of here. Let me get some sleep. And by the way, when do my son and my mother get home?
They should be at the house by now. Why?
Do they know about the prodigal's return yet?
No. It's something I still have to face.
Oh, yeah. I just bet you can hardly wait to tell them, huh?
Please, Craig. Let me do it in my own time. Let me prepare them a little first.
Oh, sure. I'll leave everything up to you.
Hello?
Mother? I want you to get ready for a shock. This is Craig.
Who? Craig?
Yes. Yes, your son, alive. I'm alive, but not for long, unless you help me.
I don't know what you're doing.
Just listen to me, Mom, they got me in the hospital and they're planning to kill me. Help me, Mom. Help me. And if it's too late, don't let them get away with it.
An honest attempt to save a man's life, or at least to protect it, because of the man's fear and insecurity, now becomes something ominous and unpredictable. If his condition should suddenly become acute, who would sign the authorization for surgery? And if it should be unsuccessful, who would shoulder the blame? We'll find out when we return with Act 3. The world spins on its axis, and nothing can arrest the inevitable march of time. But inside that limit, there is no individual boundary. Now, a man returning out of nowhere is in the process of starting a chain of events that have neither a foreseeable future or a solution. An event Dr. Marion Trevor has had a difficult time explaining to her mother-in-law.
There's no doubt about it, Gran. Craig is alive.
I just can't believe it. My son. Why didn't you let me know right away?
I suppose I should have. I was just so confused about everything. And then to find out he was in bad health.
Oh, how bad is it?
It's very hard to explain, Gran. I think he should have an immediate operation.
Well, then why doesn't he listen to you? You're a doctor.
Because he doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust anyone. He's obsessed with the fact that because he tried to die before his time, or appeared to, that everyone else wants to take advantage of that.
Do you, Marion?
Oh, no. Please, Gran. Don't think that of me. You know, the best thing you could do for him.
What?
Convince him that he needs an operation.
Are you sure of that?
Aren't you? After all I've told you.
I don't know. I thought I'd reestablished my life with my boy gone. Oh, I know it wasn't a good marriage for you, but how can I blame my own flesh and blood all the way? I know he wasn't good for you, and you wanted to be rid of him. It seemed that God had solved that problem. Now, it's all so different.
I don't know what to say. I thought you'd be on my side, Gran.
I don't know whose side I'm on. Just let's keep it from Stevie at the moment.
Well, there's no reason why he shouldn't be told.
Are you sure? Supposing Craig doesn't ever come home from the hospital. Isn't it better and simpler for Stevie just to believe, as he does now, that his father died before he was born?
This is ridiculous, really. Gran, we're talking as though Craig's second life, if you want to call it that, is going to be very short.
It had better not be.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid to say what I mean, but I know I've got to go and see my boy tonight.
You see what it is, Mom. She wants me dead.
Oh, that isn't so.
Well, don't kid yourself. She doesn't even want my son to know I'm alive.
Now, be reasonable, Craig, son. This is something that's going to have to be broken to Stevie very carefully. He's a little boy. It's going to be hard for him to understand.
Okay. Let's forget the kid for the moment. First off is me. Now, look, I want you to promise me something, Mom.
What?
If anything happens to me, don't you let them get away with it. Doctors or no doctors. You'll know that they knocked me off just to get me out of the way.
Come. Oh, Marion, what's up?
A couple of things. Just wanted you to know that TV is all set up and ready to go. The nurse has a sterile microphone. Once she buttons that on, you can forget they're even there. Just go ahead like a normal closed-circuit viewing for the staff.
Fine. But what about you, honey? Is Hallam going to operate on your, Craig?
We had to postpone that. Dr. Hallam reported sick last night. Anyway, it was all up in the air. I couldn't get Craig to sign an authorization.
Brian.
Oh, what is it?
Emergency. Green light all the way. I'm sorry, Marion, but our mutual patient just exploded. You can hear his screams all the way down the hall. I have him on the way up. Critical emergency. Priority A. He's got to be operated on, Brian.
Did he sign the release?
Are you kidding? The guy's in a coma. Who can we get?
We'll have to postpone my resection. Mr. Brettler will keep. There's no rush.
Well, you can't operate on Marion. Well, there must be someone else.
It's an emergency. I'm stuck with it. Marion, you run traffic. Put Mr. Brettler on hold and rush the patient in. I'm half sterile now. Let's get him on the table so we're ready to go if we have to. Are we ready, Miss Abrams?
Except for the patient. He hasn't been prepped, Doctor.
So I see. Dr. Wilson, will you prep, please?
Now, look, Brian, I scrubbed up under protest. You're crazy to go ahead with this.
Why?
But you haven't got a release.
His wife signed it.
His wife? If anything happens, you have your neck stuck out a mile, Brian.
Doctors, be careful. The microphone.
What?
Oh, I forgot. We're on TV tube and wired for sound.
Well, I imagine all extraneous remarks can be cut from the tape. Please prep, Doctor, while I explain the situation. Do I have the patient, Dr. Aiello?
All yours.
What's the blood pressure?
200/20.
Not so good. Still, there was bound to be hypertension.
How long are we going to be, Dr. Douglas?
We can't get out under 3 hours at a guess. Maybe longer. Can you hold him?
No comment. The quicker the better, though.
Well, let's see what we can do. Is the patient prepped, Dr. Wilson?
Almost ready.
Very good. For anyone observing this operation for the first time, let me explain a Lariche syndrome. The patient involved is at a highly critical stage, since a large thrombus or blood clot is cutting off the main circulation to the interior organs and the lower extremities. Corollary circulation is taken over to some extent, but not enough to prevent the danger of gangrene and possible loss of one or both legs. In addition, there is a major complication, which we shall discuss when the time comes. Ready, Dr. Wilson?
Yes, Doctor.
Good. Scrub nurse?
Yes, sir.
Skin knife. We will use a midline incision from the umbilicus to just short of the pubis. Retract, please. Scalpel. I am now going through the fasciae. Retract again. Scalpel. As soon as the field is clear, we will expose the peritoneum. Bleeder there. Clamp it, please.
Sponge.
Doctor?
Thanks. Give you a better view.
Excellent. Yeah. There we are.
Retract, nurse.
Mayo scissors. In just a second, we will be cutting the peritoneum and going into the abdominal cavity to find out just how serious the situation is. And now that the superimposed thrombus has been removed, we can see the poor condition of the aorta. The intima is almost completely overgrown by atheromatous plaques, which severely impede the flow of blood. The patient has been unable to walk more than short distances at a time. Other effects will have been poor function of the abdominal organs, including possible and probable impotence. To return the patient to a normal life, it will not be enough to close the artery. We must bypass this progressively deteriorating area.
Dr. Douglas.
I see it, Dr. Wilson.
Above the ligature, the artery is...
What we caught a glimpse of on the arteriograph was an aneurysm. Dissecting.
It's blowing up like a balloon, ready to pop.
We'll ligate above it. Stand by with suction. We've run into a complication which we did anticipate, but hoped would not develop. A break in the inside artery wall, letting the blood under pressure into the media. If this should rupture the outside wall, the patient could be lost. We are therefore isolating this section with a... Need your answer first, Dr. Aiello.
It's up to you, Dr. Howard. Do you want to take the risk? I'll try to hold him stable.
That's all I want to know.
Well, you're not going to try to complete the operation.
With a bypass, yes.
Well, the patient's in no condition to...
What else would you suggest?
Well, cellophane wrap the aneurysm and close.
Leaving the patient in the same condition as we found him?
Alive. If we continue, there's a chance that...
At least a calculated one.
Well, that's just the trouble. Brian, this isn't just any patient.
Who says?
I don't want to see you stick your neck out.
I should remind you again, we are essentially on candid camera. The operation will proceed. And in my judgment, we will make this man whole again. That's all that's involved here. Nurse, give me a clamp and stand by with suction. We're going to use a plastic bypass. Well, we did it, Marion. 3 days, and although he's not completely out of the woods, he's a new man.
You did a lot more than that.
You mean I ended us? You're going to go back to him?
No. This is something which is to do with neither of us.
What?
Oh, my darling. Where do you live except in the world of medicine?
In you, too?
All right. Narrow world. Want to know what's happening the rest of it?
Well, come on. I'm not that immured. The last few days, maybe, but...
The last few days are enough. Remember that Craig's operation by accident was on television.
Yes, but it was edited.
For TV. Not for one young, ambitious reporter who was hanging around because he happens to be dating one of our nurses. He has dreams of grandeur and got like 100 words accepted on UAP. The story had enough human drama to get picked up all along the line. I'm afraid we've become a 3-day sensation.
Us?
All the elements. Love, an interrupted marriage, a husband who turns up out of nowhere, supposedly dead. The incredible drama that the man who operates on him must be the one man who desires him dead and holds his life in his hand.
Oh, come on with the nonsense. Anyway, he's alive and well. And going to be. There's no suspense in that.
Right. And we're forgotten now, except...
Except what?
Except he is alive. And where do we go from here?
Yes?
Hello, buddy. Long time no hear from.
Who is this?
A friend who went to your funeral. Is really ginched, and he got made a fool of. Now, we know you're still around, and where you are. Let's consider you're into us for like about 15 grand.
I can't raise that much.
Well, you'd better now you're on your feet again.
Look, you got to give me time.
Like 1 week, cousin. You don't come through, cut those new legs from under you.
Dear Marion, there are a lot of things I can do. Thanks to you and the man you love, I have legs in which I can try to run and hide. I can stay where I am and tough it out, but how far can the mob really reach? I guess that's one place I can't kid myself. The TV coverage of the operation was no big deal, but some lucky stranger who had a connection with the wire service got me publicity enough for the hard boys to find me. No, I was left with two choices. Tough it out or...
What have we got, Jerry?
Accident, Valley Road. Some guy wide open took off and tried to fly.
Alive?
No, Brian, DOA. Dead, for that matter, when they found him.
You sure? Burns?
No. This time he was more or less in one piece.
What does that mean?
A guy who's been down this alley before. Only this time he isn't coming back. A guy who should have been dead 5 years ago. And finally made it this time. A guy named Craig Trevor.
The first reaction is one of relief and joy for Brian and Marion, and for a marriage which once again has been arranged, and for the little boy named Steve, who will grow up with real parents, and for an old lady who doesn't have to mourn her son anew. The second is the waste of all the modern techniques which saved a man who wasn't worth saving. And the third is, thank God we have the techniques and the people dedicated to them, because the person who is saved might be you. I'll be back shortly. A while ago, when I first started this story, I seem to remember I was quoting the Bible. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, and if mischief follow, then shalt thou give life for life. I think I've lived up to my promise. That's what this story was all about. Our cast included Ann Williams, Gordon Gould, Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, and Bob Reddick. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. They say Mark Twain was America's greatest humorist. And that's probably true because he was one of the most serious men ever to be born in this country. To Mark Twain, laughter and tragedy were two sides of the same coin. And most of the time, the coin was counterfeit, which in itself is the great joke life plays on most of us. And since life is a jest which ends in a mystery, we are privileged to present one of Mark Twain's greatest mystic fantasies. Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Stranger, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. It is the winter of the year 1590, and we are in Austria, in a sleepy country village. Here, high in the mountains, there are still demons and evil spirits, and witches are burned at the stake regularly. But for most people, it is a calm place, a quiet place, a prosperous place.
My name is Theodore Fisher. I'm the son of the church organist, who was also the leader of the musicians, teacher of the violin, composer of the hymns, tax collector of the commune, and in many ways, a useful citizen. I am not useful at all. I have been away to the university in Vienna, where I became a lawyer. There isn't much opportunity to practice law here. The priest settles all the religious disputes, and the astrologer, I'll explain more about him later, settles everything else. Well, it was a beautiful day, and my only annoyance was the fact that my pipe had gone out, and I had neglected to bring a flint with me.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have startled you.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Is there any way I can be of service?
Service? No, I don't believe so.
There's nothing you require?
Require? Oh. Well, I would like a light for my pipe.
A little thing like that must not stand in the way of your happiness. May I?
He took my pipe and you must understand this. How can I say it? He simply blew his breath on it. And the tobacco glowed red, and spirals of blue smoke rose from the bowl. I jumped up.
Please, don't be frightened. But it was just a trick.
A trick?
Of course. What did you think?
Well...
A little conjurer's tricks, hmm?
What else can you do?
Anything. Do you remember when you were a child? You had a toy castle, and there were knights and ladies in the courtyard, and cannoneers along the walls.
I do remember that. How would you know?
Well, it's a trick. Now, let us build that castle, hmm?
With what?
With this pile of dirt.
But
what? Everything, everyone was dirt to begin with. Isn't that so, Theodore?
How do you know my name?
Oh, it's a trick. And really, there's absolutely nothing to it. All you do is take some dirt.
All he did was take some dirt, and before you knew it, he made a crowd of little men and little women, each no bigger than your little finger, and they all went diligently to work as they cleared a space of a couple of yards and began to build a cunning little castle. 500 of these tiny but living, breathing people, swarming about, laboring diligently, wiping the sweat off their faces. I looked at the stranger and I asked, "Who are you?"
An angel.
Of course. An angel. Who else? Do you have a name?
Well, certainly. Satan.
Satan?
Why do you seem so distressed?
Satan. Well, that's his name, you know.
Yes, I know. He's my uncle.
But you said you were an angel.
Well, surely you remember he was an angel once himself.
Yes, I didn't think of that.
Before the fall. He was blameless.
Would it be rude if I asked?
No, it wouldn't be rude, and I should forgive you even if it were. Yes, I have. I've seen him millions of times since I was just a little child, hardly 1,000 years old. I was his favorite.
1,000 years old?
I'm about 16,000 years old by now. That is the way you count time.
16,000 years old? You must have seen it.
Oh, I've seen it all. I saw Adam created and Abel murdered. I saw Samson surge against the pillars and bring down ruin and death. Oh, what haven't I seen? The castle is finished. There. How do you like it?
How could anyone help but like it? It's perfect. These people are actually human. It's another world. Someone fired a pistol.
No, it's thunder.
Thunder? But there isn't a cloud in the sky.
Oh, not in yours, but in theirs. See how the sky above the castle becomes dark and terrible. The thunder, the lightning.
People. The poor little people. They're terrified. You're killing them. They'll all be dead. Look. The earth is opening under their feet. They're going. They're gone. The earth has swallowed them up. They're all gone. Oh, those poor people.
Oh, don't weep for them. They're of no value.
But they were living creatures.
It's no matter. We can make plenty more. Shall I?
Oh, no. You'll only destroy them again.
Well, that's the history of the world, isn't it?
Well, good morning, Theodore.
Oh, you startled me, Uncle Peter.
How could I startle anyone?
I didn't see you coming.
Were you busy with great thoughts?
Oh, no. I was merely talking to this... Huh. Well, there was someone here just a moment ago.
Oh, yes, my boy. I know it affects me, too. I keep seeing people who aren't there myself.
What are you doing here, Uncle Peter?
What am I doing here? Well, something brought me here, but I can't seem to remember what. I'm not myself these troubled days. I'm not myself. Well, good day, Master Theodore.
Now, as I was saying...
Where did you go?
I merely made myself invisible.
Yes, but you should talk to Uncle Peter. He's not dull and ignorant like I am.
And besides, he has a beautiful niece, huh?
Margaret. Satan. Could you help them?
Help them?
Uncle Peter, that's what I call him, but he used to be Father Peter.
I know, a priest.
You know?
Yes, until he was accused of some heresy.
It was the astrologer.
Why is everyone so afraid of the astrologer? Now, what was the heresy he accused Uncle Peter of?
It doesn't matter. It was enough to be accused by the astrologer.
I see.
You see, folks have nothing to do with Uncle Peter these days, and he and Margaret are about to starve.
And you want me to help, huh?
Please. All he needs is a little money to pay the rent on his cottage. Buy some food.
He might not thank me for it. You might not thank me for it.
I try to help him and Margaret, but they're too proud. Wouldn't it be easy for you to have him find... Yes, just find some money?
It could be dangerous.
Why?
Well, because it could change the entire course of his life.
Yes, but that's exactly what he needs, to have the present course of his life changed.
Every man's life consists of links in a chain. Each link is an act. It has its proper place in the chain. Remove one link, and the entire future becomes different.
But I've been trying to tell you, he needs another future.
Oh, you have a great deal to learn. I shall see you again.
Where are you going?
I have an errand to perform.
You won't help, Uncle Peter.
Well, I'm not sure you'll consider it help, but we shall see what we shall see.
And he was gone. As suddenly, as unaccountably as he had appeared. The mysterious stranger had vanished. Was it a dream? My imagination? No. In the first place, I am not a dreamy person. Second, it was too real, too vivid. And while I was still debating the matter in my mind, I became aware of Uncle Peter.
I remember now, Theodore.
What do you remember, Uncle Peter?
Why, I have come here. Yes, I lost my purse. There wasn't much in it, but a very little is a great deal to me, for it was all I had. Have you seen it, my lost purse?
No, Uncle Peter, but I shall be happy to help you look.
That is what I was going to ask you. Yes, but it won't be necessary. Here it is. But...
Yes. But what, Uncle Peter?
It's mine, and yet it isn't mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, the purse is mine, yes, clearly mine, but not the contents. This is fat. Mine was flat. This is heavy. Mine was light. Look.
I looked, and I listened. I could hear the jingle of coins, gold coins. And then I saw them, as Uncle Peter knelt on the grass and carefully poured the coins on the ground. There were hundreds of them. I'd never seen so many gold coins in my life. Such bright, shining gold coins. It almost hurt my eyes to look at them. They were so bright, so new, so freshly minted.
Who has been here?
Why?
No, you must not lie to me, Theodore. Has anyone been here?
Not a human being, Uncle Peter.
I don't understand. I know you're telling me the truth. It's the money. It comes to over 1,100 ducats. Oh, dear, if it were only mine.
But it is yours, Uncle Peter, every single piece.
Oh, no, only 4 ducats are mine. That's all that were in the purse when I lost it. The rest, yeah, and I do need them so badly. Yeah. No, the fact is, this money is not mine.
But the money is in your purse.
I cannot account for it unless some enemy. Yes, it's a trap.
Oh, but Uncle Peter, with the exception of the astrologer, you don't have a real enemy in the village. Nor does Margaret.
No, it must be a trap. I must have an enemy.
Do you have an enemy rich enough to chance 1,100 ducats just to do you a mean turn?
Well,
Of course not. It's yours. Every bit of it. Didn't you pray for help?
Yes.
Well, isn't this help?
Yes, I'll take it, and I shall do good things with it, and I'm sure everything will be all right.
Of course, Uncle Peter. Everything will have to be all right.
But you know and I know that it's not going to be all right. People may get to live happily ever after in many of Mark Twain's stories, but getting there is usually quite a problem. Also, we've been chatting here about someone called the astrologer. He shows up soon to complicate matters. All in all, Act 2 will pose plenty of problems. Theodore Fisher is telling the story of Mark Twain's mysterious stranger. And Theodore is the only one in the small village who has seen him. The mysterious stranger claims to be Satan's nephew, but by now we can safely assume it's the old boy himself. Mark Twain always likes to use these little tricks. Throw a surprise visitor into a quiet little town and watch the ripples swell into waves.
It made immense talk in the village the next day. Father Peter told the entire circumstance just the way it happened. He said the only way he could account for it was, well, it must have been the hand of Providence. Suddenly, Father Peter and Margaret had plenty of friends, or at least visitors. Mothers started sending their daughters to Margaret for piano lessons, and it began to look like the old adage was true. You have no trouble making money once you have money.
Oh, Theodore, how long have you been standing there?
I didn't want to interrupt you, Margaret.
Oh, I don't know when I've been so happy.
I'm glad you have so many friends.
Well, it's the gold that has many friends. I still have the very few who always... Well, you know what I mean.
And how is your uncle?
He's a new man. But I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Well, Uncle Peter says it was the hand of Providence that brought the gold.
And, wasn't it?
Well, I believe it was, but there are tongues wagging in the village. There are those who say it's the hand of Satan.
Satan?
Yes.
Well, how would they know? I mean, why should Satan want to give your uncle all that money?
Theodore, I don't understand it. One day we're poor. The next day we're rich. One day we're alone in the world, and the next day we have scores, hundreds of friends.
Don't even try to understand it. Everything will be all right.
But one thing troubles me deeply.
What?
The astrologer. We have yet to hear from the astrologer.
Oh, the astrologer. Oh, well, what can he do anyhow? I tried to pass it all off as a joke. But the truth is, the very name of that man sent shivers down my spine. The astrologer. He made it his business to know everything that went on in town, and to become involved in it somehow. A few days later, a note was delivered to me. It contained 5 words. I want to see you. That's all. No please, or if it's convenient, or by your leave. Just an order. As if he had no doubt it would be obeyed.
So kind of you to come, Theodore.
Yes, sir.
You were there when Peter claims he found this money?
Oh, well, it's true, sir. I was there. He came upon the purse, and it was filled with gold ducats.
It was? How many?
Oh, over 1,100.
Exactly how many?
1,107.
But Peter gave out that there were 1,100.
I suppose he gave it a round number.
Well, that settles it.
Settles what, sir?
Theodore, my lad, that money was stolen.
Oh, but I was there when he found it.
True, but were you there when he stole it?
But who says he stole it?
It's the only way he could have received it. He then hid the purse on the path, waited for a witness to come along. The witness happened to be you. And he pretended to find it.
Oh, but that's not the way it happened.
How else could it have happened?
How else? Could I dare to tell him about the mysterious stranger? Well, that would get me burned at the stake. And besides, how did I even know for sure there was a stranger? Mysterious or otherwise. I didn't know what to say. So I said nothing. I wandered around for hours just trying to think. And then, finally, I decided to go see Uncle Peter. But he wasn't at home. Where is he, Margaret?
In prison.
No.
The money, the gold, is in the hands of the sheriff, and Uncle Peter must wait for trial.
Margaret, he's innocent.
I know, but the astrologer is inflaming the entire town against him.
Why? Why does the astrologer hate him?
I don't know.
How will you live?
Oh, I'll manage somehow.
People will stop sending their children here for music lessons. And, Margaret, you know how I feel.
No. Thank you, Theodore, but I would only bring you misfortune.
I don't care.
You would after a while.
Well, then at least let me help you.
I couldn't take anything from anyone, Theodore. The Lord will help.
With all due respect, it didn't look as if the Lord was going to be of much help. Old Ursula, who was cook, chambermaid, housekeeper, and everything else for Uncle Peter, tried the best she could, but she was unable to create miracles. I tried giving her money, which she accepted after I had told her to tell the proud Margaret that she had found the money in the street. But that couldn't go on indefinitely. There's a limit to how much money one can find lying around and how often. I was walking through the woods, feeling very sorry about everything, when suddenly he was standing there, Satan himself. Why? Why did you let these things happen to Uncle Peter?
Well, I didn't let anything happen. I told you, and quite clearly. It would affect the course of the rest of his life. Finding that money would set an entire new chain of events in motion.
All right, but we have to do something to help.
Why? Why do you always feel you have to help people? You see where it can lead.
But I can't just let him go under.
Why not?
I suppose that's the difference between you and me.
Now, let me tell you the difference between us. Man is made of dirt. Remember, I saw him being made. He comes today, he's gone tomorrow. I am of the aristocracy of the imperishables. Yes, sir, yes. One more thing. It's the smallest thing, but the most important. You know what it is?
No.
Man has the moral sense.
The moral sense?
Do you know what that is? The moral sense.
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, you should find out. You have it. I don't. And that's the difference between us.
I couldn't win an argument with him. We walked along the path, chatting about everything under the sun, when I happened to notice Ursula. Old Ursula sitting underneath a tree. She had a sickly-looking stray kitten in her lap. Satan.
Yes?
Help her.
Why?
She works for Uncle Peter and Margaret. She and Margaret are starving. Help her to help Margaret.
Once again, you want me to help someone.
Just see that they have enough to eat.
You know what I told you about introducing a different link into the chain of someone's life?
But they're starving.
Oh, this moral sense of yours. Very well. Good day, Mother. What have you got there?
Any fool can see a kitten.
I understand you're very poor. Why do you want to add another mouth to feed? Why not give that poor thing to some rich person?
The rich wouldn't want this unfortunate creature. It's only the poor that have charity in their hearts. God will provide for this kitten.
Oh? What makes you think so?
I know so. Not a sparrow falls to the ground without his seeing it.
Ah, yes, but it falls just the same, huh? So what good is seeing it fall? What good does it do the sparrow?
Oh, go about your business, you blasphemous fool, or I'll take a stick to you.
I was terrified. There was no way to talk to Satan. But he only smiled at her as if a mere mortal were incapable of insulting him. She jumped to her feet, and the kitten leaped from her lap and started running around her. She was amazed.
Why, what's come over it? A while ago, the kitten could hardly walk.
Why don't you keep it?
It is such a pretty one. The home is so lonely with the master locked up in jail. Poor Miss Margaret. She'd be glad of the company.
Besides, you can have an income from that cat.
An income? Are you mad?
This particular kind of cat is called a lucky cat.
And why is it lucky?
Well, the cat isn't particularly lucky. The owner is lucky.
And why is the owner lucky?
Because every morning the owner of this cat finds 4 silver groschen in her pocket.
Have you nothing better to do? You're lying, making a fool of me.
Now look in your pocket.
You'll be punished for that. It's groschen. In my pocket, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 silver groschen. Oh, sir, dear, kind master and benefactor, let me kiss your hand.
I told you it was a lucky cat.
Oh, it is.
The three of us walked back to the house. Ursula said we must stay for supper. Poor Margaret. She didn't mean to be inhospitable, but what on earth was there to eat? She was so embarrassed. But that cat was an enchanted thing. If you put a fish in the frying pan, as soon as you took it off, bang! Another one appeared in its place. If you poured wine from a bottle, there was just as much left as before you started. Margaret was absolutely astounded by it all.
More fish?
Yes, mistress.
Well, where did you get it, Ursula?
It's a gift of Providence.
And the wine?
Providence.
Now, Ursula?
Miss Margaret, don't you believe in Providence?
Well, of course I do, sir.
Well, then why do you question it when you see it?
Well, I don't know.
I have chicken and beef.
Ursula?
Providence, mistress.
I stole a glance at Satan. He had that amused smile on his face. And I looked at Ursula and Margaret. They were so happy. From being faced with actual starvation, they were now living in the midst of plenty. I was convinced that finally everything would be all right. After all, what could go wrong here?
Our friend Theodore. He keeps thinking everything's going to be all right. At times, he forgets he's a character by Mark Twain, who liked to set his heroes up and then knock them down. We have some more ups and downs due in Act 3, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments. Once again, Theodore has asked the mysterious stranger, who is Satan himself or else his nephew, and does it matter, to interfere with what seems to be a natural course of human events. And really, he asked for little enough, just some food to keep them alive. And the stranger certainly has been generous, probably too generous.
Yes?
Oh, you're Gisela Nar, aren't you?
Yes, master.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I work here for Ursula.
You do?
Oh, yes. I scrub the pots and pans and dishes and floors and windows and walls. I scrub everything.
Is Miss Margaret in?
Oh, no, sir. She is not home.
And Ursula?
Oh, yes. She's drinking her tea in the kitchen, sir. Come in. How do you like my servant, Master Theodore?
But is it wise?
Wise? I can afford her. You should know all about my lucky cat. I can have anything I want. And you know what I wanted all my life.
What I'm trying to say is...
A servant. Now, this might not mean anything to you, but if you were a servant and spent all your years serving others, why, you'd want to have...
I'm asking if it's wise to engage Gisela Nar. After all, her grandmother was burned as a witch.
I know, but there's nothing wrong with her.
Oh, I'm not saying there is. I only think...
The truth is, she's the only one I could get to come here and work for me.
Of course, I worry by nature. And since I feel the way I do about Margaret, I'll worry about any trifle that might seem to threaten her. But this time I tried to dismiss my worries. I almost succeeded. And then I was walking down the street in the village. I was about to turn the corner when I heard voices. I knew those voices. One was Gisela. The other was the voice of the astrologer.
So, Gisela, my good girl, what are you doing these days?
Well, sir, I'm employed by Ursula.
Ursula?
She's the housekeeper for Uncle Peter. She gives me 2 silver groschen a week.
2 silver groschen.
Besides my keep and my clothes.
She must be wealthy.
Oh, they live off the fat of the land, let me tell you. The prince himself don't sit down to a better table.
Well, well, well. Thank you, Gisela.
That thank you. That sent cold shivers down my spine. I had to do something. The astrologer. He'd visit the house. He'd see the frying pan that never emptied itself, the wine bottle that was always full. His mind would gladly leap to one conclusion. Witchcraft. And both Margaret and Gisela would be doomed. There was nothing I could do by myself. I needed help.
Are you looking for me?
You have to help.
Again?
Please.
You want me to save them from being charged with witchcraft? Admit it.
Well, no, not exactly. I want you to interfere, but not really interfere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only asking for a return to the status quo. Let it be as if you didn't help.
Oh.
Well, that's very simple, isn't it?
It's so simple you don't even need me. You could have handled the matter yourself.
Me?
Of course. What is the source of all their bounty?
The cat.
Yes, the lucky cat. Therefore, all you have to do is get rid of the cat.
Get rid of the cat?
Kill the cat.
Oh, but I couldn't kill an innocent animal in cold blood. Margaret will never talk to me again.
If she's to be burned at the stake as a witch, she'll never talk to you again either. Are you actually weighing between Margaret on the one hand and that cat on the other? Oh, this moral sense that you humans have. Here, where are you going?
He knew perfectly well where I was going, and I could hear him laughing off in the distance as I raced for Margaret's cottage. I prayed to be on time, to get there before the astrologer did.
Theodore.
Where's that cat?
Why do you want it?
Where is it? Your lives depend on it.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Oh, there she is.
Theodore, put that cat down. What are you doing?
I'm taking her away.
Away? Why?
Do you want me to kill her here in front of your eyes?
Theodore, you can't.
I said get out of my way. There isn't a moment to lose.
Good morning. I knocked, but no one heard, so I came in. Are we having a lover's quarrel?
Oh, Sir Astrologer, I was just leaving.
Theodore, I never want to see you again.
Well, the deed has been done, I see.
Yes, but you'll never speak to me again.
Well, women seldom realize how long never can be. You saved her. The astrologer asked if he could have a bite of food and a drink of wine. And you know, there was nothing in the house. Nothing at all.
I've lost her. I've lost her for good.
He was quite disturbed about it, and angry with himself for having listened to the wild story of a stupid young girl. Well. All in all, it was a good day's work for you.
Why did I have to get rid of that cat?
Oh, that cat was wandering alone in the woods and ill just a few weeks ago. It was doomed in any event.
I didn't see my mysterious stranger for a while after that. I didn't see anyone. Margaret would have nothing to do with me, and I didn't care to have anything to do with anyone else. Life was lonely and sorrowful, and I was having all sorts of melancholy thoughts when there was a knock on my door one morning.
Theodore.
Margaret.
May I come in?
Oh, please.
I've come here to ask you a favor.
Anything.
The Duke arrived this morning, and my uncle is to be tried this afternoon.
Oh.
And he needs a lawyer.
You want me to defend your uncle?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm not really very good.
You believe my uncle is innocent? In your heart, you believe it, don't you?
Yes.
Then you'll be better than a smart lawyer who doesn't believe it at all.
Margaret, about the cat.
I can only believe you had a good purpose in mind, although what it was, I'll never understand.
Then you forgive me.
I forgive you.
How could I possibly get Uncle Peter acquitted? The astrologer was put in the witness box. I did the best I could. Now, Sir Astrologer, you claim these gold coins are yours.
I do, young man.
I, myself, was present when Peter found them.
You mean when he claimed he found them?
If the money is yours, how did you come by it?
I found the bag in the road.
When?
More than 2 years ago.
And what did you do?
I brought it home, hid it in a secret place in my observatory tower, intending to find the owner if I could. I made diligent inquiry, but nothing came of it.
And then?
And then I thought, why not use the money to finish the foundling wing in the orphan asylum? So I took the money out of its hiding place and counted it to make sure it would be enough. And then, I'm sorry to say this, just as I was restoring the bag to its hiding place, I looked up, and there was Peter standing behind me.
Well, how could that be?
He often came to my place unannounced to ask for a little help. He was quite needy.
Proceed, sir.
I became uneasy and decided not to use the money just then, but to wait a bit longer in case the owner might show up.
And then?
When I heard of Peter's find, I was happy for him, naturally.
Naturally.
I had absolutely no suspicion until I discovered my own coins were gone. And I detected 3 suspicious circumstances in Peter's story.
Well, please name them.
A, Peter claimed to have found his money in a path. I found mine in the road. B, his find consisted exclusively of gold ducats. So did mine. C, he found 1,107 ducats. I found exactly the same.
It was telling evidence. I could see it on the faces of all in the court, especially the Duke. Besides, who would be inclined to disbelieve so powerful a person as the astrologer? They would find Peter guilty for sure. And suddenly he was there. Satan, in the back of the room. I turned to the Duke. Your Excellency, may I have a short respite?
Granted.
Listen to me. We must save him.
You never learn.
The disgrace of the scaffold.
Your moral sense, it will be the death of you one day. Go back there and call a witness.
What witness?
It will occur to you at the right time.
Now, Sir Astrologer, suppose we prove that this money on the table here is not the same money that you found. Then it would belong to Peter.
I would say so.
Your Excellency, may I call another witness? I should say witnesses.
Your Excellency, it's too late in the trial for new witnesses.
But these are not new witnesses. They have already been partially examined. The coins. The coins, Your Excellency. They are witnesses.
But coins cannot speak, young man.
Oh, but they can.
Witchcraft.
Be careful, young man.
Look, you see, each coin speaks. Each coin declares it is not the one the astrologer claims he found 2 years ago. By its date, each coin proclaims it. Each coin declares it did not exist 2 years ago. If Your Excellency will examine the dates, he will see that these coins were only minted at the end of this year. They're scarcely 6 months old. There was a great shout of approval. The astrologer had finally been brought to book at last, and the money was restored to Peter, and everyone crowded around him. He had many friends now. I looked around to thank Satan, but he had disappeared. Finally, I made my way over to old Uncle Peter. Sir, what is the moral sense?
The moral sense? Why, that is the faculty that enables us to distinguish good from evil.
Well, that sounds as if it could be considerable trouble.
Oh, yes. But it's the most valuable thing we have.
Valuable?
Good heavens, lad. It's the one and only thing that lifts us above the beasts. and makes us certain that one day we shall inherit immortality.
Theodore never saw Satan again. Not in this life, anyhow. But he never forgot him. And he never forgot the moral sense, either. Nor should you. Nor should I. And neither did Mark Twain. Even so, there were times when he insisted the thing was more trouble than it was worth. But there's never any trouble around here. You just wait around for a few seconds, and I'll be back. Mark Twain, by far the funniest man our country had ever produced, and yet, underneath, a wisdom and an understanding. For it was Mark Twain who wrote, "What a silly, poor thing is human life. How childish its ambitions. How ridiculous its pomps. How trivial its dignities. How cheap its heroisms. How capricious its course. How brief its flight. How comic its tragedies. How tragic its comedies." And then, having said all this, he proceeded to make it all very funny. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joe Silver, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, here to guide you through the realm of the macabre. Things macabre, according to Webster, tend to produce horror in the beholder. Of mystery, the same source says, whatever attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. Stay with us and hear those two definitions borne out. How are we going to do it, Beth?
You were going to do it. Haven't you even thought about it?
Well, not with a gun. That's no good. I mean, it's got to look like an accident.
Well, of course not with a gun.
All right, I'll think of something.
It's got to be this weekend.
Okay.
You know, we have a pool back of the house. People drown accidentally in their own swimming pools.
Oh?
Maybe you could work something out. She can't swim too well. Wouldn't it be perfect if my stepmother had a fatal swimming accident this weekend?
Our mystery drama, Pool of Fear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Morgan Fairchild and William Redfield. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Murder is one of the most prevalent, one of the most heinous, and certainly the most final of all criminal acts. Killing in a moment of blinding passion is dreadful enough, but far worse is the murder done with cold calculation, carefully planned and maliciously carried out when it succeeds. Murder in the first degree.
Well, baby, I hope you like this nice, dark back road for the same reason I like it.
Don't get ambitious, Matt. You can pull over anywhere along here.
A pleasure.
I need the freedom to talk without being overheard.
Well, we could have talked back in the restaurant if that was all you wanted.
What I have to say is better not said in a crowded restaurant.
Okay. If talking's all you want, so talk.
First, Matt, I want to tell you that I know all about your past.
My past?
1 suspended sentence, 1 2-year term, both for armed robbery.
Oh. How'd you find out?
That's not important.
So how come you're willing to go out with me, a fancy rich girl like you and an ex-con?
Oh, let's say I was attracted to you because of your record, not in spite of it. Have you ever killed anybody, Matt? You don't have to worry about telling me. I won't repeat it.
No, I never did. Why are you so interested, Beth?
How would you like to make $10,000?
You know the answer to that. I'm just about flat broke.
I'm going out to Bromley to visit my father and stepmother over the weekend. I'll pay you $10,000 to come out with me and pretend to be my fiancé.
Well, that's pretty pleasant duty. What's the catch?
Well, there is one little thing. Sometime during the weekend, I want you to kill my stepmother.
Oh, Millie, I meant to ask you, are you planning to be at home tomorrow afternoon?
I can be, surely. What's happening tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I arranged to have Kent Bennett bring his boy over around 2 and clean out the pool. You know how Beth loves to swim, and I thought I'd like to have the pool in tip-top shape.
No trouble. I'll be here. You're very pleased Beth's coming for the weekend, aren't you, Lee?
Yes, I am. It's only the second time she's been out since she took the apartment in New York.
I expect she'd come more often, except for me.
Now, don't start out with that attitude, Millie. Please. I want you and Beth to be friends.
I'm afraid that's a tall order.
Not if you try.
Well, I'll do my best. But I'm afraid it's a lost cause.
Now, if you start out thinking that way, of course it isn't going to work.
I think she resents me because I'm trying to take her mother's place.
I suppose that enters into it. But she'll get used to the idea in time.
Darling, she's had almost 3 years now. Were she and her mother so very close?
Very close, yes. Beth just about idolized Natalie.
Were they at all alike, Lee?
In some ways. Natalie had that same drive Beth has. She was more tolerant than Beth, though. Of other people, I mean. They didn't look at all alike.
You know, I've never even seen a picture of Natalie.
I got rid of them all shortly after she died. I didn't like the way Beth mooned over her mother's pictures. It was getting morbid.
Well, I'll do my best to make Beth like me, or at least tolerate me.
I have a feeling it's going to be better this time. You know, she called and asked if she could come out, all on her own. She's never done that before. I just have a feeling it's going to work out well.
I hope so.
Just promise me you'll do your part. That's all I ask.
Of course I will. But I don't know. Sometimes that girl almost frightens me, Lee.
How come you wanted to take the train instead of driving, Beth?
I just didn't feel like driving. You nervous, Matt?
Yeah, a little. Feeling kind of out of my depth. Never took on a job like this before.
It'll be all right.
How come? Not to like her, okay, but to hate her enough to want her dead?
You'd have had to know my mother. Nobody can ever take my mother's place, and Millie's trying to.
But if your own mother's dead...
My father never should have married again. I told him that, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Guess you must have really liked your mother.
She was the finest woman that ever lived. Oh, everyone loved her. She was always doing things for people, never got tired.
Well, still, I can't see that that's any
And that
reason.
other woman has no business trying to take her place. Using her things, married to her husband. I just won't have it anymore. I can't bear to think of another woman in my mother's home with my father.
Okay, whatever you say.
She's tried to turn my father against me. Oh, she's all sweetness and light when I'm around. But she's done her best to take my father away from me. I know she's done that.
All right, okay. How are we going to do it?
Well, you're going to do it. Haven't you even thought about it?
Well, not with a gun. That's no good. I mean, it's got to look like an accident.
Of course not with a gun.
I thought maybe, hold a pillow over her face. That wouldn't leave any marks. They might think it was a heart attack or something.
She sleeps with my father. What's he going to be doing while you smother his wife?
Well, she must take afternoon naps sometimes, doesn't she?
Not with me there, she won't. Just catch her giving my father and me that much time alone together.
Oh, I see. All right. I'll think of something. If a good chance doesn't turn up this time, I could come back and try it another time.
No, now, I've waited long enough. It's got to be this weekend.
Okay.
We have a pool back of the house. Lots of people drown accidentally.
Oh?
Maybe you could work something out.
Maybe. I don't know. A swimming pool sounds pretty much out in the open, though.
The shrubbery screens the pool off from the neighbors. I think I like that idea. She can't swim very well. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if my stepmother had a fatal swimming accident this weekend.
I'm surprised she didn't take an earlier train, Lee. She's missed practically a whole Saturday.
Beth never was an early riser. I suggested an early start when I talked to her last night, but the idea didn't seem to appeal to her.
Well, you'll have this evening and all day tomorrow with her at least. I do hope it's nice tomorrow.
I feel very optimistic about this visit, Millie.
Wonder why she came by train instead of driving. She's got such a nice car.
She said she didn't feel like driving. I don't know why. I hope she didn't miss the train.
I'm nervous. Isn't that silly?
No need to be. There. Isn't that Beth getting off?
That looks like her. Who's that with her? She's got someone with her.
Doesn't look like anybody I know. Are you sure he's with Beth?
Yeah, he helped her off the train.
Well, she might have brought a friend. Wouldn't be unlike her just to forget to mention it.
Ah, they're together, all right.
Over here, Beth.
Thanks for meeting us. I forgot to ask you to. How are you, Daddy? Oh, let me present my fiancé, Matt Brewster.
How you do?
Did I forget to tell you I was bringing him with me?
Your fiancé?
Well, we thought we'd surprise you. Matt, this is my father, and this is my stepmother.
How do you do? Hello, Beth.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you both. Beth has told me so much about you. I almost feel as if I know both of you already.
I'm glad to meet you, son. A little surprised, I confess.
Should I have told you in advance about Matt and me, Daddy? I thought it would be more fun to surprise you.
Beth, you're looking very well.
Thank you.
Well, come along, everybody. The car's in the parking lot just over here. It's very nice to see you again, Beth.
Oh, yes. It's going to be a very special weekend.
Well, we met at this cocktail party given by a friend of mine who's in the theater business. Beth knew his wife. Then I asked Beth to have dinner with me, and, that's the way it started.
Not very original, of course.
How long ago was that?
About, how long has it been, Beth?
Oh, around 3 weeks, give or take a few days.
You didn't waste any time, did you?
Well, why should we? Daddy, I'm going to show Matt around outside. The pool and all the rest.
You've got a beautiful place here, Mr. Stillwell. I am really impressed.
Glad you like it.
Dinner will be around 7:30, so if you want to drink first, better not stay out too long.
Okay, I'll watch the time. I wish she'd stop being so damn nice to me.
Now, don't start thinking that way.
Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. It'd be easier, though, if I felt the same way about her you do, or if I didn't know her at all. This way, I'm, not very comfortable about it.
Matt, we made an agreement.
I said not to worry. I'll do it. All I'm saying is I don't think I'm going to enjoy it much.
Ah, there's the pool.
Hell, your folks have got themselves some kind of a place here.
I used to love it when my mother was alive.
Yeah, I could learn to snuggle up to a place like this pretty good.
Well, don't get used to it.
Have you thought any more about how you're going to do it?
Well, let's have a look around. Yeah, it does look pretty isolated back here at that.
The house stands on 1.5 acres, and it's all screened, especially around the pool here. Now, there's no way a neighbor can see what's going on. It was built that way on purpose. I used to sunbathe out here without even a bikini.
Oh, that must have been pretty spectacular.
Just keep your mind on the job.
No way I'm likely to forget that.
They make a nice-looking couple, at least.
I just wish I knew him better. That's the only thing. I wish she knew him better. It isn't long enough for anyone to judge, just 3 weeks.
I'm sure she can take care of herself.
Do you think you and she are hitting it off any better than in the past?
Maybe. See, what would her mother have thought of him?
Natalie? Hard to say. She'd have been a lot better at sizing him up than I am.
She was a strong woman. Whenever Beth's here, I find myself thinking about Natalie. I can't get my mind off her.
That's Beth's fault, I guess. I'm afraid she's never fully accepted the fact of her mother's death.
Do you think... I guess that's just silly.
Do I think what?
Or do you think that Natalie could actually somehow be here right now?
Millie, Natalie died over 5 years ago.
I know.
Well, then she couldn't very well be here now, could she?
How do you know? How can you be so sure about such things? I have a feeling, a very strong feeling, that she is here with us right now.
Is it possible that, given great strength of character in life, a person might find a way to exert at least his or her influence after death? There is, of course, no sure answer to that question. It is one of those mysteries which attract speculation but defy explanation. We can, however, continue our speculation when I return shortly with Act 2. There is a feeling of foreboding in the Stillwell home. Sunday morning has dawned bright and sunny enough, but somehow not cheerful in spite of this. Not for Millie, certainly, or not even for Lee, if we read his mood properly. Beth and Matt are still asleep. Beth in her old room and Matt in the guest room. Lee and Millie are having an early breakfast, which neither of them seems to be enjoying.
Would you rather have waited, Lee, and had breakfast later with Beth and Matt when they come down?
No, doesn't matter.
It's kind of gloomy morning, isn't it?
The sun's shining.
Yeah, but all the same, I'm feeling, I don't know, a little depressed, I guess. You think you're going to like Matt?
I haven't really had enough time with him to make up my mind.
I can't say honestly that I'm particularly fond of him.
Oh?
Well, there's something, can't exactly put my finger on it, that I get the feeling that nothing he says is quite as sincere as it might be.
Seems pleasant enough.
Oh, he's pleasant, all right. It's almost too pleasant.
Trying too hard to please his prospective in-laws, maybe.
Just gives me the creeps somehow.
I've been thinking about what you said yesterday evening. You remember?
What?
That you felt Natalie's presence.
Oh, that's silly of me, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know. Tell you the truth, I seem to be feeling the same thing this morning.
You do?
I started to heat milk for your coffee this morning.
Darling, I drink my coffee black.
Natalie always had hot milk with her breakfast coffee, half and half.
Oh?
I can't explain it. But I have this very strong feeling that she's right here with us. Right now.
Would you like your breakfast now, Matt? There's no telling when Beth will be down.
Well, I think just coffee's all I'm going to want, Mrs. Stillwell.
Maybe you can eat something later with Beth when she's ready?
Yeah, maybe.
Aren't you feeling well this morning?
Not very. I I didn't sleep much, to tell you the truth.
Nervous bridegroom.
Oh, don't make him a bridegroom quite yet. We haven't even set the date.
Good morning, Beth. I hope you slept better than Matt says he did.
Oh, I always sleep well.
Clear conscience. What would you like for breakfast? I can't sell Matt anything but a cup of coffee.
Oh, that'll do for me, too. I'm not much of a breakfast person.
But we'll have a big lunch. There's plenty of freshly perked coffee in the kitchen. Shall I bring it to you in here?
I get it. We'll take it outside if that's all right with you, Matt.
Oh, sure, fine.
And if you change your mind and decide to have something more substantial, just let me know.
You look awful, Matt. Didn't you sleep?
Yeah, I had a bad night. Didn't get to sleep until after 4 o'clock.
Let's go outside and we can talk.
Okay.
Well, you're not getting cold feet, are you?
The coldest. Listen, I don't know, Beth. I don't know if I can go through with it. I am spooked.
Now, you listen to me. We made a bargain, and you will go through with it.
I don't know.
And it's got to be this afternoon. Now, I'm not going to let you chicken out.
All right, you want to sit here? Is this okay?
Anywhere. What happened to you? You were all right yesterday.
Did you ever get the feeling that somebody's watching you? Just all the time watching you?
Not unless somebody was, no.
Well, that's the way I felt all night. I just couldn't get away from it. Like somebody was staring at me the whole night.
That's just nerves. It doesn't change anything.
Maybe I was wrong when I told you I could kill somebody if I had to. Maybe I can at all.
Nobody could possibly have been watching you last night. Now, you listen to me. You're going to have a talk with my father. He insists on it. Then we're all going to have lunch. And after that, you're going to do what you agreed to do.
Mm-hmm. And how do you want me to handle the talk with your old man?
Well, make it sound real. I know it'll be pretty corny, but you can handle it.
I can handle that, okay, sure. I'm not worried about that.
You can do everything you have to do.
Well, young man, if Beth can spare you for a few minutes, maybe we can have that little talk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can spare him. Matt, you look as if you're being dragged into a torture chamber.
Just into the study. Come along.
Don't take too long, and maybe Matt and Beth can get a swim in the pool before lunch. It's a good sunny day today.
I'll try to keep the torture down to a bare minimum.
I think I'll go upstairs and change into a swimsuit.
Beth, could you wait just a few minutes? I'd like to talk to you.
What do we have to talk about?
Your father.
What about him?
Between the two of us, as I'm sure you realize, we're making him pretty unhappy.
My father unhappy? About what?
About us? I don't say you should suddenly turn into a loving stepdaughter. I'm sure you couldn't do that. What I'm suggesting is a truce. For your father's sake. A truce for at least the rest of today.
You didn't know my mother, did you? No? If you'd known my mother, you'd understand why I'm against you. Why I don't want you living in my mother's house, married to her husband.
Beth, your mother died 5 years ago. It isn't healthy.
You are simply not good enough, not woman enough to take my mother's place.
I'm sure she was a fine woman.
Anyway, it won't be necessary.
What won't be necessary?
Your little charade for Daddy's benefit. It won't be necessary.
I don't understand.
You don't have to.
Relax, Matt. I'm not really an ogre.
No, sir, no. I know you're not. I'm just kind of jumpy today.
Well, it is an ordeal, I guess, meeting your future in-laws for the first time. But I assure you we don't bite, either of us.
No, sir.
Well, now, what do you do for a living, Matt? I don't even know that.
Well, I'm, right now I'm the assistant manager of a theater, a movie house.
Right now?
I expect to do better.
Uh-huh. Does that, being an assistant manager, does it bring in enough to support a wife?
Not the way you live, no, and not the way Beth has always lived, I guess.
Well, you're aware that someday Beth will inherit a good deal of money.
Well, I guess so, yes, sir. I don't know anything about it, but I assumed she would.
Mm-hmm. And does that influence your affection for her in any way?
No, sir, it does not.
It must be a factor, though. even if you try not to make it one.
I suppose it will make a difference, but it's not why I want to marry Beth. All I can do is tell you that. I can't force you to believe it.
You say it very convincingly. I think I will believe it.
Hey, you swim like a pro.
Well, I got my lifesaver certification when I was 18. I worked at it, too. At Jones Beach one season.
Was that before or after your armed robbery career?
Before. A lifesaver doesn't get much work during the winter in this part of the country. I was broke.
Did you ever save anyone while you were working at Jones Beach?
Yeah, a couple of guys.
Well, then. You see, you've paid in advance for what you're going to do this afternoon.
Oh, you are so damn cold about it. Anyway, I'm not a bit sure I'm going to do it.
Now, Matt, we've been through that once.
I haven't decided. Listen, do you feel like somebody's watching you right now?
Of course not.
Well, I do. And if somebody can watch me here in the pool now, why can't he do it later on this afternoon?
Look, you're just imagining it, Matt. Nobody's watching you.
I got this very creepy feeling. I wish...
What? You wish what?
Oh, I just wish it didn't have to be this way.
It does, Matt. We made a deal.
You know, when I was in there with your father earlier, it's a funny thing. I got kind of carried away.
Carried away?
Sort of forgot about the whole thing being a hoax, you know? I would have told him anything. I was the president of a bank or a rich kid or anything, but instead I kept telling him the truth. Maybe I exaggerated some about my prospects, but that's just what a guy would do if it was for real.
Your prospects aren't bad. You're about to inherit $10,000.
And what I'm about to do, if I do it, is earn $10,000 the hard way.
Well, I'm not going to let you chicken out, Matt.
You know, I couldn't help wishing it was true when I was in the study there with your father.
That we were going to be married? For real?
Yeah. Stupid of me.
Yes, Matt. Very stupid.
Did you have your talk with Beth?
A very short talk.
How'd it go?
Poorly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm just not good enough to take her mother's place. That's the whole trouble. And it isn't just me. It would be the same with anybody you'd married.
Well, maybe it's a good thing she's getting married. Take her mind off this preoccupation with her mother. It just might be the best thing that's happened to Beth in a long time.
How did your talk with Matt go?
Oh, I asked him all the old-fashioned questions, and he gave me all the old-fashioned answers.
You know, there's still something about him I just don't know, Lee. There's some kind of off-center. Does that make any sense?
Not very much.
No, I suppose not. Natalie doesn't like him.
Natalie doesn't like him?
Don't you still feel that she's here with us?
I have a peculiar feeling, yes.
Uh-huh.
But she doesn't like Matt?
She doesn't.
Are you going to tell me that you've been in touch with her?
No, not exactly, but I know how she feels.
How could you, Millie?
Somehow I do know. And she feels much more strongly about him than I do, Lee. I believe she knows something about him that I don't know.
Perhaps in times of extreme stress, a rapport is possible between the living and the dead. Fantastic? Well, there is no very boldly drawn line between fact and fancy that I know of. Maybe a bit of what we think of as the supernatural has found its way into the usually quite commonplace atmosphere of the Stillwell home. We'll consider this possibility further when I return shortly with Act 3. Although water is not man's natural element, He has for centuries taken more pleasure in swimming than perhaps any other sport. Is it the element of danger involved that so spices the pastime? There's always the threat of drowning, but it keeps few people out of deep water. Millie Stillwell, however, would be specially well advised to stay out of the Stillwell pool this afternoon, for the threat to her has become very real.
Okay, now here's the way we'll do it. After lunch, I'll tell my father I want to talk to him about, I don't know, I think it's something. The financial arrangements after we're married. You know, something like that.
I told him I wasn't marrying you for your money.
Well, he's always given me an allowance. Anyway, the study is the best place for him while you're dealing with my stepmother. The pool can't be seen from there. The windows all face the other direction.
Beth, it's no use making a lot of plans because I'm not going to be able to go...
You'll suggest a dip in the pool to Millie. You don't like to swim alone.
Look, she wouldn't go in the pool with me.
Of course she will. She's trying to be a good hostess. And if you don't like to swim alone, she'll go in with you. Now, once you've got her in the pool, you simply hold her under until she drowns. She won't be able to scream or do a thing to stop you. Man, it's perfect.
Wait a minute. I got this feeling right now that somebody's watching
me. Oh, shut up, will you? It's nothing but nerves. Now, when you're sure Millie's dead, you drag her out of the pool and shout to Daddy and me. We come running out and find you giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Oh, it's too late, of course. But there you'll be, doing everything you possibly can to save her life. It's foolproof, Matt.
I'm not going to do it, Beth.
Oh, yes, you are.
Look, I'd like to keep my promise to you. Lord knows I could use $10,000, but there's no use in thinking about it anymore. I can't do it.
What if we up the price a little, Matt?
No good. I couldn't kill her at any price.
You told me that when you were talking to Daddy earlier, you wished it could all be real. That we actually were planning to get married.
And you called me stupid.
Well, what if I said now that it could be real? That I'd marry you if you went through with our plan.
You really would?
Yes. Yes, and eventually it would be worth a lot more than $10,000 to you, Matt.
What I told your father was true. I wouldn't be marrying you just for your money.
Well, for whatever reason. Will you do it, Matt?
You wouldn't be marrying me because you love me, of course.
I'd be a good wife all the same.
What to keep you from saying now that you'll marry me and then refusing to do it after it's all over with? Your stepmother, I mean.
Because I keep my promises, Matt. I learned that from my mother. She never lied and she never broke a promise. I won't break my promise to you.
All right.
You won't back down at the last minute.
Not if it means marrying you. No. I'll do it.
I can't get over this feeling that something dreadful's going to happen, Lee.
It's that kind of day, I guess. I'm feeling pretty spooked myself.
And you were looking forward to such a nice weekend with Beth.
It hasn't turned out quite that well, has it?
You still have the feeling that Natalie's with us.
It's fantastic. A while ago, I looked out toward the pool, and I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting in one of the chairs.
Oh, no.
Just for a second. The chair was in the shade of the old oak, and of course it was just a trick of the shadows, along with my mind. But for a couple of seconds, I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting there. Isn't it about time for lunch?
Yes, it is. I think I'll serve it out by the pool. That way Beth and Matt won't have to change. Beth? Matt? Lunch is ready.
Be right there.
He swims like a fish, doesn't he?
Oh, what's for lunch? I'm starved all of a sudden. Just cold cuts, nothing very fancy. I hope it's going to be enough.
Oh, we're pretty wet. Should we change?
No. That's why I brought lunch out here, so you wouldn't have to.
Daddy, after lunch, can we have a good old-fashioned father-to-daughter talk?
Sure thing. What about?
In the study, like old times, okay?
Fine.
And I'll tell you what about when the time comes.
Well, looks as if we're going to be left on our own, Mrs. Stillwell. Like to come for a swim with me?
Oh, no, I don't think so, thanks. I'm not much of a swimmer, actually. I almost never go into the pool. Well, Matt hates to swim alone. Don't you, Matt?
Yes, I don't know exactly why. It just doesn't seem to be as much fun alone.
So couldn't you go in with him, just to keep him company? Well, I suppose I could, sure. Just to be there. But don't expect me to do any fancy swimming. Oh, well, maybe Matt could give you a lesson. He used to be a lifesaver, you know. He's very good. Well, if he wants to try, I guess. But I'm warning you right now. I'm hopeless. Well, let Matt give you a lesson. He'll surprise you.
Sit down, Beth. It's been a long time since you and I had one of our heart-to-heart talks here in the study.
Yes, I guess Mother must have still been alive the last time we had one.
Oh, surely not. She's been gone over 5 years now, Beth.
Some ways it seems like forever. In some ways, I guess it's just like yesterday. Oh, Daddy, I remember her so well. Every little thing about her.
And now you can overdo that sort of thing, you know.
Remembering Mother? I don't see how.
Dwelling on it so much. Your mother was a wonderful woman. Nobody knows that better than I do. But she's gone now, Beth. You and I have to go on living.
You with Millie.
Oh, I wish you could be a little more tolerant of Millie, Beth.
She's trying to take my mother's place.
Well, that's what she's supposed to do. With me. And with you, if you'd let her.
Well, I won't. You can do as you please, I suppose. But I will never accept Millie. Never. Sorry I took so long changing, Matt. I couldn't find a bathing cap.
Oh, it's all right. Took a dozen laps of the pool. I'm not in as good shape as I should be.
A dozen laps? I call that pretty good.
Well, come on in.
We better stand back. I splash.
You splash, all right.
I told you not to expect anything fancy.
Okay. Let me see you swim across the pool once.
Well, once is about all I can handle. Okay? Here goes.
All right. You see? You're lifting your arms too high. Try to sort of just snake them up. Easy.
Oh, I'm terrible. Lou says I splashed the pool empty if I spend much time in it.
Well, come on down to the deep end. It's much easier to swim in deep water, you know.
Not me. I stay where I can put my feet on the bottom anytime I want to.
Beth, I'm sure you didn't suggest this little talk just for old time's sake. Now, what's on your mind?
How do you like Matt, Daddy?
He seems like a nice fellow. You've only known him for 3 weeks.
Oh, you're being old-fashioned.
Is that old-fashioned? Still seems pretty sound to me. 3 weeks is a very short time, old or new-fashioned.
Well, it isn't as if we were going to be married in 3 weeks. I mean, we've just agreed to marry. We haven't even set a date yet.
That's true, of course. Where do you plan to live when you finally do marry?
Oh, for the time being, I guess we'll just stay in my place. I've never even seen his apartment, but I get the feeling it's pretty ratty.
That sounds all right. You've got plenty of room.
Daddy.
Yes?
I just wonder what Mother would have thought of him.
I've been wondering about that, too.
Although, actually, if Mother were still alive, I wouldn't be marrying him in the first place. I really don't want a lesson, Matt. It's not worth it. I don't enjoy swimming that much.
Well, everyone ought to be able to swim, though. I'd hold you up. There wouldn't be any danger.
No, really. I'd rather not.
Well, okay.
Wonder what Lee and Beth were talking about all this time.
Oh, it hasn't been long.
20 minutes or better.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I'd better do what I have to do.
Would Matt object to my continuing your allowance? I don't see any reason why you should have to do without things just because you didn't marry a rich man.
We haven't talked about it, but I don't think he'd object.
He was pretty firm about the fact that he wasn't marrying you for money.
He isn't, but that doesn't mean that he...
That sounded like Millie.
She wasn't supposed to...
Let's get out there.
Millie!
Millie!
Lee! Help me! I can't get him out of the water. Help me, Lee! What happened? Matt was just sort of came around, and he was trying to duck me for something, and all of a sudden he just collapsed.
Here, let me get hold of him. You better call an ambulance, Beth.
Yes, I don't understand it all.
I've got him, Millie. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Here, help me stretch him out here.
All right.
I don't like the way he looks.
Oh, goodness, that awful expression on his face. He looks terrified. Can't you do something for him?
I'll try, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Here, stop here. This is the place. Around back, by the pool.
Show me, please.
He was in the pool, Doctor. I think he must have had a cramp or something.
All right. Just let me have a look at him.
Will he be all right?
It doesn't look good to me, Beth. I'm afraid...
I don't understand it. What went wrong?
Just what I told you, Beth. He was just playing, the way people do in the water. I think he was going to duck me. And then all of a sudden he got this awful look on his face. And he just went under. Like he'd had a stroke or something. He bungled it.
What?
He didn't struggle or anything like that. I think he was unconscious already. I tried to hold his head out of the water, but he was so heavy.
Should have known he couldn't do it.
Do what, Beth?
I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, Beth, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. This man is dead.
Oh.
He didn't drown. At least I don't think he did. We'll have to examine him, of course.
What did happen?
A heart seizure, I suspect. It's just a guess. If it weren't so completely unscientific, I think I'd say he died of fear.
Where's Beth, Lee?
She's up in her room, resting, I guess.
Oh, shouldn't someone be with her?
She said she wanted to be alone.
She doesn't seem to be taking it too badly.
I don't really understand the way she's taking it. She seems more angry than anything else.
Lee, was Natalie tall? Black hair? Very beautiful, but with a small scar just at the corner of her left eye?
Yes. How could you know that?
I saw her.
You saw her?
I couldn't tell the doctor. How can you tell a doctor a thing like that?
You saw Natalie?
Matt was trying to duck me, as I told you, and he looked over my shoulder, and he got this terrified look on his face. And I turned to see what had frightened him so. She was standing there.
Natalie?
Yes, Lee. It was Natalie who frightened Matt to death.
And there you have it. A situation which attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. A mystery. You may settle for whatever explanation you find acceptable, but we do not rule out the occult simply because it is occult. If Millie says she saw Natalie, who are we to say she didn't? I'll be back in a few minutes. Poetic justice does sometimes happen. And although Beth seems to have gone unpunished for the crime of plotting murder, has she really? She'll have to live the rest of her life with the knowledge of her guilt. And conscience can be the hardest of all judges. I feel sure Beth will never conspire against her stepmother again. And while she and Millie will never be friends, they will never again be such total enemies. Our cast included Morgan Fairchild, William Redfield, Ann Shepard, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Strong is the soul, and wise and beautiful. The seeds of godlike power are in us still. Gods we are, gods, saints, heroes, if we will. If we will. Oh, what an infinity of possibilities. A cat may look at a queen, said Mr. John Haywood, but, according to Mr. Matthew Arnold, a cat may aspire to become a king. All it takes is a great deal of willpower and a little bit of luck. Or is it the other way around? Our mystery drama, The Passing of Black Eagle, was adapted from the O. Henry classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Robert Dryden and Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout the entire year of 1905, a certain grim bandit infested most of the southern part of Texas along the Rio Grande River. He was known only as Black Eagle. Many fearsome tales are on record concerning the depredations caused by him and his followers. Then suddenly, within the space of a single minute, Black Eagle vanished. He was never seen or heard of again. The border ranches and settlements lived in terror that he would come once more to ride and ravage. But he never will. Who says so? Why, O. Henry says so. And why is O. Henry so sure?
The reason I say so? Well, it's because Black Eagle's my character. Well, not really. I must be truthful. He wasn't originally my character, but I bought him fair and square from the man who invented him, a man named Chicken. I first met Chicken on Herald Square in New York City, where he was hard at work. His job? Panhandling.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you spare a thirsty individual the price of a glass of whiskey?
A glass of whiskey?
Well, a small glass.
At least you're honest. Wouldn't you be better off if you cut out the booze?
Oh, why would I be better off?
Because you could make something of yourself.
Oh, well, sir, I think I have made something of myself.
Yes? What?
I'm the best panhandler on Herald Square. I'll go further. I'm the best panhandler south of 42nd Street.
Is that something to be proud of?
Sir, there are 4 million so-called human beings breathing the air above this particular city. How many of them can say they're the best at anything? Are you the best in what you do?
Well, I'm trying to be.
Well, that's my point. You're still trying. I've already arrived.
What's your name?
Chicken.
Why Chicken?
Oh, I suppose it's because I look like a chicken. Sir, we have palavered and chewed the fat, as it were, long enough. Can I have 10 cents for a glass of whiskey? I can't afford non-revenue conversation. I've got my reputation to consider.
Well, you won't get a very good glass of whiskey for 10 cents.
No, there's no such thing as bad whiskey.
Yeah, but that stuff will ruin you.
Oh, no, sir, that stuff saves me.
Saves you?
Yes, sir, because it reminds me who I am.
And who are you?
Chicken. Chicken, the panhandler. Nothing more, nothing less. I cut out the 10-cent whiskey once, and you know what it gave me? Delusions of grandeur. You see, I'm not like other people. Most folks get drunk when they drink. I get drunk when I'm sober. Do you follow this?
Well, I'm managing to hang on, barely.
When I'm sober, I'm drunk with power. Why, last year, if I stayed sober, do you know where I'd be now?
No.
Well, I'd be dead or alive. And either way, I'd be the most feared outlaw in Texas.
Is that a fact?
Now, don't tell me you never heard of Black Eagle.
Breeze there a man who reads the tabloids and has never heard of Black Eagle? Yeah, but what has Black Eagle got to do with you?
I am Black Eagle.
You're Black Eagle?
I'm Black Eagle.
But Black Eagle disappeared from the face of the earth.
I'm Black Eagle.
Black Eagle's dead.
I'm Black Eagle.
Well, how can you be Black Eagle?
Oh, no. I can't give that away for the price of a drink.
How about a drink and a dinner?
Sir, you struck a nerve.
More of anything?
Oh,
more of everything.
Waiter, this gentleman here is still hungry.
You, sir, are an excellent host.
And while we're waiting, the story of Black Eagle.
Oh. Well, sir, for many years, I have wintered in the South.
The South?
If you should ever become a barman, it's a splendid life. Spend the cold months in the Southwest. The best place is the Texas cattle country.
The Texas cattle country? Why, I would think that
I know what you would think, but you're wrong. They're the sweetest, kindest, gentlest people in the world. Mild and salubrious, just like the climate. Oh, yes, it's always spring. There's always music in the plazas. Well, there I was in a saloon in this little border town of Las Rojas. And the bartender was lecturing me on my morals and my lineage when I was enjoying the free lunch.
Why, you low-down, wall-eyed, thieving varmint. You ever earned an honest dollar in your whole misbegotten life?
No, sir, but I never earned a dishonest one either.
You know what you look like? You look like a chicken. Yeah, a miserable, no-account barnyard chicken, scratching here and pecking there and... Uh-oh, you better run for your life.
What?
Your life is in mortal danger. Here she comes down the street.
Here, who comes?
Faith Hope Alabaster.
Well, who is she?
Colonel Jethro Alabaster's sister.
Well, why is my life in mortal danger?
Because one look at you, and it is an obvious fact.
What is?
That you're a drinking man.
Well, I never denied it nor tried to hide it.
Well, friend, Miss Faith Hope is with the Anti-Saloon League. She's president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. Now, she comes in here regular and busts up the place. Of course, later, the colonel pays for the damage, but you better leave.
You mean she just comes right in and breaks up everything?
That's the truth.
And you let her do it?
Well, it seems like the wisest thing to do.
It does?
Yeah, you see, she has this fella who works as her handyman.
Yeah?
A fella by the name of Percy.
Percy?
That's right. And if anybody interfered with her, why, Percy wouldn't like it.
You mean the folks hereabouts are scared of what a fella named Percy might or might not like?
Well, that's about the size of it.
Well, it's a peculiar town.
Well, as I was saying, I have to stay here, but you'd better leave.
Why?
Because she'll take one look at you and she won't let you live. She'll jaw at you and lecture you. And, it's too late. Chicken looked toward the door. And there was a woman, about middle-aged, skinny, scrawny, about 5 feet tall, a hammer in her hand and fire in her eye. And in back of her, a man so tall he could have pulled the ears off a giraffe. So wide he had to edge in sideways through the double doors of the saloon, and so heavy the floor seemed to sag beneath his feet.
Wait here, Percy. Our work shall be done in a moment.
Good morning, Miss Faith Hope.
What a good morning it would be if you were prevented from pouring your poison freely down the throats of the unsuspecting.
Now, Miss Faith Hope, a man's entitled to his bit of relaxation and balm.
Balm? The devil's brew you peddle here is balm for the everlasting fires of Hades.
Now, Miss Faith...
This foul elixir must be destroyed.
Oh, please don't bust me up today. It's payday, and the boys will be in from all the ranches, and if they don't have their liquid refreshment, they'll be powerful mad.
These are the waters of Sodom and Gomorrah. They must be destroyed.
Well, couldn't you do it tomorrow? I mean, that's my slowest day, and...
Now!
Please!
Now! Now or never! We must strike now or be lost forever.
Oh, Miss Faith Hope!
Do not send to ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Oh, ma'am. You never heard the proverb, waste not, want not.
Break, you evil glass, and so may Satan's hold be broken from the earth. Every single obscene vassal of evil.
All right, Miss Faith Hope. I would say that you got the lot.
None, not one, shall escape me. I shall seek them out and destroy them to the last.
Well, I'd say you've done it this time.
What is it, Percy? Oh, is that a fact?
You there, you.
Me?
Yes, you. You put a bottle away in your shirt.
Oh, I'm sure you're mistaken.
Hand it over, please.
I don't know anything about a bottle.
The bottle.
You'd better give her the bottle.
No, Percy, don't. I'm sure he'll see reason.
No, wait, Doc.
No, Percy, don't!
Oh, Mother, I drank all my milk, and I don't feel any stronger. I still look like a chicken. I do, Mother, I do. Everybody says I do. Oh, my head. It hurts. Oh, everything's gone round and round. And where am I? What is it?
You're here.
Oh, where is here?
My house.
And who are you?
I am Faith Hope Alabaster. I'm sorry. Percy doesn't know his own strength.
Oh.
At first we thought you were dead.
Oh, I feel dead.
And so we carried you to Deacon Fallowell's livery stable. He's the undertaker. You were being measured for a coffin when your eyelids fluttered. It's a shame. Everyone was looking forward to the funeral.
Oh, well, I hope no one was disappointed.
Oh, you'll be disappointed. I bought you the most beautiful coffin.
Oh, well, that was very kind of you.
Well, it was the least I could do.
Well, now that I'm not going to be buried, I'd better be moving along.
Oh, no, you couldn't possibly leave now. For 2 reasons. First, you're too weak to travel. And second, your soul has to be saved.
Well, ma'am, there's one remedy that can take care of both of these contingencies.
There is?
Yes, it'll make me feel well enough to travel, and it'll sure save my soul.
Mm-hmm. And what's that?
Look, a bottle of good old 10-cent whiskey.
Oh, you can't drink whiskey anymore.
I can't? Why not?
Because you've taken the pledge.
Pledge? I don't remember taking any.
What I meant was, you're going to take the pledge.
Oh, now, ma'am, I have no such intention.
Oh, but Percy and I have our hearts set on your salvation. Surely you couldn't disappoint us.
Now, I ask for nothing, ma'am, but to be let alone.
Now, sir, could you find it in your heart to disappoint Percy?
No. Now that you mention it, how could anyone disappoint Percy?
Well, how do we feel this morning?
I don't know how we feel. I feel like dying.
Oh, that doesn't last long. Tell me, why do you drink? Well, you don't have to tell me. You drink because everybody calls you chicken.
Oh, people call me chicken because I look like a chicken.
No, you don't look like a chicken.
I don't? What do I look like?
Well, you look like a bird.
A bird? Is that better?
Oh, yes. Because even if you do look like a bird, it doesn't mean you have to look like a chicken. Or you could also look like an eagle.
An eagle?
Would you like to look like an eagle?
Well, it's better than looking like a chicken.
But if you do what I tell you, you're going to remind people of an eagle. A mighty eagle that soars above the mundane concerns of the earth. An eagle, the ruler of the skies and all he surveys. An eagle, the loftiest work of the Creator.
What do I have to do?
Oh, it's very simple. You must never take another drink of that cheap, terrible...
Oh, no.
Percy, you think you might be able to convince him?
All right. I'm convinced. I am convinced.
What is that little verse? A man convinced against his will must remain a doubter still. Is that the way it goes? Well, something like it anyhow. Well, we're about to witness a conversion. For better or for worse, only time will tell, and not too much time at that, for I shall return with the second act in a few minutes. We're listening to an O. Henry yarn called The Passing of Black Eagle. And although we have a fairly good idea who Black Eagle is going to be, so far we have not seen him in action. And already there may be some grumbling out there. How do we propose to transform this rather amiable hobo chicken into the ruthless, homicidal Black Eagle? Well, just remember, us poets, we have licenses.
What do I have to do to become an eagle?
You must take the pledge.
The pledge?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I took the pledge maybe 25, 30 times. It never made me become anything but thirsty.
Oh, but this time, you must take the pledge and mean it. Percy shall see to it that you keep it.
Poor chicken. The days passed, and he lived through the tortures of the damned. Percy walked with him everywhere, never let him out of his sight. Percy enforced the law, and Chicken obeyed the law. After a while, strange things began to happen inside of Chicken. Strange feelings, urges, ideas. He would sit in silence for hours, thinking and talking to himself.
Miss Faith Hope Alabaster says I could look like an eagle. Well, the fact is, many people can remind you of some kind of animal. At least I don't remind people of a pig or a hyena. No, I'm an eagle. And the world will hear from me.
I'm sorry we had to leave you here all alone in the house. But there was work to do once again in Jack Marlborough's saloon.
Oh, how did it go?
Oh, it always goes well. Here, I brought you something.
What?
Oh, what does it look like? Bottle of whiskey, of course. Salvaged from the wreckage. Here, take it.
But what do you want me to do with it?
What do you wish to do with it? Well, good night.
She'd left the bottle on the table. He looked at it for a moment, and then he yawned, stretched, and fell fast asleep. And he dreamed. It was a marvelous dream.
There was an eagle. An enormous eagle. A black eagle. And this eagle, it soared high in the sky. Every time it flew above people, everyone became scared and started to run. Everywhere the eagle flew, there were other eagles who flew with him. Oh, they were much smaller eagles and not nearly so strong nor handsome. But they followed this big black eagle, and his word was law. He was Black Eagle, ruler of all he surveyed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
On what?
Oh, you passed the test.
What test?
The bottle. You see? It's full.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Well, that's why you passed the test. And now you are prepared to go out into the world and become an eagle.
An eagle?
An eagle among men. Oh, I've got a present for you. Here.
I couldn't take so much money.
Oh, it's not very much. Only $100.
$100? You can't give me $100.
Why not?
That's too much.
To start life anew with an eagle?
No, well, I'll be tempted to...
Oh, no. No longer. You have conquered temptation. Now, go out and become an eagle.
What's an eagle supposed to do?
Well, an eagle's supposed to... He's like all the rest of us, I guess. He's just supposed to do the best he can.
And so Chicken walked down the streets of Las Rojas with $100 in his pocket. Never had he seen, much less possessed, such a munificent sum in his entire lifetime. He didn't know where he was going or even what he wanted to do. Then he passed by a shop that said Gentleman's Furnishings. And he looked at his ragged coat, trousers, and before he knew what he was doing, he'd walked inside the door. It was a small shop, rather dark and musty, as if no one had been in there in years. Chicken was almost ready to walk out when an incredibly old man seemed to materialize out of nowhere.
Could you show me an old second-hand suit?
Black Eagle. Black Eagle, is it you?
Who?
Yeah, it's you. Come back from the dead.
Look, all I want is an old...
You were killed in 71. That's mighty nigh 35 years ago.
No, I wasn't.
That's what I said. You wasn't. Everybody maintained you was dead. But I'm the one kept saying you can't kill Black Eagle. And it's true. You're alive. You're alive.
Sir, I fear you have me confused.
Confused? That's what everybody keeps saying to me. Pop, you're confused. What would they say if they could see you now? Oh, I knew them Yankee bullets could never bring you down. I knew it, boy.
Sir, all I want...
Sir, who you calling, sir? It's me. It's Pop. Old Pop Needles. I give you your first horse, your first gun, your first drink of liquor.
Sir, I need some clothes.
Yeah, I know that, son. You look a sight.
I came in here to buy an old second-hand...
Buy? You think you can buy anything from old Pop? I got your old black suit here. I kept it clean and ready waiting for you.
Yeah, but you see...
Come on, get into it. You'll see how nice it fits you.
Well, I'm not sure that I...
They belong to you, son. Oh, I knew you had to come back one day.
Well, I really didn't want to buy such a black...
And look what I've been holding for you. Your 2 Navy Colt 44s. Cleaned and oiled and ready. Now, you just wrap that cartridge belt around you and place them 6 shooters in the holsters where they belong. And oh my, yes, it's Black Eagle come back again.
Oh, sir, I am not Black...
I know. It's a hanging if the Yankees find out. But you can trust me. I'm Pop. Old Pop. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll hide you here till it gets dark, and then I'll get you a horse.
Oh, but
Now, boy, you gotta be careful. After all, never forget, you're Black Eagle.
Then and there, Black Eagle was born. Or at least, he was christened. And poor Chicken caught a glimpse of himself in the black suit, the wide black sombrero, the black silk neckerchief, the black gloves. And it was a sight to chill the blood. For here indeed was a Black Eagle, a killer Black Eagle, a Black Eagle meant to perform black deeds. And so, Black Eagle mounted the horse that the old man had given him and rode off into the night to begin a legend. Yes, a legend. He had everything he once thought a man could want. The power of money, the adoration of women, the fear and respect of men. But still, he was unhappy, without knowing why. But now we must leave Black Eagle for just a moment and repair to the campsite of one Bud King. Bud King is an outlaw and the head of a band of outlaws who held sway in the country that lays between the Rio Grande and the Nueces River. Bud is talking with a female companion, a lady we shall call Kitty.
You know where Charlie and One Eye are tonight, Bud?
I got an idea.
Out looking for that Black Eagle. You know why?
I know why. I hear they want him to become leader of this outfit.
But, Bud, this is your gang. You always been leader.
Boys don't want me no more. And you know why.
Talk is, you're getting scared.
Oh, I'm not getting scared. I'm getting smart.
But staying holed up like this all the time ain't making the boys any money.
Now, we gotta keep out of sight, Kitty, for a while.
Why?
Now, this Black Eagle, he's kicking up such a fuss around here that Captain Sam Kinney's Ranger Company is heading here to put a stop to him. Now, if they see signs of us, well, What I'm doing is saving the boys from being shot up or sent to the chain gang. And for that, they say I turn yellow.
The boys still want Black Eagle.
Black Eagle. Nobody stops to ask who's Black Eagle. Now, what we have here is some rustler who was supposed to be shot and killed 35 or 40 years ago.
And come back from the dead.
Nobody comes back from the dead.
Well, but people say
If something's impossible, does it matter how many people say it?
Then maybe he wasn't killed in the first place.
Well, now that makes more sense.
Well,
But you can still shoot holes in it. Now, if he wasn't killed then, today he'd be at least 65, 70, maybe, well, even 80 years old.
no, he can't be. The folks who've seen him say he's about 35. Maybe 40.
So, he's just someone who people think is Black Eagle. Oh, it's that name. That awful name that scares them.
Oh, it's more than just a name, Bud. He's got the quickest, straightest gun in the West.
Except he ain't never smoked no one with it yet.
And he's supposed to have killed at least 100 men.
That was the old Black Eagle. The one we both agree don't exist no more. Now, from all we heard, this one ain't fired one single shot yet. Now, don't that strike you as kind of funny?
I don't know. Should it?
Well, a man wants to keep a reputation as a fast gun. He's got to keep shooting.
But maybe everybody's scared to try him.
It don't matter. Now, all your fast guns like to shoot. And they find ways of getting people to draw on them. Now, that's the thing about this here Black Eagle.
What is?
I think maybe I'm going to try him.
Now, that's what every story needs. Antagonists locked in a struggle for high stakes. And that's just what our story has picked up. Bud King. No living legend he, just a journeyman outlaw. Does he sense what we already know? That the fabulous bad man who has been terrorizing the border is only a chicken in eagle's feathers? The showdown will occur in Act 3 in just a few minutes. Fine feathers, they say, do not make fine birds. In that case, how do you account for Black Eagle? We know Black Eagle is, in actuality, a hobo named Chicken from New York City who winters in the Southwest. He has become the legendary Black Eagle through a series of circumstances that are really too complicated to believe. So just relax and take O. Henry's word for it as he resumes telling the story. And so Black Eagle waxed fat and prosperous. Life had never been so easy and pleasant. His cup was running over, and with strange liquids like water and milk. Well, he is comfortably ensconced in the guest room of a rancho one night. It was an honor to the ranchero to entertain so great a hero when our Black Eagle received a visitor.
Black Eagle.
Yes?
It's me. It's Pop.
Oh, Pop.
Listen, son. This can't go on.
Oh, what can't go on?
The way you're living now.
Oh, no?
No. You know what's wrong?
No.
You ain't killed nobody since you got back.
Oh, well,
Why? Why ain't you killed nobody?
Well, I didn't have to.
You did have to. They won't fear you no more. And unless folks sees a corpse now and then, unless folks get to see that lightning draw of yours, that dead Abe, they just ain't gonna believe it.
Well,
It's got to be done. When was the last train robbery you pulled off?
Well,
I can tell you, I was there. It was 1871, the year you was killed. That's how long ago it was.
Yeah, well, why do I have to do...
There's got to be another one soon. And you'll just have to find a way to kill somebody, too. You just got to hold up a train.
Well, I can't hold up a train by myself.
You won't have to.
I won't have to. What do you mean?
You're going to have a gang, just like in the old days.
A gang? Where am I going to get a gang?
There's a ready-made gang just waiting for you.
Oh?
You heard of Bud King?
Bud King?
He's old Tom King's boy. Bud ain't to show as the old man was, but he's a solid sort of feller. Well, two of the members of his gang looked me up. They asked me if you would become their leader.
Their leader?
The leader of Bud King's gang.
Oh. Well, will Bud King like that?
Bud King will have to love it.
Yeah, but still...
Unless he wants a showdown, but I don't see the likes of him taking you on.
Well, even so...
The boys want you as a leader, and you know why?
Why?
Because you're the best train robber in the Southwest.
Oh, well, Pop, listen, I'm out of practice, you see?
It'll all come back to you. I'll give you a hand. Now, I studied out the whole thing for you. There's a little station on the IG and N tracks at a town named Espina, about 40 miles north of Laredo. Now follow this.
Now, Pop, listen to me.
All the countryside for miles is wild, unsettled. Now, the station's just a little house where the agent lives. The train stops there for 1 minute.
Yeah, but Pop, listen to me.
It's just as easy as eating apple pie. Now, that's where you jump it. She combines passenger and freight. There'll be 4 passenger cars, the mail car, and a string of freights and back. Now, you just wait for her to stop. Jump the mail car, and you got yourself $1 million.
Well, Pop...
$1 million.
Yeah, I know, Pop, but I just can't see my way clear to...
Bud King's boys are outside waiting for you to go back with them.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, Pop, I just don't think I better do it.
You can't turn those fellers down. You just can't.
Why not?
Because they'll think you're chicken.
Well, I can't help what people think.
You know what this means? The word will get out.
What word?
The word that Black Eagle has lost his nerve.
Oh, now, Pop, this is the year 1905. You can't hold up trains
anymore.
The word
will go out that Black Eagle is a slipping.
Well, Pop, I just can't.
Now everybody's gonna try you. Every wet behind the ears punk is gonna look for immortality, is now gonna challenge you to draw. You'll be reaching for the holster day and night. Well, therefore, son, you best pay attention so's I can tell you exactly how to hold up that train.
And suddenly, Black Eagle was aware of a sinking feeling, as the saying goes, in his chest. It had been easy and comfortable to wear the clothes of Black Eagle, but to become Black Eagle was now, as another saying goes, a horse of a different color. And so, he returned with Gotcha Rogers and Bronco Charlie, 2 members of Bud King's gang. When he arrived, Bud King himself greeted him politely.
Boys tell me you got a plan for taking a train.
Well,
since it's your plan, why, you're the leader of the gang.
Oh, I wouldn't want...
When's it set for?
The
sooner the better. Now, any objections tomorrow night?
I think we ought to...
Excuse me. You had a long ride getting here. Now, I'm sure you must be plumb tuckered out. Now, why don't you get some shut-eye? Now, we're going to have a long, hard day tomorrow. Now, the boys and me was talking over your plan for robbing the train, Black Eagle. And we think you should be the one to hold up the express car.
Me?
Well, sure.
Well, I thought I'd be up front taking care of the engineer.
Well, you being the leader now, you wouldn't want somebody else to take the express responsibility, would you?
Well,
of course not. It's now the heart of the job. There's only one guard in the express car. Now, he's got a shotgun. But that shouldn't bother you. You can just shoot it out of his hand.
Well...
that's what they say you used to do.
Oh, yeah, but...
So it's all set then, right? You're going to take on the express car. And after you get all that taken care of, the rest of us move in.
And there he was, at the head of a column of mounted desperados. Our own chicken, or Black Eagle, if you will. Suddenly, for the first time, he became conscious of a great weight around his waist. For the first time, he realized what it was. The two heavy holsters with the Navy Colt revolvers. Till now, he had worn them as mere decoration, but now he realized that these were guns and bullets, and they were used to kill people. He'd never held a gun in his hand, much less fired it.
The night's so dark, we won't be able to see you from here. You'll have to fire 3 shots to let us know to go ahead with it.
Go ahead with it?
Why, sure. If you can't handle the express car, there ain't no sense us trying to hold up the rest of the train.
Oh.
Now, you remember, she only stops for 1 minute. So that's all the time you got to do your part of the job.
What, 1 minute, huh?
1 minute to get the express car guard and give us the signal to do the rest of the train.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you how excited the boys are. The thought of getting that $1 million.
Eagle?
What?
Oh, Black Eagle?
Who's that?
Oh, it's only me, Kitty.
Oh, Kitty.
I know I'm supposed to be up ahead near the station.
Yeah?
But I'm on my errand of mercy rounds.
What's that?
Oh, that's what Bud calls it. You see, he don't allow no drinking while there's a job to be done. But everybody needs just a little bit of a lift. So I got this bottle, and I made sure everybody gets one little drink.
Oh.
So here, take yours.
No, I better not.
You better not?
No.
Why, I heard the Black Eagle's the hardest drinking man north of the border.
Well,
Of course, maybe you don't need one. All you're going to do is hold up the express car. There's nothing to do. That shotgun guard will take one look at you and just drop his weapon and beg for his life. Who wants to fight with Black Eagle?
Yeah, then everything's going to be all right.
That's right. One look. Let's drink to that.
No, I better not, no.
You know, I go for you, Black Eagle.
Huh?
And after you kill Bud...
After I what?
Kill Bud. Oh, you have to kill Bud. He'll have to draw on you. He don't want to give up his job.
Well,
Well, why do we waste time talking? The train will be here soon. Come on, let's have that little drink.
Oh, but,
One little drink. And one little kiss.
Oh.
Is that so hard to take?
Well.
Another little kiss. Another little drink.
Well, I really shouldn't be.
And again. And again. And one more time. Black Eagle. Honey, wake up.
What?
Wake up. The train's coming.
Train? What train?
Oh, you're my hero. To think you could sleep just as calm and cool a minute before you have to hold up a train. Honey, you get to the express car now. I have to run ahead to the station.
The station?
Oh, there's more left in the bottle. You want it?
Yeah, sure. What a question.
I'll see you afterward, honey. And be sure, Bud don't shoot you in the back.
Where am I? What am I doing here? What are these guns and this hat?
Oh, no. The railroad cop will think I'm a bandit. I better get rid of them right now. And this hat. And, this here train, this freight. There's an open door. Maybe I can climb into it. Climb into this boxcar. Oh, my head. Oh, I gotta climb up into this car somehow.
Want a hand, friend?
What?
Grab hold.
Oh, yeah, sure, thanks.
Up you go. You're gonna like this boxcar, Fred. I always pick one with lots of nice Excelsior on the floor. Nice and comfortable as a Pullman.
Hey, Snuffy. That's old Coney Island Snuffy, huh?
and you're Chicken. What are you doing out here, Chicken?
Oh, I always spend the winters out here, Snuffy.
You sound happy and content. Would you just happen to have some of that elixir of joy in your possession?
Am I ever without it, Snuffy? And so you claim you were actually Black Eagle? Oh, yes, sir, I was. And had you remained sober that night, you'd have actually held up that express car? Oh, no, sir. No, you've got it wrong. Had I remained drunk. You see, sir, I'm drunk when I don't drink. Drunk with power. It's only when I drink that I'm sober enough to realize I'm only a chicken.
And there the matter must rest. O. Henry passes the story on to us just as it happened, without comment or explanation. If you think it's too far-fetched, why, just examine some of the things you think are so logical, and you'll find them just as what? At any rate, you'll find me here again in just a few minutes. Man was made to dream, and one of the world's greatest dreamers, Mr. O. Henry himself, busied himself with the stuff of those dreams. And he found what we know to be true, that dreams need something or someone to set them in motion. However, it's something else for all of us. There's dreaming enough and to spare right here on Mystery Theater. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Larry Haynes, Evie Juster, Paul Tripp, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was the ancient Greeks who believed that man's life is a thread, and it passed through the hands of three goddesses who were called the Fates. The thread, spun by Clotho, the design was determined by Lachesis, and then there was Atropos, who waited with the terrible shears. And when she snipped the thread, for a good reason, or a bad reason, or no reason at all, that was the end. Forever. And therefore, everyone who takes another's life also takes upon himself the mission of Atropos. And since, in a divine sense, she is the only one who is licensed to perform that duty, she may not take kindly to competition. Bear it in mind. Our mystery drama, The Mission of Atropos, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I swear by Apollo, physician, that I will fulfill, according to my ability and judgment, this oath and covenant. Thus begins the celebrated Oath of Hippocrates, for thousands of years the ethical standard and spiritual guide for practitioners of the medical profession. Louisa Alcott Mandeville is a young doctor, and the oath is still fresh and inspiring. A framed copy of it hangs in her office, where she looks at it from time to time every day.
I'm looking for Dr. Mandeville.
I'm Dr. Mandeville.
You're Dr. Mandeville? No.
I see that's become my name around here, Dr. Mandeville. Oh.
Well, who figures,
a dame?
It ain't that. You ladies who are doctors, but you figure they're all old dames.
You should also figure that all old dames were once young dames.
Yeah, that figures.
What's your name?
Barney. Bernard Aloysius Kremen. I work at the reduction plant.
Why don't you do something about that cough?
Like what?
Well, you could stop smoking, for one thing.
You can't.
All it takes is a little willpower.
How can I stop when I never smoked in all my life? Caught you that time.
Very good. Well, what's wrong?
I don't know what's wrong. That's why I come to you.
I don't like that cough.
I don't like it either.
How long have you had it?
6 weeks, a couple of months, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Is it painful?
Well, I get a little wave.
Wave?
It took me a long time to figure it out. Like a wave. Like you go to the beach, see a wave, kind of rolls in and builds up higher and higher, and it just breaks. I get this wave.
Does it hurt?
No, it's like pressure.
Where?
Everywhere. All over, all at once. I want to tell you, Doc, it's scary. And then right in the middle of it, cough.
The wave. It happened just now?
Yeah.
Take off your shirt, please.
What's the verdict, Doc?
I don't know.
Well, it's what I figured.
I need more time.
Be my guest.
Do you cough like that all the time?
I do lately.
I would like to send you to the hospital for observation.
No, Dice. I can't afford it.
Well, you could take it out of sick leave. You'd still be paid.
Yeah, but that's just straight pay. I'm not only knocking off time and a half overtime, but double time for Saturdays and Sunday. The way the plant is smoking now, I can't afford to give that up.
Thursday, October 15th. The patient's name is Bernard Aloysius Kremen. White male, aged 54. Married, 3 children. No serious prior illnesses. Complains of some sort of malaise. Persistent dry cough. Pulse, blood pressure, heartbeat normal. Routine EKG, X-ray, blood test negative. Come in.
Dr. Mandeville, you haven't had your dinner.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Drake.
Well, now, is that wise?
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Drake. I have this work to finish.
Oh, talking into that tape recorder, Dr. Mandeville. Do it on company time.
No, I'll be down in a little while.
Doctor, did I overhear you say something about Barney Kremen?
Well, yes, he's my patient at the factory.
Was your patient, you mean? He died.
He what?
He died.
Barney Kremen?
He dropped dead this afternoon, right after he'd come home from work.
But that's impossible. Friday, October 16. Bernard Kremen, a man who in every respect seemed normal except for the cough, expires suddenly. A post-mortem performed immediately after at the hospital reveals absolutely no further information. Pathologists could find no tissue damage. Why did he die? And what caused it? Dr. Mandeville? What's that? Where? The reduction plant. No, don't lift him, don't move him. Call an ambulance. I'll be right there. Everybody, move away, please. Please, give him some air. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
As if I were on a wave.
You have any pain?
It's just a wave, you know. I go up, I go down. I'm going to die. I know that.
That cough, how long have you had it?
The cough. Barney Kremen and I...
Oh, now, try to lie still, please. What can kill you?
The KCV 447.
The what?
The KCV 447. I found that out. They're not supposed to use it.
What is KCV 447?
Don't let me die. Please don't let me die.
I'm going to have to give you a shot. It won't hurt.
KC 447. Remember?
Saturday, October 17. Patient's name, Jack Edward Caddy. White male, age 25. Graduate student working his way through school. Unmarried. Displayed same signs, described same symptoms as Bernard Kremen, especially the cough. Became delirious, lapsed into coma en route to hospital, and died on arrival. Post-mortem performed. No indication of cause of death. Spoke of substance called KCV 447. Check on it.
Please, sit down, Doctor. Well, how's the job coming?
Mr. Spaulding, I wanted to...
I must say that the board of directors didn't take kindly to the idea of a woman doctor for plant physician. Stodgy group.
Mr. Spaulding, in the past week, 2 men have died in the reduction plant.
Yes, I was informed. What was the cause of death?
We're not sure.
Not sure?
Mr. Spaulding, what is KCV 447?
KCV 447? It sounds like someone's license plate.
Mr. Spaulding, this plant is filling a government contract.
Oh, I hope you won't talk about that on the outside, Dr. Mandeville. It's top secret.
Our current project is constructing motors for nuclear reactors.
Now, Dr. Mandeville, really, you
I'm sorry, sir. This is germane to the discussion.
What sort of discussion are we having?
As the plant physician, I have been issued a list of government prohibited materials. These are all hazardous substances which cannot be used since they constitute a danger to health and life. Violations will result in cancellation of contracts, plus possible criminal prosecution.
Doctor, what has all this to do with me?
KCV 447 has been used and is being used in this plant.
Dr. Mandeville, I can state categorically that is not true.
And I say it is, Mr. Spaulding.
Do you have evidence for such a serious charge?
Yes.
May I ask, what is that evidence?
The evidence of my own eyes. I paid a visit to the supply warehouse, and I asked Mr. Marlowe, I believe, if we had any KCV 447. And he said he wasn't supposed to give out any information like that. But when I identified myself as the plant doctor, he said, in that case, it must be okay. You have cartons of it. Well, Mr. Spaulding.
The old fool. The labels were supposed to... Well, it seems I'm caught red-handed. The next move?
2 men are already dead. There's no way of telling how many more will die because you have used a prohibited substance. I shall report this to the authorities.
Yes, that's one course of action. Another, you could forget about it.
Forget about it?
I could make it worth your while.
Are you trying to bribe me?
Of course.
I have never been so insulted.
Oh, and never been so flattered. How important you've suddenly become. Here you are, a fledgling doctor, still in your 20s, and you hold the fate of a $200 million project in your delicate hands.
Do you know what you're saying?
Listen carefully. I'm saying life is short. Timing is exact. Experience is treacherous, and judgment is difficult. I offer you $1 million.
There isn't enough money in the world.
Yes, there is. All we have to do is negotiate and arrive at the price.
There is nothing you and I have to negotiate.
But there is something you should negotiate with yourself. You have arrived at a crossroad in your life.
That is not true.
You can alter the course of your entire existence. I notice you drive an Isota Asmara, a very expensive sports car.
It's a luxury I afford myself.
Take a day or two.
And do what?
Think about it.
I've already thought about it.
KCV 447 is an exotic. There's absolutely no proof it's harmful.
Then why is it on the prescribed list?
My dear doctor, you know how vocal these do-gooders are. Doctor, even those who are violently opposed to KCV 447 admit it can only be lethal to a very small number of people.
One person is enough.
And these would have to be people who have a very rare protein allergy.
In this plant alone, it has already struck down 2 people that we know of. The toll can rise higher.
Doctor, if indeed KCV 447 is the culprit. Now, look, we have no real facts. But here is what I'm willing to do. I'm sorry about those 2 men. Anonymously, quietly, I'll send money to their families.
Will you stop using KCV 447?
Doctor, I can't, unfortunately. You see, it's a drying agent. It dries various component parts twice as fast as any other known process. Therefore, it cuts my fabricating time in half. Also my costs. That's why I was able to underbid all my competition for this job.
Well, I don't think we have anything further to say to each other, Mr. Spaulding. It's a Saturday afternoon. I shall spend tomorrow on my analysis and present what I know to the government on Monday morning.
You may regret your action, Dr. Mandeville.
I'm a doctor to whom life is precious. I'm also a citizen for whom the law must be supreme.
You are also a phrase maker.
Good day, sir.
Not to mention a pompous little fool. Which reminds me, one of our great Americans said, experience runs a hard school, but fools will learn at no other. I'm afraid, Doctor, that there may be a very hard lesson awaiting you.
Smooth as satin, sweet as honey. That's how Fred Spaulding comes on. But do you suspect an iron fist inside that velvet glove? You could be right. Dr. Mandeville has decided to take action on Monday morning. But that's almost 2 days away. 2 days can be a lifetime, an eternity. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Well, our first act ended with a young lady doctor who had some damaging evidence that could destroy the fortunes of a powerful industrialist. And she was going to present that evidence to the authorities on a Monday morning. I regret to say that she never did. It is with even greater sorrow that I must inform you that we shall never see Dr. Louisa Alcott Mandeville again in this life. Why? Well, it is Sunday evening, and we are in a police station.
Well. What are you doing here, Richard Harding Davis?
Richard Harding Davis? That sure dates you, Lieutenant Carey. How about Floyd Gibbons?
Well, they were reporters. They died before punks like you were even born.
I'm sorry.
You're covering the station house tonight?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant Carey. Alfred Alexander Marx Times Union at your service.
Lieutenant Carey? Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, let me write it all down. Victim's name? Yeah, make a car? Uh-huh. Right. Get the report in. Yeah.
What was that?
Nothing you're going to win the Pulitzer Prize for. Dame killed herself in an auto accident. Smashed into the concrete wall of an underpass. Kills herself and totals the car. One of those foreign jobs in Asada Asmara.
You're kidding. An Isada Asmara? Huh. I drive one of those.
Your salary?
I got it 15th hand. She wrecked an Isada? Hey, let's have the details. She must have been an heiress.
You'll never guess, so I'll tell you. She was a doctor. Company doctor at the Spalding plant. About 30 years old, name of Louisa Alcott Mandeville.
With that name, she must have been a real hatchet face.
Now, don't try to make Grandpa Carey here think you're tough. Want more facts, you could pick up her bio from personnel at the factory.
Can you imagine somebody totaling an Isada Asmara? Okay. Oh.
Hello, is this Al Marks?
Who wants to know?
Al Marks, who's the reporter?
Do you know what time it is?
Sure, it's 12 o'clock noon.
Well, it's my day off, so whoever you are, don't bother me.
Al, it's me, Frank. Frank the junkie.
Frank the junkie?
Yeah, I own a junkyard over at South Main.
Oh.
Hey, Al, you still looking for master brake cylinder for that sports car of yours?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this car, exactly like yours. Isada Asmara got herself totaled a couple of 3 days ago. Killed a dame driving it. The master cylinder might be worth looking at. What do you say?
I'm on my way.
This is her, Al. The Isada Asmara.
Now I remember. I was filling in for the guy who had the police beat that night. Cop said she must have lost control and run off the road. I wrote up the story. She was a doctor, young, too, alone in the world.
It happens all the time. So you want to take the master cylinder out and look at it? Be my guest. Is it okay, Al?
Yeah, it's okay, I guess.
Go figure, huh? You can pick that up at a junkie's. It's got to be my lucky day or yours. What are you staring at?
It's a piece of tubing. It's part of the brake line. It carries the fluid from the master cylinder to the brakes.
I know what it does.
You know what I think, Frank? I think it's been cut.
What?
Deliberately cut.
Why would anybody want to do that?
So that all the brake fluid would spill out, which would mean that in a little while there'd be no brakes, and if you were going downhill or around a curve, goodbye.
Yeah, but why?
Maybe somebody wanted that young lady doctor to have an accident.
What are you building, Al?
This end of the line, Lieutenant. You see, it's been deliberately sawed through or cut through.
Al, you wouldn't be out to create some news now, would you?
What are you trying to say, Lieutenant Carey?
Sunday night, what was the story worth? One paragraph buried somewhere in Monday's paper. But now, what if you could get a whole week out of it, huh? Week on the front page in your byline every day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a normal, natural way for a hungry young reporter to behave. Here's your first headline. Foul play suspected in woman doctor's death.
All I want is to determine if this brake line was deliberately cut, and if it was, this becomes just as much your business as mine.
So, what do you want me to do?
Send it to the police lab.
Oh, the police lab. That's where the miracles happen. That's supposed to be the last word.
Are you going to send it to the lab or not?
Okay, I'll send it to the lab.
I don't know if I should talk to you, Mr.
Marks, Al Marks. I'm with the Times-Union. It's a fine paper.
Oh, I know it is. I'm a subscriber. Couldn't get through my day without Times-Union. But why do you want to know about Dr. Mandeville?
Mrs. Drake, I'm going to level with you. I think she was murdered.
But she was killed in an accident.
It was no accident. The car was tampered with.
By whom? Now, who could have done it? A thing like that? Why?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, tell you what.
About her friends, to start with.
Well, she didn't have any. She worked all day, came home, worked half the night, and went to bed.
Men?
No, since she's living here, nobody.
Phone calls?
None.
What did you know about her?
Well, nothing.
You mean she didn't talk about herself?
Oh, she did. It added up to nothing. Comes from California originally. Folks died when she was born, raised by an elderly aunt. Never played much with other kids. She read a lot, went to college and medical school on scholarships. Never did anything in her whole life but work and study.
What about her things?
Well, she had her clothes and a few personal items. Got in touch with this old aunt of hers on the phone out in California. What do you want me to do with her stuff, I asked. Keep it, the old lady answered. I think she's senile.
Could I look through some of it?
Well...
Look, Mrs. Drake, I'm on her side. You know that.
Well, okay. But I don't think you'll find anything. Well, I told you, Mr. Marks. It'd be just slim pickings.
This tape recorder.
Oh, yeah, the tape recorder. Oh, she came home and made notes of all her cases.
Let me switch it on.
The patient's name is Andrea Detweiler, age 46, white female. Married, 2 children. History of ulcers.
Yeah, I see what this is.
Oh, she's got a whole carton of tape here. You could spend days listening to all that stuff.
Maybe I better do that. You mind if I borrow the recorder and all those tapes?
Well, I don't know why I should object.
Mrs. Drake, did she seem upset lately?
Upset? No.
Nervous, apprehensive, out of sorts?
Well, I don't know what to say. She was, well, you see, last week, 2 of her patients at the factory died, you know?
No, I didn't.
Well, she took it kind of hard. Not that it was her fault, I guess.
Tell me something. When she left the house Sunday evening, do you know where she was going?
Oh, yes, she told me. Matter of fact, she said she was going to drive all night to get there in the morning.
Get where?
Washington.
Why would she be going to Washington?
Well, I think she said she was going to see some government people.
Who?
Well, I don't know.
Must have been important if she was going to drive all night.
Well, yeah. When she walked out of here, she had the look of a person who meant business.
What does the lab report say, Lieutenant Carey?
Like I suspected, everything or nothing.
Let's have it.
Well, on the one hand, it could have been sawed through.
You see?
On the other, could have broken due to the high impact of the crash. I'm not sure.
But it could have been sawed through.
Oh, sure. And then again, it didn't have to be.
Look, she was headed for Washington, D.C. when she got killed. I spoke to the landlady.
All right.
All right, what? Isn't there anything you want to do about this?
Do about what? A girl gets killed in a car crash.
The car was tampered with.
That's only an assumption. It's not enough for us.
Yeah, well, it's enough for me.
You think there's a story here, Al?
Yes, Mrs. Rogers, I do.
Well, why?
The brake line was tampered with.
Well, that hasn't been definitely established.
But there are grounds for suspicion. Look, Mrs. Rogers, a quiet, almost a mousy little doctor. Keeps completely to herself. No other life but her job. Dies under circumstances that might be, okay, I'm saying might be, suspicious. Is it worth a shot?
You have a hunch, haven't you, Al?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know what it is to be on your side of the desk with a strong hunch. See what you can run down.
Oh, yes, the Times-Union. Your publisher, Mrs. Letitia Rogers, is a warm personal friend of mine. Mr. Spaulding, I want to talk to you about Dr. Louisa Alcott Mandeville. Oh, sad. Very sad. A tragic thing. What'd you know about her? Oh, surface things. What it said on her resume. She was very quiet, kept to herself, very efficient. May I ask why you're interested? I have an idea she was murdered. What? The car crashed, as I understand it. It could be established that the car might have been made to crash. Well, that's certainly a shocking thing to contemplate. I have an idea that the answer is here in this factory. Here? Why would you say that? Because she seemed to have no other interest, no other activity in life. Did you know she was headed for Washington when she was killed? No. How did you find that out? Her landlady told me. She was headed for Washington. She had told the landlady she was going to see some government people, and she seemed quite angry. All of this is news to me. Did you know that 2 men died here last week? I was informed, yes. What did they die of? Well, that information would be available at the hospital. Weren't you interested in finding out? Well, I was, but no one seemed to know. Would the late Dr. Mandeville have known? I'm not sure I follow all this, Mr. Marks. A doctor employed in a factory that is working on a government project leaves home rather angrily one night and heads for some government bureau in Washington, evidently to report a violation. Oh, you seem to be drawing a long bow. And I think I'm on target, too. As a doctor, what would she be angry about? The death of those two men? Do you intend to print any of these mad speculations in the newspaper? There must be something wrong in this factory from the standpoint of health and safety. Hadn't you better establish that as a fact first? Oh, it's a fact, all right. I just don't know where the evidence is. But it exists. I'll find it. Mr. Marks, what I'm about to say is off the record, and you'll never be able to prove I said it. Who would believe you? Now, look, I'm at a crucial stage of a top priority project. I might also add that the security of our country depends on it, not to mention the jobs of 6,000 people in this fair city. Are you building up to what I think you are? Absolutely. Now, I simply cannot afford to have publicity and disruption and all kinds of inspectors messing about. So, how much do you want to stop being a nuisance? I can't be bought. Rhetoric. It's so important when you're young. I mean it. I intend to go full steam ahead. That's because you have so little experience in the ways of the world, Mr. Marks. Speaking of experience, was it Ben Franklin who said, experience keeps a hard school, but fools will learn at no other?
Well, we heard that one before, and it was followed by a fatal car crash. Al Marks has been offered the same deal Mr. Spaulding was willing to give Dr. Louisa Mandeville, and Al has turned it down also. Now what? Can we expect another automobile accident? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Truth, it is said, shall prevail in the end. How much better it would be if truth could prevail in the beginning, could save so much trouble. And it might be much safer for those people who are determined to live with it. Who knows? Dr. Louisa Mandeville might still be alive today. Certainly life would be simpler for reporter Al Marks if he could get certain people to believe him.
We've got him, Lieutenant Carey.
Got who?
Spaulding.
For what?
For the whole thing. He tried to bribe me.
Now, Al, you can't prove that.
In a court of law, no, but he did it. He offered me money to lay off.
It would be your word against his.
And whose word would you take, Lieutenant Carey? Look, he tried to bribe me. That means he killed her or had her killed. Naturally, he wouldn't work on her brakes with his own hand.
But Al...
You know I'm telling the truth. On what I say alone, I know there's no case, but it should be enough to start you guys off.
What do you want me to do?
The reverse. Usually, the evidence leads you to the killer. This time, the killer has to lead you to the evidence.
Al, I need more.
It was done, so the evidence is out there. Now it's your job to find it.
How?
Assign men to do it.
I have to have a reason. I just can't put guys out.
Lieutenant, it could be you're afraid to tangle with somebody the size of Spaulding.
Now, don't try that psychology stuff on me. Wait a second. Lieutenant Carey. Who? Yeah, he's here. Huh? Okay, I'll tell him. That was your publisher's office. She wants to see you.
All right.
Don't sound good.
What doesn't sound good?
I think you're going to get some heat.
What do you mean?
You could be stepping on somebody's toes.
Spaulding's?
What do you think?
Then I'm right. You agree I'm right?
Sure, you're right. For all the good it's going to do you.
Mr. Spaulding was rather upset with you this morning, Al.
Well, not as upset as I was with him. He tried to bribe me.
I don't believe that.
Let's say you don't want to believe that.
Oh, Al, you are a good reporter, but all you've got are hunches.
A sawed-through brake line?
Not conclusive, The lab will not commit
The
itself.
2 men who died?
Coincidence.
Why would she be headed to Washington, D.C. to talk with some government people? What would she have to talk about if not some violation at the plant?
Al, how do we know she was angry? How do we know she was going to the government? How do we even know she was headed for Washington?
Her landlady told me.
Well, will her landlady put it in writing? No, I won't.
No, but Mrs. Drake.
Look, I told you everything I know.
Well, all I'm asking you to do is let me put it in writing. You said she went to Washington, D.C.
I said she went to Washington. Didn't have to be D.C. Could have been Washington State.
Why would she go there?
Because she comes from there, the West Coast.
You said she was going to meet some government people. You said she walked out of here like a person who meant business.
I don't remember saying that.
All right. How much did he offer you? Al Marks. Yes, Mrs. Rogers. No, Mrs. Rogers, I was unable to get her to give me anything in writing. Well, she reneged on the story. He must have gotten to her. Yes, Mrs. Rogers. Yeah, I'll report to the managing editor for another assignment. But you and I know Spaulding's guilty. And if you can live with it, I wish you luck. What am I out to do? Get myself fired?
Listen, kid, I believe that brake line was hacksawed. I believe he tried to bribe you. I believe he got to the landlady.
Do you, Lieutenant?
I tried to work on it. I had guys out trying to run down leads. And look, if he'd had the brakes tampered with, he'd have had to do it between Saturday afternoon and Sunday night when she was scheduled to leave, which means it had to be done in the darkness on Saturday night. I had guys checking the neighborhood for anything that looked suspicious.
And?
Nothing turned up.
I don't know what to do.
Well, I wish you did. Because you have to come up with something, anything, so that I can justify putting the men out. What do you got?
Nothing.
Well, you gotta have something. How about that tape recorder?
It's miles and miles of tapes, diagnoses, medications.
Go through it.
But that could be a career.
You sold me the idea she was killed because she was acting like a doctor. Well, on those tapes, she's talking like a doctor.
Displayed same signs, described same symptoms as Bernard Kremen. See tape, yesterday's date.
Bernard Kremen. He had... Okay, I remember. Go ahead, Louisa.
Especially the cough. Spoke of substance called KCV 447. Check it.
KCV 447. KCV 447.
KCV 447. A rapid drying agent suspected of having lethal properties. Its use is prohibited. Attacks certain persons who have a specific protein allergy. Not much known. It causes death in 6 weeks. Only sign is a persistent dry cough and a rising and falling feeling of pressure.
Yes, indeed. We've got him. We've got Mr. Spaulding. Oh, yes. No wonder he was willing to pay off.
Lieutenant Carey.
It's me, Al Marks. Listen, Lieutenant, I want to let you know you were right about the tapes.
Yeah?
What I got here is dynamite, and I haven't even heard half of it yet. Look, it'll take me the rest of the night to get all of it. And then I want to meet you at headquarters, and I'll bring my publisher.
Is it good stuff?
When you hear it, you'll know why she was killed and who had the motive.
Jack Edward Caddy, a graduate student in chemistry, worked formerly for International Solvents. They were cited for using KCV 447. It is reasonable to assume, therefore, that Jack Caddy may have suspected the use of KCV 447 at Spaulding's. But once he had caught the illness, it was too late. He must have known because he told me he was dying.
This is dynamite.
The disease caused by KCV447 is so rare it has not yet been named. It has a destructive but invisible effect on the heart and lungs. Its only symptoms are the dry, hard cough and the roller coaster feeling of pressure. Once these appear, however, the disease has already taken hold, and its fatal course is irreversible.
Yep, I guess that's all of it. Louisa Alcott Mandeville, you were a great lady, and you didn't die in vain. I wish I'd have met you before. Well, I'm going to get my first good night's rest in over a week, and tomorrow morning we cook the goose of Mr. Spaulding. I thought I would tell you two people first.
Yes. Go ahead, Al.
What have you got? Here's what we've got. A prohibited substance called KCV447. Spaulding uses it to get an unfair manufacturing advantage over his competition. It kills people who have a certain protein allergy. And 2 such people we know about already died in that plant. These are facts? It's all here on the tape. Her words, her voice, summing it up. She finds out about it. You'll hear how. She confronts Spaulding. He tries to bribe her. She announces she's going to report him. The next night, she's dead in a car accident that's at least suspicious.
That's what you've got on the tape?
That's what I've got on the tape.
Well, we'll print every word of it.
It's enough to make an arrest. Roll that tape.
Here goes.
Well?
Something's wrong. Maybe I don't have the cassette on right.
Well, it seems to be running smoothly.
You got the right button pushed down?
Something's wrong.
Well, run it fast forward. See where the voice begins.
Something's wrong.
Al?
Al, are you sure
Listen
you
to me.
had
Listen to me, both of you. Listen. I had it all here on tape, here on this recorder last night. I had it. I swear I had it.
Well, I'm sure you did. But where is it now?
I don't know. I do know. Spaulding, he got it erased somehow.
Al, you are becoming paranoid on the subject of Spaulding.
But it's true.
Ah, Mr. Al Marks, our fine young journalist. Have a seat.
Mr. Spaulding, I came here to tell you that no matter what anyone else believes, I know you killed Louisa Mandeville.
Not true, my boy.
You had her killed.
All reporters should have respect for the truth. Now, that's better.
You had someone fix the brakes.
Correct.
I'm sure if federal inspectors searched your warehouse for KCV447, they wouldn't find any.
Of course not.
Somehow you got the tape erased on the recorder. I don't know how you did that.
I had a tap put on your telephone. When you told Lieutenant Carey you had all that information on tape, the proper steps were taken while you were fast asleep.
You won't get away with it. I'll spend the rest of my life if I have to, but I'll get the goods on you.
Oh, that's nonsense, and you know it. You know you can't get the goods on me because they no longer exist.
Nobody gets away with murder.
Oh, that's a slogan. If it makes you feel any better, believe it. People like me get away with murder all the time. It's our business. We know how to do it. You know a man like me cannot be brought down by a little man like you or a woman like Dr. Mandeville. I can't be brought down at all. And you know I'm telling the truth. Well, you're almost ready to burst into tears because I've completely demolished everything you wanted to believe about the law of compensation, the ultimate triumph of justice. None of that's true now, is it? Well, is it? What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
How long have you had that cough?
What are you talking about?
I shouldn't have laughed. It isn't funny.
What isn't funny? What are you talking about?
Maybe, just maybe, I'm talking about justice.
Exactly 6 weeks later, the headline in the Times-Union informed the world that internationally famous industrialist Charles McNeil Spaulding had died suddenly. The story was written by reporter Al Marks, who quoted the doctors as saying that Mr. Spaulding's death was a mystery. Perhaps, but not to Al Marks. I'll be back shortly. We live our lives by the narrowest of tolerances, by the smallest of gauges. Little accidents, coincidences, chance encounters, sudden hunches. Any one of these can change a life or even decimate the earth. The world is such a volatile, unpredictable, capricious, and giddy place. Can there possibly be a master plan behind it all? Our cast included Mason Adams, Joan Lovejoy, Jackson Beck, Joan Shea, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ice and iron cannot be welded. A proposition that would seemingly need no further elaboration. And yet, how often do we find the spirit of this particular bit of self-evident common sense violated? Surely, if ice and iron cannot be welded, neither can December and May be wedded. But people never learn. And how fortunate it is for us, because if they did, whatever would we do for stories? Our mystery drama, My Wife Doesn't Understand Me, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sine-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's the little things that count, not just in human behavior, but in the operation of the incredibly complex machines that support our lives today. Little things, little almost insignificant wires, bolts, springs, tubes. And our story is concerned with a piece of cloth about an inch square. Just a tiny bit of specially treated cotton cloth, the idea of which is worth millions. The possession, a matter of life and death.
Horace, look.
Marjorie, did you buy another one of those things?
It was dirt cheap.
I thought we'd reached an understanding.
It was under $100.
What is that beat-up thing?
It's a chair, a genuine 17th century docking stool. The farmer didn't even know what he had.
He sure had you.
Horace, you simply don't know anything about antiques.
I know I can't afford them. Not the way you buy them.
Horace, I don't have time for one of your lectures on economics tonight.
What's for dinner?
Oh, Horace, I'm sorry. The girls and I were out all day, and I didn't get back in time to, let's see, there's some tuna fish.
Damn it.
Well, it's very good for you. Take some with tomato and have fruit for dessert, and I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
I have a committee meeting.
Now listen.
I had to wait for you to come home so I could use your car. After all, you deprived me of mine.
I did not deprive you. You cracked it up all by yourself, and I can't afford to have it fixed.
All I know is I am the only girl in the crowd who does not have her own car, and it's quite embarrassing. Well, anyway, I can't stay here and argue all night. I'm late now.
Mr. Bellows?
Yes?
You, called the pool for a stenographer?
Oh, yes, that's right. I did. Well, sit down, sir.
But, thank you.
This is a letter to Caldwell and Glenn. Their address is in the files. Gentlemen, in response to your inquiry concerning our centrifuge, if your basic fluid is our diethyl polypropanol sulfate, we suggest adherence to a specific gravity of... wait a minute, don't write for a minute, Miss
Jackson.
Miss Jackson. I want to think. Hand me that notebook on the corner of the desk there, if you will, please. Let me look this up. Diethyl polypropanol sulfate made for... I thought so. Okay, Miss Jackson, read it back to me, please.
Yes, sir. To Caldwell and Glenn, and I'm to look up the address. Gentlemen, in response to your inquiry concerning our, this word.
Centrifuge.
Oh, centrifuge. If your basic fluid...
Fluid?
No, wait. I think it's fluid. If your basic... That's right. It's fluid is, oh, Mr. Bellows, how do you spell that?
Don't you have a shorthand way of writing that?
Yes, sir, but it's a very strange word, and until I get used to it, I should write it out in longhand with centrifuge and fluid.
What is this?
Sir?
I call for a steno because I have a simple letter to go out to a client and...
Sir, don't be angry.
Well, I have a right to be angry. Those idiots in personnel. This is a chemical company. How can they hire a girl who's had no experience in scientific terminology?
Sir, I'm willing to try.
That's not the point. This is a specialized situation.
Please, Mr. Bellows, don't have them fire me.
They should never have hired you.
Whatever I have to know, I could learn.
I'm sorry.
I'll work hard. I'll get a dictionary.
That'll be all.
I'll do anything.
I said that'll be all?
Yes, that'll be all. You say that'll be all to me, and you know why? Because you're afraid to say that'll be all to your wife.
How dare you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. No. I am not sorry. I'm glad. You sit there and you judge me. You're God and I'm just dirt beneath your feet. Well, back home, where it counts, you're nothing and nobody yourself, and they laugh at you. Everybody laughs at you. Now that I've said it, I'm going to go home and kill myself.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Jackson.
No.
You're a very disturbed girl.
I am not a girl, I'm a woman. I am 30 years old.
I'll forgive you for that outburst because you're so obviously very troubled.
What do you care?
Now, look, Miss Jackson, you're not really qualified to work here. You'll have to admit that.
Okay, I admit it. So what?
So what?
Yes, so what? Am I the only one who's unqualified? I at least want to become qualified. I'm willing to work, to learn.
Miss Jackson.
I have very little in this world. I have no family. I came to this city to find a job. I don't even know anyone here.
Miss Jackson.
Oh, your phone is ringing, and I know who it is.
Do you?
It's that Mr. Kirkham over in personnel. He'll want to know if my work is satisfactory. Please, Mr. Bellows, I know you're very strict and exacting. You're a chemist and a scientist and all that. Please, have a heart. Just once, have a heart.
Bellows. Yes? Yes. I find her satisfactory. That's right.
Thank you.
Let's get back to work. You spell centrifuge C-E-N-T-R-I-F-E.
But everybody made a pledge.
You had no right to make a financial commitment without consulting me.
None of the other girls have to consult with their husbands. Of course, they all have their own money.
In the first place, quit calling yourselves girls. You're all 50 and 60 years old. In the second place, you have your own money, too. You simply don't know how to budget it.
You call that allowance you give me money?
It's all I can afford.
Why do you stand for it? You are head of research for that company. Why are they getting you so cheaply?
I'm doing the best I can.
I'm sick of that argument. People know who you are. They think you're getting an income commensurate with your position. I'm expected to contribute accordingly to various charities, to belong to certain organizations, to maintain a standard of living. It's a difficult job.
You've got to cut down.
One way to look at it. Another, you could go to work for another company.
At my age?
Oh, well, we always come back to the same point. I'll need the car tonight.
You're going out again?
Why? Is there something exciting happening around here? Mr. Bellows.
Good evening, Miss Jackson.
Well, what are you doing here?
I don't know.
Do you want to come in?
Yes.
May I take your hat?
Thank you. I went to the personnel section. I looked your name up in the files. That's how I got your address.
Well, I'm glad you came.
Why?
I'm lonesome.
So am I.
Why?
My wife doesn't understand me.
That's the greatest...
Cliché.
The greatest cliché of all time. I am glad you came here.
I wasn't thinking.
Yes, you were. You might not have been aware of it, but you were thinking.
You're almost twice your age.
I know.
And I was sitting home alone, reading. She'd gone to some club meeting. She always has something doing. And I said to myself, I'm going out. And here I am.
We've been through a lot together.
How? We only met yesterday morning.
It was quite a morning. The way we spoke to each other. Strangers don't talk like that. I liked you from the very first.
I was very cruel to you.
No, it wasn't you. There was something inside of you that's very upset. You're a troubled person.
I know.
What is it?
I don't know how to tell you. It's just that I feel I've done everything wrong in my life.
How can you say that? Well, you're a successful man.
I feel like a failure.
Put your arms around me.
What? I don't know if I should.
Don't you want to?
Yes. Very much.
Then take me in your arms.
But I'm a married man.
I know that.
I may not be in love with my wife any longer, but I don't believe in divorce.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't have any sensible reason. It's just that's the way I was taught to believe.
I said it doesn't matter.
I won't be able to marry you.
I'm not asking you to.
But I won't be able to give you anything.
Will you be able to give me your love?
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's all I want. Won't you kiss me?
Yes, that's what we male chauvinists need more of in this world. Undemanding women. Women who are satisfied just to be wanted, just to be needed, just to be loved. Women who are content just to be there. Ah, yes. Well, she's young, she's pretty, she's half his age, and while it may not be May and September exactly, you could peg it at June and October. Well, time will tell.
And in no time at all, I shall return with Act Two. At the very beginning of the story, we said we would deal with a little patch of cloth, about an inch or so in diameter, which could be worth millions. So far, however, all we've given you is a married man who is about to have an affair with his secretary. Well, we haven't forgotten the cloth, and it's still at the heart of our narrative, and we'll get to it in good time.
Hart?
Oh, you're home.
Yes,
Well, that's a switch.
I've been home all night.
I thought you had a committee meeting.
As a matter of fact, I did. Where were you?
I went back to the plant, did some work.
Horace, we just can't go on like this.
I was sitting at this meeting, and suddenly it occurred to me that I didn't really care about anything I was doing. All of it seemed to be a substitute for a marriage.
You're doing what you want. You're active, you're collecting antiques, art. You're into community and cultural and all kinds of things.
A substitute for a marriage. Oh, Horace. We started out 30 years ago. We were both out of college. You were a young engineer.
Marjorie, what good is all this?
Maybe we can find the place where we've...
No, the time is gone.
You took a job.
You always nagged me to make more money.
I felt you were selling yourself cheap.
But I had a chance to work. Work on exciting, vital, challenging projects. But you wanted money, position, status.
Maybe I was wrong.
No, you say that. After I'm frozen into this job.
That isn't true. You could go somewhere else.
What, at my age?
We still had some good years.
Our best years are gone.
But we could try.
We tried when we began. What do you want, Marjorie?
I'm frightened. I'm getting older. And I don't want to be alone. Oh, please, Horace. Let's try to make a go of it.
He shakes. Excuse me.
Who'd call at this hour?
Hello?
Darling,
Yes?
I just phoned to see if you'd gotten home safely.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I understand. Your wife is home. I shouldn't have called.
No, that's perfectly all right.
I didn't have anything to say except to tell you I love you. And now I'll say good night.
Good night.
Who was that?
My secretary.
Well, why does she call you at home at this hour?
Well, I'd given her some extra work to do, and I wanted her to let me know if she'd finished it.
Is she young, your secretary?
Yes. No, well, I don't know.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know what's come over me. Horace, I would like for us to salvage something. You and I, we have no one else.
It's gravity. The greatest power in the world, and you get it for nothing. The force of gravity. That's how the process works.
Oh, you sound so different, so young.
Young?
Oh, you're so stiff and starchy in the office, but here you're so youthful.
Am I? Am I really?
Especially when you explain how these chemical things work. It's fascinating.
Is it really?
I used to think all of it was so dull and boring, but you make it seem so exciting.
I haven't had a chance to talk like this to anyone in years. Not since my wife and I were younger.
Oh, you're still young.
Soon I'll be 16.
Just a bliss. Youth is a state of mind, an attitude. Tell me more.
About what?
About what's closest to your heart, chemistry.
No, I don't want to talk about chemistry anymore.
But darling, why not?
Because I sold out.
Sold out? What are you talking about?
I wanted to do great work.
You are doing great work.
Great original work. Great research. But I missed my boat.
Are you sure it sailed?
Oh, yes. Many years ago.
That's how an old man talks. That's not my horse. There's more than one boat. Talk to me about what we do at the plant.
Well, actually, we make solvents.
Oh, I know what those are. Especially diethyl polypropanol sulfate.
You said that very nicely.
It was almost my Waterloo.
Well, that's the big one. And ours is the best you can buy.
Why?
Because it's the purest.
That's what everyone says.
Oh, it's true.
But why?
Because... that's top secret.
Because of the filter?
Say, where are you getting all this classified information?
Everybody knows it. The filter is made out of a small piece of treated cotton.
Let's change the subject.
And you are the one who invented the special solution that cotton cloth is treated with.
Yeah. Yes, for all the good it did me. Everything you invent while you work for the company belongs to the company. They made millions. Still do.
Well, you could go elsewhere.
No.
So many companies would like to know how that little piece of cotton is treated.
I could never give away that secret.
Why not?
Well, because it isn't ethical. I made a bargain when I joined the company. The fact that it turned out to be a bad bargain for me doesn't give me the right to break it.
Do you wonder why I love you? You are a man in a million.
Do you really love me, Anne? Do you?
Darling, why are you so insecure? Why do you refuse to believe me?
I just can't believe my luck. My fantastic luck.
I love you. And I'll keep saying it until I convince you.
It's so peaceful here. So wonderful. I never knew I could be so happy.
Darling, that little piece of cloth, what do you treat it with?
Oh, well, it really gets very complicated. I don't want you to bother your head with it.
I thought I could follow it.
All right, another time, darling. Another time.
Howard?
Yes?
Another late night, I see.
I told you not to wait up for me.
I see you're paying me back. I'm the one who used to go out and,
We're swamped with work.
And you get a lot of it done at Miss Jackson's house.
Oh.
A woman knows when her husband's having an affair. She's half your age.
That doesn't mean
It
anything.
means everything.
Well, I'm sorry you found out.
Did you really think it could be kept a secret?
Marjorie? What do you want to do about it?
I want you to end it.
End it?
I'm prepared to forgive you. No, wait. I don't like the sound of that. It's probably my fault as much as yours.
All of this understanding and sympathy, where was it when I needed it?
Hollis, please. Why is a young girl attracted to an old man?
I'm not an old man. I'm an older man.
For his money. But you don't have that much. For gifts. What have you given her? To further her career, what can you do for her? To take her places, you never go anywhere with her. What does she see in you?
Maybe this is why you and I are where we are right now, Marjorie. She sees in me what you never did. Depth. A dimension. Genius.
All right. Granted. Those things exist, and maybe I never saw them.
But what does she want with him at her age? She's after something, Horace.
Yes. She's after contentment, peace, love. I don't believe in divorce, but if you
I don't believe in divorce either.
Then what are we to do about it? I've been honest with you.
And I'll be honest with you. I have a very sick husband, and I better find a way to help him before it's too... Where are you going?
Where do you think?
Just a minute. Who is it?
It's me.
Oh. Darling.
What are you doing here?
May I come in?
Oh, of course. I was just getting ready for bed.
Yes, I know it's late.
I'm feeling a bit woozy.
Huh? Something wrong?
Oh, it must have been dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, darling. You look worried.
Oh, it's nothing.
Something is wrong.
It's Marjorie. She knows about us.
Oh. I'm sorry. But it's one of those things that happen. Are you sorry we began?
No, never. We'll work it out. I'm only sorry you're not feeling well.
Oh, I'll be all right in the morning.
You want me to stop by for you as usual?
Of course, darling.
All right, I better go.
Horace, everything will be all right.
Just seeing you makes me feel better.
Please kiss me goodnight.
Good night, dearest. I love you so much.
And I love you.
Good night.
Donald? Come on in.
Well, the chump is gone, I see.
Yes, the chump is gone.
Ooh, that was close. Well, baby, where were we before we were so rudely interrupted?
Here we have a new character, Donald. Who Donald is, we can readily imagine. We also have a new name for an old character. To wit, Chump. Horace has now become Chump. But why? What are these people after? Patience, patience. The third act approaches. The French say, cherchez la femme, look for the woman, to which we should add, cherchez l'homme, look for the man. You should always look for the man, or to be more exact, the other man, when a young lady is dallying with a gentleman twice her age. Human nature, after all, simply cannot be denied. So, taking our own advice, we have looked for and found Donald.
Baby, we are running a bit behind schedule.
I am moving as fast as I can.
Now, you simply have to find out what he does to that little hunk of cloth.
I need time.
We can turn it over for $50,000.
Donald, I am doing the best I can.
Although, if you want the truth, I don't know what all the fuss is about.
That is because you are not a chemist, Donald, honey.
I always wanted to get hooked with a smart dame.
All I have to do is write my thesis and I can have my master's degree.
But just between the two of us, what is it all about?
You really don't want to know? Oh, in certain delicate industrial processes, an absolutely pure solvent is vital.
Uh-huh.
Now, Horace's outfit, thanks to Horace's filter, makes the solvent that's the purest you can get.
What, that little piece of cloth?
Right.
Okay.
The filtration takes place through that piece of cloth. Nobody can figure out how he treats it.
Ah, that's the ball game. But every day we delay...
I'll break him down.
Horace, why don't we see a marriage counselor?
What for? What's he going to tell us?
how to make our marriage work again.
Again. It never worked.
Oh, Horace, that's not true. We were in love.
A very long time ago.
I'm still in love with you. Do you realize how ludicrous you are? This girl is young enough to be your daughter.
Marjorie, for whatever it is that we might have had back then, let me help you.
Help me? How?
Let me help you find the courage as I found the courage to walk out and make a new life. You're still a good-looking woman.
Horace, you can't start all over again. You can't pretend you haven't lived your life. You can't make believe the years haven't passed. We can't throw away our life together. We have to try to make it better.
You refuse to understand what I'm saying.
I don't want you to get hurt.
I found someone who makes me feel young, alive, vital. Someone who excites me, who makes me believe each day is an adventure. No, she's not a smart girl like you were. She never went to college. She's not involved in the community. She's a simple little stenographer. But she's bright and alive in a way that you never were.
Well, I tried, Horace. I hope you and Miss Jackson will be very happy together.
You're so quiet this evening, darling.
I've decided to leave Marjorie.
Divorce?
If she wants it. I don't care.
I thought you didn't believe in divorce.
That's because I never wanted one before. I want us to be together all the time.
I want that too.
I know so little about you, darling.
What's to tell? I grew up in a mining town in Pennsylvania. Went to high school. Got a job in the dime store. Mom and Pop died, and I came to the big city to seek my fortune. And eventually, I found it. You're the one that has the story.
A story of missed boats, fumbled opportunities.
No, you mustn't talk that way.
But it's true. I graduated summa cum laude, took all the honors in chemistry, and what happened to me?
You are a successful man.
For what? Little knick-knack commercial processes. I was going to set the world on fire.
And you will. You do have something to be proud of, and it does bear your name. It's famous throughout the industry, the bellows filtration process.
Oh, that.
But it's important to many vital products.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Oh, you're too modest. I am proud of it, even if you're not.
Well, I suppose I am proud of it.
How does it work?
Oh, you couldn't understand that.
Just suppose I had fallen in love with, Professor Albert Einstein.
You're adorable when you're crazy.
I would be so proud of him. I would say to him, darling, tell me your theory. And he'd say to me, oh, my dear, you could never understand it. Now, wouldn't he say that?
Well, yes, I guess so.
And I'd say, I don't care. I want to hear it. And he'd say, why? And I'd say, look, if you were William Shakespeare, I'd want you to recite me your poetry. Now, do you follow this, Horace?
You give me a kiss. It'll clear my mind.
Your process, Horace, is your poetry. And I want to hear the poetry.
Even if it makes no sense to you at all?
Who says poetry has to make sense? It's your poetry.
I love you.
And I love you.
Put your arms around me.
Now, recite.
You get a cotton cloth.
Mm-hmm.
With a heavy weave. The best is an old-fashioned type. It's called Bengaline. You have the bluest eyes.
Yes?
Well, You treat it with a special solution.
The solution is the process? The bellows process?
An intelligent girl, remarkably intelligent. To assist in the bonding, you send a positive charge through the cloth and a negative charge through the solution.
And?
Now, the process itself. The vehicle is called Monsell's solution.
So handsome.
It was a World War I astringent. It shrinks the fibers. Do you follow all this?
Not a word, but I'm fascinated.
Now, equal parts bromine, which has to be handled carefully, just like the girl you love.
Yes, be careful.
And selected nitrites. And, in effect, that's my poem.
And that's the famous bellows process?
Essentially. Do you understand it?
I can't make head or tail of it, but it sounds beautiful. A work of art.
And now, do you know what we're going to do?
No?
We're going to find a beautiful apartment.
Oh, I'd love that.
Where would you like to live?
We'll talk about that at dinner tonight. You are taking me out to the finest restaurant in town to celebrate.
Yes, that's right. We have nothing to hide now.
Come back here and pick me up at 8 o'clock.
Oh, but that's 5 hours from now.
I have to get ready for you. I'll have to take a bath and do my hair and my nails. I'll just about have enough time.
Well, all right, darling. I'll see you at 8. You be ready.
Don't you be late.
Hello?
Donald, I got it.
Oh, great. Can we run with it?
Not yet.
What's the matter?
I have to test it out.
How long will it take?
Well, I have to set up some materials and equipment. That should take an hour, and then I'll need another hour or so to...
I'll pick you up at 5.
Between 5 and 6. And have your customer lined up.
Cash on a barrelhead. And the chump?
He will ring the bell at 8.
Oh, what a shame. There'll be no one home.
And, I'll put the house in your name, Marjorie.
That's very generous of you, Horace.
We can settle all this amicably.
Of course.
I really dropped by to see if there's any mail.
No. I'm sorry, there wasn't.
Oh.
There was a letter from me, and, it's a letter, I suppose, that concerns you.
Me? How?
It's embarrassing to say this, but, back in the days when I was being unreasonable about you and Miss Jackson, I did something I'm thoroughly ashamed of, and you will never forgive me.
Oh, I forgive you.
Without even knowing what I did?
Knowing you, I'm sure it's nothing very bad.
I think it's utterly reprehensible, and I must confess. I hired a private detective.
What for?
I had a despicable motive. I was hoping he could unearth some dirt about Miss Jackson. I was a fool. He could find nothing uncomplimentary. Do you think she'll forgive me?
I'm sure she would. But I'll never mention it. What did the report say?
You will be glad to know that you underestimated her.
How?
You had told me she was a simple little steno who never went to college, didn't have much education.
That's what she told me.
Well, I'm sure she's being modest. She has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering.
She... what?
And she's practically qualified for her master's.
That's impossible.
So now I understand that two of you have the bond of common interest. So maybe it can work. And maybe I was wrong.
I wish you the very best.
Let me see that letter.
Horace, what is it? Horace,
Give me that letter.
what's the matter?
The letter. Give me the letter.
Horace.
Hello, Anne.
It's only 4:30. You're a little early.
Yes. On the other hand, I may be a little late. Washed your hair yet?
Horace.
Funny smell in here.
Really?
No, it's not funny. It's familiar. It's very familiar. Very sharp. Pungent. It's coming from the other room. Why don't we see what it is?
It's nothing, Horace, nothing.
Why don't you write your thesis and get your master's?
What are you talking about?
Why don't you write it on the bellows process, huh?
Please, Horace, I don't...
Everything you told me about love, it was a lie. All you wanted was the process. You lied to me.
All right. And what did you want? A young girl, fresh, bright. You wanted romance, excitement. Did I cheat you?
All you wanted was the bellows process.
Right. But you gotta run for your money. And now get out of here. Go on back to your wife. You don't know when you're well off.
You think you can just take the bellows process?
Think so? I know so, Grandpa.
I've come here to give you something else. You see, as long as you've taken the bellows process, you should also get the bellows reaction.
The bellows reaction, what's that?
When bellows is treated, deceived, scorned, when his heart is transformed into just a casual thing to be broken and thrown away, he has a reaction. And it's this.
Oh, let go of me.
This is the bellows reaction.
Please, no.
The bellows reaction. The bellows reaction.
Horace Bellows never stood trial. He was found insane, and he is still in a prison hospital, where all he does all day long is mumble, "The bellows reaction. The bellows reaction." Nobody knows what it means, except, of course, you and me. His wife, naturally, visits him regularly. One day, she hopes, they will resume their normal life. I hardly think so. I shall return in just a few moments with the moral of our story. The moral to our story. There's no fool like an old fool, for a variety of reasons. First, if he's been foolish all his life, he's had ample opportunity to practice and polish his folly. Second, if he comes to foolishness late in life, he can bring to it the wisdom and experience of maturity, and thus perform his foolishness with a certain style and grace. Third, well, anyhow, our subject tonight was Horace Bellows, who became foolish for only once in all of his 60 years. But that once was enough. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Terry Keane, and Rosemary Rice. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. Since the beginning of time, people have argued about the existence of ghosts. They've been called variously wraiths, specters, phantoms, apparitions, shadows, or shades. But everyone agrees that if there are such things as ghosts, they are the souls of dead persons haunting living persons. And that's what our story is about. Ghosts.
No one, Mr. Garth, whether professional ghost hunters or ordinary people, have ever been able to spend an entire night in that house.
Well, how many have tried, Mr. Flanders?
Well, I know of at least a dozen. And that's within the past 2 years.
Well, did you get any reports from the professionals?
Oh, sketchy ones. But they all say the same thing. That whatever or whoever it is that haunts that house, the manifestations are the most powerful and evil in their experience. They all mention nameless horrors.
Our mystery drama, A Ghostly Game of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars William Prince. Nameless horrors, a nice phrase. But as soon as you put a name and identity to horrors, somehow they prove bearable. In the last century, people have shown that they can and do bear up under mass genocide and atomic bombings. But the horror that is nameless, that is the most fearful of all. And our spine tingler will try to put a name to one kind of horror.
You are not real. There are no such things as ghosts. I'm just imagining things. But I see you. I see you. No, don't hurt me. Whatever you are, please, stay away from me. You want me to leave the house? I will, if that's what you want. Just please let me by. I'll go right down the stairs, walk out of the house, and never come back. Is that what you want? Please. No! Don't touch me! Let me out!
Suicide. That's what all the papers say, Mr. Garth. But we know better. It's ghosts. That house is haunted.
Mr. Flanders, my field of study is the supernatural. But I can't even begin to tell you whether I can help or not until you get control of yourself.
I'm sorry, but this whole thing is just about putting our firm out of business.
Well, the house, Mr. Flanders. Do you have anything on the history of the house?
Yes. It was built in the early 1800s by a sea captain named Ephraim Hatch for himself and his bride, a young lady named Lucy Endicott. And they lived in it for some 4 years until the tragedy.
Mm-hmm. You have the details?
Well, Captain Hatch was supposedly a hellraiser in his youth, but also a great seafaring man. He was in whaling and, if the rumors are true, slave trading. At any rate, he amassed a fortune, He fell in love with this Endicott girl who was the town beauty, married her, settled down, and built this house.
Mm-hmm. The tragedy.
Well, the story goes, as nearly as we can piece it together, that the captain returned from one of his voyages earlier than expected and found his bride entertaining a lover. And he killed them both. Horribly. And ever since, the house has been haunted and unlivable. We're building a condominium. This house is a key location, right in the middle of the property we own. We can't even get wreckers to tear it down. No one will go near the place.
Well, you keep telling me that no one has lived in the house. What about this girl who just died there?
Oh, that was a stupid idea of my partner's. Her name was Roberta Ginley, a television reporter. She wanted to make a name for herself, and my partner sold me on the idea that if she spent a night in the house and then went on television and told people about it, our problems would be solved. And now we're in a worse mess than before. That's why we came to you. Well, there you are, gentlemen. The haunted house.
Well, is it always this windy, Mr. Flanders?
No, Mr. Kelly. Only when the wind blows from the east off the ocean.
Well, for a haunted house, it looks substantial enough.
Well, shall we go up to the house, Mr. Flanders?
Why don't you two go? I'll wait for you here.
You'll be quite safe, Mr. Flanders. It's broad daylight. Jim Kelly here has been with me in more haunted places and dealt with more ghosts than any man, except myself.
And don't forget Byron. Byron is my dog, Mr. Flanders. And like me, he doesn't believe in ghosts. Huh? Do you, Byron?
I'm not scared, gentlemen. It's just that I don't want to influence you.
Suit yourself. Come on.
Let's go, Byron.
You bring all our gear, Jim?
Well, it's back at the motel. We won't need it until tonight. Wow. They certainly built solid houses in the old days. Look at this door.
What?
Take it easy, Byron. Boy, everything's okay. You got the keys?
Right here.
All right, in we go. Come on now, Byron, come on. We're on our way to meet the ghost.
Tim, keep Byron quiet.
Sit, Byron. Come on, sit.
I don't think we should bother the downstairs. Let's go up and see where we're going to sleep tonight.
All right, I'm with you. Come along, Byron.
Oh, this looks like the master's bedroom. I'll sleep here.
And I'll sleep in this little alcove here, right off your room. Byron, what is the matter with you?
I wouldn't try to take him into that alcove, Tim. He can stay in this room with me tonight.
All right. Hey, there's a door here leading outside to what you call the Widow's Walk. Want to come out and look around?
I'll be right with you. Just checking the fireplace. I'm going to need logs.
Okay.
Where's the door?
It's right here.
It hasn't been open in a long time.
What a view. Look at that ocean. Any woman waiting out here to see her husband's ship come in might be blown away.
From what Flanders tells, the captain's wife wasn't too anxious for her husband to return.
That's right. She was too busy entertaining her lover.
Watch out now! You go over the rail!
Thanks, Mr. Garth. If you hadn't caught me, I would have gone over.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. I don't know. I lost my balance.
Come on, Tim. We know each other better than that. What happened?
I really don't know, Alex. I swear, I thought someone pushed me.
Mr. Garth, I'm not at all sure I'm doing the right thing, and I'll understand if you don't want to go through with this. I'll pay all your expenses to date.
You're concerned about my safety?
Yes. A real estate deal is important, but not that important.
Mr. Flanders, you'll have nothing on your conscience. Tim and I will spend tonight in the house, and by tomorrow, the ghost should be at rest.
And you think there is a ghost?
Well, of course. I just don't believe in its malevolence. Have you taken care of the wooden logs for the fireplaces?
The men wouldn't go into the house, but you'll find plenty of firewood outside the door.
Fine. Then I'll be on my way.
I've never seen Byron act like this.
Something to think about.
Well, I've been with you on about 50 of these haunted house deals. You think there's something different about this one?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Well, I've heard that sort of moan before. According to you, Alex, it's a ghost in pain.
It is.
Sounds like the evening's entertainment is about to start.
Tim?
Yes, Alex?
We've worked together for a long time, and we get along so well because I respect your disbelief in the supernatural.
Which has come in handy when I uncovered a few tape recorders and other little fake devices.
Right. But for your own sake, Tim, there's something about this house that seems different. Now, please, be careful.
Huh? You trying to scare me?
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
Right. Now, how about some wood for my fire? Oh, whoever you are, if you're trying to scare us, it's not going to work. You know, in all the years we've been working together, Alex, I've yet to see a ghost.
But you've heard them.
Oh, so you tell me. You talk with them. I just hear noises, and sometimes they're man-made.
And sometimes not.
Would you strike a match, please? That's better. Get some of the chill off the room.
Fireplaces always seem to make a room more cheerful.
The electricity must have been installed around, I guess the turn of the century, huh?
Well, I've seen brighter lights. But at least we have lights.
And candles. Oh, did I share mine with you?
No, I have a supply back in my room.
Oh, all right. Here we go again. Spirit wrapping. Oh, now I've made it angry.
Shut up. Listen to me. Whoever you are, my name is Alex Garth. I would like to help you, but I can't unless...
Doesn't want to talk to you, evidently, Alex.
We'll see. Although you're my friend in a lie, you are often a disturbing influence.
Now, I won't deny that I'm an unbeliever. So I'll turn in now that the fire's going. And you can go back to your side of the room and commune with the spirits.
And with each other, Tim. We'll check with each other, as we always do. Quiet, Byron. It's all right, boy. It's all right. Oh, trust me, Byron. You like your ears rubbed.
Oh, no. You expect me to sleep with all that racket going on? Has Byron gone bananas?
Well, I'm trying to quiet him. Easy, boy, easy. It's all over. Tim, is there any way we can get Byron out of here? He's beginning to froth at the mouth. He's covered with perspiration.
Well, I don't want to let him out now. He'll just get lost. He'll get over it when he sees nothing's happening. Hey.
What?
My lights just went out. How are yours?
Going. Gone. Easy, boy, easy. I know you're in trouble. Please, let me help you. If you'll show yourself, I could help you. I've helped others. Believe me. Is your name Lucy? Lucy Endicott? If you are Lucy, would you rap twice? Can you? Byron, come here. Come here, I say. Lucy, you're frightening a dumb animal. You're not frightening me. I'm sure you don't want to terrify a beast who's never done you any harm. Byron, come here. Come out of that corner. Come to me. Come on, good God. Come on.
Alex, the fire's going out in here. So we go to the candles. You've plenty of matches, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm fine, but I'm really worried about Byron.
Oh, somebody's playing games. I'd try to find the fuse box if I could, but... Hey.
What is it, Tim?
Well, whoever's at the controls is pretty good. A nice cold gust of wind just blew out the match I was using to light the candle.
Well, I've got a couple of candles lit. You want one?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm not scared of the dark. That pounding, that's a new one, isn't it, Alex?
It's new to me. It isn't spirit rapping.
Sounds like someone wants in.
You want to go down and open the door?
Oh, no chance. Hey, Alex, is your side of the room rocking like a boat?
I'm steady as a rock.
Was that Byron?
Yes.
What happened?
I'm not sure. He's dead, Tim.
What?
His neck seems to have been broken. Tim, did you hear me? I said Byron is dead. Tim, are you all right? Tim, what is it?
Run for your life.
Each man has his own nightmare, something from which he will run, driven by the secret whips of his own fears. But I suspect that Alex Garth could not tell you what it was that Tim Kelly ran from that night in the house that faced the sea. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. Alex Garth, authority on the supernatural, has undertaken to spend a night in a house so demon-ridden that workmen have even refused to tear it down. Deserted by his friend and ally, Tim Kelly, who fled in terror from unknown fears, Garth knew that he had to face the rest of the night alone as the heavy outer door boomed closed behind Tim Kelly.
Will you show yourself now? I promise not to run away like my friend. You'll never find peace unless you let me help you. There can be no rest for you except through me. Do you think you're being punished for some sin you committed when you were alive? That isn't you. Is it, Lucy? Please, let me help you. I will not let you in, and I will not leave this house. Rocking the room doesn't frighten me. I'm not afraid.
Mr. Coggins! We've split a top gallon. Keep her steady or I'll kill you! That letter I received in Trinidad tells me that my Lucy, my wife, isn't carrying on under the roof of the house that I built for her with young John Rogers. So, Mr. Coggins, we're going to drive for home and to hell with the storm.
Nightmares. We've all experienced them. But I venture to say that none of us has experienced the horrible sights, shapes, and sounds that Alex Garth saw and heard in that dark room of the haunted house for the next hour. And when he still held hard to his sanity and what remained of his courage, the apparitions changed in character. Garth no longer knew what was real and what was fantasy. He later told me that he may even have fallen asleep, hard as that may be to believe.
Alex Garth?
Lucy?
I am Lucy. Am I not fair, Alex Garth?
Yes.
Even beautiful?
Very beautiful.
Would you not like to touch me, Alex?
Even if I wanted to, I could not.
You think I am cold and repulsive. That is what you think. John, tell Alex how nice I am to touch.
You are very nice to the touch, Lucy.
Was John your lover?
You do nothing but ask questions, Alex Garth.
What should I do, Lucy?
Make me feel once more the touch of a man you love. And
Lucy, you're in torment. I can only give you peace.
Torment? Why should I be unhappy? I live here in my house and... Of course, we were naughty, John and I. We tried to frighten you. But that was only because I don't like strangers in my home. Apologize to Alex, John.
This is a childish game you're playing, Lucy.
But I adore games. I love games. Come, dance a minuet with me, Alex. Isn't the music lovely, Alex?
I don't dance the minuet, Lucy.
John, you dance with me. This was how John and I first met. Doesn't he dance beautifully, Alex?
Very beautifully.
Remember, John? Remember how you looked at me that night?
Yes. And that old witch Hannah saw it and wrote the letter to your husband.
Oh, not then, John. It was much later. Look at me that way again, John. Oh, you're no fun. No fun anymore at all, John. Alex, you come and dance with me.
No, thank you.
You are afraid, Alex.
Yes, I am afraid.
John, you heard. He is afraid.
I said I was afraid, Lucy, but not terrified.
Fiddlesticks. You play with words, Alex Garth.
And you want me to play ghostly games with death, don't you, Lucy?
Alex Garth, wake up.
I wasn't asleep.
You are here to drive me from my home.
Are you happy in your home, Lucy?
I will not leave. You shall fail. Others have tried. Would you like to see what happened to those others? I have a mirror you can look into in my room, just down the hall. Look in that mirror if you dare.
I think I've been given a fairly good idea already.
Leave this house, Alex. For your own sake, leave.
Tomorrow morning, Lucy.
Tomorrow will be too late.
Dizzy. Her head's going around.
Sit down. Sit down, Alex Garth, and the room will stop spinning. There. That's better, isn't it?
I'm still dizzy.
I warned you. Now, Alex Garth, now, look at me.
Good Lord!
You do not find me beautiful now, Alex Garth. Not now with the blood flowing from the wounds inflicted on me by my husband when he murdered me.
Not murdered, executed.
You would not like to kiss me now, Alex Garth.
Stay where you are.
You need not worry about my blood staining your clothes. It will not even show.
Stay away! Stay away!
I warned you, Alex Garth. You think no one would wish to embrace me now, with the cuts and wounds and blood disfiguring me. Is that what you think?
I am not listening!
Someone will wish to kiss me. Someone who loves me.
I will kiss you, Lucy. I will embrace you.
And I will embrace you, John, my love, even with the blood flowing from your poor dear.
I can't look. I can't.
It will do you no good to put your hands over your eyes, Alex. You will still see the bloodied lovers kiss.
No, I won't witness this horror. My thoughts are mine, and they're real. You're phantoms, and you don't exist.
For many we don't, but you know that we do. We are here, and we are real. And the only way you can banish us from your mind's eye is to run. Run, as your wise friend did. Run, and you'll see us no more.
No. No, Lucy. I'm not leaving this house.
This is the carriage bearing me to the burial ground, Alex. If you open your eyes, you can see into the coffin. The undertaker did a fine job. I looked almost as pretty as I did before I died. I was wearing the dress you see me in, Alex, and the only mourner following the carriage was my mother, the only person in the town who wasn't afraid of my husband's wrath, the only person who didn't believe I was a wanton. Do you believe that?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. Everyone feared Captain Hatch. And you, Lucy, most of all, you still fear him.
No. Oh, why won't you go?
Like you, Lucy, I am bound.
How bound?
By my knowledge, by my pride, by knowing if I leave now, I've failed.
You have stayed longer than anyone.
Not long enough.
You mustn't stay. What you have seen is... it will be worse and dangerous for you. Even more dangerous.
I mean, you're afraid for me?
Yes.
Why?
You really don't know?
Of course not.
But you've seen John. Have you not noticed that you are very alike?
Well, I really hadn't looked that closely.
Would you?
No, I believe you.
Then you must see how dangerous it is for you now.
Then help me.
I cannot.
If you would trust me and tell me what the control is, I could help.
You're very wise, Alex, but this is something beyond your wisdom.
Try me.
It's impossible. I am held here by forces stronger than yours.
How do you know what my powers are?
I told you, you are not the first who has been here, but you are the bravest, and your courage will destroy you.
Hello.
Mr. Flanders?
Who's this?
Kelly. Tim Kelly.
Where are you?
Boston.
But what are you doing?
Mr. Flanders, I owe an apology, but I owe Alex a lot more than that. Mr. Flanders, you've got to get Alex out of that house.
What happened?
Just get him out.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Kelly. You woke me up. I'm not quite functioning yet. What did you see? What's in that house?
Demons.
Well, I thought you didn't believe in ghosts.
No, but I believe in evil. And Mr. Flanders, in that house, you can actually feel the presence of evil. It's all around you, and it's dangerous.
Now, listen, Kelly, Garth knew what he was getting into. It's up to him to handle it.
But I tell you, his life is at stake.
Well, if you're convinced of that, then it's up to you to do something about it. Not to run away.
You speak to me of powers, Alex Garth, yet you are afraid to test them.
What kind of test do you propose?
The mirror. The mirror in my room.
Let's go. Well, come along.
I'm warning you, Alex Garth.
Wait a second.
Your death machine will not help you.
Death machine? Oh, you mean the revolver.
Call it what you like. It spits fire and noise and has been used stupidly by stupid people against us. Surely you know better, Alex Garth.
No, it gives me something to hold on to. Come on.
You could try to hold on to me.
This is your room?
You fear to go in?
Well, I'm wondering what it is about this room that... This is the room Tim ran out of, isn't it?
The mirror is over here. Now, look in the mirror, Alex Garth. Look well. See, Alex Garth?
Is that you, Lucy?
It is I, Alex, as a very young girl.
And your schoolmates? Who are they?
Schoolmates.
Is John among them?
Look. Look in the mirror.
I can't make out the faces. Now you're grown. I can't. Oh! No! No!
Mirror, mirror on the wall. What did the hunter of ghosts, Alex Garth, see in the mirror that so terrified him he lost his head and shot at the images in the glass? I'll be back shortly to tell you what Garth saw when I return with Act 3. Some people believe in ghosts, some very thoughtful people. There are others who say if you believe in ghosts, you will see ghosts. And Alex Garth, expert on the supernatural, is not only seeing, but talking to ghosts. As experienced and as cool a ghost hunter as Alex Garth has just committed the childish act of firing his revolver into a mirror, shattering the glass into 1,000,000 pieces, and doing the same to his composure.
Stupid. Stupid, stupid. Breaking the mirror isn't going to change anything, Alex Garth. The only thing you can do is leave.
I'm not leaving, Lucy, until dawn.
If you stay, your mind becomes a mirror. A mirror for all the things you don't want to look at.
Well, if I have to look, I will.
Then farewell, Alex Garth. You and I will see each other. But we can no longer talk until you join us.
Join you?
You are doomed. You will join John and me here in my home for all eternity. And God help you, Alex Garth, because I no longer can.
Lucy. Lucy, is that you? Lucy, my darling, my love, I must go now.
No. Please stay a little longer. Just a little longer, dear heart.
Why did you marry him, Lucy?
You went away, John, my love. You left and never said a word.
How could I, Lucy? You know I didn't have a penny.
You could have told me you loved me.
You knew that. You knew it all the time we were growing up.
Sometimes when people grow up, they change, John. And I was afraid you no longer cared for me.
That's why you married the captain?
I didn't want to be an old maid.
Oh, there was no chance of that.
I was afraid. I was afraid, John. And he was so strong. John, I'm going to have a child.
What?
I'm going to have a baby, John. Your baby.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Then we have to leave. You must come away with me, Lucy.
Where will we go?
West. To a new place. For a fresh start. Somewhere where Ephraim can't find us.
There is no such place.
Of course there is. Lucy, you know what will happen if Ephraim discovers that...
Ephraim won't be home for at least a week. He was in Trinidad the last I heard...
Lucy! Lucy, it's me, your husband. Come on down and unbolt the door.
Oh, no.
What'll we do?
Hide! I must let him in.
Where?
Anywhere. Quick. There, in my wardrobe, behind my gown.
Lucy!
Coming, Ephraim. Just getting my robe.
Don't be wasting your time, Lucy. It's been 4 months since I've seen you last. All right, Lucy. Where is he?
Who?
John Rogers, your lover.
Have you gone mad, Ephraim?
Aye, maybe. Mad with jealousy. Stop lying and tell me where he is.
You're hurting me.
Aye, and I'll be hurting you a lot more unless you tell me where he is.
Who put those terrible ideas into your head?
The widow Davies, that's who.
And you believe that old gossip?
Tell me she lies. Tell me.
She lies.
Aye. Lie there and snivel whilst I roust out your fancy man from wherever he's cowering.
There's no one here, Ephraim. As God is my witness, no one here at all.
Well, for your sake, I hope you're right. But the widow told me she saw him sneaking into this house tonight.
She lied. She lied.
Maybe. And now, How about your wardrobe?
Ephraim! I am with child.
Get up on your feet.
The child is yours, Ephraim. Your child.
You think I'll have my wife carrying another man's child? No.
Oh, you'll be killing your own child.
Liar! Cheat! Stop! Stop! Ha-ha! He's here. The man who got you with child. Then come here and stop me. Come on.
No. You know I can't do that.
Can't? You mean you won't?
You know as well as I do that I've never had anything to do with your wife. Just as you know very well who I am. What I'm trying to do here.
Then do it. I'll match my blade against your pistol anytime.
Captain!
No, John. No.
So, you came out at last, did you? Now, tell me how you like the taste of steel.
Here, have another drink, Garth. You look as if you need it.
Flanders, there isn't enough liquor in the world to warm me. Not after what I saw at your house.
Then it is haunted.
By ghosts beyond anything in my experience.
Can you help me?
I hope so, but I'm not sure. I managed to stay the night, and I barely managed to survive. There's one room in the house that seems to be the focal point of all the manifestations. That's the room I believe was occupied by Captain Hatch's young wife, Lucy. That's the room from which Tim ran last night. And that's the room in which I saw things no man should ever have to see.
And you propose?
To hire some workmen?
No, that's impossible. I told you what happened when I had workmen.
I can understand why no workmen from around this area will go near the place. I intend to import a couple of men I've used before.
Well, you could try it, but what would you want them to do?
To dig into and around that room and see if we can find something that will account for the hauntings.
We?
Well, you and I will be with them.
Correction. I hired you, Garth. You'll be with them. And report back to me. Hello?
Flanders, this is Alice Garth. I'm calling you from a diner just down the road from the house.
With good news?
With news. My workman walked out.
Well, that's that.
If you want that house cleansed, all I ask is you meet me there in half an hour.
Well, why do you need me?
Well, for two reasons. One, I don't know what may have to be done to the house, which is your property. And two, I don't think one man can do all the necessary digging that may have to be done.
Oh, I see what you mean about this room.
Yeah, we'll try not to think about this house or the stories about it. Just hand me that hammer.
What do you want with a hammer?
I want to test these walls, floors.
You think there's a secret passage or some nonsense like that?
Well, I don't know what there is, but there must be something. You'll have to take my word for it that what goes on in this house isn't an ordinary lost or restless spirit seeking solace. It's something that's planned and controlled.
How?
That's what I hope to find out. Ah! Here.
You found something?
I think so. Listen.
That sounds hollow.
Yes. And the further down you go towards the floor, the hollower it sounds. Hand me that crowbar.
Well, maybe we should let things be.
Not if you want to rid the house of the ghosts.
But what will we find?
Lord knows. Here goes.
I know. Wait. Can't you handle this without me?
You scared?
Well, I think I'd feel better if I stepped outside.
Be over in a minute.
I don't think I'm going to be able to stand this.
Well, just think of something else. You get a thought, you hold on to it.
Well, I can only Think of the sea, and the storm, and a ship driving, and a woman.
Flanders, hold on to me. Hang on. And look. Look, there's nothing down there but a room. Look for yourself.
God, why should I be so terrified? Why do I want to run?
There are steps. Come on.
No, you want me to go down there?
Come on, it's only an empty room.
I'm not so sure it's empty.
Come on.
No.
Steady now.
What's that?
It's a table.
There's something on it.
I know. Let's see.
It's just a plain saucer.
Yeah, the saucer's plain. But look what's in it.
What is that stuff?
Well, I'm not sure, but it looks to me like... or something like mercury. I bet there's mercury in it. Well, we'll have to have it analyzed.
What's that on top of it?
A needle.
Look at its spin.
I see. But don't you see anything else?
No.
Well, look under the saucer.
Looks like a slip of paper.
It does indeed. Let's have a look at it, if I can get it out without disturbing the... There we are.
There's writing on it. What does it say?
As moves this needle, so moves my will. Accursed be this house and all who dwell therein. See to it that they find neither rest nor tranquility, but be doomed to eternal agony and torment beyond the ken of man and woman. To which I affix my seal and signature, Ephraim Hatch, master of the schooner Lucy.
Do you mean to tell me that this piece of paper, that saucer of liquid and a needle...
Look out! The saucer! Be careful! Quick, the ladder! Hurry, Flanders!
The smoke! I can't breathe!
The ladder! Quickly! I'm right behind you!
How do you say thanks to a man who saved your life?
Oh, don't bother. You wouldn't have been down there in the first place if I hadn't insisted. I owed it to you to get you out of there.
Garth.
Yes?
I want to explain about my upsetting the saucer. I wouldn't say this to anyone except you, but I'll swear that something pushed my hand. Do you believe that?
Yes, Flanders, I believe it. And now your house is cleansed. The fire will see to that.
For those of you who are skeptical about the existence of such things as ghosts, I have a suggestion. Find a house reputed to be haunted and spend a night there. And then let me know about it. I'll be back shortly. Alex Garth is still an avid investigator of the supernatural. However, he has a curious reluctance to tell people about what he saw during the night he spent in that house on the New England coast. And he never admits that many times in the dead of night, he sees again the face of Lucy, her lover, and the terrible sword of Captain Ephraim Hatch. And he awakens with his mouth open in a soundless scream. Our cast included William Prince, Ralph Bell, Joan Tyson, William Redfield, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What are you doing right now? Give me the next hour of your life. Let me fill it full of mystery and suspense. And who knows, that hour might just last as long as eternity. Is there a judgment, and is there a judge? At the very end, do we approach the final bar, the ultimate bench? We do, the philosopher tells us we do. And sitting there, ready to put on the white cap or the black, is the severest judge of all. And from his judgment, there is neither appeal nor hope of reprieve. For this judge, this last stern arbiter of our fate, is the very person each of us was meant to be. Our mystery drama, Every Blossom Dies, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. Why does the moth constantly seek the flame? Surely the moth must be aware of the ultimate consequence. The question will only permit two answers. A, the moth is driven by mysterious forces beyond our comprehension, or B, the moth is out to have a good time and simply doesn't care. Like so many moths, there are so many girls like Georgia Temple. Pretty, vivacious, fun to be with, smart, except for one little thing. They have atrocious luck with men. I wish I could go on talking about Georgia longer because the moment I stop, she's going to be killed. But fortunately, none of us here may prevail against fate.
What are you doing? Why are you pointing that gun at me? It's not a joke, Billy. I don't like it. Billy, don't look at me like that. Billy!
I was worried.
Worried?
Oh, you're late for dinner.
God, is it the first time, Barbara?
No. And it won't be the last. But you usually call.
I'm sorry. Did I ruin the steak?
Steak? You ought to do the shopping. You're lucky to get stew.
Huh. Well, if it's ready, I'm ready.
You know, I was really worried, Bill.
Why should you be worried?
You mean a cop's wife doesn't have the right to worry?
Oh, I'm not really a cop in that sense. I mean, I'm not in uniform. I'm called in after the crime, Jerry Ferris and me. Whatever shooting or stabbing...
Please, Bill.
The rough stuff has already happened. Jerry and I, we do the gentleman's job, the inquiry it's called.
Well, you still should have phoned.
That's right. And there's no excuse.
I wanted to know about dinner, so I called the desk at 5, and they said you'd left for the day about an hour before. And do you know it's 7:30 now?
Well, darling,
No, honey, I'm sorry. I have no right to ask.
No, you have every right.
No, not under these conditions.
Barbara, if you want to know where I was...
because that would mean that I'm taking that note seriously.
Barbara, let me tell you.
I don't believe that note. It was sent by some vicious psychotic.
Darling, I want to explain.
If a person has something to say to me about my husband, if anyone wishes to accuse my husband of infidelity, let that person face me openly and with proof.
I'll tell you where I was this afternoon.
I just know you wouldn't have another woman.
Say, you are sure of me, aren't you?
I know you, that's all. It's just a note like that. Well, it's upsetting.
Darling, why didn't you let me see it?
Because
I could have taken it to headquarters and turned it over to the lab.
Well, I didn't want to get involved in anything, and... Oh, it's just a crank thing anyhow. I thought it'd be best all around if I just tore it up. I don't even know why I told you. Well, I'm just scared to think there are people with that type of mentality running around.
Look, the fact is, I left headquarters completely resolved to get home early when I saw someone. A hoodlum who has no business in this particular territory. I thought I'd keep an eye on him for a while to see where he might lead me.
And where did he lead you?
To a rooming house where he's evidently living. So I filed him in my mind for future reference and came home.
Well, I hope you like the stew. I made it with wine.
How could it be bad?
And a little music to aid the digestion.
Do you mind?
But I love it. You hear it everywhere.
That's the trouble. I've been listening to it all day.
So have I, and I never get tired
Well,
of it.
could we just do without it?
Oh, sure. But it's such a pretty tune.
I think it's the title that turns me off. Every flower must die.
No, it's Every Blossom Dies. Kind of gives it a feeling of mystery.
All right, if you really want to hear it.
Oh, not if it really bothers you.
No, it doesn't. Go ahead, play it.
No. No, I'd rather talk about something more important.
What?
Well, I hate to nag, but it's money. I'm short again this week.
I know. I know. Look, I just have this situation. Now, who could that be?
I'm afraid I know. Jerry Ferris tried to reach you half hour ago. He left word to call him.
Honey, why didn't you tell me?
I did want you at least to have your dinner.
Oh, well. Hello?
Bill, saddle and ride.
No, not me, friend Jerry. I'm starting my 48 hours off.
We got us a homicide. The address is 718 Hayes. You don't need more than 15 minutes to get here.
Ferris. Yeah, I better run.
Can't you just finish?
No, dear. I don't even know what kind of homicide we're up against. I better get right over there. I'm sorry.
Well, it isn't as if you didn't warn me before we were married.
Look, darling, about that note.
I've already forgotten about it. I wish you would, too.
718 Hayes. 718 Hayes.
What, Bill?
It's the address where I'm supposed to meet Jerry.
That's northeast, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, why should that address sound familiar?
You made good time.
Jerry, don't you have an ear for music? That needle's stuck in a groove.
I know.
Well, turn the damn thing off.
Don't be sore. I know I pulled you away from dinner.
Why are you just standing there listening to that?
I'll explain.
The name on the door says Georgia Temple. Is that her on the floor?
Yeah.
Why? You mean Doc hasn't been here yet?
Everybody's been here and gone. I decided not to move her until you showed up. I want to get some of that famous Bill Maitland insight.
Well, I don't do too well on an empty stomach.
Bill, we got to crack this one. The mayor, the DA, they're all up for re-election. Safety, that's the big thing today.
Yeah, how can you knock it?
Incidentally, you signed out at 4 to go home, and we couldn't reach you.
I ran into a guy I knew from the Army. We stopped for a couple of beers. What do we got here?
Her name was Georgia Temple. Turns out she's an old girlfriend of yours.
I never knew a Georgia Temple.
Now, let's get that famous Bill Maitland memory in gear. The name, Georgia Temple.
Temple. Georgia Temple. Oh, there was that murder at the Carousel Club about a year ago.
Keep going.
Georgia Temple was the singer there. And we picked up everyone in the joint for questioning, and since we finished late at night, we gave her a lift home.
You mean you gave her a lift home? You topped me off first, as I recall.
Because I had to pass your house first.
I just mentioned a fact. I read nothing into it.
Anyhow, I just dropped her off.
I know. I kept thinking, what a shame. Both of us were married.
That doesn't stop a lot of guys.
But it short-circuits guys like you and me. You're too idealistic, and I'm too scared.
No wonder that address sounded familiar.
Yeah, well, we meet her again.
Clothes aren't mussed up. No signs of a fight?
No marks of any kind. Doc says just 3 shots.
You been through the place?
Just a quick glance around. Doesn't look like a robbery. There's her purse, good-looking portable TV. There's silver in the chest of drawers. Now let's rule out robbery. And Doc's pretty sure she wasn't assaulted.
No sign of forced entry, so evidently she knew the guy. There's a lot of anger, a great deal of passion involved here.
Yeah, why?
She was shot 3 times. Why? Why fire 3 shots? Any one of them would have been enough. 1 in the head, 2 in the heart. As if the killer were determined to annihilate her completely.
Who do we look for? A disappointed boyfriend?
Those are always good. Who found the body?
The lady who has the apartment down the hall. I got her statement here. She kept hearing the music.
What music?
This.
Now, will you shut that off? It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, well, it was driving the neighbor nuts, too. It kept going and going for 2 hours at least. So she knocked on the door, she couldn't get any answer, and for some reason she got nervous, called the police.
What was the reason she got nervous?
She couldn't say.
Well, if she's down the hall, let's ask her.
As I tell you, I heard the music, and I knew the needle must have been stuck.
And then, Mrs. Woodruff?
Well, I've already told this officer. I went down the hall, knocked on her door, but received no answer.
Yes?
I called to her. Miss Temple, but there was no answer. Poor child, now I know why, and...
Yes? Miss Woodruff, why are you staring at me?
Well, I'm not staring at you, young man.
I'm sorry, perhaps I shouldn't have used that word, but it does appear that you are looking at me rather intently.
I'm sorry. I do give that impression sometimes. But it doesn't do me any good to look at anyone in any way. You see, I'm blind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right.
You'd never know it, ma'am.
You'd never know it here in my home, where everything is meticulously arranged.
You say you heard the record player in Miss Temple's apartment, and it kept playing the same thing over and over again. There was no answer when you knocked on her door.
No answer.
And you became very nervous and called the police.
That is correct, sir.
What would have made you that nervous?
I can only say an old lady becomes nervous for any reason or no reason.
About Miss Temple?
She seemed a nice enough young lady. Of course, she'd only been living here a few months. I hear she was a singer.
Yes?
But she wasn't working.
What did she do during the day?
As far as I know, she didn't do anything. Although, well, I shouldn't say that. She did practice a lot. Voice, you know, and acting.
You heard her do this?
She had a tape recorder, and she'd work with it all day.
Did she have any visitors?
Well, I shouldn't say this.
Say what?
She had a gentleman friend.
Who?
I don't know who. He would come and go. I could hear them quarreling sometimes.
About what?
2 things. Always the same 2 things. Money was the first.
And the second thing?
He was unwilling to divorce his wife. Now I know why I felt nervous. This time their voices had an especially ugly tone. There was anger.
The man, did he have a distinctive voice?
Well, I never heard it very clearly. It was always on the other side of the wall.
What kind of voice was it?
What kind? Well, I would say he had a voice that sounded very much like yours, Lieutenant. Very much like yours.
If they say, physician, heal thyself, should they also say, policeman, investigate thyself? Well, there's such a thing as coincidence, and certainly we all know about circumstantial evidence. Right now, we only know that a girl named Georgia Temple has been shot to death in her apartment. We have no real evidence that could point to anyone. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Georgia Temple was found shot to death in her apartment. The police are naturally asking the expected question, who killed Georgia Temple? So far, there isn't any evidence that would point to anyone. There is, however, a clue, a lead. It isn't much, but it's all we have, and it points at one person. And that person happens to be the police detective who is heading the investigation.
Let me understand this, Mrs. Woodruff. You've heard this man's voice.
Yes, Lieutenant.
And it reminds you of mine?
Well, it sounds like yours.
They say that sightless people have remarkable hearing.
Oh, it's like everything else. Some do, some don't. And the fact that your voice sounds almost exactly like the
the gentleman friend of Miss Temple's, well, that doesn't have to mean very much. After all, just as there are people who look very much alike, there are people who sound very much alike.
Thank you, Mrs. Woodruff.
I hope I've been able to help you, gentlemen.
You were very helpful, Mrs. Woodruff.
Well, Bill, have we cracked this case this fast? Are you the killer?
Yeah, if she's willing to testify under oath that it was my voice.
Were you pulling a fast one on everybody?
In what way?
In every way. Like you saw her home that time. You did, didn't you?
Yeah?
And maybe she said, why not come in for a nightcap?
Tell me more.
And maybe you did, and, well, maybe one thing led to another, and you've had this cozy little setup for the past couple of years.
Keep talking.
But you know the course of true love. It never runs smooth, and so maybe you have this fight and you pump 3 slugs into her.
Maybe you better check my service revolver.
I already got the lab report. The weapon was a .22 caliber.
Well, I guess that puts me in the clear, huh?
I guess it does. So where are we?
We know it's a guy. They quarreled. For any one of the maybe reasons or something else. How carefully have you searched the place?
We don't have any prints.
You mean no fingerprints at all?
None.
Not even hers?
Not even hers.
But her print should be all over the place. After all, she lived here.
Nothing.
That means he took a rag and worked the whole apartment over. Because his prints must have been all over the place, too. This guy spent a lot of time here.
Somebody must have seen him.
Look, why don't you ring some doorbells? I'll poke around the apartment.
There's no good in the eyewitness department. 4 other tenants. Mrs. Woodruff, who's blind, we already know about. Down to 3. Mr. Sazerac's a musician, works all night, sleeps all day, doesn't know anything. Mr. McPhee has been in Afghanistan for the past 4 months. Nobody can tell us when he'll be back. The Lewises are in Florida, where they spend 6 months of the year. And that's it. Now, what do you got?
I looked through the garbage can. I found these papers. These half-torn, crumpled papers. Here, read.
Ask your husband where he is all the times when he tells you he's at work. Ask. And stuff that's crossed out.
Now read the next one.
Ask your husband where he is when he's supposed to be working. Ask him why money is so short. The rest is crossed out.
Yeah, she was writing or had written a note. These are just the copies she made the mistakes on. Then when she typed one finally that was okay, that was the one she sent.
Hey, that figures, Bill. She sent a note to the guy's wife. But why?
Who knows why? Maybe to force him into some kind of move, to put him in a position where he'd have to choose between them.
She's got a typewriter. I saw it in her bedroom.
Yeah, you can see these were typed on her machine.
So she sent the note. The guy's wife got it. She raised the roof. The guy got so mad he killed her. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. So, somewhere there's a note that was typed on her machine. Some wife has it. If we find the wife, we find the guy.
Say, I remember you fellas. You're the cops that was in the place the night we had that unfortunate situation.
Tell us about Georgia Temple.
Poor Georgia.
Is that all you can say?
Well, that about sums it up. Poor Georgia. She left here about a year ago.
Did she go to another job?
Mm-mm. No, I guess you'd have to say she retired.
At her age?
Well, that's what it came to. Seems she started running around with a guy.
Who?
Nobody knows who. Anyhow, she must have been nuts about him. She quit singing just because he told her to.
Why?
I asked her. She said he doesn't want me to be an entertainer. He doesn't want to share me. So she quit.
How did she live?
He was supporting her.
He must have been a man with money.
No, not too much. Not the type that's got it to throw around. After all, she wasn't living in the lap of luxury. That's what she wanted. She could have done better.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she was a kid who could have gone places. But you know, some gals, they just get tied in with the wrong guys. I guess you fellas see things like this every day.
Maybe every other day.
You still didn't tell me why you wanted to come back to the apartment, Bill.
The tape recorder. Mrs. Woodruff said Georgia Temple worked with a tape recorder.
Yeah?
Where is it? Do you remember seeing it?
No. Maybe it was stolen.
Now, come on. Why would a guy come in here, kill her, and just take the tape recorder? She had money in her purse, remember?
Okay, let's look around.
Hey, hold it. I think I remember something. When I looked through her bag, I think I saw...
What?
Now, hold it. Lieutenant Maitland, let me have the property office, please.
What do you think you saw?
Maxwell, this is Bill Maitland. There's stuff that belonged to Georgia Temple. See if there's a pawn ticket. Yeah, I'll hold.
Pawn ticket?
She pawned the recorder.
But why?
She needed money. Look, the guy paid for everything else, the TV set, the furniture, the silver. But the tape recorder, that must have been hers. Yeah, Maxwell. There is? We'll be right down to pick it up.
Yeah? Yeah, I read about it in the paper. Well, what can you do?
You gave her $50 for this tape recorder?
It's a good one. High quality. Listen.
Sweet justice, let there be no delay, nor shadow of suspicion. Delay. A, that A sound. Say A, not A. Well, great actress you'll never be, Georgie. Back to the nightclubs for you. Let there be no delay. And let there be no delay tonight either. Have it out with Billy Boy without delay. Sweet justice, let there be no delay, nor shadow of suspicion. Honey, if he doesn't shape up, you'll have to...
Now, hold it. Let's run it back.
And let there be no delay tonight either. Have it out with Billy Boy without delay.
Billy Boy. Billy.
Let it run.
Sweet justice, let there be no delay, nor shadow of suspicion. Honey, if he doesn't shape up, you'll have to do something definite. Sweet justice, let there be
Let there be what?
a letter. We'll write a little letter, just a simple little note guaranteed to get his goat. Ask your husband where he is all the times when he tells you he's at work. Where is he spending those long evening hours? Signed, one of the girls. Well, Billy Boy, that should get us some action. You won't have to worry about divorcing her. Maybe she'll divorce you. Mm-hmm. That's the way to write it.
I guess that's all.
So now we know his name. Billy.
Every blossom dies.
Hi, Barb.
Bill! I thought you were coming home late tonight.
I am. Ferris and I are making the rounds at some of the watering places. I was at the Starlight Club just a few blocks from here. You want to shut that off for a minute? I'd just like to relax.
Oh, sure.
I don't know what there is about that song. It just... I don't know. It makes me nervous. I don't know why.
I think you're working too hard.
That's possible.
You're probably killing yourself.
I know, but that's me.
How's the case?
Inching along.
Why were you visiting the saloons?
Somebody must have seen that girl out with this guy. They had to go somewhere.
Why do you say that?
You're a woman. Would you be satisfied just to sit home and wait for your man and never get to go out?
Well, I do sit around here most of the time, don't I?
I'm sorry.
That's how it is.
No, it's just that this has been an unusually busy year.
No, it's just that you're an unusually busy cop. Your own partner, Jerry Ferris, is home a good deal of the time. I know, I talked to Janet. But I'm satisfied.
No, Barbara, you shouldn't be. It isn't right.
If it's the way you look at your job, your responsibility, then it's right.
No, I have another responsibility, and it's just as important. You.
Bill, I don't mind. And I do understand because I love you. And I want you to be happy in your work.
We're going away. Just as soon as this case is in the bag, I'm taking my leave. Do you realize I've got a whole month coming?
Are you sure you
And do you know where we're going? We're going to Europe.
Europe? Oh, Bill. Oh, how can we even talk about it? You yourself said money's very tight.
Yeah, but I think I think I'm out from under.
Now think hard, Molly. The name Billy. What does it mean to you?
Not a thing.
She never spoke about a guy named Billy?
Nope.
You knew she was going out with a guy?
Yep.
Billy means nothing, huh?
Not in connection with Georgia Temple. Well, not to me, anyhow.
Jerry, let's get out of here.
You come across anything in your travels?
Nothing. Molly, don't they ever play any other kind of song in here?
I like it.
Where do you want to go now, Bill?
Back to the apartment.
Again?
Yeah. Let's start all over. I think I see the trail that will lead us straight to the killer.
What do we know for sure? We know a girl was killed. We know a man named Billy is the killer. We know they quarreled over money. We're pretty sure Georgia wrote an anonymous note to Billy's wife. We also know the police detective who is investigating the murder is also named Bill. His wife received an anonymous note accusing her husband of being with another woman. Well, before you reach any definite conclusions, wait until I return shortly with Act 3. The great French writer de Maupassant wrote a fascinating short story. The man was a professional knife thrower. His wife was his partner. He threw the heavy, sharp knives at her outlined form on the board. The slightest error of judgment on his part would mean death for her. But the audience was unaware of the real drama on the stage. She was unfaithful to him. He knew it. She even taunted him. Why? Didn't she know that he could have killed her by accident? Ah, but she knew a great secret. He was an artist. He could not deliberately make a mistake. So, she was safe. Why do we tell you this? What is the connection with our story? Well, don't you want to do any of the work yourself?
You still haven't told me why you wanted to come back to her apartment. We picked it clean. We found everything that was here.
Okay. Now let's look for what isn't here.
Like what?
The lab says she was killed because she was shot 3 times. It was a .22 caliber pistol.
Yeah?
Where's the gun?
Well, it would have been great if the guy had left it here, but as you well know, killers aren't usually that considerate.
No, I don't expect him to leave the gun. But what should have been here that wasn't? And they should have been on the floor.
The shell casings.
You fire a pistol, the shell cases are ejected. Now, would the guy stop to look for him and pick him up?
Not likely.
No, but for our guy, it is likely. Smart, capable killer. No mess, no fuss. He picks a weapon that makes hardly any noise, just a crack that could be an automobile backfire. No panic. He cleans the place from top to bottom and does away with all his prints.
That's right. There's not a trace of him here.
Another thing. Notice his closet. It's empty. Would a woman have an empty closet in her house?
Never.
So what does it mean?
Means he kept some clothes here.
That's right. And he removed all traces of them. And of himself.
Well, we kind of knew all this about him, Bill. How do we move ahead?
What did he do with the gun?
He got rid of it.
Right. He wouldn't keep that gun 5 seconds longer than necessary. He knows he has to get rid of that weapon.
But where?
Okay, where? You're this guy. You just killed her. You've got the gun. You go to your car. You drive off. Now, just 900 yards from here is the bridge over the Westland River. A very deep, fast-flowing, murky body of water. So you stop the car. Is there a better place?
You know, Bill, you say this as if you can actually see it.
It's just a question of putting yourself in the killer's place, that's all. I have to come home for dinner more often. This chicken is great. You know, I forgot how fantastic a cook you are.
Bill, I was going through your closet today. I wanted to see if you had anything for the cleaners, and...
And what?
And I came across some clothes. New clothes.
Oh.
I don't remember your buying them.
How do you like them?
Well, they're not quite the conservative style you wear on your job.
They're not for the job. I just picked them up the other day. I passed by this place. They were having a sale. I'll need them for the trip.
What trip?
The trip to Europe, don't you remember?
Do you mean you were serious?
Sure. Why do you think I bought all these clothes?
Well, then we are going.
Look, tomorrow you go shopping.
Oh, Bill.
Can I depend on you to get yourself a complete wardrobe?
Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I'll get it.
Hi, Barbara.
Oh, come on in, Ferris. Bill, it's your Siamese twin.
Anything new?
They found the gun.
Where?
Where you said. It was in the riverbed. Under the bridge.
Anything on it?
The lab's checking it now. Let's go down and wait for the report.
Well, Bill, won't you finish your dinner?
Honey, put it away for me. I'll be starved when I get home.
Well, I don't know when you even have a minute for yourself. When did you get a chance to do that shopping?
What shopping?
You mean you boys have secrets from each other? Come here, I'll show you. How do you like that snazzy new wardrobe your partner picked up?
It's not bad. When'd you buy all these?
Simon Legree, you gave him some time off the other afternoon, remember?
No, I don't remember.
Well, we were checking out places where Georgia Temple might have been seen with her boyfriend. You and I'd split up. I passed by this store and did a little shopping on the city time.
As if the city doesn't owe you more time than it can ever pay you for.
Well, don't look at me.
We better get downtown and check out the story on that gun.
Ballistics establishes this little baby is the gun, all right.
What about the serial number?
Take a look. It's been filed off.
It can't be filed off completely. Lab can always find a trace.
This guy knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm stuck. I must be losing my grip.
Come on, Billy. Look at how you carried the case this far.
You mean we?
No, you. We'd be at ground zero without you. You found out about the note. You found out about the tape recorder, which gave us his first name. And you figured out where to look for the gun. Now, that was great police work.
It's just routine police work, Jerry. And what does it mean? Now I'm stuck. This, guy, he's been making moves. And I've been finding the counter move to each of them. I get him to reveal his motive, then his first name, then where he tried to hide the murder weapon, and we find the gun. And from the serial number, I should be able to trace him down, but...
Bill, you feeling okay?
But there's no serial number. It's as if this guy knew every move I'd make, and he leads me on, feeds me one little clue after another. And just when I think I'm ready to go in for the kill, he yanks the rug out from under. You know something? Right now, I'm sure he's laughing at me.
We've been in spots like this before, Bill, hundreds of times.
No, there comes a time in every case when you know who's smarter. You are the guy you're after.
Bill, you don't know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is we're up against a killer who's smarter than we are. And that's why he's going to get away with it.
Oh, hi. Jerry, Bill's left already.
I know. I came to see you.
Oh, well, come on in. What have you got there?
It's a portable typewriter.
Oh. Well, can I do something for you, Jerry?
Well, you'll have to answer a question, Barbara.
My, you sound serious.
I should. It's a matter of life and death. Barbara, did you get a note, a typewritten note suggesting that Bill might be seeing another woman?
What are you talking about?
I said it's a matter of life and death.
No, it's a matter of my own personal and private business.
The note was written by a girl named Georgia Temple.
Georgia? You mean the one who was murdered?
Yeah.
Well, but what would that have to do with...
Barbara, you did get the note.
How'd you know?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The only possibility left.
Why would she write me a note about Bill?
I said we have to help him.
Help him? Do what?
Get the killer. You see, right now, he's stuck. He needs a hand. He needs a clue. When we first came across the idea of the note, he said the note, some wife has it. If we find the wife, we find the guy.
But I destroyed the note.
I have Miss Temple's typewriter.
Oh, you're trying to frame him. What makes you think I would help you?
Barbara, he killed her.
No. No, I don't believe you. You're talking about Bill.
I know, but not your Bill, another Bill.
I don't understand a word you're saying.
Please, Barbara, Bill is two people.
Two?
Yes. One is the hard-working, brilliant detective, your husband, the guy who loves you. The other is a wild kind of guy who lives in the same skull, but nobody ever knew about him, not even Bill himself. And suddenly this guy broke out. He fell for a girl named Georgia Temple.
Jerry, get out of here.
He had to kill her, and Bill's been trying to find him.
You're saying my Bill is a murderer.
I'm saying there's a part of me doesn't know about.
It all comes down to one thing. He's the killer.
Yes, he's the killer. Say it that way. But he's blocked it. It's gone from his mind.
Jerry, what am I going to do?
Help him. Help him find the note. He'll do the rest. Barbara, it has to be done.
Mind if I put something on the record player, Bill?
No, of course not. How did he know enough to get rid of the serial number?
What are you saying, darling?
He knew enough to file it down all the way. I would have had him. Why do I see it so clearly? Actually, it's the way I would have done it myself. But I'll get him. He left something loose. He couldn't have tied everything up. Barbara, don't you hear that thing? It's stuck.
Well, if it bothers you, turn it off.
Well, that silly thing bothers me even when it isn't stuck. Every blossom dies. What a name for a song.
Well, turn it off, honey, if it bothers you so much.
All right, I will. Did you, drop this piece of paper on the floor?
What piece of paper?
Here.
Oh, what does it say?
It says, Dear Mrs. Maitland, ask your husband where he is all the times when he tells you he's at work. Where is he spending those long evening hours?
Hi, Bill. I think I found a new lead.
Forget it. We just won the whole ball game. We found the note.
Oh, Bill.
Note?
The note Georgia Temple wrote to the guy's wife. Remember what we said? Find the wife and you got the guy.
Yeah.
We got the wife. Dear Mrs. Maitland. Her husband's the killer. Her husband.
Yes, Bill?
But I'm her husband.
Yes, Bill.
No. No, I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
Bill, tell that to Detective Lieutenant Bill Maitland. Tell the detective you didn't kill her.
Oh, Bill.
Barbara, I didn't. How could I?
I don't care, Bill. I'll stay with
But
you.
I didn't.
You see it now, Bill. Bill, can you?
Yes, Jerry, I see it now.
What happened?
What happened? You know what happened. You thought it was a joke when you said it back at her apartment. I thought it was a joke. You said, did you take her home that night? And did she ask you in for a nightcap? And did one thing lead to another? Well, yes. It did. It did. But a thing like that, it was wrong, and it kept getting worse, and I couldn't face it anymore. It wouldn't go away. She wouldn't go away, or maybe I couldn't stay away, so I had to blast it away, wipe it out. I fired 3 shots, and it was gone. And I was released. I was free. As if it had never happened.
Lieutenant, we've got all the evidence. Do you want to bring him in?
Jerry, We have to bring him in. He's a killer.
Temporary insanity was the way it finally wound up legally. Bill is no longer a cop. He had undergone a long period of treatment, and he and Barbara live quietly together now. Bill's life isn't very exciting, but it has other satisfactions. At least, Bill knows who he is. In music, they have what is known as theme and variations. Often one composer will take a theme written by another and write a beautiful series of variations on it. The basic theme of today's story was, of course, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was a variation by Stevenson on a famous medieval legend. Jekyll and Hyde, a famous partnership which only requires one person, and you find it so often in almost everyone. Our cast included Michael Tolan, George Petrie, Catherine Byers, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The Wild West, which has become one of America's most endurable legends, lasted for less than 50 years. From somewhere in the early 1820s through perhaps 1870. The picture of the cowboy, the saloon, the sheriff with his 2 guns, and the wild and lawless men with the rough exterior and the smooth draw was reasonably authentic. This is a story about that era. Our mystery drama, The Blue Roan Stallion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. Long before the middle of the 19th century, the American Indian was doomed. The buffalo that once roamed his vast lands and on whom he depended not only for food, but every other aspect of his life, was being wiped out. Cattle now grazed where once the buffalo roamed, and the land they grazed was no longer Indian land, but the white man's. Cowboys and Indians were natural opponents from their roots. This is the story of one young man who was a part of both, and of a phantom symbol that tied them both to the past.
What is it, little buffalo?
Something strange, Mother. Beautiful.
A blue roan stallion.
Silhouetted against the setting sun. He's not one of our horses.
Oh, yes, he is. Or was.
Not this Cheyenne tribe. If it wasn't getting to be night, I'd try to take out after him and catch him.
You never would. Come here, little buck. No. No, I mean Dan.
I'm not ashamed of my Indian name.
So you saw the blue stallion?
The
No, I saw a blue roan. I think it was a stallion.
You saw the blue roan stallion. It came for me.
Came for you?
Let me talk. First of all, the legend. In this Cheyenne tribe, the greatest warrior and counselor of all was...
Straight arrow?
Oh, no, not you, Father. Except to me. I meant Lone Gray Buffalo.
My father's father.
The father of the man I lived with in this tribe until he died. It was Gray Buffalo's horse, and when he died, the great winter of the beaver, his horse died too. The legend has it that his stallion gave his life so that he might carry his child across the wide water to their happy hunting grounds. Your father saw him out there by the edge of the aspen the night before he took sick, and the chiefs sent for you.
I'm sorry I didn't get here in time to say goodbye.
He would have liked that. I'm glad you are here with me at the last.
I'm glad I'm here to make sure nobody turned his back on you.
Oh, they wouldn't have. I'm accepted now after all these years as one of them. As you are, I hope, in the other world.
Because nobody figures me with blue eyes and red hair for a half-breed. I find it hard to believe sometimes there can be any Cheyenne in me. Was he really my father?
Yes, son. And even though I sent you away all those years ago to live outside the tribe, he still remembered you as his favorite son because you were born of our union. I wanted better for you.
Better? The Cheyenne are better men than their white brothers.
No. They are a dying race. I wanted the future for you. That's why I sent you to your aunt in Abilene. You said in your letters you studied at school.
I did, Mother. I did. I can read and write.
Oh, go there by the head of the cot and look in the parf flesh. Your father left you one of his treasures there.
His Spencer rifle.
His most prized possession next to his horse. You may have walked into this camp, but you'll ride out of it. And armed.
Not without you. That's what I came back for.
No. I shall ride another horse. Listen. He is calling me.
Who?
The blue roan stallion. And seated on his back. To lift me in the arms and sweep me away as he did over 20 years ago. Young and straight in light bronze. The muscles rippling under his skin. The face fierce and proud. And the back straight as the arrow that gave him his name. Yes, Straight Arrow. I am coming again to share your teepee and your blanket. My love, freely given, never taken, always given, and never dying. Only waiting to begin again across the great water.
Mother.
Live to make me proud of you. And that is more reward than I can ask for. You go. Quickly open the flap. Oh.
Yes.
There he is. Sitting on the blue stallion. Waiting for me. Look closely. And you will see me. Join him.
Mother. Oh, no. Dead. Last link anywhere. Now I'm alone. And there is no home. I came down off the edge of the mountains, across the flatlands. heading southeast back towards Texas. I had a good horse between my legs and a rifle I could drop a prairie dog with at 100 yards. It was summer, and before me I could see a far mile. I'd have never have seen him if it hadn't have been for the vultures. A big, heavy man, well-dressed, lying on his back, fighting to keep his eyes open. A Colt 44 cocked and ready in his lap if one of them came too near. You want to put up your gun? I'll give you some water.
Gun's for the buzzards, not you. A drink. I'd take it kindly.
Here. Lord, hold on. Come at it easy. You'll tie up your belly in knots.
Oh, damn fool. I know better. Only when you hanker this hard for a drink, No, that's enough for now.
How long you been here?
Since yesterday afternoon. My horse shied at a rattler. It threw me. Oh, my leg's broken. Oh, my ranch isn't too far from here. And horse, we could make it by nightfall.
You're not in any shape to ride. Let's have a look at that leg.
It's just below the knee.
Yeah. Shin bone. Tibia.
Hey, what are you? A doc?
No, just the son of a school teacher. Here.
Oh, what is it, huh?
It's a piece of rawhide fringe off my jacket. Fold it up so you can bite on it.
What for?
I'm going to set that leg of yours, and it's going to hurt. I'll have to use my rifle stock for a splint. Had to cut your pants leg away anyway, so we might as well use it to tie that splint secure.
Oh, you get that bone in place so I can walk again. I don't care. You stripped me naked as I was born.
We don't have to go that far. You're not doing any walking. You ride, I'll walk.
Oh, you ride Indian style? No saddle?
It was a long winter for cowhands.
Well, you get me back to my ranch, son, and you don't have to worry about winters as long as you want to ride, fence, herd, or cattle drive for the Crown M. My name is Hale Chalmers.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Chalmers. Dan's what they call me. Dan Bowles will do.
Oh, wow. What would do better?
Nothing. That's my name.
Okay, Dan Bowles. Let's get tracking. We got a right for a piece to go before we make it to home.
It would have been far, traveling as we were, me on foot and Mr. Chalmers barely supporting himself on Baldy's back. If long before we ever got in sight of the ranch, we didn't run into all the hands led by the foreman, Mike Patterson, sweeping the range as far north and south as I could see, looking for Mr. Hale. Behind them was a buckboard with Doc Nate Reynolds driving, and as soon as he checked out Mr. Chalmers' leg, we all took out for the ranch, reaching there before dark. Before he passed out finally, Mr. Chalmers had told Black Mike, as I later found everyone called him, to sign me on.
Put your horse in the corral. I'll take you up to the horse house, Bowles.
Thank you kindly.
You travel kind of light. Injun pony?
Yeah.
You steal them?
Nope.
Hell, I don't care. Them mangy Injuns, they got anything to take, I'd take it after all the grief they brought us Christian men.
You don't like Indians, Mike?
No, I don't. I can smell them out like a rattler can a prairie dog. And on this land, I'm ranch boss. And the name is Mr. Patterson.
So in one day, I'd made a friend and an enemy. A friend I could reckon for sure. And the enemy was just seat-of-the-pants hunch. I wasn't that bad in need of a job. I had to work under a ranch boss like him. And I might have considered real hard about signing on if it wasn't for a thing happened the next day.
Come.
Mr. Patterson said you wanted to see me, Mr. Chalmers.
I sure do, son. Come on in. Shut the door. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you, sir. I don't reckon I could stop for coffee. Mr. Patterson wants me out riding fence.
He does, doesn't he? You sign you on like I told him?
Well, sir, I ain't rightly signed on yet. I reckon he wanted me to prove out, and I ain't made up my own mind the whole way.
Well, forget Black Mike. He's mean, ugly, cuss a lot of ways, but the best ranch boss a man could ask for. Go on, sit down. Pour yourself some coffee.
How's the leg this morning?
Well, it hurts. Means it's mending good, thanks to you. Got your rifle stock right here. Needs some cleaning.
No, I'd rather tend to that myself.
Yeah, figured you would. And I want to ask another favor of you.
Well, sure, Mr. Chalmers. I guess.
Now, come right down to it. I hope you'll consider signing on here, 'cause I need a man like you.
I'll think on it.
All right, now, second, now, you know where Miller's Junction is from here?
Unless it's moved in the last month or two, I do.
Well, my daughter's due in there tomorrow morning on the Union Pacific Railroad. Now, I can't pick her up myself, laid up like this. Now, would you take the buckboard in and pick her up for me? Now, you go to the bank and see Mr. Slade. Now, I'll give you a dispatch pouch. Now, he'll give you an envelope with money we need here for operating expenses and see you're roomed and boarded at the hotel.
You're putting an awful lot of faith in me, Mr. Chalmers.
I owe you my life. Why wouldn't I?
Supposing I was to take the money and keep right on going.
You won't. You meet my daughter, and I guarantee you won't. And we'll take it all from here.
I didn't know right then that I was going to meet my whole future, and that whether it ended in life or death was a toss of the coin, and not very far away.
Some curious instinct, perhaps bred from the half of him that came from Indian heritage, faintly struck an alarm bell deep within Dan. Shutting his eyes against the sun as he came out of the ranch house, he could almost glimpse far off the vision of the blue roan stallion, and hear against his heart the drumming of its hooves. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Coming events do cast their shadows before them. The trouble, of course, is that only in hindsight is that warning shadow perceived or realized, usually too late to change the march of fate. As with Dan Bowles, whistling softly to himself while he hitches up the buckboard, enjoying the prospect of the trip to town as any lone cowboy would.
Bowles, what in Sam Hill do you think you're doing?
Hitching up the buckboard to drive into Miller's Junction.
I told you I wanted you out riding fence.
Well, I got to go by the boss.
I'm the boss around here.
Yes, sir. Ranch boss. But I got my orders direct from Mr. Chalmers.
What orders?
Take the buckboard in to pick up Miss Chalmers tomorrow off the railroad and drive her home.
You're not picking up Mercy, I am. Don't you pull out of here till I get back from the main house, or I'll be right on your heels, and I'll be carrying iron.
I don't carry a gun. It's not a way for a man to prove he's a man. I know I can shoot. I had a rifle in my hand since I was 5, and my father first put it there. I can take the head off a prairie hen at 100 paces. So by the time Mike came back, I had my old Spencer lying easy in my hands. But I could see he was in no mood to fight.
Bowles, you finished hitching up the buckboard?
Yep.
I'm ordering you to forget the fences. You climb aboard and hit off for town like Mr. Chalmers told you.
Yes, sir.
But don't you get no big head. And you get Miss Mercy back here safe and sound, or you'll answer to me as well as to her father.
I reckon I'll do my best.
You better. You may be walking tall now, Red, but don't think it won't end with me cutting you down to size. I took a notion the minute I laid eyes on you there wasn't going to be room for both you and me on the same spread.
When the train pulled in next day, it wasn't hard to spot Miss Chalmers. Only 2 people got off. One was a man who helped her down. She was a small person, dressed Eastern style in a long, silky dress, with a great wide hat of straw and a dark, chestnutty hair. Dark brown eyes so big and deep a man could drown in them. And I did. I was in love with her from that very first moment. Miss Chalmers?
Yes?
My name is Dan Bowles from the Crown M. Your father sent me here to meet you and see you back to the ranch.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Bowles?
Dan will serve, ma'am. I'm just a hired hand.
Oh, you must be something more if Daddy sent you to pick me up. And even if you weren't, we'll stick to Mr. Bowles. He's all right. Daddy's all right, isn't he?
Just laid up for a short spell.
Why?
Seems like his horse stepped in a gopher hole and throwed him.
He wasn't hurt bad.
Broke his leg is all. Only a shin break. You got some luggage I ought to be picking up.
Yes, I do.
So then I'll get you settled in the wagon and go fetch it.
I reckon I'll just trail your dust for a while. You are headed for quite a roundup.
You sure have a lot of belongings with you, Miss Chalmers, for a visit.
Who said it was just a visit?
Well, ain't you still schooling back east?
Ain't you still schooling? Oh, come on, Mr. Bowles. You can do better than that.
When in Rome, you know what they say.
Indeed, I do. Do as the Romans do. But do you know who said it?
I believe it was St. Ambrose in reply to St. Augustine. Which ain't going to interest nobody too much west of the Missouri. Should we take on out, ma'am?
By all means, Professor. You seem to have the class well in hand.
You can josh me all you want, Miss Chalmers, but when it comes to class, then I guess you could always show me my place. Hey, get out.
So you took the stock off of your rifle and made a splint for my daddy's leg.
Well, you know the prairie, Miss Mercy. There ain't much else at hand.
Ain't. Now, you know better than that.
Doesn't just seem to fit the surroundings.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of in education, I hope.
You're right. But it does irritate a lot of folks who never had a chance at it.
Oh, you've been finding that out at the ranch?
Maybe.
Not my father, certainly.
I wouldn't think so.
Mike Patterson, I bet.
I didn't say so.
You wouldn't have to. How come my daddy didn't send him to pick me up when he couldn't come himself?
And I reckon you'll have to ask him that.
I just reckon I will have to do that. I'll bet Mike was fit to be tied.
Do you and he have an understanding?
Now that's better. Proper use of the subjunctive case, not you and him.
I said my mother was a school teacher.
Did she bring you up?
Sort of. I got most of my schooling in St. Louis.
To be a cowhand?
Oh, that came after I graduated. I went south and did a heap of wrangling. And then I went for cattle drives.
With your education, what made you choose that kind of life?
Oh, but it was a way to come northwest to see my mom. And? A way of life, I guess. Gets bred into the bones and the blood. I love this country. I got my roots in it. And I'm a cattleman at heart. Hard to explain.
Not to me. Why do you think I brought all this baggage with me? Just for a visit?
I wouldn't know.
This ain't no visit, Dan. I'm back home where I belong. To stay.
Of course, she wasn't looking at me when she said that, but out across the flatlands to the mountains where the red was beginning to turn purple as the sun dipped low. But my heart gave a leap like it does when you hook some old trout, and I knew the first moment I got back I was going to sign on at the Crown M, in spite of Black Mike and the trouble I knew had to come between us. sooner or later.
Mercy! Oh, Mercy, it's good to see you again.
Mike, nice to see you.
Here, let me help you down.
Thank you.
Hey, you, Dan. Here, you can take the rig to the back door to offload it. We won't need you.
Mercy! Oh, come on and let me see you and give me a hug.
You all right?
Oh, honey, never better except for this temporary game leg.
Daddy.
Oh, don't knock me off my pins.
Oh, it's so good to see you and so good to be home.
All right, boy. Let's get that buck wagon moving.
Hey, yeah, hold it, Mike. Hold it now. You can take the wagon. Dan and me have got some business. You, brought what I asked, Dan?
Yeah, I did, sir. Right in the saddlebag beside me.
All right, bring it in, then.
Whatever you say, Mr. Chalmers.
All right, Mr. Toady. You won't be walking high and mighty long.
Yeah, so now, how do you like the better half of the Chalmers family, Dan?
Miss Mercy's a mighty fine lady.
If you're going to sign him on, Daddy, I think it ought to be his butler.
Well, don't you run down Dan Bowles, honey. I owe him my life, and according to Doc Reynolds, the fact that I'll be able to walk again.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of running him down. He's too good at doing that for himself. Well, I'm going upstairs to freshen up. Could someone bring me my bag?
Just as soon as Mike gets him off the wagon, I'll have the houseboy bring him up to you.
I won't be long.
Oh, yeah, she's caution. But it's good to see her home. Come on in my office, son. We'll get that money in the safe. Yeah, well, it's all here.
Oh, I hope so. You don't think I'd be siphoning any off on you?
Well, I told you to buy yourself some gear. Now, at least you got some new clothes.
Oh, sure. I also picked up a saddle and such, but I used my own money.
Okay. That's as you please.
I still got some money laid by.
You going to sign on with me?
Well, I'm not right sure I should.
Why?
Well, one good reason. Your ranch boss and me, we don't hit it off so good.
Yeah, well, for all his drawbacks, he's the best I ever had.
Anything wrong, Mr. Chalmers?
No, just a twinge in my leg. Now, where were we?
About my signing on.
Yeah. Well, it isn't only what you did for me, but now, I'll tell you square out. Now, I took a liking to you from the first. And right at this time in my life, I don't know how to put it except I need you, Dan. Now, with Mercy home and determined to stay, she's just as taken by you as I am. I can tell. Well, I can't lay it out much plainer. I hope you'll stay, at least a while.
I reckon you don't have to twist my arm, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, my damn, son, that lifts a heap off of my mind. While you was throwing your money around, you pick up a gun to carry on your hip,
No, sir.
Well, I got no choice, son. I have to warn you against Black Mike. He might call you out. You ought to be ready.
I'm ready, sir. But not with a gun. Never with a gun. A gun is to live by, not to die by.
Easy to say, but the West of Dan Bowles' time wasn't ready to be that civilized or to recognize any law beyond the simple solution of a lead slug. Dan Bowles is a man of principle, however, and his principles are to lead him into such dangerous traps that may sign his death warrant not once, but twice. I shall return shortly with Act 3. As the hot summer passed on, no threat of the violent events to come showed. Hale Chalmers' leg was healed, so he could ride his horses with his old abandon. Mercy settled back into the rhythm of ranch life. Mike Patterson was fully absorbed in the handling of the stock in preparation for the fall drive to market. And Dan
Well, he was the fuse primed for the explosion. Because Hale used him as a minister without portfolio, a sort of second in command, circulated to every field of the ranch life and management. But a delayed fuse is just as dangerous as any other.
Where the devil do you think you're going?
Mr. Chalmers' orders. I'm taking Miss Mercy to town.
I need you to help cut out cattle for the market.
I guess you're just going to have to wait until I get back.
I'm telling you something, Bowles. I ain't going to wait much longer till you and me have a showdown. While you're in town, better get yourself a gun.
I feel right at home on the range. And I sure never do hear a discouraging word.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking.
How about an encouraging word?
Don't do that, ma'am.
Ma'am. But are you determined to sell yourself into slavery?
I have since I first met you.
Now that is more like it. Stop the horses.
We're running a piece behind town.
You won't? I will. All right, Dan Bowles. Let's you and me have a showdown. Don't you think it's about time?
Yeah, I reckon. Everyone wants to call me out. You ought to be the first.
Why me first?
Because you know you got me hog-tied and thrown. And what's the sense of keeping up the pretense?
Why would you want to?
I'm not worthy of you, Mercy.
Mercy. First time you called me that.
Yeah, and it should be the last.
Why?
Because if I let it stand and you let it stand, it changes a whole heap of things between us.
It doesn't change a thing, Dan Bowles. It just gets it out in the open. And about time. I am just not going to wait around any longer, and if you can't speak up for yourself, I will. I know you love me. Why don't you do something about it?
Well, see, you don't understand.
I don't want to understand. I just want you to tell me what you do.
It seems like I don't have to.
Well, you better. You've kept me waiting long enough.
Oh, darling.
Whee! Oh, we'd better get on into town fast and round up that license. I may be a mite forward, but I still want to stay a decent woman.
The old buckboard was skimming over air. I knew I should turn it around and head back for the ranch and have my own showdown with Mr. Chalmers. But Mercy's eyes were shining. My heart was plumb ready to swell up and burst. We did have business in Miller's Junction. It was difficult to say goodnight, but finally, Mercy went up to her room. I should have known better and gone to my own, but, well, I thought a drink might clear my head. So I made the mistake of going to the bar.
Hey, bartender. Give me another blast of that rot gut and leave the bottle. Hey, join me, partner?
I buy my own, mister.
Oh, no offense. Just making a little play, Mr. Patterson. They tell me you're the ranch boss up at the Crown M.
What if I am?
Well, since you just rode in, I thought you might be looking to sign on some hands for the fall drive. I'm ready, willing, and able.
Oh, you got a horse and gear?
Sure.
Where'd you ride last?
Up Oregon way. You know, lazy kid. Hey, wait a minute. You want the word on me? Well, you look at who just walked in. Well, boy, if it ain't old Red Injun himself. Hey, Dan, old partner. It's Bake Whitney off the Lazy Q.
Hey, Bay. Great to see you. What you doing up this way?
Well, I run a drive up to Chisholm and was on my way home. Oh, boy, it is good to see you, Injun Dan. Hey, you could put a word in for me with the boss here, maybe, huh?
Injun Dan, huh? That's your usual nickname?
Yeah, some places.
How come?
My father was a Cheyenne.
I knew it. I knew it. I could smell it the first time we met. A half-breed.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Don't be so fast, Whitby. If you're looking for a job, don't mess between us. Want to ride out to Crown M tomorrow? I think I can promise you one. Sure looks mighty definite there's going to be an opening.
Hey, Dan. Dan, I see something wrong?
No, it's nothing more than I should have said long before this. Bake, you got to help me out.
Just thanks.
I want to borrow your horse and get back to the ranch. And I want to ask you to escort a lady out to the Crown M tomorrow by buckboard. didn't know just what I had in mind. Only that I wanted to talk to Mr. Chalmers before Black Mike did, even if it meant riding through the night to get back to the ranch. As I got to the corral...
All right, hold it. Hold it right there, Injun.
What?
You get yourself a fighting gun like I told you.
Oh, it's you, Mike. No, I didn't.
Well, it's too bad. I'll tell you what. I got me 2 guns. No, don't you even move toward that rifle. I'll just fire one of my guns in the air and plug you dead with the other. Then I'll toss the other gun alongside you. There won't be no problem. An Indian don't have much rights in this country anyway. You're not getting mercy. Or this ranch, or taking anything away from me, you understand? You better get ready to join your ancestors. I'm telling you, one man will never miss you now, knowing what you are. And that's Hale Chalmers. I never figured that.
You all right, Dan?
Why, yes, Mr. Chalmers, but...
I was awake. Pain was bothering me. I heard him, Mike, ride up. Then you, Helpful Leather, come out on the porch to see what in tarnation was going on. I couldn't let him kill you. I owe you that, at least.
He meant to murder me.
Yeah, I understand his feelings. My own were the same.
What do you mean?
I have a daughter, and I have a ranch, and I had a dream. I haven't long to live. When you found me half dead and set my leg and brought me home, I thought every prayer I ever made had been answered. I knew Mercy wouldn't stay east, that she had her roots back here. The ranch would be hers, but she needed a man to run it with her. And Mike Patterson, for all he wanted to be, was not the answer. It looked to me like you were. And it seemed to look that way to Mercy.
Mercy loves me, sir, as I do her.
She loves what she thinks you are, what I thought you were. Not some sneaking, dirty, below contempt half-breed.
You speaking for yourself?
Or any right-thinking American.
I dispute your title. One half of me is more American than any wish or dream can make you. But it's an argument don't make no sense. I guess there's only one answer now.
Get out. While the getting's good.
Not for your sake, but for Mercy's.
Where's my daughter?
I left a friend of mine to escort her home. Don't worry. He's 100% not American, but white. I couldn't just walk out of Mercy's life without at least an explanation. So, riding my own horse, and with Bakes on trail, I headed back for town. I was less than halfway there when I met them. The old buckboard swaying and lumbering as Bakes drove the horses full out.
Whoa there, boy. Now hold up.
Darling, are you all right?
I'm okay.
Oh, I thought you and Black Mike had tangled. Oh, Dan, I was afraid you might be dead.
No, not me.
Mike?
Your father shot him to save my life.
Oh, darling. I never seen a man so stubborn in my life. Now, why don't you pack a gun?
Why don't you take your horse and ride on to the ranch, Bake? There'll be more than one place for you there now.
But Miss Chalmers...
Dan can see me home safe.
Or, Mercy knows her own way.
Well, as you say. Dan, if what I said last night had...
Forget it, Bake. It had to come out. I should have made it clear long since.
Well, I just hope I didn't cause no trouble.
Well, I guess you know the truth by now.
You mean the awful truth?
Well, that depends on the point of view.
Well, my point of view is yours.
Yeah, but not your father's.
He has no right to think as he does. I love him, but he's wrong.
Yes, but that doesn't make me any more the right for you.
Well, there's one way to solve it all.
How?
Well, you wouldn't make a dishonest woman of me no matter how hard I've tried. Will you take me back to Miller's Junction and make me an honest one?
But your father...
Well, once it's all over with, it'll be too late for him to have any objections. Not that he has any right.
What do you mean?
That will be my wedding present to you, Dan. Or the best part of my dowry. I'll tell you on the way back to town.
If Mercy hadn't told me the whole story, I don't know if I ever would have gone through with it. But knowing the truth, I saw no reason not to, and we were married. The only thing I wouldn't do was run. I just had to make my peace with her father some way before we left, or at least let Mercy say goodbye to him. It was coming on to dusk by the time we set off back for the Crown M, and we were just going through a cut in the mountains when suddenly Mr. Chalmers showed up, loaded for bear. He drove his horse straight at us, stopping the wagon with a squeal and a groan, blocking the road as he got off.
Get out of that wagon, Injun.
Daddy, what are you going to do?
You stay out of this, Mercy. You get yourself a shooting iron yet, Injun Dan?
No, sir. Stay back, Mercy. Let me handle it.
Okay. I brought one for you. Here. Well, go on, pick it up and defend yourself. I don't shoot any man without a weapon. Even an Injun who sneak behind my back.
Daddy, listen to me.
You pick it up.
No, sir. If you want to shoot me, I offer you no excuse. The blue stallion. Remember I told you the sign of death in my family.
Pick up that gun.
Watch out, sir. The stallion.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right. But my rifle. Why did you fire? He didn't shoot.
I fired at the stallion. What happened to Daddy?
Your father...
Oh, did I shoot him?
My heart gave out. Been living on borrowed time.
Oh, Daddy.
It's all right, Princess. I couldn't have lived with... Oh, did you marry?
Yes.
Oh, there's something I have to tell you. Why?
Daddy, I've known for years. Ever since Mother died. What does it matter? I loved you just the same, and I never knew him. You were all the father I ever wanted. But I am not ashamed of my Indian blood.
You got to understand. I loved her. It wasn't her fault. She was taken against her will. I was proud to marry her, to give her child, to give you her name. Dan?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't have tried to put one man's guilt on all your race. Forgive me.
What's that?
The blue roan stallion.
Take care of the ranch. The Crown M, Mercy. Don't worry about me. You'll carry me to rest.
Prejudice and bigotry die hard. A man like Hale Chalmers, for all his good points, could never have admitted that his daughter had other blood in her veins but his. But perhaps beyond the waters, where the great stallion carried him, he may find wisdom among his equals and learn to smoke with them the pipe of peace. I'll be back shortly. We're celebrating a bicentennial. 200 years ago, when our forefathers won their freedom, from the Missouri to the great mountain slopes of the West, the Indian and the buffalo roamed the Central Plains in freedom of their own. Today, both Indian and the animal he depended on for his life are almost extinct. Neither buffalo nor his hunter were able to adapt to a changing way of life. And yet, life is a constant change and challenge. Let's hope our America will continue, as it always has, to meet both challenge and change. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Rosemary Rice, Earl Hammond, and Joe Silver. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a question to ask you. What is hell? Where is it? Some say it's a place that the soul goes to after death to be purified. Others believe that hell is right here on earth, that indeed life is a synonym for hell. Which is right? Are both right, perhaps? Don't know. One thing sure, though. If life on earth isn't hell for everyone, it certainly can be for some. Henry and Matilda Smith, to mention only two. Our mystery drama, The Diamond Necklace, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the classic story of Guy de Maupassant by George Lothar and stars Mandel Kramer and Marion Seldes. I have asked, where is hell? What is it? I have often pondered the question and came to no resolution. But surely one thing is true, that if life on earth is not itself hell, it is often a very convincing imitation. The statement you're about to hear proves that. A statement, an account, written by a man named Henry Smith in New York City in the year 1897. A memoir, if you will, of a special kind of horror.
Yes, I'm going to kill myself. With this gun. Put a bullet through my head and end once and for all the mortal terror, the hideous misery of these past 10 years. Believe me, it is not the horrors I've been through because of the diamond necklace. Not the 10 frightful years of grinding poverty and unremitting torment. Not the murder nor the suicide, not the utter misery, not these that make me take my life. But the shock, the awful shock of what I heard today. A shock which may, for all I know, have unhinged my mind. But in any case, has destroyed all desire to go on living. Where to begin my story? Anywhere will do, I suppose, so I'll begin with that moment when, in sudden frustration, I flung the glass of wine against the wall.
Harry! Oh, my darling, my darling!
I'm sorry, Matilda. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just don't think I can bear anymore. It's too much.
Oh, darling, dearest, the world hasn't come to an end. All right. You've had bad luck for a number of years.
Bad luck? Abominable, that's what it's been. Has anyone worked harder than I have to be a success?
No, my darling.
Has anyone tried more than I have? Tried and tried.
Sweetheart.
What happens? Every time. The glove shop. All our savings in the glove shop, and it burns to the ground on opening day. All of our savings gone. And then the job at Mountjoy's for 3 years. 3 solid years. I break my back as a clerk, and then I'm promoted to floor walker, and what happens?
But it isn't your fault you came down with the flu.
It's never my fault, Matilda. That's the point. I try, and I get nowhere. This morning I go back to Mountjoy's. 2 weeks ill, and I go back to the floor walker job, I think. You go out, you buy steak, a bottle of wine, and we'll splurge a little to celebrate. Sorry, Smith, Collier says. Collier the Great. Collier, head floor walker. Sorry, Smith. We had to give the job to Platow. It's just too much, Matilda. I can't take it anymore.
Darling, please. Look. Here. Another glass of wine. Drink this one. It will relax you. Things won't look so black. You'll see the brighter side.
What brighter side?
Well, our love, for one thing.
Oh, how can you love a failure?
I don't love a failure. I love you. And you're not a failure. Henry, dearest, we're young, we're healthy, we're in love. Together we can face anything, overcome anything. Oh, darling, that reminds me. Something came for you in the mail today. It looks important.
What is it?
Here.
Oh, expensive envelope. Addressed to me. Oh, let's soon find out what it is. Beautiful paper. We sell this kind of heavy vellum.
Henry, what is it?
I don't understand this.
What is it?
Here, see for yourself. Here.
Mr. and Mrs. Roger Van Wyck Mountjoy III request the pleasure of your company at a dinner party the evening... Request the pleasure of our company? Oh, that's impossible. He owns Mountjoy's, and you're...
Just another clerk? Is that what you were going to say?
No, dearest.
Not as impossible as you may think. An invitation like this.
But they take a floor walker job away because you've been ill 2 weeks.
Because maybe, just maybe, Mountjoy has something better for me. He's noticed how hard I've worked these past 3 years, the long hours I've put in, the overtime without pay.
Henry, do you think so?
Well, how else do you explain the invitation?
I don't.
Matilda, dearest, this is it. My luck has changed. Dinner with the Mountjoys. Why, it can mean only one thing. Not just a promotion, but a big promotion. Now, I'll have to rent some dinner clothes. I don't have any.
But, darling, I can't rent a gown.
You'll buy one.
With what?
We've got $43 saved
no,
up.
I'm not going to touch our savings,
You've got
Henry.
to, darling. This is important. Take what you need. Take it all. Buy the best gown you can find. Something that will be worthy of your beauty.
Oh, but, darling, you don't understand. I'll need more than a gown. Shoes to match, a handbag, other things. I'll need jewelry of some sort, a pin or a necklace, a string of pearls. Where would I get that?
Yes, that is a problem, all right. Unless, wait a minute. How about your friend, Mrs. Forrester?
You mean borrow something from her?
Why not?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
She's loaded with jewelry of all kinds, isn't she? Every time you talk about the days when you were governess to her kids, you always
mention... She has a lot of jewelry, but I'd feel awfully awkward. I'd be embarrassed.
Why? Matilda, you're friends. You go to her house for tea.
Oh, once a year, maybe.
Well, even so, you are friends. She likes you.
Well, if you think it would be all right...
Why shouldn't it be? Look, this invitation from Mountjoy himself, it's my big chance, Matilda, the chance I've been waiting for, working for. We can't pass it up. We have got to go to that dinner party. So, sweetheart, you go buy that gown, and you borrow that jewelry.
Of course, Matilda, certainly. Oh, it's awfully good of you, Mrs. Forrester. I hesitated to ask,
but... nonsense, dear. Well, come along into the boudoir. We'll go through all my jewelry, and you shall have your pick. Tell me, how is that handsome husband of yours?
Oh, he's fine. Fine. And about to get his big chance at Mountjoy's, too.
Oh, an opportunity I'm sure he deserves. Well, now, my jewelry is in these boxes. Now, you start looking while I go tell Hortense to make tea for us.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forrester. Thank you.
Nothing? Well... Oh, but surely, Matilda, surely there must be something that will go with your new gown. These pearls. This emerald pin. One or another of these diamond brooches. Oh, surely there's... So that's it.
What?
Oh, there is something, but you're too shy to ask for it.
Well,
Now, come. Tell me, what piece has caught your eye?
That one.
The diamond necklace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't ask you for that.
Of course you can, and you're right. As always, your taste is impeccable.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, who asked for thanks? Oh, I will ask one thing, though, Matilda, dear.
Anything.
Now, be sure to have the necklace back to me by Saturday. See, I'm going to a dinner party that night.
Oh, but I'll return it on Thursday, the day after the Mountjoy party.
Oh, any time at all, my dear, but no later than Saturday. And, Matilda, tell your husband I couldn't be more delighted over his good fortune. He deserves it. And so do you.
Thank you, driver. No, that's all right. Keep the change. Matilda, wait. Let me help you out.
Henry, look. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? It's a mansion. All lit up. blazing with those new electric lights.
It is a sight, isn't it? Look, the front doors are wide open. You can see people dancing in the ballroom.
Oh, those gowns the women are wearing. Henry, do I look all right?
You look like a fairy princess. The gown, the diamond necklace. You are a fairy princess. Come, princess. Let's knock them dead.
Is there a butler or someone that we give the invitation to?
Well, there doesn't seem to be. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, look.
What?
The man coming toward us. That's Roger Mountjoy himself. Matilda, he's going to greet us personally.
Can I help you?
We're here for your party, your dinner party, Mr. Mountjoy.
You know me?
Why, of course.
We've met, have we?
Well, not actually. I've seen you, of course, any number of times at the department store, but we've never really met.
Then I'm afraid I'm rather at a loss to understand what you're doing here.
Well, Mr. Mountjoy, I'm Henry Smith.
Oh?
I'm employed by you at the department store. A clerk in sporting goods. You invited me and my wife to your party tonight.
So you're the mistake. You are the mistake that was made.
The mistake?
Let me see the invitation.
Certainly.
Yes, addressed to Henry Smith. Spelled S-M-I-T-H. That fool secretary of mine.
I don't understand.
Well, it's simple enough, Smith. I have a friend, a close friend, named Henry Smythe. Spelled S-M-Y-T-H-E. My secretary simply sent the invitation to you instead of him. A mistake. A ridiculous mistake.
Ridiculous?
What else would you call it?
Unfortunate. Embarrassing.
Unfortunate, embarrassing, ridiculous, whatever you call it. I am not in the habit of inviting my clerks to my home. Now, I'll say good night to you and to your decidedly attractive wife. I'm very sorry, my dear, very sorry.
Being sorry doesn't help matters much, Mr. Mountjoy.
My dear.
Your secretary makes a mistake, and we make all sorts of preparations for your party. Clothes that we can hardly afford.
I said I'm sorry. Good night.
No. You can't just put us out like this.
Henry, for heaven's sake.
Not put us out like beggars. I don't mind for myself, but my wife has looked forward to this. She's bought a new gown, new shoes, accessories, looked forward with great anticipation.
Henry, please,
You
come.
cruel, you heartless.
Henry! Good night, Mr. Mountjoy.
Perhaps we'll meet again, Mrs. Smith.
I don't think so, Mr. Mountjoy. Come, Henry. Henry, it was a mistake. An unfortunate mistake.
Wrong, Matilda. A ridiculous mistake. You heard him. You heard the great Roger Van Wyck Mountjoy III. A ridiculous mistake, Smith. Yes, ridiculous, all right. A clerk spends the savings of nearly 2 years.
Maybe I could take the gown and the shoes back.
Cab fare all across town, there and back. And to him, it's ridiculous.
They might refund it. They might...
Punched him in the nose is what I should have done. Punched him in the nose.
Oh, and found yourself out of a job in the morning. If you still have a job at Mountjoy's.
I don't give a damn if I've got a job there or not. I don't give a damn if I ever see the inside of Mountjoy's again. I don't give a damn if...
Henry. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?
Where's the necklace?
The necklace?
Yes, the necklace. The diamond necklace, Matilda. Where is it?
Gone. Henry. Henry, I've lost the diamond necklace.
If you're a man listening to my voice, put yourself in Henry Smith's shoes. And if a woman, in Matilda's. And tell me that hell doesn't exist on earth. Go on. Tell me. I'll return shortly for Act 2. To the thoughtful person,
The emotion of terror need not be activated only by the horrendous. There are many forms of terror. The quick and sudden terror which makes the soul scream out in agony. The slow and eroding kind which makes the soul moan in mounting fear. Is the terror of a man going to his death any greater than, say, a baby wailing with hunger and in fear there may not be another meal? Henry Smith can give you the answer.
I can hardly write these words. My hands are numb. Not only with the bitter cold of this heatless room, the chill of the winter wind seeping through the broken window, but also the horror, the true horror memory brings back to me. Her words.
Gone, Henry. I've lost the diamond necklace.
How could you have lost it?
I don't know, but it's gone.
Take off your wrap, maybe.
Maybe what?
I don't know. Maybe when it slipped from your neck, it got caught inside the wrap.
Oh, I doubt if it could possibly...
Well, look anyhow.
No, it's not here. It's gone, Henry. A fortune in diamonds lost.
Now, don't panic. We mustn't panic now. We'll just keep calm and just think. Try to remember. When did you last have the necklace? When did you last notice it?
Don't know. I can't remember.
Well, you must. Now, did you have it in the cab going to Mountjoy's?
Yes. Yes, I had it then, and I remembered... Yes, I had it when we got out and walked up the steps to the door.
You're sure of that?
Oh, yes. I remember putting my hand on it, patting it.
Did you have it in the cab on the way home from Mountjoy's?
I don't remember.
Try to remember, please. Try. Did you or didn't you?
I don't know. I was too upset to notice.
Well, you've got to find that necklace.
Where are you going?
I'm going out to find it.
Well,
I'll try and find the cab we hired on the way back. I'll go to Mountjoy's house and look around outside. Have we any money?
Money?
Well, I can't walk to Mountjoy's. It's too far. I'll have to take a cab.
Let's see. We have $2 and some change left.
All right, give it to me.
Oh, Henry, wait. There's no food in the house for tomorrow. You don't get paid till Saturday.
No, I don't.
Henry?
Oh, that scares you, doesn't it? $2 and change. No food in the house. No pay till Saturday. Oh, it's frightening. I think I'm going to be sick.
Henry. Oh, my darling.
No,
Henry.
All right, I'm all right. I'm all right. Expect me when you see me.
Henry.
What?
Forgive me.
Oh, darling, it isn't your fault. Get that thought out of your head. It isn't your fault.
It is my fault. It is. Is that you, Henry?
Yes.
Well, I must have fallen asleep. It's nearly dawn. You didn't find it?
No.
I could kill myself.
Matilda, please, sweetheart, you mustn't feel guilty about this. What we've got to do now is figure out what to do. Now, have you any idea how expensive it was, the necklace?
No, but it came in a Carteret box.
Carteret? The most expensive jewelers in town. Must have cost a fortune. Well, I guess there's no way out but for you to tell Mrs. Forrester.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't possibly do that.
You'll have to. There's nothing else we can do.
Oh, there's got to be something. I'd rather die than go to Mrs. Forrester and tell her I lost the necklace. I can't do it, Henry.
I don't know what else.
Well, replace it. We'll have to replace it.
Replace it? How?
Well, I'll go to Carteret's and describe the necklace. They just might have a duplicate. Well, they might.
And if they do, what then? You hand them this $1.39 I've got left and take the necklace to Mrs. Forrester? You going out of your mind?
Well, if I haven't, I'm close to it.
Look, go to Mrs. Forrester tomorrow.
I can't, Henry. Please don't make me go.
When have I ever made you do anything? All right, we'll find a way out of this. All right, look, you go to Carteret's tomorrow and see what you come up with, and we'll just have to take it from there.
But what if they don't have a duplicate?
That isn't what worries me. What worries me is, what if they do?
Well, madam, I would say this necklace is quite nearly a perfect match to the one you described.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. How much is it?
$6,500. Madam, are you all right?
Yes, quite all right. I suppose that it must be paid for all at once.
All at once?
I mean, there's a new way of paying for things these days.
If you mean the installment buying, madam, our customers have no need of it.
Yes. Well, now I'll let you know.
As you wish.
$6,500, you said?
Yes, 6,500.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Brock. Henry Smith.
Frankie Matthews sent you to me, eh?
Yes, he works in the department next to mine, in hats.
I got more than one client from Mountjoy's. What I'm saying, you're in good hands, Mr. Smith. Let's see, full name?
Henry James Smith.
Oh, James. Address?
227 East 9th Street.
227 East... Okay. How much you want to borrow?
$6,500.
Uh-huh. Any collateral?
If I had collateral, I'd have gone to the bank, Mr. Brock.
Somebody twisted your arm to come to me.
No, of course not.
So why insult me, Mr. Smith? I don't need you. You need me, right?
Yes.
The way I operate, I make you a straight loan at interest. You pay back the principal when and as you can. Long as you pay the interest each month, we got no problem.
How much interest?
1%.
1%? 1% of $6,500. That's $60.50, right?
Right.
Well, that isn't too bad. I guess I can manage $60.50 a year, I guess.
A month, Mr. Smith.
What?
1% a month, $60.50 a month.
A month? But, well, that's usury.
Hey, you know something, Smith? It's a good thing I don't charge for insults. You'd be in a real mess if I did.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that... Oh, good Lord, I couldn't possibly afford all that, not on my salary.
I'm sorry to hear it. You wasted my time.
Well, now, wait now.
I'm waiting.
Well, I'm... All right, I'll take it. And don't worry, I'll find a way to pay the interest. Don't worry.
I won't. I never worry, Mr. Smith. I let my clients do it all.
Why, no, Matilda, dear. I wasn't in the least concerned.
Well, I did say I'd return the necklace Thursday. Here it is, Saturday.
But I'll not be wearing it till tonight, and... Well, it certainly wasn't your fault. The clasp broke.
Oh, the clasp isn't quite the same as the old one. Look, I'll show you.
Oh, no, don't bother. Just toss the box over there.
Mrs. Forrester, I was wondering...
Yes, dear?
Wondering... would you know of anyone who might need a governess?
You?
Yes.
You're in need of employment?
Well, Henry doesn't make much, and I thought I might help out a little.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see now. I'm afraid I don't know of anyone who needs a governess, no, but I...
Yes?
Oh, no, that wouldn't be for you.
What? I'm not proud, Mrs. Forrester. If it's honest work...
Oh, honest enough, my dear, but exhausting. You see, a friend of mine, a very large family, needs someone to do washing.
A washerwoman?
I told you it wouldn't be for you. Well, I'll ask around among my friends and let you know if I come up with anything.
Thank you.
Now, just let me be sure I have your address correct.
Oh, we're moving.
Are you? Oh, do you know where?
Yes. 121 Delahanty Street.
Delahanty? But, my dear, isn't that... Well, isn't that thought to be something of a slum area?
Oh, not that bad.
Matilda, child, has something gone wrong? Are you and Henry in some sort of trouble you're not telling me about?
No.
Well, then why are you willing to take a job as a washerwoman? Why are you moving to Delahanty Street? Oh, very well. I won't press you, but please do keep one thing in mind. I'm always willing and ready to help you in any way. You will keep that in mind, won't you, dear?
Yes. And thank you, Mrs. Forrest. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, my dear. And thank you for returning the necklace. If you ever want to borrow it again...
Thank you. I don't think I will. Not ever again.
We made a deal, Smith. A month ago to the day. Now you come in and tell me you can't pay the interest.
Well, not all of it, Mr. Brock, but...
But what?
I've got $34 of the 60.
60 and 50 cents.
Yes. And if you'll just accept that...
Sure. Sure, let's have it. You bring the rest tomorrow. Same time. 6 o'clock.
But that's impossible.
Impossible, huh?
It's taken me a month to get $34 together. How am I going to get practically as much again in just a day?
That's your problem.
Well, it's a problem I can't solve. Look, I'll pay you every cent I owe you, but you've got to give me time.
Time is money, Mr. Smith. And you haven't got much of either. Let me show you something. You see this?
Yes?
What is it?
A switchblade knife.
Very sharp, Mr. Smith. Razor sharp. Now, I'll tell you how it's going to be. You come here tomorrow at 6 o'clock and you have the money, or I'll take a piece out of your right ear with this knife.
Mr. Brock.
You come back tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and if you still haven't got the money, I take a piece out of your left ear.
You're a...
I know what I am. You better know what you are. You're a loser, Smith, and you're a loser because you're a sucker. Tomorrow, Smith. Same time. Oh. And, bring your wife.
My wife? What for?
Who knows? Maybe she could even, save you from losing your life. Who knows, Smith?
If ever terror, cold, chilling terror, struck through a man's soul, it strikes through Henry Smith's. Snared by circumstances he did not create, he is now like an animal caught in a trap, quivering with terror, shaking with horror, and all because of a diamond necklace. A diamond necklace borrowed and lost. I'll return shortly for Act 3. What bitter, cruel, insupportable tragedy can smash a human life because of one mischance? Henry and Matilda Smith have discovered this to their sorrow. Had Henry or Matilda thought for a moment, they might have realized that the party invitation from Roger Mountjoy had to be a mistake. In any case, had they realized this, certainly Matilda would never have borrowed that diamond necklace from Mrs. Forrester and lose it. And had Matilda not lost it, well, let Henry tell us.
The wind outside is strengthening, getting colder. Snow is beginning to fall. The last snow I shall ever see. Would that I had never seen the light of day, never been born. When I remember what took place in Brock's office the next day. Going to his office filled me with fear. But not going would have made me more fearful still. I entered his office in a cold sweat and found myself trembling with nerves as he said,
I thought you'd find the money somehow. I was sure of it.
I haven't found it, Mr. Brock. I haven't got it.
You didn't bring your wife, so I figured you had the money.
No.
Maybe you don't hear too good, even with ears. You remember this? I see you do. But also you remember maybe that I said bring your wife. Well?
I remember, Mr. Brock, but look, give me just a little time.
No, not time. This is what I'm going to give you. Here, look. You see this? This little piece of pink stuff on the tip of the knife, that's you, Smith. Just a very little piece of your ear. But don't you worry about it. It's bleeding a lot, but it'll heal. Now, you be smart. Go and get your wife, Smith. Bring her here.
She's working.
Yeah, I know. Doing the washing of some rich dame. Ruining her hands, ruining her looks, her body. Especially her looks and her body. Now, you don't want that now, do you?
Mr. Brock, she's helping me get the money to pay you.
There's easier ways.
I will not bring my wife here. You think I don't know what you mean by easier ways?
Oh, you know, all right. You're smart, real smart. Now, look, let me lay it out for you. You're into me for $6,500. Now, like I tell you, I don't care about you paying off the principal. I got ways of getting that in time. What I want now is the interest. Now, your wife could make more than that in one night.
You dirty rat.
Hold it.
You miserable.
Hold it unless you want me to do more with it. Wait, give me back your knife. Damn you, give it back.
Stay away from me. I warn you, stay away.
Why? You'll use the knife on me? I don't think so, Smith. You're gonna go and get that sexy wife of yours and you're gonna bring her here? No!
Matilda, you're home.
Yes, my back was... I was working over the tubs today, and it began to pain again, so I... Henry! You're white as a sheet and trembling. Henry, what happened?
I killed a man, Matilda. I killed a man.
No.
Brock, the moneylender.
No, Henry, I don't believe you. You couldn't have done such a thing, not you.
Yes. Yes, Matilda, I did it.
No, you just imagine that you did. I've heard that when people are starving, they imagine all kinds of things, horrifying things. They hallucinate.
No
they
hallucination.
I don't believe you.
Believe me, look. I'll take off my coat. Look.
Oh, God.
And believe.
Your shirt, blood.
Soaked in blood. Dripping with blood.
Take it off, quickly. Take it off, and I'll wash it.
You can't wash it. Nobody must know. And you'd have to wash it in the kitchen or the bathroom down the hall.
There's no running water in this room. Oh, take it off. We'll hide it. I can't believe. I just can't believe you. You were always so gentle.
He was threatening me with a knife. He cut my ear, and he was threatening me again if I didn't
Didn't?
Bring you to him.
Me? What would he want with me?
I don't know.
But he must have a reason. He wouldn't threaten you with a knife unless... Oh.
What's so funny?
I was thinking. Oh, just thinking. What a surprise he'd have in store.
Surprise? Brock?
He must have heard how I looked a month ago. He doesn't know what that month has done to me. Why didn't you tell him? Why didn't you tell him that since the night I lost the necklace, since the night of the Mountjoy's party, the party that looked so exciting, was going to be so thrilling.
My secretary made a mistake. A ridiculous mistake. Ridiculous.
Only it was all a mistake.
Sweet.
A horrible mistake.
Sweetheart, oh, sweetheart,
Worse than
please.
horrible, I lost the necklace. I'm the one who couldn't face Mrs. Farrow.
Please, no.
Why couldn't I? I'm the one who made you borrow all that money. I'm the one who made you a murderer. Oh, God, forgive me for what I did.
You did nothing, darling. You lost a diamond necklace. It could have happened to anyone. And it's over now. All of the misery is over.
Over?
Yes, Brock is dead. I killed him. But I did it in self-defense. I'm not excusing myself. Don't think that. You kill a man, you take a life, whatever the reason, you must pay. Somehow or other you must pay, and I will. But in the meantime, we're out from under the burden, the awful burden of paying that monthly interest. Even the loan, we can forget it.
How?
Well, who knows about it? It was between Brock and me. Who else would know? All I'm saying is that what's happened gives us a break, gives us time to recover and make a fresh start. No more 12-hour washing days for you, no more extra jobs for me. We can get some rest, we can eat better, we can restore our health so that... Who can that be?
The police.
I don't see how. Well, one way to find out. Yes?
Hi. May I come in?
Who are you?
Well, I'm afraid we never had the pleasure of meeting face to face, Mr. Smith, but Arnie told me about you, and maybe he told you about me?
Arnie?
Arnie Brock. I'm his wife, Doris. Or I guess I should say, his widow.
No. You won't do this. I won't let you do it.
What else is there to do?
Something. We'll find a way. You go behind my back, you go to that Brock woman, and you...
I agree to do what she wants. What her husband wanted. There's no other way. If I don't do this, we'll both sicken and die. This way, once the loan is paid...
But it will never be paid, Matilda. The interest alone, the monthly interest.
No interest. Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
Well, I agreed to become a hostess on one condition. I would pay off the loan with my earnings, but no more interest.
And she agreed?
Well, there seems to be a shortage of girls, of compliant girls. Here.
What's this?
It's the agreement I made her sign. No interest, and... Now, would you please hook me up in the back?
No.
Henry, please.
In that dress. In the very gown you bought for the Mountjoy party.
It's brand new, Henry. I never got to wear it very long. Never got a chance to dance in it, as I thought I would. Oh, that music was so lovely. Remember when we came through the open front doors? All those gay people dancing and drinking and chatting. So many lovely gowns. All those gorgeous colors. And the electric lights. I'd never seen them before. So bright, so glowing. And the music. The music. Oh, if we'd only danced together, Henry. One dance. Just one. If we only had that to remember to dream on. Dance with me. Henry, dance with me.
No,
Take me in your arms and dance with me. Don't you hear the music? It's the waltz. It's a waltz, Henry. They're playing a waltz, a divine waltz, and I'm in your arms, floating in your arms, turning and turning, my feet scarcely touching the floor.
Stop it, Matilda.
Turning and turning.
Matilda, look out to the window!
Oh.
No. 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 She was dead when I reached her. 5 stories below, in the courtyard, crumpled, broken, dead. We buried her in the gown that she loved so much, the only pretty gown she'd ever had. As I saw the coffin lowered into the ground, heard the first shovelful of dirt fall on her face, I made her a promise. A promise it took 10 years to keep. 498, 499, 500. The debt is paid, Mrs. Brock.
Look, tell me something. If After she died, your wife, you could have taken off, flown the coop. I'd never have found you. Instead, you worked yourself to death, close to it anyways, for 10 years. How come?
It's the way she would have wanted it.
Excuse me, I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Are you, by any chance, are you Henry Smith?
Yeah. Why, Mrs. Forrester.
Well, of all things. Now, I saw you sitting here in the park, and I thought, now, that man reminds me of someone. And then I realized, Henry Smith. It's been a long time.
Yes, a very long time.
And how is Matilda? She stopped coming to see me quite a few years ago, and I tried to get in touch with her, but you'd moved and left no forwarding address.
She's dead, Mrs. Forrester.
Oh.
10 years now.
Oh, I am so sorry. She was such a delightful little person. So serious, so sincere. I remember lending her a diamond necklace to go to a party. She accidentally broke the clasp, and really, I've never seen anyone so terribly upset over such a little thing.
A diamond necklace is not a little thing, Mrs. Forrester.
Well, I suppose not, but not if it were a real diamond necklace with genuine diamonds. Mine were paste. Fake diamonds, worth no more than, $100. Oh, Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, what? Oh, please, someone help me. This man has fainted.
I cannot live with it. The shock, the horror of learning that the diamond necklace was a fake. It doesn't matter now. Nothing has mattered to me since Matilda died. If, as I've heard, there's a life after death, this gun will take me to Matilda in that other life. If not, I'll at least be out of this one.
In the words of Guy de Maupassant, how would life have been for these two if Matilda had not lost the necklace? Who knows? How strange life is. How small a thing will ruin or save one. I'll return shortly. We owe our story to certainly one of the greatest of all short story writers, Guy de Maupassant. I've suggested in the past that we give a thought, a brief moment of thanks to such men as Oscar Wilde and Edgar Allan Poe, to whom really we owe so much. To that list, let's add Monsieur de Maupassant. I'm sure he'd be pleased. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Today you'll meet those without a country or nationality. Wanderers, nomads. In other words, gypsies. The gypsy has been the most hated and the most loved. To protect himself, it is said, he is also the most untruthful. Incorrigible, beguiling, living by his own code, gypsies first. Our mystery drama, The Romany Revenge, adapted from the classic story by T.L. Meader, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Earl Hammond and Court Benson. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Money may not be the root of all evil, but from it certainly can stem jealousy, vindictiveness, bitter resentment, and even hatred. And if you've been around Mystery Theater as long as I have, you know that this kind of enmity can easily begin at the reading of a will. In all the annals of bequests made to the living by the deceased, there has hardly been one instance where the inheritors all came out smiling.
I think we have waited long enough for Clifford Milburn and Jose Silva. They were notified that the will of the late Mr. Milburn would be read at noon today. So I suggest we proceed. I, Jason Milburn, of sound mind and body, hereby make the following disposition of my estate. The approximate present value being £2 million. I direct that the income from this estate be divided into 4 equal parts between my 2 nieces, Beatrice and Margaret, my nephew Clifford, and my faithful right-hand man, Jose Silva. In the event of the death of any of these 4 inheritors, the entire principal shall go to the survivors.
I beg your pardon. Do you happen to have a match?
Match? Oh, yes, certainly. You'd better shield it well to light that pipe. There's quite a stiff breeze coming across the deck.
Well, thank you. Excuse me, but haven't we met before?
I don't believe so.
Yes. Aren't you Dwight Mason?
Why, yes, I am.
William Harrow. Don't you know me? Weymouth School.
Bill. Bill Harrow. Well, it's been, oh no, don't tell me, 20 years?
Yes, just about. We were both, 14 when we graduated.
What do you do here on a ship from Rio to Southampton?
My wife's uncle died, and we went to Rio for a couple of weeks for the reading of the will. Now we're going home. And you?
Well, I'm with the London Police, Special Investigations. I've always wanted to go to Brazil, and as luck would have it, I was assigned on a diamond smuggling case.
Wait till I tell Beatrice an old school friend turned out to be a detective. Oh, you've got to meet her, Dwight.
Oh, happy to. Now you know about me. What have you been up to?
I sell insurance. We live in London.
Oh, that must be a good business.
Beatrice really got quite an inheritance. Oh, well, at least I hope she will.
Meaning?
There are 4 beneficiaries. 2 didn't show up. Beatrice's brother, Clifford, and a man called Jose Silva. That's her uncle's right-hand man.
I see. Who was the 4th beneficiary?
Beatrice's sister, Margaret. Well, she's on board, too. She's older. You'll have to meet her, Dwight. She never married.
Willie Harrow. Are you playing matchmaker?
Willie Harrow. No one's called me that since school. Here comes a lady I do not want to talk to. The world's worst chatterbox.
Oh, darling, I've been looking all over the ship for you, Mr. Harrow. Oh, what an exquisite day to be on the sea.
Yes, Madame Magda, this is an old friend, Dwight Mason. Madam. Madame Magda is a very famous beautician in London.
Oh, are you a friend of this man with such a beautiful wife and sister-in-law? Isn't this a most glorious day? The sea, the sky, not a cloud. And how is Beatrice this morning, Mr. Harrow? And your young, poor sister-in-law with that terrible toothache? Is it better than it was in Rio?
I should explain to you, Dwight, that by happy coincidence, Madame Magda was staying at the same hotel as Margaret and Beatrice and I in Rio. And yes, well, one day Margaret had this awful toothache, and
of course you can imagine, Mr. Dwight.
Mason.
Mason, being in a foreign country with no knowledge of doctors, who to see and so forth. I know Rio. It is my second home. So I took Margaret to a famous dentist I know. I know all the best doctors, Rio, London, Paris, everywhere, darling. So she is all right again, Mr. Harrow?
Yes, she seems to be.
That is wonderful. Superb. Good news. I just came to find out. Oh, you should walk, you two gentlemen, not stand there talking, smoking your pipes. Au revoir. Adios. Ta-ta. Have a beautiful, healthy day.
Phew. Do you see what I mean? Yes. The woman's impossible. And the unfortunate part of it is that both my wife and sister-in-law were so captivated by her in Rio. Really? I know they can't wait to go to Madame Magda's beauty salon in Bond Street as soon as we get home. Bad luck, eh? For 3 days, bright sun, calm seas. Now this fog and rough weather.
I hadn't counted on this. Lounge is tilting so badly we can't keep the chessmen on the board. I'm afraid to put my whiskey glass on the table.
Yes, and we're deprived of the company of our two lovely ladies. They've both been under the weather since dinner last night.
Well, I hope this fog won't delay our return.
You police are all alike. You're workaholics.
Well, I admit to that. Funny, your sister-in-law, Margaret, was saying the same thing to me. But it's the only way of life I know, Bill. Investigating crime isn't a part-time job. It can't be done so long as there are full-time criminals.
Which one of you gentlemen is Mr. William Harrow?
Oh, well, I am.
I'm Dr. Grace, ship's doctor. Will you be good enough to come with me, sir?
What? Is it my wife? Is something wrong?
Please, come with me.
Dwight, I want you to come along, too.
No. Just yourself, Mr. Harrow. I think it's better.
If there is something wrong, Mr. Mason is a special investigator with the London police.
The police? Oh, yes. That might be a very good idea. Sit down, gentlemen.
I do not wish to sit down. Now, what is the matter, Doctor? Where is my wife? Is she here?
She's perfectly all right. She's in her cabin. I gave her a sedative, and the nurse is sitting with her.
The nurse? Well, what is it?
An hour ago, I was called to go to your cabin. Your sister was violently ill. I had her brought here immediately to the ship's hospital. She'd swallowed something. What, we don't know.
Sir.
I had her stomach pumped. We did what we could, but whatever it was so virulent and powerful, we couldn't save her.
What?
Your sister-in-law, Margaret, is dead, Mr. Harrow.
Beatrice, darling, you must try and get hold of yourself. It's 2 days now that Margaret's been gone, and what good does it do to keep crying like that? We all loved her very much. Please, sweetheart.
I'm all right now. I'm sorry.
Dwight here, he promises he's going to get to the bottom of this.
I shall do everything I can when the boat docks, Mrs. Harrow.
It's all so unbelievable. The ship's doctor says she must have swallowed something that killed her. But Margaret hasn't eaten anything different from me. Even back in Rio at the hotel, we always ate the same things.
Was your sister on any medication?
That's just it. That's what's so incredible. Margaret hated medicines, any pill or chemical. She was adamant about that, always was. She'd be darned if she'd even taken aspirin.
Do you suppose, Dwight, someone could have given her poison, a glass of wine, or a cup of coffee or tea?
Well, of course you can't rule that out, but what would be the motive? I got permission from the captain to interview anyone who came into contact with Margaret in any way. The stewardesses, the purser, the deck steward, the cooks, both our waiters. I've questioned them all at length, and I can't say that the slightest suspicion points to any of them. We'll know more when we examine and analyze in our laboratory. Run it through all known tests, which even on a ship this size, they are not equipped to do.
So you're ruling out someone on this ship's poisoning, huh?
Well, I just can't say how or why as yet. Of course, there is another possibility. It may have been an accident. The poison may have been intended for someone else.
Do you mean someone wanted to kill Beatrice or me?
Come in.
Oh, Dwight, I'm glad you're up and dressed.
Yes, I'm just coming down to breakfast. How's Beatrice this morning?
Much better. The purser just came by our cabin. He tells me there'll be a radio phone call coming for me from Rio in about an hour. Would you mind coming along with me?
Of course I will. Shipped ashore from Rio?
Yes, it could only be from Luis Ortega, the lawyer who's handling the estate.
Why only from him?
Well, we don't know anyone else in Rio.
Is that you, Mr. Harrow? William Harrow?
Yes, it's me, Mr. Ortega.
Can you hear me? I can hear you quite well.
It's good. We can both hear each other. What's happened?
Tell me first, Mr. Harrow, how soon does your ship arrive in Southampton?
The day after tomorrow. Why do you ask?
I'm trying to determine how essential it would be for you to return to Rio.
Did you say return to Rio? Whatever for?
It concerns your wife's brother, Clifford.
Oh, yes, Clifford.
He has been found.
Oh, well, that's good news. That'll facilitate probating the will.
That's true. However, the unhappy news is that he is dead.
Did you say he was dead?
He was found this morning, murdered. That is why it occurred to me you might like to return to Rio.
Just a moment, Mr. Ortega. Dwight, they found Beatrice's brother Clifford. He's been murdered. What should I do?
Here, give me that telephone. What's the name of your lawyer?
Luis Ortega.
Yes. Mr. Ortega, this is Dwight Mason of the London Police. Will you tell the Rio Police Chief, George Santos, to cable me all information about the gentleman's death? Mr. Santos and I just worked on a case together. Perhaps I can help.
Mr. Mason, I shall do just that.
We'll be in touch from London. Goodbye.
I will speak to Mr. Santos. Goodbye.
Clifford murdered? I can't believe it.
Well, that could answer one of the questions regarding your sister-in-law, Margaret.
I don't understand.
I may still not know how she was killed, but I can now make a fair deduction as to why.
You can?
Of the 4 people about to inherit a £2 million estate, 2 die mysteriously. You don't have to be a professional detective, Bill, to understand why.
No, you don't have to be a professional detective to solve crimes, but it sure helps. What do we have so far? A $2 million estate, 4 inheritors who have suddenly dwindled to 2, a husband, a detective, and a lady in the beauty business. To say nothing of the most important elements of any crime in our theater of mystery, 2 murders by person or persons unknown, and by methods as yet undiscovered. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Plautus, the ancient Roman dramatist who inspired even Shakespeare, once said, "I hate gold. It has persuaded too many men in too many matters to do evil. And evil it is, surely, to kill for money. And evil it is that our London detective Dwight Mason is tracking down with all the scientific resources the police can command. And to what does the trail lead?
A dead end. We took samples of your late sister-in-law's blood, ran it through every known toxology test, checked it against every known poison. It could not be identified.
How strange.
No, not really. There are hundreds, probably thousands of unknown poisons, some derived from as innocuous a substance as the leaf of a rhubarb or the berry of a mistletoe.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, we'll wait and see. I expect some details as to how your brother-in-law was killed in Rio. Once we know that, we may be in a position to forge a link. How's Beatrice, your wife?
Well, as well as can be expected, I suppose. This is the first day she's gone out for the afternoon on a little shopping spree. Now, everything is further complicated by her brother's death.
What did you tell her?
Well, I said I didn't know very much, really. I skirted around the cause of his death because, in truth, I don't know. I implied it must have been an accident, a car, maybe, or something could have happened to Clifford while he was in swimming. You know, he loves swimming, you know. I certainly didn't say anything about a murder. Oh, I'd better get that. Beatrice may have forgotten her key and can't get in.
Well, I shall be going now. I'll be in touch the moment I have more news.
Shall I call you a cab?
Oh, no. No, there's a police car waiting outside for me.
Oh, good. I'll see you to the door, then.
Oh, Mr. Harrow, how are you? I've been so worried. And Mr. Dwight.
Mason.
Oh, Mason, yes, forgive me. The both of you again. I simply must talk to you. May I come in?
Oh, well, we were just going out, Madam Magda.
All the better. May I persuade you to come to my shop on Bond Street? You said you would visit me. I remember distinctly. You said you would bring your adorable Beatrice just as soon as you could.
Well, my wife hasn't felt much like going out.
Of course, darling. May I come in and have a little chat with her?
But she is out right now.
Up and about. That's the only way. Look, do you have a moment to stop by and visit me in Bond Street later this afternoon, perhaps?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not likely to want facials or massages.
Oh, darling, you never know. My salon is very scientific, the most modern of treatments, as well as my own secrets. Oh, let me just peek in the front door of your charming house.
Bill, may I speak to you a moment?
Lovely.
Go there.
Lovely.
I have a hunch.
Madam Magda, I shall accept your invitation. Where on Bond Street are you?
Oh, number 193.
I've got to go, Bill. See you soon. Goodbye.
Is your Dwight Mason a policeman?
Yes, didn't I tell you?
Oh, I cannot believe it. He is so nice.
Special Investigations Department, Mason here.
Ortega, Mr. Mason, from Rio.
Hello there. Any news about Clifford Milburn's death?
That's why I call you. I asked Police Chief Santos to cable you, but he is going to write. For me, I couldn't wait, since all this affects the will of Jason Milburn.
Hold on, Mr. Ortega. I'll have my assistant take all this down. Mansfield, pick up extension 2, will you? All right, go ahead, Mr. Ortega.
Mr. Clifford's body was found in a funeral pyre, burned to death. He had been shot in the head.
Shot, funeral pyre, burned to death. You got that, Mansfield? Ortega, any clues so far?
A piece of wood with a pointed end near the body. It had Mr. Clifford's hat on it. Carved into this stake was 4 words.
Wooden stake, 4 words, yes?
And the words are, Por la Puri Dai.
For the Puri Dai, whatever that means. No other clues?
No, absolutely nothing. The bullet is being examined. Mr. Mason, will you tell Mrs. Harrow and her sister that I am taking care of their brother's remains, and there will be services here in Rio?
Yes. Mr. Ortega, I have sad news here, too. Margaret Milburn has also died mysteriously. She was stricken on the ship going back to Southampton.
This is very serious.
Yes, I know. Now there are only 2 people left to inherit the estate. Mrs. Harrow, who is here in London, and Mr. Silva, whom I presume is still in Rio. If I were you, I should warn him to be very careful.
And don't be confused, darling Mr. Harrow, by all the rows of bottles and ointments in this room. Each has its own magic.
Yes, well, your whole place is most impressive, but I don't see any clients.
Never on Mondays, unless I have special personal clients. Now, through this door, in here, we give the facials. Nothing but facials. Now, don't you believe your little Beatrice will be happy here?
Well, I suppose so. She wants to. What woman does not?
Now, the pièce de résistance. This door. opens to our private lift, which takes us up to the roof. This is one of the best-kept secrets of my salon. If you came any day but today, there will be so much traffic on this tiny lift. Oh, I have seen clients waiting in line to be taken to the roof. Here we are, Magda's own roof garden. Over your head, a little piece of English sky, and all around, for privacy, I have put trees. Now, do you believe you're in the middle of London?
It's amazing. It's like a piece of country. You can scarcely make out the roof next door.
Because the hemlocks are hiding. You see, the lift is hidden in a big rock, and everywhere on the ground, flowers growing. My clients can relax here, and no one can see them.
Magda, you have a great deal of imagination.
That is why people come to me. Mr. Harrow, we were fortunate to have met one another in Rio. I was most taken also by your sister-in-law, and I'm glad I was able to help her get rid of that nasty toothache. How she would have loved it here.
Yes, I think she would have.
A tragedy. A great tragedy. Oh, I don't answer. Someone picks up.
Yes, but I thought there wasn't anyone here on Mondays.
No beauticians, no masseuses, no one at the cash register, but I have a man. Now you have seen it all. I invite you to come along as well as your wife and bring that charming policeman.
Well, I don't know. He's really very busy.
Oh, I have no doubt. Was he seeing you on official business?
Well, you might say so.
Oh, do tell me. I adore mysteries and crimes. I simply worship criminals. Oh, yes, Raoul. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Harrow, but I am wanted outside. I shall be right back. It was nothing, but Raoul knows very little about this business. He's just a caretaker, so how would he know nothing from something?
Madam Magda, I have seen Raoul before.
You have?
Oh, yes. I'm very good at remembering people.
Oh, where have you seen my handyman? On the street?
3 weeks ago, in Rio.
In Rio? Oh, my dear Mr. Harrow, Raoul has never left London. He was born here. His parents, maybe, they come from South America.
Has he been with you for a long time?
Well, I think so. We have so much help, you know. London, people come, people go, always dissatisfied.
No, I am certain I saw this Raoul in Rio. Now, do you remember when Margaret had that bad toothache and you were kind enough to bring them to a dentist? It was Raoul who opened the door.
Oh, you are a funny man, darling. Everybody knows all tall and dark Brazilians look alike. Oh, Raoul, I'll answer it. Hello, Madam Magda speaking.
Is Bill Harrow there?
Oh, just a moment. It's for you.
Oh, really? Oh, who knew I was here? Hello?
Bill?
Oh, Dwight, what's up?
Bill, stay with Madam Magda. Don't let her out of your sight.
She just this minute walked out of the room.
Well, stay right where you are. I'm coming over.
You're coming over here? Oh, here she is, Dwight. She's just come back into the room. Do you want to talk to her?
No, keep her there. Don't let her leave. It's official.
Oh, official, eh? Hey, she's just keeled over. She's on the floor.
What?
Madam Magda, what is it? Oh, Lord, she's fainted.
Did you reach your house, Bill?
Yes, finally. Beatrice had just gotten back from shopping. She'd lost track of the time. I told her we were at the hospital in one of the private consulting rooms and all about Madame Magda fainting, and I'd be home as soon as I could. What did you find out?
She's been poisoned. An extremely fast-acting toxicant.
What? Well, doesn't that beat her all? How is she now?
She's doing all right. I was told there wasn't enough in her system to be injurious.
Well, then if she's all right, I'd really like to get home. I've got to keep watch over Beatrice. You understand.
Are you quite sure, Bill, that Madame Magda never left your side?
Well, she went out only the one time, just when you called. The caretaker called her out of the room. You know, it's a funny thing, too. I told her he was the spitting image of a man I saw in Rio.
Bill, I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm going to say, but will you promise me not to leave London for the present?
I don't understand you. Do you think we're in some danger, Beatrice?
Well, it's possible. A great part of a detective's work is following up on hunches. And what are hunches? The average of your experience. I have a hunch what this poison might turn out to be. So I'm asking you, Bill, in a nice way, until all the evidence is in, I'd like you to be where I can check some answers if I need to.
It could be. When you think about it, who might gain the most upon the deaths of all those entitled to that £2 million? William Harrow, insurance salesman? Could he have somehow tried to poison Madame Magda? But why? Or was she trying to do away with herself? Again, why? Not an easy case to solve, but intriguing. I'll be returning shortly with Act 3. You all know the joke about how does a gypsy cook a chicken? And the recipe begins with steal 1 chicken. But that's not the whole truth. Gypsies do have their own ethical code. A Serbian gypsy commits a felony if he steals from someone poorer than himself. If an English gypsy takes something he doesn't need, that is a crime. Why am I talking about gypsies in this tale of death and poisoning anyway? You know me well enough by now to know I kid you not. There must be a reason. Am I tipping you off to a solution? Back now to the hospital.
Bill, I am not singling you out for suspicion, believe me. I've just had word from Rio that when they found your wife's brother, he'd been dead for a month.
Yes, I see. And I was in Rio at that time.
Well, not only you, so were Beatrice and Margaret. More and more, it appears that someone is deliberately narrowing down the number of survivors. Have you ever met this Jose Silva?
No, never. I'd only just married Beatrice, and a month later we got word her uncle had died, and could we come to Rio? So we used the trip as a kind of delayed honeymoon. I've never met the uncle or his so-called right-hand man, this Jose Silva. He wasn't there when the will was read.
What do the words Puri die mean to you?
Well, not a darn thing. Puri what?
Die.
Well, what does it mean?
Well, I'm trying to find out. One more thing, Bill. You said you recognized a man working for Madame Magda. A man she called Raoul?
I've been thinking about that. You know, this Raoul has a scar in his right cheek. Now, he is the same man who opened the door for Margaret and Beatrice that day in Rio when Margaret had her tooth treated. Oh, I am sure of it.
Bill, don't take my questions unkindly. You run along home to Beatrice, and I'll go and see if Madame Magda is well enough to answer a few questions. Madame Magda, may I come in?
Why, it's that charming policeman, Mr. Mason. Please do come in.
Yes. The doctor said you were awake and able to talk.
Able to talk? I am always able to talk, darling. Tell me, what happened to me?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
Well, I felt dizzy, and the next thing I know, I am in the hospital. What is going on?
You may have been poisoned.
You are joking. Who would poison Madame Magda? I haven't an enemy in the world.
Madam, what were you doing in Rio?
Oh, enjoying the sunshine.
You went halfway round the world for sunshine?
I would go all the way around the world for sunshine if I had to. This poison which you say brought me here, could it have killed me?
I don't know yet. Generally, any poison can cause death if you take enough of it.
But why? How? When? Mr. Mason, I do not know.
I beg your pardon. Are you Dwight Mason?
Yes. Are you Luis Ortega?
Yes.
Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you were able to fly over from Rio at such short notice. Do you have any luggage?
Just one bag.
Well, then we're standing in the right place. The bags come around that carousel when the plane is unloaded.
I bring you regards from the Rio Chief of Police, George Santos.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the only new information he has is that Clifford Milburn died on the 14th of last month.
I see. Was there anything special about that date?
No, nothing. A clear day, a clear night, and a full moon.
I told you on the telephone, didn't I, about this Madame Magda who was taken to the hospital?
You did?
We learned this morning she had ingested the identical toxic alkaloid that killed Margaret Milburn. Fortunately, a very small dose.
Was there anyone with this Magda woman when she was poisoned?
Yes. Beatrice's husband, William Harrow. They were, unfortunately, alone when this occurred.
Unfortunate for him. Yeah, I see my handbag. It's the one with the big O painted on the side.
Right, you grab your bag and I'll grab a taxi. I usually take the police car, but I thought in this case it would be better if I met you at the airport unobserved. Mr. Ortega, I need your help. And that's why I asked you to come to London. What can you tell me about old Jason Milburn?
He was not loved. He made his fortune out of diamonds, and his estate consists of several mines outside of Rio.
I see.
Some say he stole the land. Some say he lived too long, that he deserved to die. Some say he didn't die soon enough.
My goodness. A popular man in Brazil.
It's like the plague. This Jose Silva, who I haven't seen, by the way, since the funeral, was not only Milburn's right-hand man, but his bodyguard.
Oh, well, what do you mean he stole his land?
Well, Milburn was ruthless. An ancient gypsy family lived on that land where the mines are now. Oh, practically since the time of Amerigo Vespucci. It was granted to one gypsy family in particular by John III of Portugal. So they claim. It was quite a scandal when the authorities made a little search. The page containing the original land grant deed had been torn from the ledger. The gypsies had no legal recourse whatsoever. Jason Milburn picked up the land for next to nothing.
We're here. I'm putting you up at my place, Mr. Ortega. This is just around the corner from headquarters. We'll have lunch and then go over.
Mr. Mason, it's all coming together. Do you remember those words carved on that stake near Clifford Milburn's body? Por la Puridai. Look at this. Puridai is their name for the matriarch of the tribe.
So, it meant his death was done for the tribal mother. Let's pay Mr. and Mrs. William Harrow a social call. Good afternoon, Bill. I brought along someone you know.
Mr. Ortega, what are you doing in London?
Because of the survivorship, I had to come for your wife's signature.
Well, please come in, Dwight. Please. Beatrice is out right now. We can go into the living room.
How is she taking it, Mr. Harrow?
Very hard. Her sister and brother within a month. She started going to Madame Magda's salon.
What time did Beatrice go out, Bill?
Oh, several hours ago. She had this tooth bothering her, and I said, well, we'll go to the dentist. But Beatrice is so like Margaret when it comes to doctors and medicine. She just won't do it. She'd rather suffer. Beatrice? Beatrice, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Why, Mr. Ortega, this is nice. Would you like some tea? And Mr. Mason, it's Old Home Week.
Yes, I've already offered some whiskey. How are you feeling now, sweetheart? How's the tooth?
Oh, you'll never believe this, but it's all right. It's fine.
Well, I hope it doesn't act up again. You know, I wish
I know, darling. I should go to a dentist. I've done something better. I suddenly remembered that when we were in Rio and Madame Magda took Margaret and me to this marvelous dentist, well, there I was at her shop taking a facial. So I asked her and she said, who do you think is visiting me upstairs? The dentist from Rio. So he looked at my tooth, gave me something to kill the pain, poked about in there, and the rest of the afternoon was sheer pleasure. I must say, meeting Madame Magda was one of the luckiest things that ever happened to me.
Is this your hunch or a long shot, Mr. Mason?
A little of both. But I feel a certain lady may be the answer to the mystery.
She could be.
But why in this house on Bond Street, creeping up these stairs?
Because this house is right next door to her salon, and this roof touches her roof. So we made an arrangement with the superintendent.
Ah, yes, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Now, help me push open the skylight, will you?
I have never been on a London roof before. Listen to that peculiar music. Where is it coming from?
Over there.
You mean behind those trees?
Yes. That's Madame Magda's famous roof garden. Let's walk to the edge of this roof and take a look through those trees.
Yes, with this full moon, that shouldn't be difficult. Have a look at that. Yes. I see two figures. Those movements to the music. I have seen that before. In the mountains of Brazil. It's a ritualistic gypsy dance. Worship of the full moon.
Their backs are to us. A man and a woman.
Who is there?
There's someone behind the trees.
It's Jose Silva and Madame Magda.
Come out from behind the trees, whoever you are. I see you on the next door roof. Slowly, with your hands up.
Jose Silva, I don't understand.
Why, Mr. Mason, why are you spying on me from the roof next door? I have invited you so many times.
What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question.
Raoul, I know this man. Put your gun away. No guns. We are having a private celebration, Mr. Mason.
Raoul? Since when is that your name?
Throw your pistol down, Raoul. I'm a police officer.
No! Come back here, you!
Will you explain to me, please, what I am doing here in your police headquarters?
Madame Magda, I'm detaining you on suspicion of the murder of Margaret Milburn.
What are you talking about? Me? Murder? Don't be ridiculous.
Where did Jose Silva go?
You mean after he made the lift take him downstairs? I have no idea.
Madam, are you the Puri Dai of a gypsy tribe?
No. Who has told you that?
Facts have told us that, madam. Was it not your land belonging to your family that was stolen by Jonas Milburn?
Yes, it was always our land. Milburn, the thief, nor will his family have it either. Not 1 inch of it.
But how can you prove it belonged to your family?
Prove it? Our family goes back centuries. But why would you care? We're always on the run, always being chased. But what is ours, and will never belong to anyone else.
Madam Magda, the man you call Raoul, I promise you he won't get far. Sooner or later, we'll bring him in. Who is he?
My brother. He has done nothing I'm ashamed of. Yes, I call him Raoul because that is his real name. You, Mr. Ortega, you call him Jose Silva. That is what he called himself, to keep watching our enemy, Jason Milburn. You will never prove I had anything to do with the death of Margaret Milburn. Yes, I did wish them dead, all of them. But Madame Magda raises no hands in violence against anyone.
And on your roof in the moonlight, what were you and your brother celebrating?
Who said we were celebrating anything?
You did, madame.
Well, perhaps we were. Yes, why not? I admit it. We were celebrating, at long last, justice.
What is it? Who is it?
Bill, it's I, Dwight. Open up. It's urgent.
Whatever brings you here at this hour of the night? It must be after 2.
Where's your wife?
She's in bed, I suppose.
Fetch her immediately. This is Dr. Howard with me, the police surgeon. Hurry, Bill. Bring Beatrice downstairs.
No, it doesn't hurt so much now. I think I'm more stunned than in pain. I must say, having a
tooth pulled in the living room of one's own house at 3 o'clock in the morning by a police surgeon is quite an experience.
In that filling Dr. Howard removed from your mouth, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we didn't find the same poison that caused the death of your sister. She, too, had a filling made by that same so-called Brazilian dentist in Rio that took care of you not 12 hours ago.
A filling? Poisonous?
Yes, and covered with gutta percha, which wears away when you eat. Who knows when this poison would have been released into your mouth, Beatrice?
But, Dwight, it doesn't make sense. Didn't you tell me the same poison was swallowed by Madame Magda?
Ah, she's a clever one. Yes, she did take some, but only enough to land her in the hospital.
But why?
To throw us off the trail.
Well, when did you decide that she was the mastermind?
At midnight tonight. Luis Ortega took one look at this Raul on her roof garden and said, "That is Jose Silva." And then I knew. Silva was to be the sole survivor, the sole inheritor. The poison had been placed into your wife's tooth. It was only a question of time, and so they were celebrating in their gypsy ritual, the final and total revenge against Jason Milburn.
And all because gypsies have been cheated, enslaved, and even put to death over the centuries, just because they were gypsies.
In this case, though, unfortunate that Madame Magda and her brother had to find justice by using the same unjust means used for so long against them.
The great Miguel de Cervantes has written, "Having learned early to suffer, we gypsies suffer not at all. The cruelest torment does not make us tremble. We shrink from no form of death. But our oppressors should beware, for one day there shall be a Romany revenge." I shall return shortly. How empty is revenge. What a Pyrrhic victory. Despotic Nero, with his dying breath, has said, "How foolish it is to be avenged on your neighbor by setting his house on fire." Surely the noblest and most telling revenge of all is to turn the other cheek and forgive. Our cast included Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. What was that poem about the rose that turned its face to the sun each day with love and adoration? The rose that lived only for the light and warmth and the smile of the sun. And of course, the sun was completely unaware of the worshipping rose, didn't even know it existed, and most likely wouldn't care. By this time, you probably begin to get an idea of what our story will be about. And you're right.
Homicide, Lieutenant Leone.
Hello?
Are you calling the police?
Yes?
Did you ask for the homicide division?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Mr. William K. Randall, the late Mr. Randall, the theatrical producer who was murdered.
Yes?
I know who did it.
You do?
Yes. Go to 987 East 83rd, apartment 1B. The lady's name is Taylor. Miss Sarah Jean Taylor.
987 East 83rd, Sarah Jean Taylor. Have I got that right? Hello? Hello? Eddie? Who's free to take a nut call? Yeah. Well, where is everybody? All right, I'll take it. I'm going out to lunch anyhow. East 83rd. Huh. It's up in Yorkville. Why don't I have some sauerbraten?
Yes?
Miss Taylor?
Yes.
Miss Sarah Jean Taylor?
Yes.
My name is Leone, Detective Lieutenant Leone. My identification.
Oh, I believe you.
May I come in?
Please.
I was, wondering, Miss Taylor, if you could help us.
How?
Did you know a Mr. William K. Randall?
Yes.
Did you know him well?
I knew who he was.
Did you ever have anything at all to do with him?
Yes, in a way.
In a way?
A very impersonal way.
Could you explain?
I work for the copy house.
Oh, what's that?
We type scripts, you know, for theatrical producers, TV and the like.
Oh? And what do you do there?
I'm a typist. And Mr. Randall was a very good client. We did a lot of his plays and things. I typed up a great many of them.
And that's how you knew Mr. Randall?
Yes, Lieutenant.
You did meet him, though?
Usually he would send someone to bring a script or to pick one up. He was a very important man, you know.
Yeah, so I understand.
Sometimes, though, if there was no one to send or if he was in a hurry or one thing or another, he'd stop by himself. Maybe something had to be corrected. Then I'd have to come in from the back room, and he'd tell me about it.
That would be the only time you'd ever see him?
Yes.
And the only time you'd ever speak to him?
Yes.
And you'd never talk about anything except the business of typing one of his manuscripts?
Yes, that's right.
Never any personal conversation?
Oh, why would there be any personal conversations? Well, he might say good morning, good afternoon, depending on the time of day.
Did he know your name?
He might have. When he'd come in, whoever was out front would say, Sarah Jean worked on that. I'll call her.
Oh, then he did know your name was Sarah Jean.
Well, he was so busy and important, my name probably meant nothing to him. Why should he remember it?
Would you say that he was aware of you as a person?
I'm not sure.
Huh. How long had he been coming in there and having these encounters with you?
Perhaps 10 years.
And in 10 years, you don't think you made any visual impact on his consciousness?
No, not really. The William K. Randalls, they live in a faraway world of their very own. And if you're not in it or of it, you really don't exist for them.
Miss Taylor, is it possible that Mr. Randall might have done you an injury?
How could he have injured me?
Huh. You have any personal enemies?
No.
You sure?
Lieutenant, I'm not important enough to have enemies.
Is there anyone who dislikes you?
No.
Are you sure?
Lieutenant, I don't know very many people, and the ones that I do know, I don't know very well.
Well, can you think of anyone, anywhere, who could have a grudge against you for any reason?
No.
And there isn't anything you can tell me about Mr. Randall?
Nothing at all.
She was, 40, 35, 50? She was one of those women who could be called nondescript. You see him and you don't see him. You don't notice anything about him. Maybe because there's nothing to notice. 5 minutes afterwards, you can't even remember what they were wearing, or even what they looked like. Well, I had my sauerbraten, so the trip uptown was worthwhile after all.
Where are we on this Randall thing, Leone?
It's wide open, Inspector.
Any suspects?
Sure, pick up the phone book.
I understand a great many people didn't like him. Who's your leading candidate, if any?
Edward Larson, the playwright.
Why?
Randall was supposed to produce Larson's play. Actually, the thing was going into rehearsal. And Randall called it off.
Why?
Who knows why? It's a flaky business at best. Anyway, Larson was all cut up about it.
And for that, he'd kill Randall?
He said he'd do it, in front of witnesses. Larson had been slipping badly, I understand. A couple of flops, a little bit of a drinking problem. He needed this play.
Well, what have you got on him?
He doesn't have an alibi for the time of the murder.
Well, I don't have an alibi either.
Now, of course, there's another thing. Randall was stabbed with a knife, actually a letter opener on his desk. There are prints on it.
Whose?
We don't know. Not Larson's. Not Jenny Daly's.
Well, who's she?
Oh, the actress Randall threw over. She was very cut up about it.
But who do the prints belong to?
We don't know.
Have you run the prints?
Not a rumble anywhere. But still, I lean toward this guy, this Edward Larson. I know he did it.
And left somebody else's fingerprints on the murder weapon?
Yeah, I admit it's a problem.
You don't have anyone else?
All the nuts are off and running on this one. I got a tip this morning on the phone about a Miss Sarah Jean Taylor.
Oh, who's she?
A mousy little dame. She works as a script typist.
Well, what connection would she have with Randall?
The company she works for types his manuscripts.
Anything there?
No, I don't see how.
So why should anybody try to set her up?
Might have been a gag.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, somebody at the office figured to get her all excited. She does lead a dull existence. Now, I still like my boy, Edward Larson.
The fact is, the killer is the one with the fingerprints on the knife. And that is not Edward Larson.
The average person lives in what the psychiatrists call the emotional mind, or something like that. He goes through life on hunches, guesses, things like that. You think cops are different? They try to be, but they're the same as anyone else.
Oh, it's you.
Good morning, Mr. Larson.
Detective Leone, is it?
Yes. Mind if I come in?
What are we doing? The remake of Crime and Punishment?
I beg your pardon?
Dostoevsky's novel. Although I wouldn't expect a police detective to have read it.
I read it, Mr. Larson.
And you're following it. You believe I killed Bill Randall, and you intend to keep after me and after me till I confess. Well, I didn't do it.
I didn't say you did.
And why do you keep hounding me?
I'm not hounding you. I only want to ask you some questions.
Haven't you asked me enough questions?
You did threaten to kill Mr. Randall if he canceled your production.
Well, people say things in extreme anger.
Why did he decide to cancel your play?
Because he was an evil, vicious, vindictive man.
Why did he agree to put it on in the first place?
To tantalize me. To lead me on. So he could set me up for the fall.
The night he was killed, where were you?
I don't know.
At 8 p.m., where were you?
I don't remember where I was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. I was out walking.
Who saw you?
No one.
Which means you have no alibi.
If I'd known I'd needed one, I'd have made sure to have had one.
At 4 p.m., you went to Frank's. That's a bar on the west side.
I don't deny it.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
I had good reason.
Frank himself says you were starting to say some violent things.
Well, that's probably true.
You said you were going to murder Randall, a swine who didn't deserve to live.
He didn't deserve to live. No dispute there.
Then along about 7:30, you stormed out of there. It was a pouring rain, but that didn't stop you.
I wanted to be washed clean. And I walked and I walked. I don't know where, I don't know for how long, but...
That's your story.
That's what happened.
I think something else happened. I think you walked and walked and got angrier and angrier. And you passed by Randall's place. And you went up to see him. And one thing led to another, and you picked up that letter opener on his desk and killed him. That happened at 8 p.m.
That's a lie.
It's the truth. That's the time of his death.
Then why don't you arrest me?
I have no proof. But I will arrest you. Do you know when? On the day you ask me to.
I think you're crazy. Why would I ask you to arrest me?
Several reasons. Take your pick. First, you're not really a killer.
All right, then how could I have killed Bill Randall?
Killing isn't a habit with you. It isn't your style. It's just something you did for the first time in your life. Under a pressure that broke you, that's all. You'll probably never kill again. Your conscience won't let you rest.
Oh, my conscience is clear.
Besides, you're vain. This killing is yours. It belongs to you. You won't let anyone else take credit for it.
Lieutenant, if you don't leave here this minute, I'll call my attorney.
I'm on my way out. I'll I'll just place my card down here on this table.
Don't bother.
Now, you better have my number handy in case you wake up in the middle of the night and decide to call me.
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I shouldn't have said in case you wake up in the middle of the night. The fact is, you'll be up. You're not getting much sleep lately. Are you?
Probably not. But then again, who knows? We like to think that guilt lies heavy and destroys repose. The fact is, many of history's greatest villains got their full, refreshing 8 hours a night. And besides, how do we know Edward Larson is really guilty? All that Lieutenant Leone has is a hunch. It's true he's a cop, but does that automatically make him right? We need Act Two. I can read it on his face. I can see it in his eyes. How many times do we think we can deduce from a look, a gesture, the story of another person's life? One of the oldest bits of wisdom we know comes from Aesop, who warns us that appearances are deceiving. What is this conceit so many of us have that we can tell just by looking?
Yeah, come in, Leone. Well, sit down.
You want a progress report, Inspector? I don't have one.
This is off the record. Lay off Edward Larson.
What's this?
It seems you've been giving him a hard time.
Hey, now wait, Inspector.
What have you got on him?
Nothing.
Furthermore, the prints on the knife do not belong to Larson. Therefore, it follows Larson cannot be the murderer.
Yeah, I wish I could believe that.
Believe it or not. Now lay off. His lawyer happens to be an old friend of mine.
Yeah?
They could certainly raise Cain if they wanted to, but Larson's attorney figures you're just an overzealous cop.
Uh-huh.
And a quiet word passed along by me puts a period to the sentence.
I know Larson did it.
Now you keep this up and you'll get both of us into trouble. You want me to take you off it?
Okay, Inspector, I'll behave. But I'll still bag him.
What is this thing with you, Leone?
I don't know. It's just I look at him and there it is.
You need evidence.
I'll find it.
It'd be better if you found out whose fingerprints are on Exhibit A.
I don't care whose fingerprints are on that knife. Edward Larson is the killer. I was beginning to scare myself. What was it? Why was I so sure? All I had to do was keep this up, and like the inspector warned, I could get myself into plenty of trouble. What was I looking for? If Larson's fingerprints weren't on the knife, why was I still positive he was the killer? I just couldn't let go. I'm sorry to bother you again, Mr. Calder.
Oh, that's no bother at all, Lieutenant.
You were William Randall's associate producer?
Yes, we'd worked together for many years.
What kind of man was he?
Oh, difficult. However, he knew what he wanted. Irritating, you know, but he was always right. I would say he was a man of integrity.
He's described by Edward Larson as, evil, vicious, vindictive.
Oh, well, Edward Larson.
What does that mean?
Larson was, well, I should say, is finished as a writer. Actually, he finished himself. It was the booze. No one would produce his plays anymore.
Mr. Randall did, or at least agreed to.
Oh, yes, but that was...
Larson insists that Randall did it to tantalize him, to lead him on.
Lieutenant, I think we can safely disregard anything Edward Larson says. I'm convinced that he killed Randall. Well, that is, I was.
But not anymore?
I gather from the press that the fingerprints on the murder weapon are not Larson's. It's not known whose they are.
Why did Randall agree to produce Larson's play in the first place?
Oh, Randall saw or thought he saw something in it. After a while, he even made me see it.
Then it was a good play.
It had the makings of a good play, which means it needed work, some major rewriting. I told Randall that Larson simply was incapable of doing the rewrites.
But Randall didn't agree.
Well, he said, let's give him a chance. It's the last one he'll ever have. Who knows? It might be an opportunity to salvage him. I didn't believe that.
Why not?
Because I know Larson doesn't have it anymore. Whatever his gift is, or was, is gone. And you could see that in his play. We'd all agree a scene needed tightening or a character required development, and then when Larson brought in the new draft, it was worse than before, worse. Then soon the drinking began.
And you say that Randall did not deliberately lead Larson on?
I think Randall took as much as was humanly possible, and then he simply acknowledged the inevitable.
If Larson didn't kill Randall, who else could have?
Oh, me? I felt like killing him many times.
Did you?
Well, my fingerprints are not on the knife.
How do you know?
Well, if they were, I assume I'd be arrested by now. Besides, I know I didn't do it. I might have in time, but evidently I was beaten to it.
Why would you want to kill your partner?
Money? We were a very successful producing team, artistically successful, but Randall always managed to make sure that we would lose money. Oh, it was a gift.
Why did you stay with him?
The man is a genius. Oh, was a genius. Ah, yes, it was worth it.
Besides you, who could have killed him?
Well, time is of the essence, so let's stay with prime candidates.
Jenny Daly?
I wouldn't be surprised if her fingerprints were on that knife.
Why?
Oh, she thought he belonged to her. But lately, there's been suspicion of another woman somewhere.
Another woman? Was that true?
Oh, who knows, Lieutenant? With Randall, anything was possible. You never knew what he was thinking or doing. Jenny had a few tantrums about it, and she could become violent.
Another woman?
I didn't say there was another woman. Those are just rumors.
A mystery woman?
Ah, yes, Lieutenant. That has a good sound to it. Yes. A mystery woman.
What's this about a mystery woman?
They think Randall was tied up with some mysterious dame.
What does that break down into? This Jenny Daly was jealous because Randall wasn't paying too much attention to her, so she figures there's another dame.
Mystery woman.
Leone, you're working too hard. Besides, we have to get the killer sooner or later. We've got the fingerprints. We'll turn him up somewheres.
Him?
All right, maybe her. I tell you what. I'll take you out to lunch.
No, I have to lose weight.
Oh, me too. Well, let's start tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday. The big special at Schmidt's is a sauerbraten.
Oh, I don't know, Inspector.
Come on. We'll shoot up to Yorkville.
Hey, wait a minute. Mystery woman. That woman.
What woman?
I got a tip on the phone. This dame up in Yorkville sounded like a nut call. This voice said Sarah Jean Taylor killed Randall. I told you about her.
What would a man like Randall want with a dame like that?
Maybe that's why she's a mystery dame. Excuse me, Inspector. Leone?
Lieutenant Leone?
Yes?
Why haven't you arrested Sarah Jean Taylor?
What for? Who is this?
For murder.
Inspector, see if you can trace this. What do you mean?
I told you about her.
Eddie, get a trace on the call on Leone's line.
What did you tell me?
I told you she was guilty.
Yes, but I need evidence.
You have all the evidence you need right now.
Hello? Hello? Ah, she hung up on me.
Eddie, get anything? Okay. He didn't have enough time.
Well, we have two mystery women. One is Miss Sarah Jean Taylor, and the other is the one who's trying to set her up.
What did she say to you this time?
Same thing. She said Sarah Jean did it.
And when you asked her for the evidence, what did she say?
She said we have all the evidence we need right now.
Well, we don't have any evidence at all.
But we do, Inspector. And it's all the evidence we need. Good morning, Miss Taylor.
Oh, it's the detective.
May I come in?
Please.
Miss Taylor, I must ask you to come down to police headquarters.
Why? I haven't done anything.
No, nobody says you did.
Well, then why am I being arrested?
You're not being arrested.
Then why must I go?
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Oh, well, you've already asked me some questions.
Well, we have to ask some more.
Well, then ask them here.
Look, Miss Taylor, I'm asking you to cooperate. However, if you refuse, I can return with a warrant.
A warrant? Then I am being arrested.
No, please, Miss Taylor. A certain matter has to be cleared up.
What certain matter?
We can only attend to that at headquarters.
But I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
You didn't do what, Miss Taylor?
I didn't do anything. I never did anything in my life. I just sit behind a typewriter. I never did anything to anybody. What do you want with me?
Most probably nothing.
Well, whatever I'm supposed to have done, I'm innocent.
And all we want to do is give you a chance to prove it.
I don't have to prove anything. If you accuse me of a crime, you must prove it.
Nobody's accused you yet. I'm just asking you to come down to headquarters.
Where is she?
In my office.
She's guilty or she isn't. It's that simple. And now we find out. Yes? Okay, Eddie, thanks. Clear as a bell. As if they're engraved in marble. Those are her prints on the knife.
They are?
Eddie downstairs says he's never seen such sharp, bold prints. We've got her. It's your color, and you get all the credit.
Yeah.
And it just fell into your lap, too. Well, makes up for all the tough ones. Let's book her. Miss Taylor, Lieutenant Leone here has just read you your rights as prescribed by the law.
My rights?
You care to make a statement?
Well, what can I say? That I'm sorry? Sorry I killed him. But I'm not. Sorry I was caught. But I'm not. Not really. I couldn't live with this for the rest of my life. Lieutenant, I'm sorry I was so sharp with you back at my apartment.
That's all right.
You seem to be a very pleasant sort of man. Why are you on the police force?
We have many pleasant men on the police force.
Jerry, would you deliver Miss Taylor here to a matron? Do you mind going with this officer, Miss Taylor?
Oh, no. Not at all. I would have confessed, I suppose, in the long run. Goodbye, gentlemen.
And so, Lieutenant, that wraps it up. We have the killer of William K. Randall.
Have we?
What's this now? Are you all right, Leone?
I don't think we got the killer.
Leone, her fingerprints are on the knife. She admits it. And this bears out your theory of a mystery woman. What are you doing?
I don't care about her fingerprints. I wouldn't believe her on a stack of Bibles. And who says we have a theory of a mystery woman?
Leone, I'm going to humor you for about 10 seconds. Now, you say she didn't do it. Who did?
Who? Edward Larson. Who else?
Believe about a quarter of what you hear, and maybe half of what you see. And maybe, just maybe, you won't be taken in. But look now, her prints are on the knife, and she says she did it. What does Detective Leone want? What more does he need? Well, he's only got one more act in which to get it, and that's in just a few minutes. How do we know what we know? Well, we have worked out, or at least our philosophers have, what might be called the scientific method. We use observation, And we use experience. We use testing. We set up criteria. And we use common sense. If you're caught with your hand in the till, obviously you're up to no good. Now, you would think that a police detective, of all people, would have no trouble with this line of thinking.
Why did you kill him?
He betrayed me, Lieutenant.
I don't understand.
We were in love,
Who was in love?
William Randall and I.
He was in love with you?
Yes.
When I first spoke to you about him, you remember?
Yes.
You insisted there was absolutely nothing between you. It was at most a casual kind of business relationship. That's what you said.
I lied. I was under no obligation to tell you the truth. I wasn't under oath.
Well, yes, Miss Taylor, but
And besides, our love was a secret thing.
Oh?
Soon he would leave the theater, leave this entire way of life, and the two of us would retire to a lovely mountain wilderness. I have his letters with me. I'll read you one.
His letters?
All the letters he wrote to me. I carry them always. A lovely mountain wilderness made tame by your presence. And thus we too shall know the joys of Eden.
That's what he wrote to you?
Oh, yes. And listen, ask nothing more of me, sweet. All I can give, I have given. Forget that I remember and dream that I forget. Oh, that's when it started to...
Yes, to what?
When they started to turn cold. The letters.
Oh?
The beautiful letters he wrote me. And then there came the final letters. Here, this one. Read it.
You want me to read it?
I can't. Please.
And the best and the worst of it is this, that neither of us is to blame. You will forget my kisses, and I will forget your name.
That's how he chose to say goodbye to me.
Let me try to understand this. For how many years did he write you these letters?
10.
For 10 years you carry on this correspondence, and it's all a promise for the future, right?
I believed him. I believed him with all my heart.
Uh-huh. And then something happened to break up this little thing you had going. What was it?
I don't know exactly what. I don't remember.
But it made you mad.
Mad, yes. In the sense that it deprived me of my reason temporarily.
And so you decided to kill him?
I did. In a fit of rage.
All right. Tell me, how did you get into his apartment?
I had a key.
A key?
Yes.
Forgive me. I thought you'd implied all this time that it was a platonic affair.
I have implied nothing. You may infer whatever you choose.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. I received his last letter. I brooded. And I decided to face him with it. I went to the apartment, and we talked. And then I saw it was of no use. He had become tired of me. He just decided to cast me aside. So I became furious. I saw the letter opener, long, slim, sharp, and lethal. I picked it up and I plunged it into his heart, his fickle and faithless heart.
Yeah.
You've never been in love, Lieutenant. If you can doubt what I'm telling you, I killed him. Let the world know it. Let the world judge me.
How may I help you, Lieutenant?
Mr. Dorset, you're the manager of Coffee House?
The night manager. We go 24 hours a day.
You do?
We employ a lot of actors. Aspiring actors. They need their days free to make rounds, you see.
About Miss Sarah Jean Taylor.
How about Miss Sarah Jean Taylor? To think that was going on all this time.
What was going on all this time?
The affair she was having with Mr. Randall.
How do you know she was having an affair?
Isn't that what it says in the papers?
What would happen when he would come in here?
The most superb acting you would ever hope to see in your life. But who knew then that it was acting?
What did it look like?
Just the most casual, impersonal, unimportant passing of the time of the day. Even that very last time.
What about it?
He had complained about 10 wrong pages in a script. And she said she would work overtime and deliver it that evening. Now, I happened to overhear it. She said, I'll hand it to the doorman. And he said, I don't have one. I'll tell you what. Here's a key to my apartment. Just place the script inside the door.
And he gave her the key.
What a charade.
So she stayed overtime and finished the script?
Oh, yes. Till 10 o'clock. And then she left.
Till when?
At 10.
You're sure?
Oh, yes. I marked her timesheet.
10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
So, 10 o'clock. What about it?
If she left at 10 to deliver the script, she could not have killed Randall.
Why not?
Coroner says he was killed at around 8.
Well, an hour or two leeway in these things isn't unusual. It's not an exact science.
I know what happened.
So do I. She killed him.
No.
Well, how did her fingerprints get on the knife?
She placed them there.
Well, tell me why.
So we would think she killed him. Remember the report from fingerprinting? Jerry said something about sharp, clear, bold lines, perfect prints?
Yeah, that's all.
Shouldn't there have been other prints on the letter opener, too?
Why?
You know why. A letter opener, it's in regular use. It's covered with prints. If she picked it up in a fit of anger, she wouldn't leave a unique set of prints. Maybe you could make hers out, but there'd be others, too. Wouldn't there?
You don't give up, do you? Now, look. You got nowhere to go. You got a confession. You got a murder weapon with fingerprints. It's established she went there, and so we can safely say, case closed.
May I come in, Mr. Larson?
I warn you, Lieutenant, the next time my lawyer's going to make an issue of this, it'll cost you your badge.
It's my badge. What do you care?
What do you want now?
I want to tell you a story.
Why?
Because you're a writer. That is, if you can stop drinking long enough.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, I'm doing this to save you.
Save me from what?
Yourself. You can't write anymore. That's why Randall canceled your play. You couldn't face that terrible truth, so you killed him.
All right, I heard enough. I'm calling my lawyer.
Why? He can't solve your problem. I can.
What are you talking about?
I'll give you a theme. Maybe it'll inspire you.
Theme? What do you know?
Just listen. There's a woman named Sarah Jean Taylor. A shy, timid, self-effacing little woman. Mousy. What made her that way? I don't know. You're the writer. Find the why.
Just what are you setting up?
Follow this. Think about it. She has nothing. She has nobody. But she works as a typist in a place where they copy plays and stories and novels. So every day she reads about love, romance, adventure. And so she creates a fantasy. She lives it. A handsome, dynamic man walks into her office. Randall. She imagines a love affair with him. Are you listening? Good. And so she pretends he's writing letters to her.
Yeah.
Of course, she writes them to herself.
Sure, of course.
She worships him at a distance. He doesn't know. How could he? But this make-believe is real for her.
Yeah, certainly. It's the only reality in her life.
You're getting there. The letters are filled with things that she's read. Remember, she's read some of the best things in the world. And those phrases find their way into her letters.
I know exactly what I would use.
Suddenly, one night, she has to go to his house to make a script delivery. And she does. And there he is.
Dad, Dead on the floor.
Of course. What an opportunity. She couldn't have him in life, so she'll have him in death. He's been murdered. She sees the weapon on the floor.
A letter opener.
That's right. She wipes it clean and carefully places her own fingerprints on it.
And how does she get caught?
She disguises her voice, tips off the police, keeps leading them on.
Naturally, yeah. Naturally, she wants to be caught.
Naturally. And she is. They've got her. Never mind that a stubborn detective sees through it. They've got her nailed. They could send her up for life. Now, I ask you, Mr. Larson, as a dramatist, as a storyteller, is this how it should end? Well, is it?
No.
Write the story, Mr. Larson. Write it, and you'll save yourself. You'll prove you're a writer once again. It's the only way. Isn't it? Well, can you write it?
I can write it.
Can you write the true ending? Because without it, you have no story.
Yes, Lieutenant. Yeah. I can write it.
Mr. Dorset?
Hello, Lieutenant. Welcome back to Copy House. Isn't it marvelous the way things worked out? Our Sarah Jean was innocent after all.
Yes, she was. Do you suppose I could see her for a minute?
Certainly. Just go through that door.
Thank you.
She didn't kill him. But do you personally think she was having an affair with him?
Through this door? Miss Taylor?
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant.
I just thought I'd drop by.
Oh, that's very considerate.
Make sure you're getting along okay.
Oh, yes. Everything's fine.
You don't have to worry anymore. The case is closed.
The case?
The Randall murder case.
Oh.
You won't be bothered again. I don't think there'll even be a trial. Larson will spend the rest of his life with psychiatrists. It's been nice meeting you, and I'm happy everything turned out well.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Lieutenant. And so, my love, my dearest, my very own, now that I have found you, I shall never leave you. Say the words that will make me the happiest of mortal men. Your adoring Lieutenant Leone.
Love, as the popular song says, your magic spell is everywhere. Yes, indeed. Everywhere and anywhere. And as another popular song puts it, love can come to anyone. I'm sure the skeptical, practical, and hard-headed among you might insist that love is only an illusion for Sarah Jean Taylor. But then, of course, it can be argued that love is only an illusion to begin with. I'll be back shortly with more illusions. So many people are alone and lonely. So many people work at humdrum routine jobs. So many people live by themselves. Is this the only world they know? Or do they transport themselves into another realm, somewhere high in the imagination? That quiet, serious, nondescript-looking woman across the aisle on the bus. No ring on her finger. She probably isn't married. What is she thinking about? What is she dreaming about? Some of those dreams would make the finest stories in the world. And what a pity that we shall never hear them. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Martha Greenhouse, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, Pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't think there's any of us who couldn't use a little more luck. And perhaps if we knew what the future had in store, we could either avoid the danger or take advantage of the advance information, which accounts for the popularity of fortune tellers, palm readers, soothsayers, clairvoyants, and crystal gazers. We love them, but not, of course, if what they predict is death. Our drama, The Crystal Gazer, adapted from a story by Jacques Futrell, has been written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The time, today, one winter afternoon. The place, a big New England city. Oh, why be cagey? You're going to find out anyway. The city is Boston. But the room we are in might have been in East India. A tiger rug, incense burning, idols grinning in corners, candlelight. And, of course, a beautiful young woman dressed in a sari who has just welcomed a middle-aged American dressed in a business suit.
Good afternoon, Jada. Is Adhem Singh here?
Oh, Varik Sahib, what pleasure to see you. Please, let me have your overcoat. You are covered in snow. I shake off the coat and hang it here in the hall.
I couldn't get a taxi in this weather, so I walked. I just had to come and talk to your brother.
My brother, yes. He is in the next room with the crystal. He is in meditation.
Oh, I didn't like to disturb him, but just this once I must.
Something important you wish to convey, Varik Sahib?
My gratitude. I wish to thank Adam. As always, he's been 100% right.
It is not he. It is the crystal that speaks.
He told me to sell Art Craft Preferred, which I did yesterday, Jada, at a considerable profit. Today, the stocks fell through the floor. If it hadn't been for Adam, I'd have taken a nasty bath.
Then you must come along with me, Varik Sahib. Perhaps my brother will sense your arrival and leave off his divination. I know his happiness is to see you.
My dear Howard, as we have so often said, in all the months we have known each other, it is not I, but the crystal that foretells. But your thanks are welcome.
You know, Adam, one thing that does bother me is that I myself have never been able to see anything in that crystal ball. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not of your faith, your heritage. I'm not an East Indian. Well, never mind, I can live with it. Whether I see for myself, Adam, or you tell me what you see, I sure have made a packet of money through that crystal.
So be it. The power of ancestors.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of enlarging my gifts to you to further scientific investigation into the psychic.
Spiritual research my sister and I have always dreamed of. I must, however, reluctantly tell you, Howard Varik, the light from the crystal does not shine as brightly as I could wish.
Do not say anything today.
Not rightly? What does that mean?
There is danger.
Adam, please. I beg you. Do not say any more.
How can I not? Howard Varick is our good friend.
All right, look, enough of this. Well, why won't you tell me?
It is difficult to tell a dear one. He is being taken from your sight.
In so short a time.
Will you stop speaking in riddles, you two? Are you saying that I'll die?
Please, Varick Sahib. Ask no more of us. Let it be peace today, and no fears.
You know, if I didn't know you both so well, I'd be angry. But I know that neither of you play with words. Well, tell me straight out, what is it? What danger?
I cannot, Sahib.
You must. I shan't leave her until I know.
The crystal, Sahib. It tells me that...
No, brother. Please, no.
Go on.
It grieves me to say that which will cause pain to one whom I love, as I do you, Sahib. Perhaps you had rather see for yourself.
Let me see it, then. Does it show in the crystal ball right now? Come on. I can open the curtain myself. Do you want to stand behind me, Adam, or should I look into the crystal alone?
This time I will remain beside you, Sahib. Before you sit, are you sure you can stand the shock?
Well, of course I can. All right, I'll sit at the table. You stand there. Good heavens. You're right. For the first time in my life, I do see something in the crystal. A light. I see a light inside it.
Look closer, Sahib. Place your eyes close to it.
Yes, I am. A light, that's all there is. No, it's unbelievable. There's a table with books on it and a chair. No, it's not a table, it's a desk. And I can see a mantelpiece. Oh, that's not possible. That's my own room, my study, and my home. It is. The door in the corner it's opening. I can see a man coming into the room, coming into my study. Now he's turned his face this way. He has my dressing gown on. The man is me.
Wake up. Wake up, Varick Sahib. Oh, please. Wake up.
What happened to me?
You fainted, Sahib. My brother carried you to this couch. He has just gone to fetch some water.
Fainted? I never fainted before in my life.
Ah, dear friend, I'm glad you are awakened. Would you like some water?
No, I don't want anything. I can't understand myself.
It was a shock.
The man in the crystal ball was myself, I'm sure of it. It's absolutely crazy. I saw in that crystal my very own study with my books, everything just the way I left it this morning.
You did not see your room as it is today.
What do you mean?
You saw it in the future.
Stop, Adam. Stop. No more for today.
No, wait a minute. There's more to this I want to find out now. I want to go back and take another look. If you wish, you can stand with me, Adhem. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm going to take a long look inside that crystal. Whatever I see. Why is it taking so long? It's still dark.
The future is a long way off.
Is there no way of speaking to it, telling it how anxious I am to see into the future?
The crystal is the medium. It can merely light the way. You in your mind will see the pictures it makes possible.
Wait a minute. Look. Yes, there I am again, in my study. Now I'm sitting down at my desk. What is it that's troubling me? My head is down. Look at the way I'm moving my hands as if to say it's hopeless. Hopeless. Am I crying? What's happening? I put my head down on my arms. The door. Behind me, the door. Someone's opening it. There's a man with a knife in his hands. He's moving towards me. Closer.
Let us all sit here quietly, and I shall make tea. It will calm you, Varik Sahib, after what you have seen.
How long have you known this?
I saw it first yesterday. I was horrified.
So Jadra called to me. I came quickly.
And you saw what I saw today also?
I did, Sahib.
You saw this unknown man creeping up behind me and striking me with his knife, burying it in my back up to the hilt. You saw me murdered.
I did, Sahib.
Beyond comprehension. When I was looking into the crystal ball, I kept thinking, this is madness. I must be seeing things. But it is my room. I'm positive about that. My study, the books, the rug, the clock on the mantelpiece.
How we were hoping it was not so. That perhaps the crystal was showing us the death of another man in another room. I go now and make some tea.
No, I don't want any tea. Thank you. Adam, I'm a hard-headed businessman, a realist. I cannot believe what I saw will happen.
The crystal has never lied.
But how can it foretell such a thing?
The psychic world is a secret world. Oh, please be careful, Farik Sahib, now that you have been warned.
Well, of course I'll be careful. I'll change the locks, bar the windows. And I must go. This room is stifling. That incense, must you burn that incense all the time? I may see you tomorrow.
It is the God's will.
Yes, goodbye. Goodbye.
Help him. He is falling.
It's nothing. My heart, a sudden twinge, that's all.
You have a bad heart,
I
Sahib.
tell you, it's nothing. I've had 2 attacks, but that's past.
Your heart is weak? Oh, we did not know. Why did you not tell us?
Well, I'd forgotten about it myself.
Had we known, I certainly would not have permitted you to look into the crystal.
I did ask him if he could stand the shock.
Oh, I feel so bad, Barik Sahib, to have brought on this weakness.
I'm all right. Just let me sit here and catch my breath. I'm going in a moment.
How do you feel now, Sahib?
Oh, please. In my wallet, name of my doctor. Please call him right away.
Where is he? Where's Howard Varick?
Are you the doctor?
I am.
Follow me. He collapsed all of a sudden. My brother did not know whether he should start mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or what to do. Through here, doctor.
Of course he should have.
Are you Dr. Cole? I have not touched him. I did not want to do the wrong thing.
Do you know how to administer CPR?
Yes. In England, I took the training. But a man's life, I was afraid to take the risk.
He's not getting any better lying here. Move over, please. I want to see if he's breathing.
Oh, I am terribly sorry, doctor. We called you just as soon as he told us your name.
Please be quiet. I cannot listen with you talking. I'm not sure. Somebody call an ambulance.
I will go. I will do it right away.
Hurry. Yeah, we'll squeeze off the nostrils and start blowing air into his mouth. What's your name?
Adham Singh.
And you're certain you know CPR?
I have done it before, Doctor.
Good. You start the mouth-to-mouth, Mr. Singh. I'll check his carotid pulse. No pulse. Heart's not beating. I'll start chest compression. We'll do it together, you and I. Now, I want you to blow into his mouth once. I'll compress the chest 5 times. So it's breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the 5th compression, you sneak in a second breath on my 5th count. Understand?
I know the method, Doctor. As you count 4 and release, I blow a breath into his mouth.
Fine. All right, let's go. A life in the balance. Any of you who are not doctors or even paramedics, if you have been trained in the Red Cross procedure of CPR, cardiac pulmonary resuscitation, can save a life. Oxygen is pushed into the lungs while the heart pump is being squeezed, sucking blood into the left auricle and pumped out of the right. Anyone can learn it. And right now, Howard Varick's life depends on it. More when I return shortly with Act 2.
crisis has passed. Howard Varick was treated and has recovered. It's a week later, on another wintry, snowy afternoon, and Howard sits in Dr. Cole's office. He has just undergone a cardiogram.
The cardiogram tells me nothing. That can happen sometimes.
It shows nothing at all?
No damage to your heart. But to play safe, I think we'll have you take a stress test. And tell us whether your heart's getting enough oxygen.
But I've never had a sick day in my life.
Except for 3 attacks. This apartment where I found you...
They have the whole house.
Everything about it was so foreign. Incense in the air. Who are these people? This Indian gentleman, this lady?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Why don't you give me a straight answer, Howard? Is there something you have to hide? What I'm saying is the whole place and those two seemed a little peculiar.
Well, he just happens to be a genius. And the girl, she's his sister, Jada's her name. They work together.
Oh? And what?
Well, Adam Singh is an extraordinary man. He's a spiritualist. He can read the future. And I did learn something that day at Adam's house, which perhaps excited me. Who knows, something I should probably go to the police about.
Then why don't you?
Because they'd laugh at me. I also doubt whether they'd believe me. They wouldn't do anything anyway.
How do you know?
Until an actual crime has been committed, they're not interested.
Howard, perhaps I can help. If it's so secret, it's so important. I have a friend you should see. He's one of the great private investigators in the country. Anything you tell him will be kept in strictest confidence. Let me call him up for you and set an appointment.
Well, who is he?
Dr. Augustus Van Dusen.
Another doctor?
Well, his practice is not quite like mine. The disease he fights is crime.
What makes this Dr. Van Dusen so different?
His methods. Augustus is known among professionals as the thinking machine. He's a mastermind. He is a supreme logician.
I see. Maybe that's the kind of man I should talk to. Yes, please arrange it. He sounds like the kind of man who could help me prove or disprove that seeing is believing.
Well, if what's plaguing you can be solved by reason, Augustus Van Dusen is the perfect choice. Not many years ago, Augustus challenged a champion chess player, and by the sheer force of logic, defeated him.
I don't see what that proves, so your Dr. Van Dusen played a better game.
Well, that means much more than you think. Augustus Van Dusen had never played chess before in his life.
And that, Dr. Van Dusen, is the whole story.
You've left out nothing, Mr. Varick?
I don't think so.
That's interesting. So you believe you've had a look through a crystal ball into the future. Did I understand you correctly?
Doctor, I'm going to die someday next week. Do you understand that? Next week. Is there any way to prevent it?
Well, of course, if you've made up your mind to die, I don't see what can be done. Tell me again, how is this going to transpire?
But I told you, I'm going to be murdered, stabbed in the back by someone, a man I haven't recognized.
Oh, dear me, that's quite unfortunate. I'm not surprised that you're seeing a reenactment of your own murder would unnerve you.
Reenactment? It was the real thing that I saw.
Well, if it's possible to see the future, that could only be by harnessing some superhuman force. And that is difficult for me to assume.
Dr. Van Dusen, do you believe in any psychic force?
There have been a lot of unexplained horrors from the Salem witchcraft days to today. Poltergeists and what have you. But a peek at tomorrow in such dramatic detail, that's hard for me to swallow.
Well, I'm a doubting man myself, but what I saw, I saw.
I'll admit this. The good Lord who hung the sun and moon up there has done a number of other things which we may never understand. Tell me, Mr. Varick, how did you first meet this crystal gazer, this Adam Singh?
Well, I've been interested in the occult for years. I have a comfortable fortune, no occupation, no dependence. The psychic has been a hobby of mine. I've studied it all over the world. I met Adam Singh in India 10 years ago. I realized that he had a power, so I financed him. 2 years ago, he absolutely convinced me there was something to this crystal gazing.
Oh, how'd he do that?
By making me believe in telepathy, subconscious mental action, call it what you will. And that power of his has guided me ever since in every important act of my life.
But only through him?
Oh, yes.
Ah. Always under a pledge of secrecy?
Yes. How did you know?
Mr. Varick, has there ever been any taint of insanity in your family?
No, never.
How often have you consulted Mr. Singh?
Oh, many times. When the crystal told him nothing, he had nothing to tell me. But when he did advise me, it was always to my advantage.
Oh? How so?
Even in the most intricate stock operations, he has never given me bad advice.
One's going to play the market. Surely a good broker could have done the same.
Oh, Dr. Van Dusen, the only game the stock market is a guessing game. There are no 100% experts. And yet, Adham Singh batted that average.
100%?
So, naturally, I've come to believe everything the crystal shows. Can you blame me?
This murder of yourself that you saw enacted in the crystal, when is it supposed to happen?
Singh was as horrified as I was, and his sister. I asked him that question, and he made the vision appear just for himself. He told me of a calendar on my desk which shows a page for each week, and that's true. It was turned to the week of the 21st, which starts next Sunday.
Come with me, Mr. Varick.
Where are we going?
For a stroll on the Boston Common?
In this weather? It's snowing so hard you can't even see your hand in front of your face. Besides, I really don't feel up to walking, Doctor. My life
is in danger. I'm aware of that. On the Common, it'll be impossible for anyone to overhear what I'm about to tell you. I shall be with you in a moment. First, I have a telephone call to make. No, never you mind, Mr. Varick. The cold will do you good. It's bracing. As I was saying, what you've told me is unquestionably amazing. You have no idea of the identity of this murderer to be...
No, not the slightest. In the crystal ball, I saw him only from the back, and as you can imagine, everything I saw was in miniature.
And it was your room, no question.
Oh, absolutely. Rugs, furniture, books, everything was mine.
In that event, the affair is perfectly simple.
You mean you can stop this from happening?
Let us say that I can take a good poke at the elbow of fate. Will you place yourself in my hands and obey my instructions implicitly?
Well, of course. Anything.
Well, let's sit down there on that bench in front of the monument. You don't happen to have $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket, do you, Mr. Varick?
Well, not as much as that, but if you're concerned about your fee, let me assure you that...
I never accept fees. I interest myself in certain cases because I like them. They stimulate me. I stimulate them. You have a checkbook with you?
Oh, I think I do. I generally carry one, yes.
Good. Now sit yourself down on the bench and take out your checkbook.
All right.
Now, wait a minute. You better clear off the snow first. Hutch, you can bring Philip out now from behind the monument. Mr. Varick, let me introduce my two friends. This gentleman who is sporting a raincoat with an upturned collar covered with snow is Mr. Hutchinson Hatch. When he is not assisting me, Mr. Hatch is an esteemed colleague of the Fourth Estate.
He's a reporter? He is, sir.
And the gentleman behind him, also moonlighting, as it were, is Philip Byrne. Philip owns a travel agency.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Byrne?
Now, Philip can hear you, but he's unable to speak. A childhood malady. Unfortunate, yes. But you may shake his hand if you wish. Gentlemen, Mr. Howard Varick, our very troubled client. Now, sir, if you will write out a check for $4,000 payable to Hutchinson Hatch...
$4,000?
I think that'll be enough.
Right here and now?
Right here and now. We've got no time to lose. Hutch?
Yeah?
You go immediately to your bank, cash the check, and come back here with the money.
Here? On Boston Common in this blizzard?
To this very spot. We'll all be here, waiting. You, Hutch?
Here it is, Van.
Got the money?
4,000 smackaroos of Uncle Sam's best.
Thank you. Philip, I want you to take this cash.
You're giving my money to Mr. Byrne?
Mr. Varick, half an hour ago you said you would place yourself in my hands without question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Van Dusen. I didn't understand.
You will. First, Mr. Varick, the keys to your house. Where is it exactly?
It's the big red house at the top of Beacon Hill. You can't miss it.
Oh, I won't. Secondly, Mr. Varick, from this time on, your name is John Smith. You're going on a trip, beginning immediately.
I am?
And you're not to send a letter, a postcard, or telegram to anyone. You're to buy nothing. You are to write no checks. You are not to speak to or recognize anyone, not even me.
But my affairs, my business.
You told me you had no business.
I know, but keeping up with the stock market, that's vital.
As vital as your life?
Well, but where will people think I am if I suddenly just disappear?
I will have Dr. Cole inform whoever's interested that you're confined to your house and must see no one. After all, you did suffer an attack, so there's nothing strange in being isolated until you recover.
I don't follow what you're up to, Dr. Van Dusen.
What you do understand, however, and what you truly believe is what you saw in the crystal, that your days are numbered.
Yes, of course. I'll ask no more questions of you. Forgive me. But is seeing believing? That's all I think about.
Philip, you heard my instructions. It's your job to enforce them. You must lose yourself in this man. Of course, you can't take him abroad because passports are necessary, but from now on, he is John Smith. And take him somewhere to some place, south or west. I leave that to you. When you're there, place an ad in the Boston Herald. It will say, come to sunny so-and-so. And you'll add the name of the city where you're holed up.
For how long am I going to be hidden away?
Until the case has been solved. When I do, I'll have a similar ad placed in one of your city's newspapers. My ad will say, come to sunny Boston. When you read that, Philip, bring him in.
Come to sunny Boston in this weather?
Oh, Hutch, you and Mr. Varick just happen to be the same height and build.
I'm going to be Varick.
Uh-huh. Until this case is solved.
Howard Varick appears to doubt his own senses. You heard him question whether seeing was believing. Today we live in an age when every science tells us the impossible is possible. Even so, I have heard of certain doubting Thomases who believed the first man on the moon was only a television show staged in a studio to fool the world. However, whatever your name, be it Thomas, Richard, or Harold, Tom, Dick, or Harry, doubt not that I shall return shortly with Act 3. I did tell you, didn't I, that Dr. Van Dusen is known to criminologists the world over as the thinking machine? Blessed from birth with a very large cranium, he has filled it with an unparalleled assortment of knowledge. Until today, he is reputed to have the sanest, clearest brain in science, capable of unparalleled deductive reasoning. It was his reporter and friend, Hutchinson Hatch, who dubbed him the thinking machine. And the two of them are at this moment in the office of Dr. Cole, the medical doctor we met earlier.
No, Augustus, I wouldn't say that Howard Varick is fundamentally nervous. He keeps to himself. Has since his wife passed away.
So, Dr. Cole, you'd say he was in good command of himself.
I don't think a man who parlays a $10,000 inheritance into 10 millions is a flighty type.
Agreed. What do you think, Hatch?
No, not flighty. Pretty scared, though, that he thinks he's got only days to live.
You've got to remember, Hatch, when a man's had a heart attack, changes his viewpoint.
That's what we've come to see you about, Dr. Cole. Any ideas as to what might have brought it on? Other than physical, I mean.
That Indian crystal gazer and his sister, is that what you mean? Well, he did say to me that he thought he should go to the police that there was something going on that disturbed him. That's why I sent him to you, Augustus.
Glad you did. Dr. Cole, would it be unethical for you to write a note to someone and say that, in your opinion, Mr. Varick is ill and you have confined him to his apartment, and you recommend a complete rest, and he is to see no one?
Augustus, that's exactly what I would have prescribed in any case. Who do you wish me to address the note to?
Mr. Adem Singh.
I'll get to it right now.
Hutch, when Doc Cole has written the note, I'd like you to deliver it to friend Crystal Gazer's house.
Okay, so I see that Adam Singh gets the note. Then what?
Then you and I begin step 2 of the trap.
And what do I do?
You're the bait.
Ben, I hope we hit the jackpot tonight.
Well, maybe, Hutch. Maybe not.
This is the third night I go through the same act.
Hutch, let me tell you, you're giving one of the finest characterizations I've seen on any stage.
Yeah. Van, I'd like to ask you a favor. Tonight when I go into that room, do I have to wear Varick's dressing gown? All that velvet and the fur collar. It's bad enough I got this wig jammed on my head so I look like him. But with the fire going and that heavy robe, I feel like I'm in a sauna sitting at his desk.
Hutch, it's your costume for your part. Of course you have to wear it.
Okay. Relying on you to get some good pictures for my story. Straighten up my wig and back, will you?
When did I ever say catching a criminal was easy?
Well, let's get tonight's performance on the road. Time to start?
Not yet. We'll wait till it's midnight. Did you check the camera? Is it loaded?
You should be playing my part. I should be taking the pictures.
But you're built like Varick. He's not tall and skinny with a big head. Now, about the camera.
Of course it's loaded. Flash is all set to go. Just keep your thumb away from the lens.
It's time. Good luck. I'll be watching from the wings. Stay right where you are, Mr. Singh. One more, please. Very nice pictures. Oh, what is this? Who are you? Hutch, if you'll be so good as to turn around at the desk and point your gun straight at Mr. Singh. I think your newspaper will be very pleased with the pictures. A real first. A murderer in action. Mr. Singh, please drop that knife you're holding. Would you mind? I don't understand all this. You might easily have disposed of Mr. Varick, but you went into such trivial theatrics.
He also came pretty close. I could feel him breathing down my neck.
I suppose I am your prisoner. Indeed you are. You're charged with the attempted murder of Howard Varick.
Varick, sorry. I did not expect to see you.
I didn't expect to be here myself. May I come in? Is your brother here?
No. I mean, I
Where
thought
is he?
Did you not see him at your house?
No, I've been away.
You have not been in your house yesterday or the day before?
No, What is all this?
Please, put your hands up, Varick Sahib.
Jade, you're not going to shoot me.
I may. First, turn round and walk to that door.
I wish you wouldn't point that pistol at me.
Move.
I don't understand.
You went to the police, did you not? Move, I say. Now, open the door.
There are stairs leading down.
Yes, Sahib. And you will go down them. I shall be right behind you.
Listen, I don't know what all this is about. Jada, what are you doing? I came back without telling anybody because I was sure you and Adam were my best friends, not the detective, nor the man who had me in custody.
So you did go to the police. If you do not start down those stairs in 3 seconds, I shall shoot to kill.
Keep on knocking, Lieutenant. I'm sure that woman's there.
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Mallory, 8th Precinct. Sure took you a long time to come to the door, ma'am. I have a warrant to search these premises.
What for? What have we done? Who are these people?
I'm Dr. Van Dusen, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hatch. For your information, madam, Adem Singh has been apprehended and has confessed.
I do not believe you, whoever you are. Adam Singh has nothing to confess whatsoever. He is a spiritualist.
We know all about that, ma'am. What's in that room there?
You are welcome to enter it.
This is where the seances are held, I bet. What's behind that black velvet curtain?
Stand back. All of you.
What?
Against that wall. I have got a gun. And I am leaving this room and locking the door behind me. It is a strong door. And it will take you quite a while to get out.
I've never seen the lieutenant so angry.
I've never seen him so powerful. The way he kicked at that locked door and broke it open.
That's quite a woman. What an operator.
She won't get far. Hatch, let me show you the secret of this so-called peek into the future.
Oh, you figured it out?
First of all, let's pull this black velvet curtain open.
Yeah, there it is on the table. Crystal ball.
Velvet-covered tabletop, very nice. Do you see anything in the crystal?
No, Swami, I don't. Not a thing.
Close the curtain behind us.
All right, I've got a flashlight.
Good. Now shine it at the base of the crystal ball.
What are you doing, Van?
Lifting it off its pedestal. Uh-huh. Hatch, give me the flashlight. Now you slowly lift up the crystal. Both hands, that's it.
Yeah.
Very clever. Look here, I tell you what. You sit right here in the dark and keep your eye on the crystal ball, and I'll see if I can't give you a glimpse into the future. Won't take long, Hatch. We're just going down to the cellar. Let me help! Help! Someone, please help me! Let me help! Hold on, whoever you are. The key's in the door. I'll have it open in a sec. Howard Barrick? What are you doing here?
Oh, Dr. Van Dusen, am I glad to see you. My heart is pounding like I don't know what. I was suffocating in there.
Why aren't you with Mr. Byrne as we agreed?
I ran away from him. I had to come back. Oh, I know it was so stupid. I believed Adem Singh and his sister were my friends. I came back to plead with him to use his power so that I wouldn't be killed. And Jada threatened me with a gun and locked me up in that airless closet. I had it coming to me.
I have an idea there's a lot more down in this basement than a closet. I see a light at the end of this corridor. You come with me. You did an extremely foolish thing, Mr. Barrick. First of all, you fell for quackery like some ignorant person. You've been hoodwinked for years. But to return alone to this house, I never thought you could be that stupid. Well, now, the door to the future is a little ajar. Shall we push it open?
Good heavens.
Surprised, aren't you?
How did they do it?
The how is simple. It's the why that interests me. Do you see anything here out of place?
Oh, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything's exactly the way it should be. This is my study, book for book, the table, the desk. Even my antique lamp has been duplicated. Everything is just the way it is in my own house, which is miles from here.
A perfect duplicate. And now I shall sit at this desk and show you how Adem Singh went about a perfect deception. Lieutenant Mallory, welcome back. You caught up with the lady?
Yes, stupid dame. She ran a red light. A patrol car stopped her. There were 2 Indian gentlemen in the car with her who tried to run away. The 3 of them are down now at the station house. I thought I'd stop by to ease your mind, Doctor.
Lieutenant, I don't know what I would have done without you. You might just check the identity of the young lady. Logic tells me she's Adem Singh's wife, not his sister. And it wouldn't surprise me to learn they've been up to quite a few swindles in this house. A girl like that could be attractive bait.
Yes, I'll do that. And Dr. Van Dusen, just give us a call if you need any more help.
Hatch, I'll bet you those two men and Mr. and Mrs. Singh make up the entire cast.
The entire cast?
While Singh was up here setting the stage for his miracle play to be shown on the crystal ball, he had to have two accomplices down in the cellar impersonating Varick and the so-called murderer.
Oh, how did he do it?
I'll show you. Come over here. You too, Mr. Varick. Let's just close the curtain. Now, observe. When I lift the ball from its pedestal and the black velvet tabletop, what do you see? A pipe, right? The pipe leads into the leg of the table, which is hollow, and runs all the way down to the basement. There are lenses in the pipe, so when I press this switch with my foot...
Great Scott.
The duplicate of Mr. Varick's room lights up, and the show is ready to begin. The actors are in the cellar, and there we are. You're actually looking through the wrong end of a telescope when you gaze into the crystal.
Well, then that's how I saw you at the desk.
You can imagine how high the stakes were. All this equipment, hiring extra people full-time, adds up to a production expense which only a rich man like Mr. Varick could make worthwhile.
There's no fool like an old fool, and I'm it.
How much money were you planning to leave Adem Singh in your will?
How did you know?
Please, your answer?
$500,000. It was to further his investigations into the psychic.
That's a lot of money to pay for your own funeral.
Would it be a safe assumption, Mr. Varick, to say not only will you change your beneficiaries, but you're no longer very interested in the occult?
Dr. Van Dusen, I know they call you the thinking machine. So I would say your logic is indisputable.
Jacques Futrell, who masterminded this mastermind, tells us that Dr. Van Dusen, the thinking machine, believed implicitly that all things that start must go somewhere. And that if you brought a concentrated mental force to bear upon a given problem, it would no longer be a problem. I shall return shortly. So ends Mystery Theater's report on the battlefield of wits. These skirmishes against double-dealing and crime always remind me of that little gem of truth by Sir Walter Scott, who said, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." And I might add, only a brain of extreme power can untangle those webs, for which we have to thank Dr. Van Dusen, the thinking machine. Our cast included Robert Dryden, E.V. Juster, Ian Martin, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. C.G. Marshall. There are those people for whom the truth is like poison. It can irritate and sicken and also kill. That's why some of us will go to any length to evade, avoid, or even suppress it. How many of us? There's really no way of telling. Each of us can only speak for himself or herself. Our mystery drama, Smile at a Homely Girl, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Why bother to look for deep and complicated hidden meanings, especially when you contemplate the mystery of life? No less an authority than the immortal Goethe himself put it as clearly and as simply as this: getting along with women, knocking around with men, having more credit than money. Thus, one goes through the world. Can things be really as basic as all that? For a great many people, absolutely. And especially for the hero of our story, Mr. William Bennett. William is having breakfast with his wife, Marcia. One thing you're going to learn about Marcia: she is a woman who doesn't mince words. Notice how she gets right to the heart of the matter.
Well, who is Linda Tunnan?
Linda Tunnan.
Why do you repeat her name? Obviously you know who she is. Are you stalling for time?
Linda Tunnan is George Morrow's secretary.
Well, that answers half my question. To George Morrow, she's a secretary. What is she to you?
To me? Well, to me, she is, no one.
What you're saying is you have no relationship with her at all,
Relationship? Well, that's a rather heavy word.
Is it?
Well, yes, it's filled with implications, innuendos, and so forth. It happens that I have to see a good deal of George lately, and there are all kinds of things that she is in a position to do for me.
Really?
Yes, like typing and so forth.
And that's why you've been taking her to dinner?
Yes, now that you mention it. Now, these past few days, we've been working rather late.
Have you?
Yes, taking her to dinner was just my way of saying thank you.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
Well, quite simply because I was afraid that you would misunderstand.
Oh?
And you do. Now, I'm positive you believe I'm having an affair with her.
You mean you are?
Oh, come on, Marcia.
I'll never forgive you for it.
All I'm doing is being nice.
Not only will I never forgive you...
Marcia, will you listen?
I have been insulted and demeaned, and I intend to make you pay for it.
Marcia, please. I am not having an affair with Linda Thompson, nor have I had one with anyone else since you and I have been married. Now, I had intended to discuss another matter with you this morning.
I'm sure I know what that little matter is. So let me tell you that the answer is what my answer has always been: no.
Oh, Marcia, it isn't all that much money.
You're talking about $30,000.
It's only a fraction of what your folks left you.
Therefore, I should let you squander it. But I won't.
Marcia?
Oh.
Something wrong?
No, I have a headache. I don't seem to feel very good.
You're not supposed to get excited. Dr. Carraway told you, not with your heart. Now, Marcia, I'm going to call Dr. Carraway.
No, I don't want Dr. Carraway.
He said that at the first sign of any kind of...
I don't need Dr. Carraway. What I need is a loving and understanding husband, and I don't have one.
Marcia...
Oh, get out of here. Go to your precious Linda Tommen and leave me alone.
Hi, Will.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Are you headed for the station?
Oh, I couldn't get my car started this morning.
Oh, we'll hop in. I'll give you a lift as far as the library, anyhow.
Well, I shouldn't, but I don't want to miss the train.
What do you mean you shouldn't?
Oh, nothing.
Come on, Will. You can tell me.
It's Marcia.
Marcia?
Yeah. All it has to happen is for me to be seen talking to a woman, and Marcia is convinced we're having a flaming affair.
Well, is it true?
What are you saying?
Does she really have grounds for these suspicions?
Now, Sarah, here I am, sitting in the car with you. Have I made a pass yet?
You never made a pass at me, Will. Not even when we were in high school.
Oh, you're kidding.
I think I'm the only woman in this town who can make that statement.
Well, I wasn't as bad as all that, was I?
It seemed that way.
You know, I don't know what's gotten into Marcia lately. Now, since the day she became my wife, I have never been with another woman, and I've had plenty of chances.
I'm sure of that.
The fact is, I like to have a good time, go out, and Marcia likes to stay home.
Poor Will.
Yeah, that's right, poor Will.
And poor Marcia. The handsomest boy and the prettiest girl in the senior class.
Oh, come on, that was almost 15 years ago.
I remember at your wedding, the minister said, now here is proof that marriages are made in heaven.
Well, they may be made in heaven, but something happens to them on the way down here.
What happened to yours, Will?
Oh, I don't know. I guess one day we just woke up to the fact that it wasn't fun anymore.
Marriage isn't supposed to be fun all the time.
Oh, no?
My goodness, listen to me, the sage little spinster giving advice on connubiality.
Oh, that's a pretty good word. Connubiality.
Well, don't forget, I'm surrounded by the best words you can find. After all, I work in the library. Oh, which reminds me, Marcia came in just the other day.
Marcia?
It's the first time she's been in there in 12 years.
You're kidding.
Well, sooner or later, everybody in town comes into the library, even if only to get out of the rain. Or use the restroom. But Marcia actually came in to take out a book. And since it was such an unusual event, I even remember the title. It was The Count of Monte Cristo.
What?
By Alexander Dumas.
The Count of Monte Cristo? Oh, why would she want... Isn't that the one about the man in the iron mask where this fella is railroaded into prison and spends 10 or 20 or however many years in solitary confinement?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think maybe she's trying to get some ideas from it?
Ideas?
Sure. On how to get rid of me. Hi, George. I'm sorry I'm late, but I forgot we were supposed to meet here, and I went to your office.
Hey, you sure you didn't go to my office to see my secretary?
Hey, come on, George.
Yeah, she happens to be a very beautiful girl.
You won't get any argument from me on that.
What kind of a line you've been handing her?
Line?
You told her you were going to divorce your wife and marry her?
How people turn and twist what you say. What I actually told her was that if I ever divorced my wife, I'd certainly marry her.
Of all the times for you to be fooling around.
I'm not fooling around.
Oh, then it's serious.
It isn't anything. Besides, it's my affair.
In one sense of the word, I'm sure it is. But in another, it's also mine. I've got a lot of money sunk into the project, Will.
I'm sorry.
This is no time for you to be alienating Marcia.
I think we've been alienated from each other for the past 5 years.
What happened?
I don't know what happened, George. Maybe if I did, I could do something about it. Oh, well, maybe. Maybe I do know what happened.
Want to tell me about it?
Yeah, I might as well. Now, part of it is your fault.
How can you say it's my fault?
Well, you and just about everyone else in town. Since we were kids, everybody kept saying what a sensational couple Marcia and I made, what a natural we were. Everyone took it for granted we'd married, and we did. Everyone said, look at those two beautiful people, how much in love they are, so we believed it. Until about 5 years ago, when I guess both of us realized we never really loved each other.
Why'd you get a divorce?
Because things aren't that simple.
You could walk out on her.
I suppose I shall, one of these days. But, George, believe me, that is why I'd like to look at your secretary, Linda. Look at her. Now, it hasn't gone very much beyond that. She is so much like Marcia was at that age, the very young Marcia.
Well, you know who you should have married? Sarah.
Sarah?
Sarah Lewis, librarian. She's always crazy about you.
Oh, I never knew that.
She's always been kind of quiet. Not pretty the way Marcia was. Still is.
Sarah Lewis.
You were always nice to her. Said hello, gave her a smile. You, the high school Adonis.
You know, I very much impressed by something said by H.L. Mencken. He said something like, if after I'm dead you want to do something for me, smile at a homely girl.
I still say you should have married Sarah. She'd have been so grateful. You'd have been able to get away with murder for the rest of your life.
George, is this what we're supposed to be talking about?
Right. Can you get the $30,000 by the end of the month?
I'm trying.
You'll lose the option, Will. Ask Marcia.
The answer was no. I have a meeting at 4 o'clock.
No, with whom?
With Tom Pratt.
Cancel it.
Tom said he's pretty sure he can arrange the loan, George.
Have you any idea of the interest Tom will hit you for?
It won't be low, I know that.
Do you know where Tom Pratt gets his money?
I know there are rumors.
It's shady money, underworld money.
Well, right now, it's the only kind of money I can get.
Oh, don't get started with Tom Pratt and his people.
Well, I don't know where else to go.
Marcia.
Marcia has already said no.
But she can't say no.
Oh, you don't know Marcia.
But I do know Marcia. And what's more, I'm going to ask her.
Another cup of tea, George?
No, thank you. Marcia, I want to talk to you about a matter of life and death.
The answer is no.
But you don't even know the question.
Oh, yes, I do. Will sent you here, didn't he?
Of course not.
Then you decided to come by yourself to see if you could have more success with the old bag than he did.
That is not how Will refers to you.
Well, that's how he treats me.
Marcia, he's in trouble.
He should be.
It's a sound enterprise.
Well, then you advance in the $30,000.
Oh, I'm overextended now. Marcia, he'll go to Tom Pratt.
He should. Tom's in the business of lending money.
Once you start dealing with Tom Pratt, you wake up one morning and discover that Tom's in and you're out.
Oh, that's too bad, isn't it?
Look, you're his wife.
Let him think about that when he's with Linda Thompson.
Oh, no, Marcia, that's
and
not...
I'll wager she's not the first.
I know Linda, and I can assure
and
you
to do it openly, publicly, to be seen with her, to announce to the world that he's being unfaithful. Oh, no, George, he's going to pay for that.
Look, the Roscommon property can be developed into a major all-year resort. Will and I, we have the know-how. We can do it. All Will needs is the money due on the option.
The answer is no.
But you've got the money.
Yes.
And you can spare it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no danger of loss. You can always sell the option, even make a profit.
Yes.
Look, it's the biggest thing in his life.
Please stop it. I have a headache.
I'm sorry.
Just talking about Will and the way he's been treating me makes me ill. I must ask you to excuse me.
Of course. But please try to understand that this could destroy Will.
I don't care.
Marcia, you're not well. You don't know what you're saying.
I know what I'm saying. Let him be destroyed.
Marcia, you want me to call the doctor?
No, I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. Now you and everyone else let me alone.
Consider the computer. It works smoothly, efficiently. It does its job. Then, suddenly, one day, it becomes erratic. It doesn't make sense. Then, finally, it breaks down. And why do we bring up the computer? Simply because it's the closest thing to the human brain, which can also become erratic and finally break down. There will be further exploration into the mysterious abyss of the human mind in Act 2. It was one noted philosopher or other who sagely remarked that the cart has no place where a fifth wheel could be used. Well, it's easy enough to see the basic soundness of this proposition when we consider the physical appearance of a cart. However, the concept itself may escape us. After all, a fifth wheel may describe more than just a round, disc-like object. It can also refer to a person. And so one may ask, how do we know when we ourselves may have become a fifth wheel?
Leave me alone, George.
Marcia, I'd like to help you.
Why would you want to help me?
Because I'm your friend.
Oh, no. You're Will's friend.
You don't look well, Marcia. There's something the matter with you.
You're right. There is. Will is what's the matter with me.
The two of you were so much in love, Marcia. What happened?
Look at me. And you'll see what happened.
I don't see anything.
Well, I'm not pretty anymore.
Oh, Marcia, you're still beautiful.
Oh, I was never beautiful. I was just pretty. Beautiful stays, pretty fades. That's why he runs around with other women.
He doesn't run around with other women.
Don't cover up for him, George. Especially since one of those women is your own secretary.
Marcia, there's nothing between them.
Don't try to tell me it's in my mind.
It is all in your mind. You're doing this to yourself.
You go back to him and tell him it didn't work. He isn't ever going to see one single penny of my money. Never.
Marcia, shouldn't you see a doctor?
It's none of your business.
Didn't you say it yourself? You don't feel well?
What kind of doctor did you have in mind, you and Will?
Well, I just look at you and
Psychiatrist, maybe?
Marcia.
Of course, that's the plan.
What plan?
The one you and Precious William cooked up between you?
There isn't any plan.
Maybe you can get some shrink to decide I'm crazy.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And then you can put me away.
Marcia.
That way Will can get his hands on all my money. That's the plan, isn't it?
No, Marcia. There isn't any plan.
Will is never going to get one penny from me, period.
Marcia, let's say you're right.
You admit it.
It doesn't matter. But there's still the rest of your life to go through. Whether he's guilty or not, forgive him. You're married. You don't believe in divorce? Do you want to stay this way all the time? Bitter, angry?
It's his fault.
It doesn't matter. It takes two. Try to be reconciled.
He only wants my money.
Maybe that's what's wrong with your marriage. There's my money and his money.
He doesn't have any.
And the two of you used to be so crazy about each other. Wouldn't it be wonderful? If only you could recapture all that.
Oh, no.
Sure. Look, don't say a word. Tonight, have a beautiful dinner. Prepared with wine, candlelight, everything. Maybe you'll find each other again. So, the meeting with Tom Pratt went badly,
You know what he wants?
Just about everything.
I'd wind up being a very small junior partner. George, I don't know what I'm going to do. Tom Pratt is what I'm reduced to, and if I let him in, I'm dead.
Why don't you try Marcia again?
No, I'm poison around her.
Why don't you go home tonight, right now? Have dinner with her.
Right now, all I would need is that sweet, warm, understanding wife of mine. No thanks.
Will, I spoke to Marcia. All she needs is for you to meet her halfway. Come on, try it.
Well, I have sort of a date with Linda tonight.
There's no future there.
Maybe, but at least the present is so pleasant.
Oh, grow up, Will. You and Marcia have a problem, sure. But face it like two adults.
George, I've tried. I wish I could tell you how I've tried.
Will, when you're in that type of situation with a woman, what's your best argument?
It's such a beautiful dinner, darling. You're using silver, good china. Is it a special occasion?
Shouldn't every dinner married people have together be a special occasion?
And you're looking so pretty tonight.
I'd hoped you'd say beautiful.
Well, that's what I meant. Beautiful.
Well, I'll settle for pretty.
You know, looking at you right now, it's as if we were both so much younger.
Do you really feel that way?
I do. Marcia, darling, are you all right?
Why do you ask?
Well, you seem to be very pale suddenly.
No, I'm all right. I'd like a glass of wine.
Should you?
Why not?
Well, all right.
Pour us each a glass. We'll drink a toast.
Marcia. Marcia. What is it, darling?
Something. I don't know.
Just sit back, darling. Just sit back.
I feel.
All right. I'm going to call a doctor.
No,
You just relax. Just try to relax, will you? Darling? Hello? Is this Dr. Caraway's service? Well, this is an emergency. He is. Who? Yes, all right. I'll call her. Darling, Dr. Caraway is on vacation, but there's a doctor covering for him. Dr. Henrietta Rice, and I'm calling her right now. Marcia. Marcia.
I feel it.
Hello? Is this Dr. Rice? I'm a patient of Dr. Caraway's. That is, my wife is. Look, could you get here right away? She's ill. She's deathly ill. Well, I don't know. She just feels bad. She's flushed and feverish. Yes. Yes, all right, I will. Darling, she says I'm to get you over to the hospital immediately.
I don't want to.
Now, that's where they have the facilities. And I'll just put you in the car, and we can be there in less than 5 minutes. Now, just lean on me.
Everything is spinning.
All right. All right, darling, I'll get you to the hospital in a few minutes. Just a few minutes.
Are you Mr. Bennett? I'm Dr. Rice.
Yes, Doctor. How is my wife?
Mr. Bennett, your wife is dead.
Dead?
Yes. She was dead before we could even get her out of the emergency room.
Marcia? Dead?
I'm sorry. I wish there were some easier way to tell you.
It was the heart.
We aren't sure.
Well, she did have a heart condition.
I'm aware of that.
Well, now, I don't understand. What else could it have been?
Mr. Bennett, was this a sudden attack?
Well, sure.
Had she complained of illness or pain recently?
Yes, certainly. She would get these spells. Well, you could ask Dr. Caraway.
I'm sorry to have to ask these questions at a time like this, but I have no choice.
Yes, she did. She did complain about not feeling well.
Starting when?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
Pains, dizziness, nausea. Her face flushed.
Yes, I would say it appeared that way.
Mr. Bennett, we're going to perform a post-mortem.
Now, wait, just a minute.
Yes?
What for?
To determine definitely the cause of death.
Oh, but she is dead. We know why. Her heart.
Don't you want to be sure?
Well, what does it matter now?
We do.
Well, now, just a minute. Don't you need my permission?
Your permission?
Yes, I think that's the law. I see no reason why I should subject her to something like that just to satisfy your medical curiosity.
I respect your feelings, Mr. Bennett. But in this case, we can proceed without your permission.
Now, wait a minute.
We are virtually certain she has been poisoned.
Dr. Rice.
Yes, Mr. Bennett.
Well?
Your wife has been poisoned.
What?
You're the second person I've notified. The first, naturally, had to be the sheriff.
Poisoned? I don't understand.
Arsenic. She was filled with it. You could practically see it starting to come out of her nails and her hair.
Well, how? How could she have gotten arsenic poison?
I am only concerned with what happened. How is someone else's responsibility.
I just can't believe it.
I don't know if that matters. Good night, Mr. Bennett.
Now, wait. Now, look, it isn't true. You don't like me. As a matter of fact, I can tell you took an active dislike to me the moment you heard my name on the telephone.
It's true. I don't like you, Mr. Bennett. But that doesn't alter the basic fact in the case.
All right. Are you allowing your attitude toward me influence your medical judgment?
My medical judgment has been sustained by 2 other pathologists.
Now, just what have you got against me?
My sister's name is Joan Tunn. She has a daughter, Linda.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Bennett. I'm afraid you'll have to come down to the courthouse.
Oh, why?
For one thing, we've got a coroner's jury ready to deliver a verdict on your wife.
Now, look, we know how she died. Arsenic poisoning.
That's true. But that has to be all tied up legally, you know.
Just because a man's wife dies of poison, that doesn't necessarily mean that the man is guilty, now does it?
No, not necessarily. But it sure doesn't provide a very good argument for his innocence, if you know what I mean. The purpose of this coroner's inquest is to determine the manner in which death came to Marcia Bennett, Mrs. William Bennett. The first witness is Dr. Henrietta Rice.
The arsenic had been ingested in minute amounts over a period of time.
How long a time, Dr. Rice?
Perhaps a month.
And where was she getting this arsenic from?
From the food in the house.
And how did you establish that?
We tested various samples from the refrigerator and the shelves.
And how did she die, finally?
from an accumulation of the poison.
And therefore, Doctor, what would you recommend to this jury?
In my opinion, death was due to arsenic poisoning administered to Mrs. Bennett by, well, I'm sure we all know by whom.
I object to that. Now, you have no right to make that accusation.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Bennett. But don't worry. You'll get your day in court.
Yes, he most certainly will. But it doesn't look as if it's going to be a very good day, does it? Certainly not when you consider all the evidence. But then again, things aren't always decided in the end strictly by the evidence, are they? We'll see about that in the third act. What was that story? It took place in ancient Rome. A man saw a lion who was suffering from the effects of a sharp thorn in his paw. It was a minor thing. Anyhow, the man pulled out the thorn and went on his way. Years later, the man was sentenced to be killed in the arena by wild beasts, and he was thrown to a hungry lion. Guess what? It was the same lion. And didn't they ever have a happy reunion? Of course. It's called Androcles and the Lion. But what has it to do with our story? Don't worry. We'll have a parallel of sorts.
How could you do it, Will? Do what? You poisoned her. George, I swear to you. You expect me to believe you? George, they're going to ask me questions, Will, under oath.
Yes, I know.
Do you want me to perjure myself?
All I can tell you is I'm innocent.
Sure.
Now, George, somebody has to believe me.
I know what they're going to ask me. How were you getting along with Marcia? The money, the bind you were in. You were tired of her, Will. You told me so. You said you no longer loved her. That you never really loved her.
Well, sometimes we just say things.
And Linda. Be prepared for Linda. What am I supposed to say about all that when they ask me?
George, I'm not asking you to lie.
Oh, that's good.
But there is a certain way of putting things, if you know what I mean.
We did speak about this, Will. I distinctly remember. If things were going so badly between you, why didn't you divorce her? And you couldn't answer me. But it doesn't matter. Everybody's going to know. You wanted her money.
I know. It looks bad, but you have to help me, George.
I wouldn't know how. Mr. Bennett, you've heard all the witnesses testify how you had this very strange interest in your wife's death. Is there a statement that you care to make at this time?
I'm innocent.
Your guilt or innocence is not at issue here. The purpose of this investigation is to come up with the cause of death.
Now, let me ask one question. Do I impress you people as a stupid man? I mean, you may not like me, but certainly you'll admit I'm not a fool.
Just what is the point you wish to establish?
Well, just how? How could I expect to get away with it, huh? After all, if I murdered my wife, I'd certainly be aware of the fact that I'd be the prime suspect, wouldn't I? If I intended to kill my wife, wouldn't I use a method that would be more clever? Now, why would I do something that could be discovered so easily?
May I answer that question?
Yes, Dr. Rice. And I would remind you that you're still under oath.
Mr. Bennett, you depended on Dr. Carroway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you know. Dr. Harold Carroway has had a long and distinguished career, but he's well along in years and semi-retired. Your wife suffered from a heart condition. That's part of her medical record. You counted on that. You were sure that if your wife died suddenly, Dr. Carroway would automatically assume it would be from a heart attack. And that would be the end of it.
Now, you have no right to accuse me.
I only know this. When I telephoned Dr. Carroway up in the country to tell him that Mrs. Bennett was dead, his immediate reaction was heart failure.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. I
am only answering the question that you raised yourself. You would probably have gotten away with it had Dr. Carroway been in town. But you had no way of knowing that he would be on vacation. I have nothing more to say.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. We have additional witnesses, but since it is noon, we shall adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Hello, Will.
Sarah, What are you doing here?
I thought I'd drop by.
Was that wise? The whole town is just about ready to hang me. You don't want to be known as a friend of mine.
Well, somebody has to stop by and say good luck, Will.
Well, you're the only one, Sarah. It doesn't look good.
Not at this point.
And it's not going to get much better either. You see what they're doing. They'll definitely establish the fact that she was poisoned.
Yes?
And they'll have a murder. And at whom will all the evidence point? I'm going to be indicted, Sarah. Just no way out of it. But I didn't kill her.
I believe you.
Well, that makes you the only one in town.
Will, do you remember the senior prom?
Hey, that was a long time ago.
Well, of course, why should you? After all, it was just another dance, another ball, another party for you.
Well, I guess you reach a certain age where everything was a long time ago.
Oh, I didn't want to go. No, that's not true. I did. I wanted to go more than anything else in the world, but nobody asked me. So Mama bribed her sister's son, her nephew from Chicago, to come all the way out here to be my date for the prom. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
Well, of course, he resented it, and I suppose he had a right to. But he went through the motions. He bought me a corsage with Mama's money, and he drove me to the prom in Mama's car. And that was just about the last time I saw him until it was time to go home. I spent most of the night just, standing around with the girls like me, the ones who had no dates or who had phony dates, like mine. It was the worst night of my life. Until you saved it.
Me?
Yes, you.
How? What did I do?
You asked for a dance.
Oh.
You really don't remember, do you? I just can't tell you what that did for me. I was actually dancing with Will Bennett. The fabulous Will himself for 4 beautiful minutes. That's how long it took the band to play Stardust. I was no longer Sarah Lewis, the wallflower, but Sarah Lewis, the queen of the prom. And I fell in love with you at that moment.
Well, I didn't know that.
Why did you ask me to dance, Will?
I don't know. I just...
Oh, okay. I won't press it. I might not like the truth. After all, it could only be that you were sorry for me.
Oh, no.
And I couldn't face that either. So I constructed a little fantasy, which was that secretly you adored me, and that one day you would declare yourself. And you kept nourishing that little conceit of mine, because every time you would meet me, you would smile and you would say hello. You saved my life that night at the prom.
Oh, come on.
And I kept saying to myself, if only one day I can do something for Will Bennett, something as beautiful as the thing he did for me. If only I could save his life as he saved mine. Well, maybe I can.
Sarah, what are you saying?
Will, I can save you. I'm the only person in this whole world who can do it. No one else would know how.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Yes, Will, I know what I'm talking about.
But you'd have to... Well, there'd have to be evidence.
I know.
Sarah, do you have evidence?
Yes.
You do? Oh, you do? Oh, Sarah. Sarah, I look at you now and I see the most wonderful person Sarah, what is the evidence?
A book.
Are there any further witnesses who wish to be heard?
Yes, sir.
Is that you, Sarah Lewis?
It is.
Will you wish to testify to the matter at hand here?
I do.
You'll have to come forward and be sworn.
I believe there is medical evidence to prove that Marcia Bennett's death was due to arsenic poisoning.
Yes, there is.
And we have every reason to suppose that the coroner's jury will come up with that verdict.
Well, the jury has not yet reached that decision.
They will call it murder.
What is your point, Miss Lewis?
I know for a fact that Marcia Bennett died from arsenic poisoning, but I also know for a fact that it wasn't murder.
What's that?
It was suicide.
Suicide? Are you saying that she took her own life?
Yes, not intentionally, but she did. She poisoned herself.
Well, what do you have to back up that statement? You need evidence.
I know, and I have it here in this book, taken from the town library on the 17th. That's exactly 16 days ago. The title of the book is The Count of Monte Cristo. It's by Alexander Dumas. And here is the borrower's card number 17763. It belongs to Marcia Bennett.
The clerk will accept these as exhibits as soon as their relevance is established.
On the morning of the 17th, Marcia Bennett came into the library and asked me if we had a copy of The Count of Monte Cristo. She remarked that she remembered reading the book in school and enjoyed it and would like to read it again.
I still don't see what this has to do with
I kept asking myself why she would want this book. It's an old, practically forgotten classic. And further, Mrs. Bennett hardly ever used the library. So why would she want The Count of Monte Cristo?
I must remind you, Miss Lewis, that you have been given the floor to answer, not ask questions.
Yes, sir, I understand. She was highly nervous and very upset, and I was sure she had a reason. So I took down another copy of The Count of Monte Cristo and read it carefully, cover to cover, and I found out why.
Are you prepared to tell us?
The Count of Monte Cristo was required reading in our junior year at high school. Something from that book stayed in her mind, perhaps in her subconscious. Somehow it must have suggested itself to her, so she came to refresh her memory.
Can you tell us that something?
Yes. I will show you the passage. There's talk of how to murder someone by feeding him arsenic. And the way to do it is this. First, you yourself take just a few grains of arsenic one day. Then on the next day, you take a few more. On the third day, a few more, and so on. Now, by the end of the week, you would have ingested a considerable dose. Large enough to kill, if taken all at once by somebody else. What Dumas did not quite understand, but what he was talking about was what today we call immunity.
Yes?
The passage goes on to say, now that you are accustomed to ingesting arsenic with no harmful results, you can safely poison someone else.
The clerk will mark this exhibit.
And that's exactly what she had planned. She would take these minute doses daily, build her immunity. Then she would fill a bottle of wine with a lethal dose. Now, they would both drink from it. He would die, and she wouldn't.
Yeah, but surely...
The doctors would examine his body. They would know it was arsenic. But they couldn't blame her, because she would show traces of the poison, too. It would therefore appear that he had been trying to poison her and had somehow made a mistake and taken a drink from the wrong glass.
Continue, Miss Lewis.
Everything would be in her favor, you see. Everyone knew they weren't getting along. Even better, everyone knew he had several very good motives for murder. Enough of them have certainly been brought out here today.
But not everyone can build up an immunity to arsenic.
She didn't know that. Neither, I suppose, did Alexander Dumas. Well, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Miss Lewis. The jury will consider this new evidence carefully and retire to consider its verdict.
Hello, Will.
Hi. I thought I'd come by the library to thank you. I didn't get a chance back there in the courtroom. Sarah, that book did it. You just about saved my life.
That makes us even.
Do you know what you said a few days ago? That you had this fantasy in which I secretly adored you. And that one day I would declare myself.
Yes.
Well, that wasn't a fantasy. Sarah, it's real, I think. I think I always adored you. I think I was always in love with you, Sarah.
Were you, Will? Really?
Yes, Sarah.
We're making a bit too much noise. After all, this is a library.
You know, I know now. But I was always in love with you.
Will? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm not in love with you anymore.
Sarah.
Oh, Will. You should see your face. Shock. Dismay. How is it possible for any woman not to be in love with Will Bennett? Well, it's possible.
Oh, Sarah, I mean it.
Maybe I was never really in love with you, Will. Maybe it was, all gratitude. But after what I did today, I feel as if I can do anything, even meet a man who really loves me.
Sarah, I love you.
Oh, poor Will. Thank you for asking me to dance at the senior prom. Now, finally, we're even.
Poor Will. That's not exactly true. He was rich Will. After all, he did inherit his wife's estate. Perhaps we might call him aging Will. There's nothing so pitiable as an Adonis who grows older. The hair goes, the paunch comes. And as they say, the spirit is hot, but the flesh is cold. We'll have more about spirit and flesh when I return shortly. The exact quote which seems to have fueled so much of the motive force of this story is by H.L. Mencken. If ever I depart this vale, and you remember me, and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner, and wink your eye at some homely girl. You remember that now. And a similar sentiment may also be found in the Old Testament. It has to do with casting your bread upon the waters. No good deed is ever wasted. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Terry Keane, E.V. Juster, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Evil exists. We all agree on that, don't we? I mean, we read about it, hear of it, sometimes witness it. Even if we are that unfortunate, have it done to ourselves. But what is it? The dictionary defines evil as anything impairing happiness or welfare, or depriving of good. If we accept, at least for now, this definition, then who of us, in the course of a lifetime, has not done evil, or darkly thought of doing it? I'm waiting. Who? Our mystery drama, The Evil Eye, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mandel Kramer and Carol Teitel. I intimated at the start that this is to be a story of evil, and before long, you will realize that I did not exaggerate. Cheating, lying, stealing, such things are commonplace. We read about them daily. Then there is betrayal, slander, perjury. Oh, the number is endless. And what is worse, all lurk in every human heart. Listen to the words of Blaise Pascal, who lived and wrote more than 300 years ago. Evil is easy and has infinite forms.
It's a terrible thing, being a woman. The only thing that's worse is being a successful woman. You've heard of me, I'm sure. Charity Ormsby. You've certainly read one of my books. More likely you've read them all. I'm the best-known female writer in the country. Of course, few know that my real name is Louise Bates. Married nearly 20 years to John Bates. Mother of 2, both boys, both, thank the Lord, away at school. At any rate, when the events I'm about to relate came about, there was no one in the house but John and myself.
Louise? Louise? It's me.
John?
All right to come in?
Oh, yes. Come in. Come in.
Good morning, dear.
Oh, I've waked up to better ones.
Brought you some coffee.
What time is it?
It's a little early, but I have to get to the office. You know, income tax time is coming up. Everybody wants their returns. So I thought before I left, I'd bring you your coffee. Would you like me to pour it?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I was sleeping so soundly. As though I were in my tomb.
Depressed, are you? Here, here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You'll perk up as soon as you get back to work.
I suppose so.
You always do.
I do, don't I?
Always. Well, I really should be getting started.
Oh, it's the dreadful hiatus between 2 books that gets me down. The feeling that it's all over, that my talent is all used up. I'll never write again, never have another idea. You can't imagine how depressing it is.
No, I guess I can't.
You're lucky to be an accountant, John.
Am I? Yes, I suppose in some ways I am. Speaking of which, I really better get going.
Oh, will you answer that for me, will you, dear?
All right. Hello?
Is Miss Ormsby there?
Yes, she's here.
Or should I say Mrs. Bates? Is this Mr. Bates?
Yes, it is.
This is Kathy Corrigan, Mr. Bates.
Oh, yes, how are you, Miss Corrigan?
Oh, you know. Could I speak with your wife?
Well, can you hold on, Miss Corrigan, and I'll see if she's able to talk?
I'll hold on.
It's your agent, dear.
So I gathered.
Can you talk to her?
I can try. Oh, don't go just yet, John. I need support.
Well,
hello, Kathy?
I was just wondering if you're working.
No, I'm not working.
When do you think you will be, Louise?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kathy, don't you know anything about my habits after all these years?
Well, I just thought
But you didn't. You didn't think at all. You know perfectly well I can't put a word on paper until the whole thing suddenly takes shape in my mind. Till that happens, I'm helpless as a baby.
Well, when do you think something will take shape?
Oh, how do I know? I can't plan to have it take shape, you know. I can't command it to take shape. I can't just trick it or seduce it or bribe it. I can't...
All right, Louise. I understand.
Well, then why do you insist...
I thought you might like to know that Benita Barlow has just been given $1 million advance.
What?
On her next book.
Benita Barlow got $1 million advance?
Yes, she did.
Thanks for calling. How about that? How about that? That overdressed, overblown frump, that no talent Benita Barlow has just...
I know, I heard.
$1 million. $1 million.
You're better than she is, Louise. You're much better than she is.
I know that I'm better. I know that.
You're the best, Louise.
I know I'm the best. But do those nincompoop publishers know it? No, all they know is Benita Barlow. So she gets all the advertising. She gets the interviews. She gets all the fanfare, all the whoop-de-doo. I could kill that woman.
Oh, now, darling, you don't mean that.
I do mean it. I could kill her. Trouble is, she's in England, and I'm here. Then it happened. The idea for my next book sprang into my head, full-blown, the way it had always done before. Oh, what a joy. What a relief. After months of sterility, I was ready to write again. In 10 days, my public would have what they awaited so breathlessly. I could scarcely wait to tell John. It'll be all about a beautiful black woman and a white man and their enduring love for each other.
Do we know any black women, Louise?
Oh, that's beside the point. I can fantasize it. I can fantasize anything.
Of course you can.
I shall call it Dark Luster.
Good title.
All right, now, John, you know what you have to do. I must have 10 full days to complete it. I shall shut myself in my room. Now, you know how it goes. We've been through this before.
Yes, but
now,
Louise...
you will stay home. You will have to cook your own meals.
Well, that part's all
now,
right,
you
dear.
will eat them by yourself.
Yes, but you know...
will
it's...
sit by the window, the way you always have, to stop anyone who comes to the door. Now, you will have to hold the phone in your lap so you can answer it the second it starts to ring. Oh, and if that dog down the block starts to bark, you will silence it. And if the people next door play those awful records, you will make them stop.
But, Louise,
it will be heavenly.
Shall I answer it?
No, I'll take it. This one last time. The last call I take for 10 delicious days. Hello?
Louise, this is Kathy.
Kathy, the most beautiful thing has happened.
Louise?
I am starting a new book. You're the last person I'll speak to for 10 whole days. Then you will have the completed manuscript.
Louise,
it's going to be called Dark Luster.
Louise, have you heard about Benita Barlow?
Well, it's all about this...
Louise!
Huh?
Benita Barlow is very ill. Very, very ill.
Oh? Is she?
It's a very rare disease. And it's always fatal. She can't live long.
Is that so?
I just thought I should tell you. Well, good luck with the book. I'll be hearing from you.
In 10 days. Precisely. Huh. Benita Barlow's come down with some strange sort of disease. It's terminal. The news about Benita Barlow made hardly any impression on me at all. The concept for my new novel was burgeoning within me, and I could scarcely wait to begin again. I wrote feverishly. The words leapt onto the page. My fingers could barely keep up with the racing of my brain. For 9 full days, I wrote, only taking time for an hour or two of sleep here and there, now and then. And even as I slept, the blessed words ran pell-mell through my mind. Then, on the 10th day... Oh, stop. Stop. Who can be banging on that door? John! John, for pity's sake, will you make it stop?
Is anybody home?
John! John, will you make him go away? John, go to the door! John!
Oh, please, is there someone home?
Oh, who in the world is that? You down there! You at the door, will you go away?
I just...
You are doing a terrible thing. You are interrupting an act of creation. You are a dreadful, ignorant person. A desecrator, a vandal, a profaner on the altar of art. Look, you dreadful man, you don't deserve to live. I slammed down the window, trembling with rage. That creep. That ignorant, selfish, stubborn creep. I crawled into my big, comforting easy chair, curled myself into a ball, and huddled there, cursing him and shivering as though I'd been smitten with a fever. I was exhausted, drained. After a while, I heard the outside door open. Who could it be but John? My loyal, devoted husband, who had promised to defend me against such intrusions. Shaking with anger, I went downstairs. John was just coming in. And where, if you will be so kind as to tell me, have you been?
Why, at the office, Louise.
At the office. At the office. While I was draining the blood from my veins to finish my novel, my masterpiece, while I was 40 pages from the ending, you were at the office.
Well, there was so much work to do.
Work? You call what you do work?
Well, tax returns.
You know very well that for these 10 days, your work was here, to silence the phone, to drive away callers, to keep that dog from barking, to make those people stop playing their dreadful rock and roll. Well, you know what you've done now, don't you?
Louise.
You have ruined my novel. That's what you've done. It's dead. It's finished. It's over.
Please.
I am going upstairs and tear it to shreds. Then I shall burn it.
Writers are indeed strange creatures with strange habits of work. What suits one will not do for another. Some write longhand, others type. Some work early in the morning, others only late at night. Some pace the floor, others sit and meditate. Some compose rapidly, others with infinite slowness. Yes, writers are strange. Quite as strange as the rest of us. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Have you driven at night past houses lighted from within, perhaps brightly enough to make visible the figures of the inhabitants? Have you tried to imagine what they were doing, what they were saying or not saying, what they were feeling or not feeling? I wonder what you would have imagined had you seen the persons of John and Louise Bates as they confronted each other on a certain singular night.
I'm John Bates, and I know I shouldn't have done what I did. But I got so bored, so unutterably bored, just sitting on the front window seat holding the phone in my hands, listening for music from next door or the sound of a dog barking down the block. I wasn't away for more than a half hour, maybe not that long. And when I returned, I let myself into the house as quietly as possible.
And where, if you will be so kind as to tell me, have you been?
Why, at the office, Louise.
While I was draining the blood from my veins, you were at the office. You know what you've done with your trip to the office, don't you? You've killed my novel. It's dead. It's finished. It's over. I am going upstairs and tear it to shreds. Then I shall burn it.
Now, Louise, don't do that. Don't do anything while you're upset like this. Now, tell me what happened.
What happened was that some idiot came to the door and banged on it. Banged and banged and banged. I was 40 pages away from finishing my book, and this monstrous little man marched up our front steps and stood at our front door and banged on it.
What did he want?
How do I know what he wanted? To come into the house, I suppose.
Well, you didn't let him in.
Let him in? I opened the window and I shouted at him. I told him at the top of my voice that he was desecrating the temple of art, that he was an ignorant clod and a terrible man who shouldn't be allowed to live. Then I slammed down the window and I waited for you to show up. And now that it's too late, here you are.
I'm sorry, Louise.
Now, I'm going upstairs and destroy my novel.
Wait a minute. What did this man look like, the one who came to the door?
Oh, how should I know? All I could see was the top of his head. No, he had red hair, I remember that.
Long red hair?
Down to his shoulders. Disgusting.
Might have been Stephen Bennett.
Who's Stephen Bennett?
I do his income tax.
Well, I hope they soak him plenty. He destroyed my work. Now I am going upstairs.
You want me to answer that?
No, you're too late. I'll answer it. Yes? Hello? Oh, you. No, not well at all. Nothing's going well. No. How's that? Oh. Well, thanks for telling me. Not that it matters, but thanks anyway. How was Kathy Corrigan?
Oh? What did she want?
Just to tell me Benita Barlow is dead. You know what, John? Maybe I won't destroy my book after all.
I lied to Louise when I said I went to the office. I didn't. I was with a girl. Yes, a girl. I'd been seeing her for quite a while. I felt guilty as hell about it, but I couldn't help myself. I'm in love with her. And I think she's in love with me. And sometimes it's hard to tell. Anyway, after Louise decided not to tear up her novel, I stayed around the house for a couple of days just to make sure that, that she was all right. Then I went to see this girl. I had to. Kathy, I don't know what's going on at home.
With Louise, you mean?
Of course, Louise.
Louise is home to you, isn't she?
Well, of course. I'm married to her.
I see. Okay, go on.
Kathy, when you called and told her that Benita Barlow was dead, she decided not to tear up her novel.
Was she going to do that?
Yes. I mean, you don't know about Stephen Bennett, do you?
Never heard of him.
Well, he's a client of mine. It seems that he tried to see me in my office and I wasn't there because,
Because you were here.
That's right. Stephen Bennett was trying to see me because he was worried about his taxes, among other things. I mean, he'd given me some false figures and he was afraid that he was going to be found out and he wanted my help. Well, I wasn't at the office, so he went to my house. And Louise was almost finished with her novel. There was even an out-of-order sign above the doorbell. I mean, I put it there myself. So he started banging on the door. I mean, the man was really desperate. And Louise leaned out the window and she hollered at him. I mean, she told me all this herself. Called him an ignorant clod and a terrible man and, stuff like that. And I guess he just finally gave up and went away.
Yes? So?
Kathy, it's in the paper this morning. Steve Bennett is dead. He took an overdose of something. And he's dead.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but after all, he isn't a close friend or anything like that.
I know, but I mean, if I'd been in my office, or even at home where I was supposed to be, maybe he wouldn't have done it.
Oh, nonsense.
I mean, I was here with you.
Where you were or weren't has nothing to do with what happened.
But it's my fault.
Will you stop taking credit for something you couldn't help? You're just being arrogant.
Arrogant? Me?
It's Louise.
Louise? What about Louise?
First Benita Barlow, now this Stephen Bennett. Both dead.
But Louise didn't know either one of them.
That doesn't mean a thing. Not when you have the capacity for evil. The evil eye.
What?
I'm sure you've heard of it, the evil eye.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I mean, well, what is it? I mean...
It is the power to destroy whatever stands in your way.
Oh, no, I mean...
Oh, yes.
Kathy, you mean Louise can... You mean she can destroy people?
Well, she has done it, hasn't she?
On purpose?
I don't know. I don't know precisely how it works. I wish I did.
But what do I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I'm not sure. Let me think.
I mean, what if she decides to destroy me? Or you?
That is what I'm thinking about. Look, John, you said she didn't destroy her book.
Right after you called about Benita Barlow, she said maybe she wouldn't.
You have got to insist that she finish it.
Insist?
She must have felt such a great surge of power when she heard about Benita Barlow. Now, you tell her about Stephen Bennett. If we can direct all that psychic energy into her work, if she'll finish the book, who knows? Who knows what might happen?
I can tell you, my head was in a whirl. My wife had the evil eye? Louise? Louise had the evil eye? The power to do away with people if she didn't like them, if they interfered with her? I mean, well, it just seemed absurd, impossible. Still, Benita Barlow and Stephen Bennett? I mean, it did seem so odd and really horrible. But Kathy had said there might be hope if I could persuade Louise to finish her novel. Insist on it, she said. Me insist? I'd never insisted on anything in my whole life. Still, I could try. Louise, you didn't tear up your novel, did you?
Not yet.
Well, don't do it, Louise.
It's mine to do with whatever I choose.
No, now listen to me.
I prefer not to discuss it, John, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. I think we have to talk about it.
There's nothing to talk about. If my novel stays unfinished, it's your fault. Remember that. If you had stayed where you belonged and protected me from the outside world
I know that.
for the 10 full days, that novel would have been completed. But no. You had to run off to your stupid little office and that stupid little man.
Stephen Bennett.
Whoever he was. He interrupted my concentration and he ruined the whole thing.
He's dead, Louise.
Oh? Is he?
Yes. He took an overdose of something, and he's dead.
Was he a friend of yours?
Well, he was a client.
You seem so upset.
Well, he came here looking for me.
If you had been here...
If you had let him in...
What are you getting at, John? Are you trying to tell me it's my fault the man overdosed himself?
I don't think you know how powerful you are, Louise.
I'm only powerful if you're here to protect me.
But I can't be here all the time.
Well, no one's asking you to be here all the time. 10 days out of a whole year, you call that all the time?
Please finish the book, Louise. I mean, if you don't...
If I don't what?
Well, you remember Benita Barlow.
That English woman? What about her?
She died.
Oh... Benita Barlow died of some mysterious disease. I didn't know her. I've never even met her.
Yeah, she was your rival.
So what?
Well, right here in this very room, I heard you say it. You said I could kill her. You said it twice, Louise. I was right here with you when you said it. I could kill her, you said.
Well, that doesn't mean I did. How could I? It's impossible.
Not if you have the evil eye.
What's that? What is it? What's the evil eye?
It's the power to hurt people. Just by wanting to hurt them. Even people you don't know. Even people who live thousands of miles away.
You think that I have this power?
I think maybe you have it. And I'm afraid of it, Louise. I couldn't tell whether I was making any impression on her or not. After all, I didn't really know what I was talking about. I just put words together and hoped that they would make sense. They sounded all right when I said them, but I couldn't tell what effect they were having on my wife. Her dark eyes opened wider and wider. Her cheeks got paler and paler. And she walked out of the room without answering me. I waited downstairs, hoping to hear the sound of a typewriter, but I heard nothing.
Is that you, John?
Yes, dear.
Come in here, will you?
Right away.
Did you have a hard day?
Well, you know, it's income tax time. Everybody's kind of anxious.
Yes, that's what I am. Anxious. Terribly, terribly anxious. Agonizingly anxious.
Well,
paralyzingly anxious.
Maybe if you were to, finish your book.
I try. I sit there in front of the typewriter and I stare at it. I sit and I stare, but I can't even put my fingers on the keys. I can't even lift my hands to put the paper in the roller. But I do try, John. Maybe it doesn't sound like it, but I do try. Really, I do. Really, I do. Believe me. You do believe me, don't you?
Louise, if you would just say to yourself, I can do it. And I will do it.
I can. I will.
That's all you need. The power and the will.
The power and the will.
That's all.
I could try again.
Of course you could. Oh, by the way, Louise, coming home, I stopped to talk to the people down the block. You know, the one with the dog?
Uh-huh.
He died. The dog died. The people said it was, old age. He just laid down in the sun and he died.
The dog died?
Yes. And you know the couple next door, the ones with all that rock and roll all the time? They're getting a divorce. The second I stopped talking, Louise gave me a peculiar look. Then she got up and left the room. She went upstairs. I really didn't know what I'd said to make her do that, but a minute later, I heard something that made me not happy exactly, but very, very relieved.
Do you remember what I quoted to you towards the beginning of our show? The words of Blaise Pascal, evil is easy and has infinite forms. Think what has happened so far. And we've only presented 2 acts. A woman dies, a man dies, a dog dies, a marriage dies. What's left for Act 3? I'll be back shortly. If you tell me that you have never had the urge to destroy someone, I shall not believe you. The desire starts in each one of us at an early age. It resides in the tiny infant who, if his strength matched his fury, could destroy the world. As he grows, the wish is modified, tamed, deflected, but it never really dies.
I'm Kathy Corrigan, and I'm the best literary agent in the country. To begin with, I have impeccable taste. That's just for starters. Then I have terrific contacts, which I've cultivated over the years. And finally, I'm a super salesperson. That about sums it up, I think. Why I should have fallen for an insignificant little man like John Bates, I'll never know. But I had, and that's that. Every time the phone rang, I hoped desperately it would be John and not his frightful wife. Hello?
Kathy, this is Louise.
Oh, yes, Louise, how are you?
Kathy, I have great news for you.
Tell me. Can't wait.
I finished the novel. Kathy, did you hear me? I've completed my book.
What, Louise, that's wonderful.
I didn't think I could. Things have been so peculiar around here.
What things?
Oh, well, I don't have time to go into all that right now. Just, things, you know. Well, they threw me off my stride for a while. But now I think I've got them licked.
Well, when can I read the book?
Well, I could bring it over to your office right now, except that I am exhausted. Couldn't you send someone for it?
Why don't you ask John to bring it over?
Oh, I don't know.
I really don't have anybody to send.
Well, John's really responsible for my finishing it, in a way. Although he's the one who kept me from finishing it weeks ago. Oh, I don't know.
But John's always so obliging, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. I'll send John. Oh, Kathy, I can't wait to till you read it.
Neither can I. Tell John to hurry it up. Of course, I could have sent somebody. I could have sent my secretary. I could have hired a messenger. But I wanted to see John, and I wanted to see him right away. To find out how he had accomplished the miracle of making Louise finish her book. I couldn't concentrate on my work waiting for him to arrive. John.
Hello, Kathy. Girl said to go right in.
Oh, you got a kiss for me?
You bet.
Okay, now, got the manuscript?
Right here.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's the right weight. Oh, sit down, John.
Listen, I got a lot of work all piled up. Well, just for a minute.
I want to know how you did it.
You mean how I got Louise to finish the book?
Of course, that's what I mean.
Oh, it was easy.
Well, how did you do it? It couldn't have been that easy.
Well, after you told me about the evil eye, I got to thinking about it. And I told Louise that she had it.
You didn't.
Wasn't I supposed to? I mean, I pointed out that Benita Barlow had died after Louise had said she could kill her. She did say that, you know.
Yeah, go on.
And Stephen Bennett, the man who came to the house and banged on the door, the one that she was so furious with, he died.
Go on.
Well, none of that made very much of an impression on her. Nothing did until I told her about the dog.
The dog? What dog?
The dog, the one down the block that barks sometimes. And I told her about the couple next door.
What couple?
The couple that play their rock and roll records so loud. They're getting a divorce.
That's all you did?
That's about it. Listen, I better get back to work.
John?
Hmm?
I love you. You know that.
Do you, Kathy? Because I love you.
Oh. Look, don't you think we ought to tell Louise?
About us?
She has a right to know. She's got to know sometime.
No, she doesn't. No, she hasn't. Believe me, she doesn't want to know. She wouldn't like knowing. She'd hate it. No, she mustn't know. It would be very bad if she knew.
All right, darling.
I mean, it would be just terrible if she knew.
You run along, sweetheart. And you tell Louise I'll call her as soon as I finish the novel. Poor John. So timid, so fearful. Afraid of everything and everybody. Frightened little mouse of a man. But I loved him. And he had accomplished the remarkable feat of persuading his wife to finish her book. A book on which I expected, along with her, to make a great deal of money. I stayed up half the night reading it. In the morning, I made a date with her for luncheon.
Well, tell me. Tell me. It's great, isn't it? I tell you, Kathy, this is going to be the best yet. A smash. A blockbuster. Tell me, am I right? Of course I'm right. After all these years, Kathy, I know these things. This book is going to light up the sky.
Louise.
You did read it, didn't you?
Of course I read it. You know I read it.
Well.
I stayed up half the night reading it. I told you that on the phone.
Well?
Well, what?
Am I right?
No. No, Louise, you're not right, at least in my opinion.
I am right. I'm always right about my own work. This is a great book. This is a great book.
Louise, I was just giving you my opinion. Now, everybody's entitled to have an opinion, don't you agree?
Not when it's the wrong opinion.
Louise, how did you happen to finish it?
John told me I could.
Oh?
He said, Louise, you have the power and the will. And I went upstairs and finished it.
And that's all?
Well, that was enough. After all, if I'd had the power and the will to do what I'd already done.
And what was that?
Oh, never mind. The point is, I had it. I had the power and the will. He told me I had it, and I had it. But of course, I'd known all along I had it, but nobody ever told me I had it. You see, then when he told me I had it, then I knew that I had it. All I needed was somebody to tell me I had it. Don't you see?
I don't know that I do, Louise.
Then I'm sorry for you.
Really?
Deeply, profoundly sorry.
Really? Well, let me tell you something, Louise. It is a cheap, trashy book. Cheap and trashy. And not that all your books haven't been cheap and trashy, Louise, because they have been. But you believed in them so utterly, something came through. People who read them came to believe that life could be sweet and wonderful and full of joy and love and light, without pain, without suffering, where goodness and sweetness were rewarded and meanness and cruelty were punished.
Well, I believe that.
Well, yes. You're such a fool, I'm sure you do believe it. And because it's what everybody wants to believe, your books sell like crazy. Love conquers all. That's all your book says. That's all any of your books have ever said.
Well, it's true.
How would you know?
What? What did you say?
I said, how would you know about love?
Well, I know all about it.
Well, nobody could tell it from your books. They are sleazy and phony and trumped up. With some sex thrown in every 50 pages just to show you're with it. And even those parts aren't very good. They're as phony and full of fakery as the rest of it.
All right, you shut up. Just shut up.
Asked me.
I will never ask you again. You can bet on that. What's more, I'll make you eat your words, Kathy. You wait and
I
see.
I only said what I believe.
What is it? What? Kathy! Kathy! Kathy, what? Kathy, what is it? What happened? Kathy, do you want a glass of water? What can I do? Kathy!
No, it's all right. It's all right. I was just joking on my words.
You mean that I did that to you? I did it?
You're a very powerful woman, Louise. Very, very powerful indeed. It was true. I hadn't taken a bite of food. We hadn't even ordered. But the power of Louise's hatred, her malevolence toward me, had brought on one of those helpless fits of coughing that till they stop, you think you're going to die. It was only when I realized, even as I was gasping for breath, that it was the evil eye of Louise Bates that was threatening my very life. It was only then I was able to stop. John, it was awful.
Poor Kathy, poor baby.
Oh, hold me close. I'm so frightened.
Of course you are.
I told her her novels were terrible. And I told her something worse. I told her she didn't know anything about love.
Oh, boy, that was worse.
But she doesn't know anything about love, not the way we know it.
Look, I don't think it was a very good thing to tell her. Kathy, I think I better be getting on home.
Oh, must you?
Well, I think I better. What was that? Somebody knocking at the door.
Can't imagine who.
Kathy, may I come in, please?
It's Louise.
I need to talk to you, Kathy.
What'll we do?
Leave it to me. Come in, Louise.
Thank you. Oh, John.
Hello, Louise.
I didn't expect to find you here, but maybe I should have. Maybe I've been stupid.
Oh, no, Louise.
I've been stupid about a lot of things, like I never knew till you told me, John, that I had the evil eye.
Look, Louise.
When I think of what I've done, the power I've had, the power I've used, it's awful to contemplate.
Louise, don't think about it. You couldn't help it.
But I must help it. I must learn to control it. Are you two in love with each other?
Yes, we are.
We are, yes.
Well, then you have my blessing. I won't stand in your way.
Louise, you mean that?
With all my heart. I hope the two of you will be very happy.
Thank you.
And, Kathy, you don't have to show my last novel to the publishers if you don't want to.
Oh, but I do.
Well, it probably isn't very good anyway. Goodbye.
And with that, Louise turned and walked out. Out of the room and out of our lives. What had happened, as near as I can figure out, is that she had been so shocked and horrified by the realization of her power that she had turned completely in the opposite direction and was determined to become a saint.
It's John Bates again, and I'd like to add a few words. After all, I'm responsible for the whole thing. I was the one who taught Louise to say, I can and I will. Kathy and I are married now. It's working out all right, I guess. But Kathy is a very powerful woman, too. And one of these days, I may have to say to myself, I can and I will. Then I'll go back to Louise, who has turned into a really very nice person.
How things are turned about in this world. The cheater becomes the cheated, the robbed becomes the robber, the perpetrator becomes the victim, and no one is satisfied, at least not for long. A very, very strange world indeed. But, alas, the only one we've got. I'll be back shortly. Let me read to you one more time from the works of Blaise Pascal. What a chimera is man. What a novelty. What a monster. What a chaos. What a contradiction. What a prodigy. Judge of all things. Feeble worm of the earth. Depository of truth. A sink of uncertainty and error. The glory and the shame of the universe. Our cast included Carol Teitel, Mandel Kramer, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.